I woke up in a different body, in a different time. Just a few days ago, I was Yoon Jiji, a skilled doctor working tirelessly in a disaster area until I collapsed from exhaustion. When I opened my eyes again, I had become another Yoon Jiji, a woman who had just starved to death in the 1970s. Beside me were two malnourished children, her children, who were now mine. The memories of this body told me a tragic story. 3 years ago, she had married Chin Shiyu, a promising young soldier. But it wasn't a marriage of love, it was a mistake. He had come to propose to her younger sister, but after getting drunk at her house, somehow, she ended up in his room. When the situation was exposed, he had no choice but to marry her. Soon after, he was called back to the army, leaving her alone. Her family disowned her, her husband never wrote, and eventually, his family threw her and the children out. She struggled to survive, giving all her food to the children until she wasted away. Now, I was here, in her place, and I refused to suffer the same fate. With no other option, I took the children and went to find Chin Shiyu at his military base. When I arrived, I was weak, my clothes were ragged, and the children were starving. The officer in charge, Hu Jianjun, was shocked at our condition and immediately arranged food for us. While eating, I made my intentions clear. I wasn't here to beg for love, only for justice. If Chin Shiyu wanted nothing to do with me, fine. We could divorce. But he had a responsibility to his children. Then he arrived. He was tall, strong, and handsome, but his words made me laugh bitterly. "Why do you look like this?" he asked, as if surprised by my suffering. I looked him in the eye and answered coldly, because I married such a great husband who let us starve. When I told Chin Shiyu that I wanted a divorce, he looked surprised. I had expected resistance, but instead, he simply asked if I was sure. He must have thought I was playing some game, trying to get his attention. After all, the original Yoon Jiji had gone to great lengths to marry him. But I wasn't her. I had no interest in forcing a loveless marriage. I only had one demand. He had to take responsibility for our children. They were his, and he owed them support until they turned 18. When I pulled them forward, his eyes darkened as he saw their thin bodies and sickly faces. He had been sending money home, so why were we in such terrible shape? Before I could push further, the officer, Hu Jianjun, intervened. He suggested that I rest before making any final decisions. It made sense. The children were exhausted, and we had nowhere else to go. I agreed. Chin Shiyu was told to take us to the family housing area. As we walked, I couldn't help but wonder. If he had always disliked the original Yoon Jiji, why was he suddenly acting responsible? His attitude was confusing. The walk through the military base was long, but the children were wide-eyed with excitement. They had never seen soldiers training before, and their curiosity made me smile. I explained everything they asked, and for the first time, I saw Chin Shiyu slow down to listen. Maybe he realized I wasn't the person he had assumed I was. When we arrived at the family housing area, we had to register at the guard post. The young soldier on duty stared at me, probably shocked at how malnourished I looked. Once we were cleared, we entered, and suddenly, I felt dozens of eyes on me. Whispers spread through the air. "That's Qin Ningzhang's wife? She looks awful." I wasn't surprised. I knew I looked like I had come straight from a disaster zone. But they didn't know me, and they didn't know that I had no intention of staying in this marriage. When I arrived at the family housing area, I could feel the stares. The other military wives had been curious ever since they heard that Chin Shiyu's wife and children were coming. He was well-respected and admired, and many had hoped to introduce their own sisters or relatives to him. Now, seeing me, their disappointment was obvious. They whispered behind my back, saying I was ugly and older-looking. Some even guessed that he hadn't let me join him before because he was embarrassed. I ignored them. I had bigger concerns, like why he had never divorced the original Yoon Jiji if he didn't want this marriage. When we reached the small courtyard house assigned to us, the soldiers had already finished cleaning. The house was simple but well-kept, with 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a wash area. It had everything we needed, though our belongings were pitifully few. I didn't plan on going back to Yunhe village, but I knew I needed a job to stay in Haishur. As I settled the children inside, little Yuan Yuan hesitated before asking me if their father didn't like them. My heart ached. They had come all this way hoping to see him, yet he had barely spoken to them. But I wouldn't badmouth him in front of them. I reassured them that he was just unfamiliar with them, not that he didn't care. Later, while I prepared water to bathe them, I noticed Qin Shiyu had disappeared. When he returned, he brought bedding and supplies. Then, finally, he brought food, real food, with meat and vegetables. The children's eyes lit up at the sight, but I had little appetite. I took only a small portion, planning to leave with them. But Qin Shiyu grabbed my arm, stopping me. His expression darkened, frustrated by how little we ate. The children, startled, shrank behind me. I sighed and told him plainly. He was scaring them. If he truly cared, maybe he should start by not making them afraid. I took the food and led my two children to the kitchen, leaving Qin Shiyu in the main hall. Once inside, I poured the rice back into the pot and looked at my little daughter, Yuan Yuan. Her stomach growled, and she shyly admitted she was hungry. I reassured her, promising to cook porridge first because their little stomachs weren't strong enough to handle heavy food like braised pork. The people here were used to oily food, but my children and I had been starving for too long. If we ate it now, we would get sick. Yuan Yuan obediently agreed, and I started boiling porridge. I also picked some leftover greens from the backyard, chopped them, and added them to the pot. If I had some lean meat, the porridge would be better. But I couldn't take it out from my space without raising suspicion. As a descendant of an ancient medical family, I inherited not only medical skills but also a hidden, endless supply of wealth and a magical space. When I woke up in this body, it was already at its limit. Without my space, I would have died again. My children were also weak from malnutrition. If I hadn't secretly used my space's spiritual water, we wouldn't have survived the train ride to Haicheng. As the porridge thickened, I secretly added some salt and a bit more spiritual water before serving it to my children. It was hot, so I fanned it to cool it down. Watching them eat happily, I felt both heartache and relief. In the future, once I earned money, I promised them we would eat white rice every day. Qin Shiyu overheard everything. He probably realized I wasn't depriving the children but protecting their weak bodies. He stood by the doorway but said nothing, and I ignored him, focusing on my children. After dinner, I cleaned up and played with the kids outside. Just as we were about to go inside, Qin Shiyu returned with a bag of rice. He admitted he hadn't considered our situation and said he'd buy more food tomorrow. Then, unexpectedly, he handed me money and ration tickets, saying I should use them for whatever the family needed. It was strange. He had never sent us money before. Before I could react, a scream echoed through the courtyard. A neighbor, Lu Chuntao, ran out holding her son, Xiaoman, who looked pale and lifeless. Without thinking, I shouted for her to lay him down flat. As soon as I heard the panic outside, I ran back into the house and quickly returned with a needle pouch, secretly taken from my space. My urgent shout had startled Lu Chuntao, making her instinctively lay her son, Xiaoman, on the ground. She looked completely helpless and scared. I rushed forward to check his pulse, but before I could, Qin Shiyu grabbed my wrist, stopping me. He insisted that Xiaoman needed to be taken to the hospital. From what he knew, I had no medical skills, and he likely thought I was acting recklessly. The other military wives watching agreed, criticizing me for interfering. Even Lu Chuntao glared at me in anger and worry. I didn't have time to argue. I pulled out a silver needle and pricked Qin Shiyu's hand, numbing his grip so he let go. Ignoring the shocked looks around me, I placed my hand on Xiaoman's wrist and felt his pulse. His condition was severe. His sickness wasn't new, it had been with him since birth. I described his symptoms, and Lu Chuntao immediately confirmed them, her voice shaking. The crowd around us quieted, their doubts starting to fade. I quickly opened my needle pouch. There was no time to warm the needles properly, so I had to use my weak wood element ability to help the treatment. As I inserted the needles into Xiaoman's chest, I sensed just how fragile he was. Without immediate help, he wouldn't survive the day. The military wives watched closely, their curiosity replacing skepticism. Slowly, Xiaoman's pale, grayish face started to regain color. Then, he made a soft sound. He was waking up. The relief in the air was overwhelming. Lu Chuantao's eyes filled with tears as her son, always so understanding, tried to reassure her despite his weakness. I told him to stay still while I finished. Xiaoman seemed surprised. He had been treated by many doctors before, but today, he felt warmth spreading through his body, easing his pain. After removing the needles, I helped him sit up. He looked healthier than before, even better than usual. Lu Chuntao stared at her son in amazement, hope shining in her eyes. Maybe, just maybe, I could save him completely. Lu Chuantao's husband Wang Cheng also ran back in a hurry at this time. He had to work the night shift at night, and he went back to the army after dinner. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the army, a comrade in arms ran to inform him that Xiaoman was ill and the situation was very serious. His leader happened to be there, so he asked him to come back quickly. After finally squeezing into the crowd, Wang Cheng was a little puzzled to see that Xiaoman was fine. Yun Jiji had put all the silver needles into the needle bag. Seeing that one silver needle was missing, she also realized that there was still one on Qin Shiu's arm. She glanced at Qin Shiu coldly and reached out to take the silver needle off. However, probably because she squatted for too long, she staggered when she stood up, but Qin Shiu quickly supported her. Qiniying's wife, are you okay? Lu Chuntao looked at her worriedly. It's okay, it just got too intense. Yun Jiji waved her hand, and then she said to Lu Qintao, sister-in-law, don't let Xiaoman drink the medicine he drank before. That medicine is useless to him. Do you have paper and pen? I'll write you another prescription to take for a while. Lu Taochun quickly pushed her husband, go get paper and pen. Wang Yan didn't have time to ask in detail, and seeing that his son looked much better than usual, he quickly ran into the house to get paper and pen. This is outside the yard, and there is no place to put paper. Qin Shiu also recovered a little from the real shock just now. He had a lot of questions in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. Seeing that Yun Jiji didn't know where to write, he came in front of her, squatted down directly, exposed his back, and said, put it on my back and write it. Yun Jiji was a little stunned, but she was not a person who would get entangled. She immediately put the paper on his back and picked up the pen to write a prescription on the paper. Qin Shiu only felt an itch on his back. She wrote very quickly, as if the prescription had already been in her mind. He was even more confused as to why Yun Jiji's answer was so different from what he had heard, and he had never known that she even knew medical skills. Yun Jiji wrote the prescription and handed it to Lu Chuntao, saying, I have written down the method of boiling the prescription on paper. Let the child drink it for a week, and then I will check on him. See if you need to modify the prescription. Lu Chuntao took the prescription as if it were a treasure. From Xiaoman's recovery, she was completely convinced by Yun Jiji's medical skills. She and her husband took Xiaoman to see too many doctors, even to the capital, but the results were not very good. They could only prescribe some conditioning prescriptions to keep Xiaoman alive, but taking medicine for a long time was too painful for a 6-year-old child like Xiaoman. As a mother, how could she not feel distressed? But today, after Yun Jiji gave Xiaoman an acupuncture, Xiaoman's condition was better than ever before. Even if he said he was a normal person, people would believe it. This had never happened before. Lu Chuantao's heart was full of gratitude to her, Qiniying's wife. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my Xiaoman today. Lu Chuntao felt scared when she thought of Xiaoman's previous condition. At that time, she even felt that Xiaoman was really going to leave her this time. Yun Jiji shook her head lightly, stretched out her hand to rub Xiaoman's head, and said, take him back and have a good rest. Lu Chuntao responded and quickly handed the prescription to Wang Cheng, asking him to go get the medicine quickly. She then looked at Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, thank your auntie quickly. Xiaoman thanked her obediently. You're welcome. Xiaoman is very brave. Take the medicine well, and he will be fine. Yun Jiji said softly. His condition showed that he did not eat well and he suffered some pain when he was born. Although he did not know the reason, seeing Lu Chuantao's care for her son, there must be some unknown secret. Qiniying's wife, are you saying that my son's illness can be cured? Lu Chuntao became excited when she heard Yun Jiji's words. She had seen too many doctors, and they all told her not to have too much hope. But Yun Jiji just said that Xiaoman's illness would be cured as long as he took the medicine well. If Lu Chuntao had not seen Yun Jiji's hand just now, she would not be so excited, but it was precisely because of Yun Jiji's hand that Lu Chuntao believed her words, which was an inexplicable trust. Yes, as long as you take it according to my prescription, it cannot be said to be 100% good, but there will be no problem like a normal child, but his treatment cannot be interrupted. It may take half a year to persist, or it may be longer, or it may be shorter. It all depends on his body's tolerance. Yun Jiji would not give her an exact time. In fact, if her wood ability was at its peak, Yun Jiji could guarantee that Xiaoman would return to normal within a month. But now she was not completely sure. After all, the energy in this era was too thin. Really? Really? Lu Chuntao was obviously very excited. Yun Jiji was about to say something, but she felt her head begin to feel dizzy, followed by a dizzy spell. She felt unprecedented nausea, opened her mouth and was about to answer, but felt her body soften. Mom? Yun Jiji. Before falling into a coma, Yun Jiji only heard a few exclamations, and then she completely lost consciousness. Qin Xiu had been paying attention to Yun Jiji. She almost fell when she stood up before, which made him a little worried. As a result, Yun Jiji's figure shook a little after she had spoken for a while. As a result, she saw that her face became more and more ugly. Before he could ask, she fell back and fainted instantly. When Yun Jiji woke up again, she was in the hospital. It was already dark outside, but she could still feel two warm little people around her. She did not rush to get up. When she was sure that she and her two children were the only ones in the ward, Yun Jiji probed her consciousness into the space and came to the spiritual spring. A drop of spiritual spring water hung above the spring water. This was the essence of the spiritual spring. This drop alone could revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. She stretched out her hand, and the drop of spiritual spring water seemed to sense the call of its owner and slowly flew toward her. Yun Jiji should have swallowed the spiritual spring water in one gulp, but she knew the essence of the spiritual spring is such a terrifying existence. One drop of it can make her reborn, and that is a change visible to the eye. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble to herself, Yun Jiji finally did not take it, but just drank some ordinary spiritual spring water from the spiritual spring. After the dizziness in her head completely disappeared, she exhaled heavily. When using the wood-related ability, she found that this era is still very different from her own world. The spiritual energy of the world she lives in is very abundant. The spiritual energy of this world is so thin that it is almost non-existent. The spiritual energy absorbed in the past few days is very different from that of the world she lives in. The little spiritual energy she had was completely used up when she was treating Xiaoman today. However, she rarely used wood healing techniques in her previous world, and she would not have used it if Xiaoman's situation today was not too urgent. Being able to attract spiritual energy is naturally a great weapon for her. For example, when she goes up the mountain to collect herbs, she can rely on this ability to communicate with plants to harvest more herbs. At the same time, she can also control plants to save herself when she encounters danger. After drinking the spiritual spring water, she felt a little hungry, so she turned around and went to the Space Mall. There is a snack street in the mall. There are all kinds of places to eat, such as milk tea, barbecue, hot pot restaurants, etc. It's a pity. Her body is too weak, so she can only find a porridge shop and serve herself a bowl of white porridge. She wanted to eat something else, but her space seemed to have to be upgraded after she came to this era so that she could open more food. It's just like her wood-related abilities, which are limited everywhere because of insufficient spiritual energy. However, the white porridge in the space is different from the outside. The rice is rich and silky. She added some brown sugar to the porridge, which is sweet and soft, and even more delicious than meat. Is your wife still awake? Yun-Gigi finished the last mouthful of porridge in the space, and then she heard the conversation. Not yet. The doctor said that her health is too poor, and she won't wake up so soon. Qin Shiyu's voice sounded. Qin Shiyu looked at the yellow and thin woman on the bed, and thought of the doctor's eyes when he looked at him before. And the news he got from the doctor. Her health was extremely poor. If she was hungry for 2 more meals, her life would be in danger. Qin Shiyu didn't know what she had experienced in Yunhe village all these years. Her medical skills were so good. Obviously, she was not a stupid person. What had she experienced? Your wife is a good comrade. Her health is like that, but she still wants to save people. What bad thoughts can such a person have? You. Be content. This voice was from Hu Jianjun. When he returned to the family compound, he heard many people talking about Yun-Ziji's treatment of Xiaoman. After learning that she had saved Xiaoman, she fainted and was sent to the hospital. Hu Jianjun also came to see as soon as it was dawn. He also asked his wife about the situation. His wife watched the whole process yesterday, and Hu Jianjun had an idea in his mind. He thought that when Yun-Gigi woke up, he would ask Yun-Gigi first, otherwise he would have no reason to keep her. I don't want a divorce, Qin Shiyu said. Yun-Gigi asked for a divorce, and seeing that her attitude was so firm and she was even unwilling to have too much communication with him, Qin Shiyu didn't know how to deal with the relationship between men and women. Hu Jianjun glared at him unhappily, and just when he was about to say a few words, he saw Yun-Gigi woke up on the bed. Comrade Yun, are you awake? Are you feeling better? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Hu Jianjun saw this and hurried forward to ask with concern. Yun-Gigi looked around with a confused look. This is in the hospital, Hu Jianjun said. Yun-Gigi seemed to have just realized it. She looked at Hu Jianjun in surprise and asked knowingly, Political commissar, why are you here? Hu Jianjun laughed. I heard from the people in the family compound that you still feel uncomfortable. Do you want to ask a doctor to check you out? Yun-Gigi said gratefully, Thank you, Political commissar, I'm fine now. Seeing Yun-Gigi trying to get up, Hu Jianjun reached out and pulled Qin Shiyu behind him. Why are you standing there? Come over and help me. Qin Shiyu took 2 steps forward and just stretched out his hand. He froze in midair. She had already propped herself up and sat up. Qin Shiyu had to get a pillow to raise her head so that she could lean on it a little more comfortably. Yun-Gigi glanced at the man and was a little surprised at his attentiveness. Seeing this, Hu Jianjun slightly reduced his dissatisfaction with Qin Shiyu. Comrade Yun, are you studying medicine? Hu Jianjun also asked the confusion in his heart. They didn't expect that Yun-Gigi actually knew medical skills, and even Xiaoman's serious illness seemed to be easy for her to treat. People in the family compound said that she could cure Xiaoman's illness. Let the child recover like a normal person. A little bit, Yun-Gigi said. Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. With her best medical skills, she only said that she knew a little bit. If those doctors who had treated Xiaoman heard this, they would probably blood. Who did you learn your medical skills from? Hu Jianjun asked. Yun-Gigi saw that he was very curious and didn't know what Hu Jianjun was thinking. So she asked Commissar Hu, Is there any problem with my medical skills? Or does the military region not use traditional Chinese medicine to save people? Have I committed a taboo? Yun-Gigi knew that traditional Chinese medicine had been suppressed in recent years. People now admire Western medicine and think that Western medicine is the legitimate inheritance of medical skills. Besides, except for those barefoot doctors in small villages who have medical certificates, others cannot treat patients casually. Moreover, some hospitals do not recognize the medical certificates of barefoot doctors, thinking that they can only treat headaches and fevers at most. If they are asked to treat difficult and complicated diseases, only Western doctors can do it. Now Hu Jianjun suddenly asked so carefully. Yun-Gigi naturally thought of this. No. Hu Jianjun saw that she misunderstood and hurriedly explained, Comrade Yun, you misunderstood. There is no such thing in the military region. As long as the medical skills are good and can cure the patient, We don't care about Chinese medicine or Western medicine. As long as it can cure diseases and save lives, it is good medical skills.
Oh.
Yunjiji saw this and didn't ask any more questions. Seeing her like this, Hu Jianjun hurriedly said, "Comrade Yun, I also heard from the military wives that you are a superb acupuncture practitioner, so I am a little curious. If it is inconvenient to say, then just pretend I didn't ask. Some of my medical skills were learned from the barefoot doctor in the village, and some were learned from 2 old doctors who were sent to live in the cowshed." Yunjiji said. The original owner did learn medical skills from them, but they didn't teach that much. Political commissar, who was slightly stunned, and asked, "Don't you people in the countryside not allow people to interact with people in the cowshed? In the eyes of those people, those who live in the cowshed are bad elements, and getting close to them will also be dragged to be criticized. Yunjiji is the mother of 2 children, so it shouldn't be that. I don't mean that, it's just. Grandma doesn't like Mom and kicked her out. Mom and the baby live in the cowshed." Tuan woke up at some point. He had been listening to them quietly before, but now he saw that Yunjiji didn't mention that they lived in the cowshed. Tuan felt that he had to say it. Mom had suffered so much, but Dad didn't know. If he didn't say it, how would Dad know? Sure enough, when Qin Shiyu learned that Yunjiji actually lived in the cowshed with 2 children, his face changed instantly. He looked up at Yunjiji, opened his mouth, and asked, "Did my mom and the others kick you out?" Dad didn't come home, and Grandma scolded Mom, saying that Dad didn't like Mom and the baby. Tuan is a smart kid. He is now 2 years old. People in the village usually talk about these things to Yunjiji. The little boy remembered it. After Dad married Mom, he didn't come home. Grandma thought it was Mom who made Dad not want to come home, so they drove Mom out. Is that so? Qin Shi looked at Yunjiji with bloodshot eyes, just wanting to clarify this matter. Can a child lie? Shiyu, your son, is only 2 years old. Political commissar, who also recovered from the shock of the fact that the 3 of them had been living in the cowshed. Although he had never lived in a cowshed, he knew how bad the environment was there. It was cold in winter and hot in summer. It was not a place for people to live at all. Yunjiji was kicked out of the house by Qin Shiyu's parents just after she came out of confinement. The 3 of them were lucky, otherwise they would have. Comrade Yun, I actually have something to ask you. Your medical skills are so good. Do you want to work in the military hospital? If you are willing, I will help you apply. Yunjiji was a little surprised that political commissar who actually came to tell her all this. So he asked so many questions before and asked where she learned her medical skills. Did he want to recruit her into the military district medical room? Yunjiji's heart was moved. But she did not turn around immediately, but lowered her head as if she was considering political commissar whose proposal. She was really worried about work. After divorcing Qin Shiyu, she would definitely not return to Yunhe village, but if she wanted to stay in High City, she had to have a job so that she and her children could successfully settle down in High City. At the same time, after the divorce, she would have an obvious source of income, which would make it easier for her to smuggle things out of the space in the future. If she entered the Military District Health Center, it would be considered a public office. In addition to the monthly salary, she would also have fixed tickets, and even her children would be able to attend public schools in the future. This would naturally have many benefits for her. But Commissar Hu, I haven't received much education. I don't have a medical qualification certificate issued by a regular school. I don't even have a barefoot doctor's medical certificate, and I haven't received professional and systematic teaching in school. Are you sure I can enter the military district hospital? Yunjiji wanted to avoid some things that would happen in the future, in order to prevent someone from making a fuss about these things. Since she was going to enter the military district hospital, these things must not happen. She hated trouble. This is simple, but when you enter the hospital, there may be an assessment. As long as you can handle it, the medical qualification certificate is a small matter. Political commissar, who said immediately. After thinking seriously for a while, Yunjiji said, I want to try. Hu Jianjun heard this, and his face was happy. Okay, then I will arrange it and apply to your superiors for you. Thank you, political commissar, Hu. Yunjiji thanked him. After Hu Jianjun finished what he needed to do, He stood up and said, "The children and their wives are awake. You should go buy them some food. I have to go back to the army too. I'll take you there,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Then he looked at Yunjiji and the two children who had just woken up, who were still nestled in Yunjiji's arms. It was obvious that Yunjiji's sudden fainting yesterday had scared the children, and now they were obviously more dependent on Yunjiji. "I'll buy you some porridge. Can you have some steamed buns?" Because of what happened yesterday, Qin Shiyu still asked Yunjiji before buying food. He didn't dare to make a decision on his own. If he bought something that the three of them couldn't eat, it would be troublesome.
But
Qin Ying's wife, Yunjiji, was about to speak when she saw Lu Chuntao coming with a lunchbox in her hand. "Qin Ying's wife, you're awake. I brought breakfast for you three." Lu Chuntao hurriedly put the things on the table. Thinking of Yunjiji's sudden fainting last night, Lu Chuntao was really scared. Later, she learned that Yunjiji fainted because of her weak body. Lu Chuntao felt that Yunjiji must have fainted because of the treatment for Xiaoman, which made her feel even more guilty. So, she got up early in the morning and hurriedly prepared food. As soon as she came in, she heard Qin Shiyu's words. Lu Chuntao was relieved. Fortunately, she came in time. "Sister-in-law, you are too polite," Yunjiji said gratefully. "You are the lifesaver of our Xiaoman. I don't know how to thank you."
don't say that.
The breakfast brought by Lu Chuntao was very rich. She obviously took into account that Yunjiji and the two children were too thin, and their spleen and stomach must be weak. The breakfast scent was also easy to digest lean meat porridge, as well as egg custard and white flour buns. It can be seen that Lu Chuntao also spent a lot of thought on this breakfast and really wanted to thank her. "These are your two children, right? I don't even know their names yet?" Lu Chuntao asked. Hu Jianjun saw Lu Chuntao, so he patted Qin Shiyu on the shoulder, motioning him to follow him first. Qin Shiyu understood, looked at Lu Chuntao gratefully, and said, "Sister-in-law, thank you. Please accompany me. Gigi and the children. I'll send the political commissar out first. Qining, you go ahead, I'll take care of your wife." Lu Chuntao waved her hand, not caring. In their family compound, sometimes the men would go on missions and they had long been accustomed to everyone taking care of each other. What's more, Yunjiji was a great favor to their family. It wasn't a physical job to just accompany the three of them for a while. After Hu Zhenwei brought Qin Shiyu out of the ward, he did not leave the hospital immediately, but took Qin Shiyu to a secluded place. Hu Jianjun looked at Qin Shiyu and said, "What do you think about your wife and your children living in the cowshed for the past 2 years? I will find out what happened." Qin Shiyu's face darkened. He did not expect his parents to be so cruel. "Have you sent your allowance back in the past 3 years?" Hu Jianjun asked again. When they learned that the three of them had been living in the cowshed, it was a big shock to them. They also felt a little guilty. The soldiers were fighting on the front line, but they did not do a good job in the rear. Although they were unaware of it, but Qin Shiyu was urgently recalled by the army on the first day of his wedding, and they did not care about Yunjiji's situation afterwards. He always felt that their work in the rear was not done well enough. "I sent it. Every month, Shun Feng will help me send part of it back after collecting my allowance,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Hu Jianjun didn't say anything for a while, but walked back and forth there twice, and then said, "The allowance you sent back may not have been spent on your wife and children. Your parents can even kick people out of the house. I'm afraid that the money didn't go to her. Otherwise the mother and her 3 children would not be so hungry. Don't worry about this matter for now. I'll arrange someone to go to your hometown to check." After that, Hu Jianjun looked at Qin Shiyu with a serious face and asked, "Do you really want a divorce?"
"No.
Although I did get married because of some misunderstandings back then, I really didn't think about it." Qin Shiyu is not an irresponsible person. Even though it was a knot that Yunjiji climbed into his bed, he did slept with her and had 2 children at once. Whether it was out of responsibility or their 2 children, Qin Shiyu would never divorce. Hu Jianjun didn't speak immediately and said, "Have a good grasp of it. I left the person to you, but you still have to deal with the problems between the 2 of you by yourself, otherwise no one can help you." Qin Shiyu was a little surprised. "Political commissar, You let her go to the military district hospital? Hu Jianjun stared at him unhappily. Am I such an unreasonable person? If her medical skills are not good, can I say it? And she has to be assessed to enter the hospital. If she fails the assessment, she can't enter. Hu Jianjun was so angry that he cursed a few more times and then left angrily. Qin Shiu stood there for a while, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. When he thought that she and the child had been living in the cowshed for the past 2 years, he felt very uncomfortable. And this is because he didn't go back for 3 years, and his parents blamed all the faults on Yunjiji. Qin Shiu took a deep breath, stood there and blew the cold wind for a while, and after letting his mind clear up, he raised his feet and went back to the ward. Lu Chuntao and Yun Ziji were already relatively familiar with each other at this time, and she no longer called her Qinyink's wife as before, but directly and affectionately called her sister Ziji. Lu Chuntao was a few years older than Yun Ziji, so she could call her sister. Sister Ziji, you should have a good rest first, and I will bring food to you 3 at noon. Lu Chuntao said immediately after chatting with them for a while. Sister Chuntao, don't bother me so much. I will be discharged from the hospital and return to the family hospital in a while. Hearing Yun Ziji say that she wanted to go back to the hospital, Lu Chuntao was a little worried. After all, given Yun Ziji's current condition, could she be discharged? She was so thin, and her health must be very poor. Is it okay to go back to the hospital? Sister Chuntao, my condition requires recuperation. There is no point staying in the hospital. It will only take up resources. Go back and take care of yourself, and you'll be fine after some nourishment. Yun Ziji said with a smile. Lu Chuntao actually had a lot of questions to ask. Thinking about how Yun Ziji and the siblings Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were so thin, she guessed that they had been tortured by her in-laws when they were in the countryside. Otherwise, how could a healthy person be like this? But this was Yun Ziji's private matter, and Lu Chuntao was not very familiar with her, so it was natural that she didn't ask too much. Are you really okay? Lu Chuntao was still a little worried. It's okay, Sister Chuntao, you forgot? I'm a doctor myself. Yun Ziji said with a smile. Hearing Yun Ziji say this, Lu Chuntao thought so too. In her opinion, Yun Ziji's medical skills are better than those doctors in the hospital. Yun Ziji didn't have anything at first, so she got up and packed up simply. She didn't want to wait for Qin Shiu, but the ward had to be vacated. Lu Chuntao was worried about Xiaoman being alone at home, so she went back first. Also because Qin Shiu was still with her in the hospital, she had nothing to worry about. When Qin Shiu came back, he saw that she had gotten out of the bed. He frowned slightly and asked, "Why did you get off the bed?" "The doctor said that you need to take good care of your body." Yun Ziji couldn't understand Qin Shiu. His attitude was a little strange now. Didn't he dislike the original owner? What did her life or death have to do with him? But he was a little overly worried at the moment. Did he feel that he owed her and the 2 children because he learned that she and the 2 children were driven out of the house by his mother? I'm a doctor, and I can take care of myself. Please help me with the discharge procedures. Yun Ziji said. Qin Shiu thought about it seriously and knew that what she said was right. I'll do it. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Since Qin Shiu was there, she didn't care anymore. Yun Ziji and the children waited in the ward for a while, and Qin Shiu came back with the discharge certificate. Because they were not familiar with the military region, Yun Ziji and the 2 children still followed Qin Shiu. She also found that this man rarely spoke and almost never took the initiative to speak. Yun Ziji didn't want to pay attention to him. They were going to get divorced anyway, so there was nothing to say. However, thinking of what the man had said to Hu Jianjun before, Yun Ziji was also a little surprised. He didn't want to get divorced?
Mom.
After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yuan Yuan reached out and pulled Yun Ziji's sleeve, looking at her with a bitter face. What's wrong with the baby? She asked softly. Yuan Yuan lowered her head, feeling a little aggrieved, but too embarrassed to say it. Yun Ziji was stunned for a moment, then reacted, Baby, can't you walk anymore? Can Mom hold you? The military hospital is on the left side of the military headquarters, in the opposite direction of the family compound. It takes half an hour to walk from the family compound to the military hospital. Jiji and the others have been walking for more than 10 minutes, but they haven't arrived yet. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, the two little guys, are struggling now. But Tuan Tuan is a boy, and he knows that his mother is not feeling well, so he grits his teeth and insists. Yuan Yuan is heavy. Don't let mom hold you. Yuan Yuan shook her head immediately. Her mother is sick, and she can't be ignorant. Jiji looked at her thin body and rubbed her head with heartache. Mom is fine now. Yuan still shook her head and refused to let Jiji hold her. She rested for a while, and then she could walk again. Although Qin Shiyu was walking in front, he had been paying attention to the movements of the three of them and had come over. He didn't expect that the 2-year-old Yuan would be so sensible, but when he thought about the life of the three of them, Qin Shiyu felt bad. He was always stiff, and now he seemed to be afraid of scaring Yuan. He squatted down, softened his tone, and asked Yuan Dad, "Daddy, can you hold you?" The word dad seemed to swirl in his mouth, and then he could say it smoothly. At this time, Qin Shiyu felt very wonderful, especially when he knew that the thin child in front of him was his daughter. The subtle feeling was stronger than before. This was his daughter, Qin Shiyu's blood relative. Yuan looked at Qin Shiyu timidly and seemed uneasy standing there. Tuanchuan also stood in front of Yuan to protect her. Tuanchuan, Yuan, Mommy is not feeling well, and the doctor said that she cannot be exposed to the wind for too long outside, so can Daddy hold you? Qin Shiyu knew that they still rejected him, the father who had not appeared in their lives since the day they came into this world. And they had no contact with their family in the past few years, so those people in the village must have said a lot of unpleasant things. He himself grew up in Yunhe village and knew some people in Yunhe village too well. He stopped urging and looked at the two children expectantly. Yuan seemed to be struggling. Looking at Qin Shiyu's gentle expression and thinking of what he said about Mommy not being exposed to the wind, Yuan finally walked in front of him and put her thin arms on Qin Shiyu's shoulders, but the little guy was still a little scared. Qin Shiyu is a soldier after all. Because of ordinary people's training and fighting on the battlefield, he naturally has a bit of a murderous aura. Even though he has tried hard to make himself look gentler, his majestic aura still makes Yuan feel a little scared. Seeing that Yuan was scared and about to cry, Qin Shiyu retracted his arms and also hugged Tuan Tuan, who was standing there looking at his sister. The two little guys were still a little scared at first, perhaps because of the subtle relationship of kinship. From the initial fear, they also felt a little novel at this time. Jiji is only a little over 1.6 meters tall, but the man is nearly 1.9 meters tall. After the two children were picked up, they found that they could see very far, which they had never seen before. The excitement at this time finally suppressed the previous fear. Just like being held by Qin Shiyu, the little guy stared at Qin Shiyu curiously for a while, and then his eyes were attracted by the scenery around him. Jiji was also a little surprised. Yuan was about to cry before, but now she was extremely excited. This is probably the kind of kinship bond between father and daughter. As long as they cross this bond, they will soon be able to get close. Mom, baby can touch the tree. Yuan just touched the branch, and now excitedly shouted to Jiji. It's so hi Mom, baby also saw the bird's nest. Mom, there are baby birds in the bird's nest.
Mom.
The little girl was so excited that she kept telling Jiji everything she saw. She happily shared her happiness with Jiji, and she always responded to her words gently. Tuanchuan's temperament was not as lively as her sister. When he was picked up by Qin Shiyu, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he was also secretly looking at Qin Shiyu at this time. Seeing a very faint smile on his face, Tuanchuan thought he seemed to be very happy at this moment. The family walked to the family compound. Yesterday, the news that the new wife of Captain Qin saved Xiaoman who was sick had spread in the family compound. Jiji was obviously famous in the family compound. Now she returned to the family compound with Qin Shiyu, so everyone naturally knew her identity. Although they were a little surprised to see her, it was not like yesterday, when all kinds of unpleasant words kept coming out. No matter what era it is, people with ability can be looked up to. What's more, Jiji had just come to the family compound and had not offended anyone. After accepting the news that Qin Shiyu was married, everyone's mentality was much calmer. Even along the way, some people greeted Yunjiji. She responded one by one. Back at the family compound, Yuan and Tuanchuan reluctantly came down from Qin Shiyu's arms. Yuan was still excitedly pulling Tuanchuan, brother. The little guy was very excited, pulling Tuanchuan's hand, looking at him with bright eyes. Tuanchuan led his sister back to the house. Brother, does Dad like the baby? What the villagers say is fake, right? The little girl was shy. Such a young child couldn't hide his thoughts. Now that she was back in the house, she couldn't help but excitedly share her happiness with her brother. When Qin Shiyu heard this, he froze there. He turned his head to look at Yunjiji, opened his mouth, and asked, "Do the villagers speak rudely?" Yunjiji gave him a knowing look. After Qin Shiyu married the original owner, she completely lost her reputation in Yunhe village. In everyone's eyes, she was an evil woman who robbed her sister's marriage. And Qin Shiyu didn't go home, and everyone thought that he was dissatisfied with Yunjiji. Naturally, there would be no nice words for the two children she gave birth to. Qin Shiyu opened his mouth, looked at her apologetically, and said, "I'm not going home, nor am I not contacting you." Yunjiji raised her eyes and looked at him. The words that Qin Shiyu was about to say were inexplicably stuck in his throat. "It doesn't matter." She opened her lips lightly. Even if she was the original owner after experiencing life and death, she would not care about these things. Qin Shiyu's explanation was dispensable to her. Now she only hoped that their divorce application would be approved as soon as possible. "I'm sorry." Qin Shiyu knew that he was responsible for this matter. Seeing that she was not willing to talk to him, Qin Shiyu sighed lightly. "You go back to the room to rest. I'll go buy some vegetables and come back. Do you want to eat anything?" Qin Shiyu asked. He didn't know the tastes of the three of them and their physical conditions. In fact, Qin Shiyu didn't know which food was more suitable for them. Buy a small piece of lean meat and some noodles, salt, and vegetables. Yunjiji was not polite. "Okay." Qin Shiyu looked at her deeply and then raised his foot to leave the courtyard. Yunjiji looked at his back as he left and turned back to the house. Tuan and Yuan were excited, and they were still talking about Qin Shiyu holding them. The brother and sister were talking with great joy, and their little faces kept changing their expressions, and they were very happy. Yunjiji sat aside and watched quietly, looking at the two children with gentle eyes. So, good. She is also a person with children. Mom, when Yuan saw Yunjiji, she ran to her side, stretched out her hands to hug her legs, tilted her little head, and looked at Yunjiji with a smile. She stretched out her hand and rubbed her head gently. "Baby, are you happy today?" Yuan nodded vigorously and said in a baby voice, "Happy, Mom. Dad likes Yuan, right?" "Of course." After getting a positive answer, the little guy was even happier, smiling and narrowing his eyes into a crescent, very satisfied. The foundation of these two children is actually very good. If they were not too thin, they would definitely look like little fairy children, and they would be rare. The original owner's face actually looks exactly like hers. Almond eyes are bright, eyebrows are slender and curved, like two willow leaves, a straight nose, beautiful lines, and a slightly upturned nose tip. When she takes care of the original owner, she will definitely be a delicate little beauty, like in her previous life. Yuan looks like her, and has inherited her almond eyes and beautiful nose, while Tuanchuan looks like Qin Shiyu and has inherited his deep wolf eyes. What about Tuanchuan? Are you happy? Tuanchuan also inherited Qin Shiyu's temperament and looks very quiet and steady.
Happy.
He nodded. Is Mom happy? Tuanchuan looked at Yunjiji. Yunjiji was slightly stunned and then smiled. Of course I'm happy. Seeing the baby happy, Mom is happy too. Tuanchuan frowned, not quite understanding. Why would Mom be happy if he's happy? A small head, a big question mark. Yunjiji saw this and burst out laughing. Lao Kaiwenkia's little brat is so cute. Brother, can you play with your sister? Mom is going to wash the clothes we changed yesterday. Yunjiji said. The weather is good today, and the sun is shining. Okay, Tuanchuan responded obediently. Yunjiji couldn't help it and stretched out her hands to hug the little guy tightly and kissed each of them. Then, Yunjiji went to bring out the clothes that the two children had changed yesterday. However, just as she walked to the door, she saw Qinshu coming back. He was holding a bag of fujiang flour in his hand, which looked like it weighed more than 10 pounds, and in the other hand, he was holding some vegetables. He bought quite a lot. As soon as he entered the yard, his eyes met Yunjiji's, and they were both stunned. Qinshu saw her holding a wooden basin in her hand. After putting the things in the kitchen in 3 or 2 steps, he came to her side, took the wooden basin from her hand, and said, "Let me do it." "No need." Yunjiji tilted the wooden basin in her hand to one side. However, Qinshu did not listen to her and took the wooden basin away directly, saying, "The doctor said that you need to rest well in your condition, but I will still wash a few clothes." Seeing that he insisted, Yunjiji did not want to argue. In the wooden basin were Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan's clothes. As for her, she didn't have time to wash herself yesterday and she fainted and went to the hospital. He has done nothing since the birth of the two children, so it is not a big deal to wash clothes for the two children now. If he is willing to do it, then let him do it. Yunjiji had nothing to do, so she turned around and went to the main room. As soon as she walked in, she saw 5 open aluminum lunch boxes on the dining table, and the food inside was still the same as yesterday. So, Qinshu didn't even eat last night? After she fainted and went to the hospital, the man stayed with her in the hospital all night? Yunjiji looked outside and saw the man was drawing a bucket of water and pouring it into the wooden basin, and then picked up a small piece of clothing to wash. He looked serious and focused, as if he was doing something very important. She looked away, although she was a little surprised. Now she is still the man's nominal wife. Even if he doesn't like her, he has to consider his reputation. What's more, Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan can't leave her, and the two children are his seeds, so he has to keep them. Thinking of this, she felt at ease. She turned around and prepared to go to the backyard to check. There was no firewood in the yard. There was not enough firewood for cooking in noon. She had to go get some back. However, just as she walked to the door, she heard hiss. Yunjiji looked up in the direction of the sound and saw the clothes that were washed to pieces by the man. The clothes were split in half and pinched by his 2 big hands. The old and shriveled cotton inside was falling down piece by piece. The man stood there with an embarrassed look on his face, looking at Yunjiji innocently and without pity, and opened his mouth. I didn't use much force. He really didn't use much force, but the clothes were too old. The man lowered his eyes and looked at the 2 pieces of rags in his hands and felt a surge of sadness in his heart. What kind of life did his wife and children live? The 2 children's clothes had fewer patches, but there was almost no intact place on Yunjiji's clothes. Don't want these clothes. I have a few days off. I will borrow the army's car in the afternoon and take you 3 to buy some new ones. He should have done so long ago. Whatever you say. Yunjiji didn't expect him to bring it up himself, but the 2 children's clothes really couldn't be worn. The weather was getting colder now. It had just passed the beginning of winter, and it would get colder in the next few days. These clothes couldn't keep out the cold at all. In fact, even if Qinshu didn't say it, she would find a chance to smuggle some fabrics that were suitable for this era out of the space. She couldn't make clothes, but she could find someone who could make them and spend money to make a few sets of clothes for the 2 children. Qinshu didn't wash the 2 sets of clothes again and packed them up directly, ready to find a chance to take them out and throw them away. You came out? Qinshu thought of her just coming out, as if something happened. There's no firewood in the kitchen. I want to go to the back mountain to pick some. They haven't officially divorced yet, so they still have to eat this meal. I'll go. Qinshu was fine now, especially because he had just washed the clothes to pieces. He was still a little embarrassed, and now he just wanted to find a chance to go out and digest it quickly. We'll go too, Yunjiji said. You should have a good rest. He looked at her disapprovingly. When Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan saw that their parents were in the backyard, they also ran to the backyard. When they heard that Qinshu was going to the mountain to collect firewood, the 2 little ones looked at him with sparkling eyes. Dad, Yuanyuan's personality is relatively cheerful. After knowing that her father didn't dislike them, the little ones became much bolder. She likes tall fathers who can protect her mother. Qin Shiyu wanted to refuse again, but the words got stuck in his throat, especially when the two children looked at him expectantly, so he couldn't say no. Then you can just walk around the mountain, okay? The mother and three nodded in sync. Qin Shiyu didn't stop them anymore, but there was no axe or firewood tongs at home, so Qin Shiyu went to borrow them from his familiar comrades, locked the gate, and led the mother and three out together. The family compound is not far from the foot of the mountain, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. In the winter in the south, the mountains are still green. The leaves of maple trees, apricot trees, etc. have turned yellow, but most of the leaves are still green. The best wood for burning is pine and fir. Pine and fir contain pine resin and oil, and dry pine needles are also very easy to use as a burning point. Therefore, when people pick up firewood, the first choice is pine and fir, and there are quite a lot of pine and fir in Haishur. Now is the end of autumn, and some wild mushrooms can still be picked in the mountains. Although the variety is not as many as in Kaiyun or Heilongjiang province, there are still many brown mushrooms. However, Yunjiji and the others searched for a while and didn't find much. After all, in this era, if there are any wild vegetables, it is estimated that they have been picked up by everyone. However, as soon as she entered the outer periphery of the mountain, she felt the fluctuations of the wood spirit. Although there were not many, there were obviously more here than when she was in the family compound. However, Yunjiji didn't know whether the fluctuations of the wood spirit could be stronger in the inner periphery of the mountain. She didn't pick many wild vegetables, but the two little guys Yuanyuan and Tuanchuan picked a small handful of brown mushrooms and brought them back. And she also harvested a few herbs. Not a lot, but not nothing. Tuanchuan and sister are awesome. They picked so many mushrooms in a short time. Seeing the two little guys panting to find brown mushrooms, Yunjiji was not stingy with praise. Children in the countryside take charge of the family early, and these two children are no exception. They have started to help with housework early. In Yunha village, the mother and her three children also have to work to earn work points. Seeing that the team leader was like this, he assigned them the simplest work of picking pig grass. The two children were carried on her back since they were young, and later when they grew up and could run and jump, they would follow her to work. Mom, what are you doing? Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan looked at Yunjiji with some curiosity. At this moment, Yunjiji was standing there digging the soil on the ground with a branch she picked up nearby. The two little guys who were picking brown mushrooms there also gathered around curiously. Mom is digging this is yam, its root is delicious. Yunjiji smiled and explained that this is wild yam. If she hadn't recognized its vine, Yunjiji really wouldn't have found it. She saw that this wild yam was quite old, and there must be a long yam underneath. Mom, Yuanyuan, come and dig too. Tuanchuan helped too. The two little guys followed Yunjiji's example, picked up bamboo from the ground, and came over to dig the soil. When Qin Shiyu came back with firewood, he saw the three of them squatting in a circle digging the soil. When the mother and three heard Qin Shiyu's voice, they looked up at the same time and looked at Qin Shiyu. The mother and three had the same expression, which made Qin Shiyu stunned for a moment, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Dad. Yam Tuanchuan pointed to the small hole in front of him and said happily. Qin Shiyu was stunned for a moment, took a few steps forward, and saw the small pit between them. The man's mouth twitched. Wild yam grows in the soil. If it is deep, it can be more than 1 meter or even longer. If the three of them were to dig here with wood, how long would it take? Don't dig anymore. I'll carry the wood back first and borrow a to dig. Wait for me here. After saying that, Qin Shiyu quickly walked home with the wood on his back. It would take 20 minutes to go back and forth, but Qin Shiyu only took half the time to come back. When he came back, he saw that the three of them were still there, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let me do it. With the help of the man's strength, it didn't take long to dig out the wild yam buried deep in the ground. Although it was broken into several pieces, the yam was nearly 1 meter long. Yunjiji felt that it was purely their good luck that they could be forgotten by everyone. With Qin Shiyu around, she didn't need to work at all. He put the yam in a bamboo basket, carried it on his back, and led the three of them back together. Even when they were halfway there, they could still hold the two little ones in their left hand, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan in their right hand, and walk towards the family compound. After all the busy work in the morning, when they returned home, it was already lunchtime, and smoke had already been lit from many houses in the family compound. When they walked outside the small courtyard, they saw Lu Taochun holding a fish in her hand, standing outside the small courtyard, and was about to raise her hand to knock on the door. Sister Chuntao. Yunjiji spoke first. Lu Chuntao was stunned for a moment, and when she looked back and saw the family of four coming out, Lu Chuntao was also stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Are you going out?
Yeah.
There was no firewood at home, so I went to the mountains to pick some, and by the way, I saw if there were any wild vegetables. Yunjiji said truthfully. Hearing this, Lu Chuntao nodded in understanding, took 2 steps forward, and said, I'll get you a fish. Sister Chuntao, you are too polite. Yunjiji also saw the fish, which was very plump and looked like it weighed 2 or 3 pounds. This is free. My old one caught 6 or 7 of them when he went to the beach for training this morning. I'll bring one for you to try. Yunjiji was a little surprised. Sister Chuntao, there is a sea here? Lu Chuntao smiled and nodded. Yes, it's just behind the mountain where our family compound is located. It takes an hour to walk there. Knowing that it would take an hour to get there, Yunjiji would definitely not be able to go there with her 2 children. It would depend on whether she has the opportunity to go there alone later. Sister Chuntao, we can't take this fish. Take it back quickly. The breakfast they had today was sent by Lu Chuntao, so how could they take Lu Chuntao's fish again? Even if they picked up this fish, it would take effort to bring it all the way back. I picked it up, and it doesn't cost money to buy it. Many people in the compound have it. I'm not just giving it to you. Lu Chuntao stuffed the fish into her hand and said, Fish soup is good for your health. You and the 2 children need to take care of it. After that, Lu Chuntao ran back to her yard in 2 or 3 steps without waiting for Yunjiji's reaction. After closing the gate, she went into the house. Yunjiji looked at the fish in her hand, feeling helpless. Take it, we'll send some other Wangchung later. Qin Shiyu said when he saw her helpless look. Yunjiji thought that this was the only way to go. What should we do with these yams? I'll do it. After entering the yard, Qin Shiyu put the 2 children down and asked immediately, Wash them first. Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't say much and went to the backyard to deal with the yams. Yunjiji looked at the man's back, and after washing the hands of the 2 children, she let Tuanchuan take her sister to play, and she followed into the kitchen. Lu Chuntao sent a perch. The sides of the fish body were silvery white, and it looked very fresh. She put the fish in the vegetable basin and prepared to take it to the well to wash, but as soon as she put the vegetables to be washed in, a big hand stretched out. Let me do it. Yunjiji. Why is this man a little elusive? Seeing him taking the vegetables out to wash, she didn't stop him. Thinking about what to eat at noon, they had eaten rice porridge last night and in the morning. Although the softness of rice porridge is suitable for the current spleen and stomach of the 3 of them, drinking too much porridge will also affect gastrointestinal motility and increase gastric acid secretion, and even pose certain risks to blood sugar and insulin resistance. Soft food is not just porridge. Qin Shiyu bought white flour today. In this case, he will steam some steamed buns at noon and eat them with fish soup. It is also a rare delicacy. Thinking of this, Yunjiji did not waste time. She took a large bowl and poured 2 bowls of flour into it. She quickly got some yeast from the space and mixed it with the flour. In order to make the steamed buns taste better, she also added some sugar. As soon as she kneaded the dough into a ball, Qin Shiyu brought in the killed fish and washed vegetables. Seeing Yunjiji kneading the dough, she thought of her thin body, washed her hands and came back, saying, Let me knead the dough, I'm strong. Okay, you knead it more, I'll make the buns. The man was willing to help, so she didn't refuse. Besides, she wasn't going to eat this meal alone. Okay. The fish soup would take a while to stew, so while Qin Shiyu was kneading the dough, she went to light a fire. Today, she happened to dig up wild yam. So, she prepared to stew a pot of yam and sea bass soup and marinated the fish with juice and cooking wine. She went to the backyard and got a washed yam back, while Qin Shiyu was still kneading the dough. She looked at him with some surprise. She didn't expect this man to be so efficient at work. He had already washed the dirt off the yams in a short while after going to the backyard. She returned to the kitchen, peeled the yams, cut them into small pieces, and soaked them in clean water to prevent them from oxidizing and changing color. After preparing the scallion and other side dishes, she heated the pan with oil, added the slices and scallion slices and stir-fried them until fragrant, then slowly fried the fish until both sides were golden brown, added water and brought to a boil, simmered it on low heat for about 20 minutes, added the chopped yam, and continued to simmer for 15 to 20 minutes, and added salt to taste when it was almost ready. If there was pepper, the taste would be better, but the taste of pepper was too easy to taste, so she didn't put it in to avoid Qin Shiyu's suspicion. However, she still secretly added some spiritual spring water. While the fish soup was stewing, she was originally going to help make the steamed buns, but she saw that Qin Shiyu had already kneaded the dough into long strips and cut it into even-sized doughs. Put some water in the pot and boil it. There's no steamer at home, so I'll go to the next door to borrow it,
Qin Shiyu said. Yeah.
Qin Shiyu went directly to Lu Chuantao's house to borrow it. After the fish soup was ready, she fried some green vegetables and heated up the vegetables that Qin Shiyu didn't have time to eat last night. The weather is cold now, so the food won't go bad even if it's left overnight. When all the dishes were out of the pot and the steamed buns were ready, Yunjiji looked up and saw two little heads at the door of the kitchen, looking in, blinking their eyes and looking at her expectantly. Yunjiji even saw that the two little guys were still swallowing their saliva. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "Mom, the baby is hungry." Yuan was particularly honest. "Come and wash your hands with your brother, let's eat." As soon as she finished speaking, the two little guys ran into the kitchen, took a ladle and fetched some water from the water tank in the kitchen, and the two little guys washed their hands obediently and seriously. Yunjiji had already served a few steamed buns in a bowl. Seeing Qin Shiyu coming in, she handed the buns to him and said, "Send this bun to Sister Chuntao next door." "Okay, I'll go and take it. You guys eat first." Qin Shiyu went out again, but fortunately, Lu Chuantao's family was next door to them, so it didn't take much time. It's just that. Qin Shiyu took a bowl of steamed buns over, and when he came back, he brought a bowl of scallion pancakes. He stood there, feeling helpless. He even looked a bit like a child who had done something wrong, afraid that Yunjiji would blame him for taking Lu Chuantao's things again. "Come and eat," she sighed. After eating so much of Lu Chuantao's food, she would treat Xiaoman again after she attracted more wood spirits so that he would get better faster. Tuanchuan and Yuan were looking at Yunjiji expectantly at this moment, but their eyes would glance at the white and plump buns from time to time. Yunjiji laughed, gave each of them a steamed bun, and said with a smile, "Eat slowly. Be careful of the heat." "Thank you, Mom," the little guy thanked in a baby voice. "So good." When Yunjiji was about to take a bowl to serve each of them a bowl of fish soup, she saw that the man opposite had already served the fish soup and placed it in front of the two children. When she raised her head, a bowl of fish soup was also placed in front of her. Yunjiji's hand paused, stared at Qin Shiyu, lowered her head, and ate silently. Wuga time Yuan ate like a little hamster with a bulging mouth and her big eyes narrowed into crescents. Qin Shiyu looked at the little guy with gentle eyebrows and eyes, and sent a piece of fish meat with fish bones removed to Yuan's mouth. "Yuan, eat fish meat." Yuan raised her head, opened her mouth, and ate the fish meat with a wo. Qin Shiyu also fed Tuanchuan some fish meat. Yunjiji didn't say a word the whole time, and with the man in front of her taking care of the two children, she only had to take care of herself. At the same time, Yunjiji also thought of the conversation between Qin Shiyu and Hu Jianjun in the hospital. He said that he didn't want to get divorced. Seeing the happy look of the two children, Yunjiji swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, thinking that after the two children took a nap after dinner, she would talk to Qin Shiyu about their divorce. This was the first time that Qin Shiyu had eaten the food cooked by Yunjiji. Even if he wanted to eat it before, he didn't have the chance to eat it. He didn't expect Yunjiji's cooking skills to be so good. The yam and sea bass soup had delicious fish soup, and the yam was soft and sticky. As the fish soup and yam spread freely in the mouth, the warm soup slid down the throat, and a warm current slowly slid through every corner of the body. Drinking a bowl of delicious fish soup on such a winter day instantly drives away the coldness in the body. Although he needed the steamed buns, she made the dough. The steamed buns were fragrant, soft, and sweet. Compared with the steamed buns bought outside, this taste was really delicious. This steamed bun was different from the ones he usually ate. Qin Shiyu had eaten steamed buns made entirely of fine flour, but they were not as soft as those made by Yunjiji. She obviously added some sugar to it, which had a little sweet fragrance. Even the green vegetables were particularly refreshing. When Yunjiji looked up, she saw Qin Shiyu staring at her, which made her stunned for a moment, frowning slightly, and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me?"
No.
Yunjiji looked at the man in confusion, and then took a steamed bun and divided it into 2 halves and handed it to Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, saying softly, "Baby, eat this half, and don't eat it after drinking the fish soup. When the baby wakes up, Mom will give the baby a hot steamed bun, okay?" Yunjiji was a little worried that the 2 of them would not be able to control themselves if they ate something delicious. So, she could only coax them and let them eat small meals. But fortunately, the 2 children were still obedient. Okay, the 2 little guys responded obediently. Yuan rolled her eyes and picked up the dishes with chopsticks. The little guy was not very stable with the chopsticks, and the dishes he picked up always fell. After finally picking it up, it was also shaky, and when it was about to be put into Qin Shiyu's bowl, the food just fell directly on the table. Yuan looked at the food on the table, blinked, and then looked at Qin Shiyu eagerly. Her aggrieved little mouth was deflated, her eyes were wide open, tears kept rolling in her eye sockets, and 2 crystal beads were about to roll down at any time. Qin Shiyu's heart almost melted when he saw this scene. Without even thinking, he quickly picked up the food that fell on the table with chopsticks and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then he looked at Yuan gently, trying to make his voice sound gentler. "The food that Yuan picked up for Dad is so delicious. Thank you, Yuan." Sure enough, Yuan, who was about to cry, was stunned for a while at this time. Her originally dim eyes now flashed with a bright light, and her originally aggrieved little eyebrows also relaxed, looking at Qin Shiyu happily. Qin Shiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when he saw Yuan's expression that was about to cry, his heart was pulled with pain. He had never felt this way before, but now he knew that the bond between father and son was so obvious. Dad, this time. Yuan did not give up because of the first failure. This time, she walked directly to Qin Shiyu's side, picked up a piece of green vegetables with chopsticks, and sent it to Qin Shiyu's mouth. He was stunned at first, and then smiled and opened his mouth to take it. "Thank you, baby, it's delicious." Yunjiji didn't have too many thoughts about the interaction between them, and she would not stop them from getting close. She was already very lucky, otherwise she would not have had her own children in her previous life. These 2 children were like treasures given to her by God. She hoped that they could grow up in love, so she would not stop their relatives from loving them. She could see that Qin Shiyu was sincere to the 2 children, at least from some of his current actions. This meal was quite harmonious. Qin Shiyu had a big appetite. He ate a steamed bun and a big bowl of rice with the leftovers from last night. He also ate all the leftovers and even drank a big bowl of fish soup. After eating, he rushed to wash the dishes. Yunjiji took the 2 children for a walk in the yard to digest the food, while Qin Shiyu cleaned up the dining table and the kitchen. "I'm going to borrow a car from the army. You guys pack up, and I'll take you into the city," Qin Shiyu said, and went out. "Mom?" Yuan looked up at Yunjiji, blinking curiously. "Dad is going to take you to buy clothes." The 2 little guys had a little more spirit on their faces. Buy clothes? New clothes? The 2 little guys didn't remember whether they had worn new clothes. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Yunjiji sighed softly, distressed and sad. There was nothing to clean up for the two children, so Yun Jiji poured hot water to wash the two children's faces. Although the clothes on their bodies were worn out, they were clean and tidy. She herself had nothing to clean up, so she let the two children play outside and quickly entered the space to take a quick bath. When she got dressed and came out, a jeep was parked at the door. Tuanchuan was a boy, and his eyes sparkled when he saw the car, but he didn't dare to go forward. Qin Shiyu obviously noticed his son's joy, came to Tuanchuan and asked, "Tuanchuan, do you want to come closer to see?" Tuanchuan looked up at Qin Shiyu, with obvious desire in his eyes. Qin Shiyu understood, stretched out his hand and picked up the little guy, and waved to Yuan. The little guy immediately ran to Qin Shiyu's side happily and put his arms around Qin Shiyu's neck. Yun Jiji actually thought it was quite magical. Obviously, they didn't spend much time together, but the two children were obviously willing to get close to Qin Shiyu. This was only the first day, and their relationship was so close. She was inexplicably worried. Would the two children be sad after she and Qin Shiyu divorced? However, the marriage still needs to be divorced. At that time, she can ask Hu Jianjun if she can apply for a residence in the family compound if she enters the military hospital. In this way, if Tuanchuan wants to see Qin Shiyu later, they can meet at any time. Thinking of this, she didn't have any psychological pressure. Both children were riding in a military jeep for the first time, and they were extremely excited. But after all, they were only 2 years old. Qin Shiyu drove very steadily, but the two children were gently swaying in the car, and they fell asleep after a while. Qin Shiyu was driving and always paying attention to the movements behind him. Seeing that the two excited children had calmed down, he looked back and asked softly, "Are you asleep?"
Yeah.
"Asleep," she responded. "It will take another hour to get to the city. If you are tired, you can take a rest,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Yun Jiji just glanced at it and said, "Got it." Yun Jiji lowered her head to see the two children sleeping soundly, then raised her head to look at Qin Shiyu and said, "Let's talk later." Qin Shiyu frowned slightly. Although he was driving at a faster speed, he was obviously not as steady as before. He took a deep breath and said, "Got it." The following time, the car was quiet. Yun Jiji sat in the middle seat, with the two children resting on her arms, one on the left and one on the right. Perhaps because she was full, the car was shaking and she was really sleepy. She fell asleep unknowingly, but her sleep was not deep. She was worried about the two children, so she was also sleeping and waking up. The car drove into the city and drove directly to the department store. Qin Shiyu found a place to park the car and got out of the car. He was about to call Yun Jiji and the others to get up, but as soon as he opened the car door, he met Yun Jiji's eyes. She had just woken up, and there was still a trace of confusion in her eyes. "We re here," Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji looked around and saw that they had entered the city, so she responded. She woke up the two children softly. It takes an hour to drive into the city. At this time, the two children are also full of sleep, probably thinking about going to the city to visit the department store. The two children just hummed twice and opened their eyes. Mom, after Yuan woke up, she rubbed her little head against her chest and hugged Yun Jiji's neck to act coquettishly. Yun Jiji gently rubbed the little guy's head, so she didn't notice that Qin Shiyu turned his head away uncomfortably. "Baby, we re here. We're going to the department store." Yun Jiji smiled. Yuan's eyes sparkled when she heard it. Dad coming out of Yun Jiji's arms, Yuan reached out to hug Qin Shiyu's neck, and he took the little guy into his arms. "Let's go." Qin Shiyu originally wanted to hug Tuanchuan, but the little guy held Yun Jiji's hand and didn't mean to hug him. "Then tell Dad when Tuanchuan can't walk anymore,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Mom Tuanchuan looked at Yun Jiji. When Yun Jiji saw Tuanchuan's eyes, she was slightly stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "I want to." Tuanchuan was a little embarrassed. Me too, Yuan," and immediately shouted. Yun Jiji looked around. "There is a public toilet in front, let's go there." After Qin Shiyu locked the car, he led them to the public toilet. Public toilets now charge a fee, 1 cent per person. After Qin Shiyu paid, he took Tuanchuan to the men's toilet, while Yun Jiji took Yuan to the women's toilet. When they came out of the toilet, Yun Jiji saw Qin Shiyu leading to Anchuan standing not far away, and in front of Qin Shiyu stood a beautiful woman, who was shyly looking up and talking to Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji's expression was indifferent. This man was good-looking and tall, which was considered a rare beauty in this era. What's more, he had a straight figure and outstanding temperament. Probably because he had been in the army for many years, he looked very different from the country people. The woman didn't know what she was saying, and Qin Shiyu's eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, but there was no impatience on his face. Yun Jiji stood there and didn't move forward. She didn't feel anything about him standing with other women. Instead, Yuan, who was holding her hand, suddenly broke free of her hand. Before she could react, Yuan had already run towards Qin Shiyu. Dad, the little girl called out in a baby voice, and rushed to Qin Shiyu's side like a little firecracker and reached out to hug Qin Shiyu's legs. Qin Shiyu looked down and saw the little girl blinking her bright big eyes at him, and the expression on his face softened a lot. He reached out and took the little girl into his arms and asked, "Where's Mom?" Qin Shiyu looked in the direction she had just run to. Yun Jiji didn't want to go forward, but she could only raise her feet and walk forward. The woman standing in front of Qin Shiyu also came back to her senses from the shock just now and looked at Qin Shiyu. Her voice was stained with a hint of inexplicable emotion. "Captain Qin, when did you get married?" The woman seemed to be unable to accept this news, looking at Qin Shiyu in astonishment, with an ugly expression on her face. Just now when she saw Qin Shiyu holding a child, she just thought that Qin Shiyu was looking after the child for his comrades. After all, this was a public toilet. If his comrades went in to use the toilet and asked Qin Shiyu to look after their children, it was normal. It was not until this skinny little girl rushed in and hugged Qin Shiyu and called him Dad that she reacted. But she had never heard that Qin Shiyu was married. At this time, Yun Jiji had also walked to their side. "Jiji, this is Zhao Zhenju, the wife of Deputy Battalion Commander Li," Qin Shiyu introduced. Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows. Deputy Battalion Commander Li's wife? The way she looked at Qin Shiyu was as if she was looking at her own partner. This was interesting. She just stood by and watched for a long time. Zhao Zhenju looked at Qin Shiyu with fascination, and she could see it clearly. Zhao Zhenju was looking at Yun Jiji at this time. When she saw Yun Jiji's patched clothes, she was as skinny as the two children and looked old and ugly. When she stood with Qin Shiyu, they didn't match at all. The slight dissatisfaction in Zhao Zhenju's heart instantly dissipated a lot. Looking at the appearance of Yun Jiji and the two children, it can be seen that Qin Shiyu doesn't like this daughter-in-law at all. Otherwise, how could he be like this? "Hello." Yun Jiji greeted politely. Zhao Zhenju just glanced at Yun Jiji and said to Qin Shiyu, "Captain Qin, why are you in the city? Did you drive? Can I take your car back to the army later?" Zhao Zhenju came back from visiting relatives and planned to go shopping in the city, buy some things, and then go back to the family compound. Unexpectedly, she met Qin Shiyu when she came to the bathroom, and she immediately wanted to sit with Qin Shiyu. "Dad, Yuan is hungry." Yuan hugged Qin Shiyu's neck, and it was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional to act coquettishly. She didn't like the aunt in front of her. When her mother greeted her, she ignored her mother. This was impolite behavior. "Comrade Zhao, we don't have time to go home so early, and there is a bus to go home at 3 o'clock. You still have time to go now." Qin Shiyu refused. "To Anchuan, hold your mother's hand. Let's go buy clothes," Qin Shiyu said. "Mom, let's go to Anchuan." Immediately took Yun Jiji's hand. Qin Shiyu took them and left directly. Yun Jiji was too lazy to say hello to Zhao Zhenju again. Her previous upbringing prevented her from being rude, but since the other party had no quality, she would not pay attention. Zhao Zhenju didn't expect them to leave like this, and she was very unhappy. She rolled her eyes and chased after them in 3 or 2 steps. "Captain Qin, I'm also going to buy some things. You're going to the department store, right? Let's go together." Yun Jiji was too lazy to pay attention, and she also noticed that Qin Shiyu's face was not good, especially when he heard that she wanted to follow. His eyebrows were wrinkled. It was also the first time for Yun Jiji to visit a department store of this era. There were not many people inside. The counters were displayed on both sides. The clerk standing behind the counter was talking to the person next to him, and he was not very enthusiastic about the people who came in to buy things. Nowadays, having a job is a very respectable thing, and eating public meals, these people have the capital to be arrogant. Qin Shiyu directly led the mother and the two children to the ready-made clothes counter. "Comrade, please take down the 2 sets of children's clothes for us to see,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Seeing that Qin Shiyu was dressed decently, the salesperson did not say much and took down the hanging clothes. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju came up again and said, "Buying ready-made clothes is so expensive. If it were me, I would definitely buy some fabrics and make them myself." Then, she looked at Yunjiji and asked sister-in-law, "You don't know how to make clothes?" She looked at Yunjiji in disbelief, as if she was very surprised. The contempt in her eyes was more obvious than before. Yunjiji was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman was married, but she was still staring at Qin Shiyu. I really don't know whether to say that it was Qin Shiyu's blessing or Qin Shiyu's bad luck. My man loves me and can't bear to let me do it.
Could it be that?
Your man doesn't love you? Then you are really miserable. Yunjiji has never been a good-tempered person. Zhao Zhenju was so angry that she ran to her to show how capable she was. Qin Shiyu was happy to buy ready-made clothes, and it wasn't her Zhao Zhenju's money that was spent.
What did she mean by that?
Yunjiji was still clear. It was nothing more than to show that she was clever, thrifty, and a good daughter-in-law suitable for living. Pulling her down to show her ability, Yunjiji didn't indulge the other party at all. Qin Shiyu suddenly heard this and couldn't help but look at Yunjiji and saw the woman looking at Zhao Zhenju with mockery. "Baby, look at this. Do you like it?" Yunjiji obviously didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Zhenju. She had already picked up the clothes and showed them to Yuan Yuan and to Anchuan respectively. These were 2 sets of cotton clothes. One was a military green cotton coat with wide lapels, neatly fastened with dark buttons and large pockets on both sides. It felt quite soft. The other girl had a very common floral cotton jacket, with tiny flowers sprinkled on the delicate background, a round-all collar, and a circle of white cotton lace, which looked very beautiful. These 2 sets of cotton clothes were matched with black cotton pants. The 2 sets brought by the salesperson were slightly larger. After seeing them, Yunjiji was also very satisfied. "Comrade, how much are these cotton clothes?" Yunjiji was quite satisfied with the 2 sets of clothes. After all, clothes of this era looked like this. "Add cloth coupons for 8 yuan per set. Do you want them? In addition to this cotton padded jacket for my daughter, get another red one. Get another blue one for the boy. Get 2 pairs of shoes for both children, and 2 sets of sweaters and autumn clothes according to my children's sizes." Qin Shiyu looked at the teller and said, "Comrade, do you have enough cloth coupons?" The salesperson was a little worried.
"Yes," Qin Shiyu said.
The salesperson responded immediately. Soon, cotton padded jackets, sweaters, autumn clothes, and shoes were brought out from the warehouse according to Qin Shiyu as request. At this time, the salesperson's face was smiling like a flower, and he was so happy. "Comrade, all these will cost 115 yuan and 35 feet of cloth coupons." Qin Shiyu was not in a hurry, but looked at the women's clothing on the side. "Get 2 sets for my wife, including clothes, sweaters, and shoes." Zhao Zhenju didn't dare to say anything more after being contradicted by Yunjiji. When she heard Qin Shiyu say that he wanted to buy clothes for Yunjiji, Zhao Zhenju's face was so ugly. "Captain Qin, the money for buying a set of ready-made clothes is enough to buy a lot of fabrics. It's a good thing that you love your wife, but this is not the way to spend money for life." Zhao Zhenju couldn't help but remind her. Qin Shiyu couldn't help but frown, looked at Zhao Zhenju with a puzzled look, and asked, "Comrade Zhao, I don't need your consent to spend money on my wife, right?" Yunjiji raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Shiyu. When she saw Qin Shiyu's expression, she knew that Qin Shiyu really asked out the confusion in her heart and had no other intentions. However, after Qin Shiyu asked this, many people's eyes fell on Zhao Zhenju's face, looking at her and examining her. Who is this woman? A man is willing to spend money on his wife, So, is it a bother for her? This is probably because her man is reluctant to spend money on her, so she is jealous. Yun Jiji originally wanted to refuse, but when she saw Zhao Zhenju's unhappy look, she swallowed the words of refusal back. She would return the money for the clothes to Qin Xiu later. Anyway, she will be happy now. Comrade, take a look at these 2 sets of cotton clothes. Do you like them? The salesperson hurriedly brought over 2 sets of cotton clothes. He originally wanted to praise them, but when he saw Yun Jiji's skinny appearance, the salesperson swallowed the words of praise back. She really couldn't praise them. Thank you. These 2 sets are very good. Yun Jiji thanked him. The salesperson was a little surprised by Yun Jiji's politeness. He looked at her and the 2 children and thought that they must have lived in the countryside all the time. He also learned from Zhao Zhenju that the other party was a soldier and probably just came to join the army. It must be that the in-laws had tortured her too much, and the man was busy with military affairs in the army and often had to go on missions and couldn't take care of the family. But from now on, this man is a man who loves his wife. It's just that he didn't take care of the family before, which made his wife and children be tortured like this. I'll pack it for you right away. Zhao Zhenju was so angry. Qin Xiu was too generous. In the end, he paid a total of 180 yuan for 57 feet of cloth coupons. After the salesperson packed all the clothes, the whole bag of things still looked very scary. Mom, it's the baby's new clothes. Yuan looked at the big bag of clothes and said in a baby voice. Yun Jiji smiled softly. Yeah, Dad bought it. Yuan looked back at Qin Xiu and smiled sweetly. Thank you. Dad, you're welcome. Dad, buy more new clothes for Yuan and brother in the future, okay? Qin Xiu asked with a smile. And Mom, Yuan shook Yun Jiji's hand, looking so happy. Qin Xiu saw this and smiled, yes, and Mom. Yun Jiji looked up at Qin Xiu, a little surprised. To be honest, after spending a day together, this man is actually quite good. If they didn't get married for those reasons, and the original owner didn't starve to death because of his carelessness, this man would really be suitable for a lifetime. But he is like this now because he owes the original owner, so he treats them so intimately. In Yun Jiji's opinion, if this man does this, it's nothing more than wanting to make himself feel a little better. Dad, why is this ant following us? Yuan suddenly pointed at Zhao Zhenju and asked. Qin Xiu looked over and frowned. Comrade Zhao, do you have anything else to say? Captain Qin, I just want to go back to the family compound with you guys, don't I? Zhao Zhenju smiled like a flower. When she saw that Qin Xiu didn't look at her, she glared at Yuan fiercely. This girl, why are you so talkative? She is really as annoying as Yun Jiji. Comrade Zhao, if you don't dare to go alone, I can call Li Jiamin and ask him to pick you up. Qin Xiu didn't like being followed like this. Earlier, outside the public toilet, when Zhao Zhenju suddenly ran up, Qin Xiu didn't recognize who she was. It was after she said she was Li Jiamin's wife and mentioned some names of people he knew in the family compound that Qin Xiu remembered that he had seen her once before. However, he didn't expect that this person would follow them all the time. Qin Xiu's temper was not very good. Today was the first time he took Yun Jiji and the 2 children out to buy things. The other party following them like this had already caused trouble for them. Zhao Zhenju waved her hands quickly. No, since you haven't bought it yet, I'll go back by myself. After that, Zhao Zhenju glared at Yuan and again. Comrade Zhao, if you glare at my daughter again, I don't mind digging your eyeballs out. This time, Yun Jiji saw it clearly. She looked at Zhao Zhenju with an unhappy expression. Zhao Zhenju was also startled and took a step back. The momentum that just burst out from Yun Jiji made Zhao Zhenju very flustered. She couldn't understand why this ugly woman's momentum was so strong. Zhao Zhenju didn't look down on Yun Jiji at all. She was so ugly. Why did she marry such an excellent man like Qin Xiu? Qin Xiu was so willing to spend money on them. If she was the one who married Qin Xiu, Zhao Zhenju didn't dare to think about how happy she would be. It wouldn't be like now. Zhao Zhenju became more and more angry, but when she met Qin Xiu's cold eyes, Zhao Zhenju's heart trembled fiercely. How could she dare to stay any longer? After leaving a word, Zhao Zhenju turned and ran away. Before leaving the department store, she looked back and saw Qin Shiyu leading Yun Jiji and the others to the counter selling snowflake cream and asked for snowflake cream and baby cream. This made Zhao Zhenju's eyes red with jealousy. She gritted her teeth and left unwillingly. Qin Shiyu, you don't have to do this. Anyway, we're about to. Yun Jiji frowned and spoke after seeing him ask for snow cream and baby cream again. They are about to divorce, and she doesn't want to owe him too much. Previously, she did it to anger Zhao Zhenju, and she really had no clothes to wear, so she didn't stop Qin Shiyu. But now Zhao Zhenju has left. Even if he wants to establish his image as a good husband, there is no need. Qin Shiyu frowned and glanced at her, his face full of displeasure. After asking the salesperson to pack the things, he took the two children directly to buy some daily necessities, as well as milk powder and so on. After a while, the man was carrying large and small bags in his hands. And Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also had 2 more milk candies in their hands. It can be seen that the 2 little guys were very happy. They didn't expect that one day they would be able to eat milk candies. This is exclusive to them. Brother, Candy Yuan Yuan opened her big eyes and looked at the candy lying quietly in her palm in disbelief. This is her candy. Yes, it's my sister's. The 2 little guys walked in front hand in hand, very excited, with deep joy in their big eyes, and looked at the goods in the counter curiously from time to time. After shopping in the department store, Qin Shiyu seemed to have just bought everything and led them out of the department store. After putting the things in the car, Qin Shiyu looked at the time and said, "You wait for me in the car, I'll be back soon." After that, the man turned and ran. Mom, Candy Yuan Yuan spread out her little hands, looked at the candy in her palm, and blinked her eyes.
Eat it.
In this era, a piece of candy is extremely precious, and candy tickets are even harder to get. Moreover, no one is willing to spend almost the same money as buying food to buy some candy that doesn't fill you up. The 2 children had never eaten candy since they were young. Even the original owner probably seldom had a piece of candy. Her biased parents only had Yun Wanrong as their daughter. Mom, you're the first time Yuan Yuan carefully opened the candy wrapper and handed the candy to Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji's heart softened and she said softly, "Thank you, Yuan Yuan. Dad bought a lot of candy. Yuan Yuan have it." It was good that the children had this kind heart, but the 2 children had never eaten candy, so Yun Jiji would not fight with them for candy. Yuan Yuan looked at the milky white candy in her hand, her eyes sparkling. She took the candy and put it under her nose to smell it. A strong milk fragrance rushed into her nose, and the little guy squinted his eyes happily. She brought the candy to her mouth, stretched out her pink little tongue, and licked it gently. The sweet taste of the candy spread in her mouth, and the little guy's eyes seemed to be filled with stars. Then she looked at the candy in her hand with some entanglement and licked it again. The little face was full of satisfaction, and then she carefully wrapped the candy with candy paper so that she could have candy every day. Yun Jiji had been paying attention to her. When she saw the little girl's behavior, Yun Jiji felt sour in her heart. She reached out and touched her head and whispered, "Baby, the candy will melt after licking it." "Mom, baby wants to eat it tomorrow." Yuan Yuan looked reluctant. "Baby will have a lot of candy to eat in the future. You see, Dad bought a big bag today, so don't be reluctant to eat it. Wait until Mom passes the assessment of the health center. In the future, Mom will be a salaried person, and we can eat candy whenever we want." She didn't know if the child could understand, but she would not let the 2 children live such a hard life again. If the things in the space were not inappropriate and were taken out openly, the 2 children would not be wronged. "Really?" Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan looked at Yun Jiji expectantly. They were afraid of hunger. "Of course, Mom won't lie to you." She reached out and hugged the 2 children into her arms and whispered, "Our lives will get better and better in the future." Mom, the 2 little guys hugged Yun Jiji, and the mother and the 2 children were extremely intimate. Qin Shiyu saw this scene when he came back, and he didn't know what the mother and the 2 children had said during the time he was away. But at this time, he couldn't bear to destroy such warmth and tranquility, and even thought, how nice it would be if, in such warmth, There was his own figure. It's just. When he thought that Yun Jiji still wanted a divorce, Qin Shiyu felt a little depressed again. He really should have a good talk with Yun Jiji. After all, after they got married, it was indeed because of some of his reasons that Yun Jiji and the two children suffered so much grievance. When he went to the army to borrow a car at noon, Hu Jianjun said that he had sent people to Yunhe village to check the situation of the three of them in recent years. He believed that they would get the news soon. Qin Shiyu stood there for a while, then stepped forward to open the car door and got in. It was getting late, and they had to hurry back to the family compound. Dad, seeing Qin Shiyu get in the car, Yuanyu and called happily.
Hey.
Qin Shiyu responded softly, then handed a bag to Yun Jiji and said, I bought you some food to fill your stomach. It will take another hour to get back to the family compound. He still remembered that when they were having lunch, Yun Jiji said that the two children needed to eat something in between. She looked at the bag of egg cakes and military water bottles handed over by the man. I filled some hot water, you guys drink some too. Yun Jiji looked up at the man and said, You want to eat something too? Qin Shiyu was a little surprised. When he heard her words, his expression softened at this time. With a faint smile on his face, he said, I just ate one, you sit tight, we. The man paused, with a smile on the corner of his lips. Go home. Yun Jiji looked up at the man inexplicably, seeing that he was inexplicably happy, and didn't know what this man was happy about. But her eyes were soon attracted by the two children. They ate the soft and fragrant egg cakes, and their faces were full of happiness and satisfaction. You don't know how much the wife of Captain Qin is a spendthrift, whose good family bought several sets of ready-made clothes. She spent Captain Qin's allowance for several months in one day. How could Captain Qin marry such a spendthrift woman? Zhao Zhenju returned to the family compound with a rage. She had clearly seen Qin Shiyu driving the army car to the city. So what if he gave her a ride? In the end, he had to make her squeeze into a bus with those smelly and disgusting country people. The bus smelled all kinds of things. The more Zhao Zhenju thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She also hated that ugly woman Yun Jiji even more. After sitting at home for a while, Zhao Zhenju went directly to sit under the locust tree, where most people usually gathered in the compound. Zhao Zhenju, didn't you go home to visit your relatives? How did you know that Battalion Commander Qin took his wife and children to buy clothes? After hearing what Zhao Zhenju said, someone immediately asked curiously. They saw Qin Shiyu taking Yun Jiji and her son out at noon, but they were not familiar with Yun Jiji, so no one knew where they went.
Of course I saw it.
They were buying clothes when I passed by the department store. 180 yuan. They spent 180 yuan in one go. What else can she be, if not a spendthrift woman? Zhao Zhenju felt more and more uncomfortable the more she thought about it. Why wasn't Qin Shiyu her man? Later, she even asked Captain Qin to buy her some vanishing cream. It would be a waste to put vanishing cream on her face. Zhao Zhenju, you're jealous, right? Captain Qin is happy to buy things for his wife and children. What's wrong with you? Lu Chuntao heard Zhao Zhenju's words when she passed by and immediately questioned. Although she didn't have much contact with Yun Jiji, she didn't think Yun Jiji was a spendthrift. Qin Shiyu must have loved his wife and children and the clothes of the three of them, so he took them to buy clothes. Believe it or not, Captain Qin and the others will come back later. You can see for yourself. They had to carry the big and small bags home. Everyone was also curious whether Qin Shiyu really bought so many things with his wife and children. As they were chatting, they saw a military vehicle driving into the family compound. Wasn't it Qin Shiyu who was driving the car? Let's go and take a look. Someone who was curious said immediately, and then walked towards Yun Jiji's home.
But
after walking for a while, Zhao Zhenju's brows became more and more furrowed, almost enough to pinch a fly to death. Where do they live? Zhao Zhenju asked. You don't know. Qining and his family are your neighbors. Zhao Zhenju frowned. There were people living in the two courtyards on her left and right, and there was no empty courtyard there. How come Qin Shiyu and his family became her neighbors? You don't know, Lu Tuan was injured and retired, so the courtyard where he originally lived was vacant, and now Qining and his family live there. When Zhao Zhenju heard the news, Her face became uglier than before. When everyone saw Qin Shiyu and his family get off the car, they saw Qin Shiyu carrying large and small bags of things out of the car. "Captain Qin, are you going out to buy things? What did you buy?" Although she heard what Zhao Zhenju said, there was still a nosy old lady asking. "We just moved in, there is nothing at home, so we bought some necessities." Qin Shiyu didn't say anything, and he opened the gate and walked in directly. Everyone thought so too. They just moved in, there must be nothing at home, and they should really buy some things. Yun Jiji also led the children out of the car, glanced at the people watching the excitement, just nodded slightly, and led the children to the yard. Zhao Zhenju saw this and immediately said, "Qin Ying's wife, you bought so many clothes today. Why don't you wear them? Go in and find Dad." Yun Jiji paused, lowered her head and said softly to the two children. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan responded obediently, and then ran to the yard. Yun Jiji then stood up, turned around and looked at Zhao Zhenju. She glanced at everyone present and had a vague idea in her heart. She looked straight at Zhao Zhenju, crossed her arms, and said with a smile, "Zhao Zhenju, Deputy Battalion Commander Li is not reluctant to spend money on you, so you are so envious of my man buying things for us mother and son. If Deputy Battalion Commander Li is really like this, then you have to go to the army leader. Don't let yourself down." Zhao Zhenju was so angry that she almost jumped up, and Yun Jiji had already turned and entered the yard. "Wife, change the clothes for Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. The cold air is coming, and their clothes are too torn to keep out the cold." Qin Shiyu's voice came from the courtyard. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Zhao Zhenju. "Zhao Zhenju, if Deputy Battalion Commander Li is really not good to you, you can't hide it from him. That's right, if you are embarrassed to say it, I will help you talk to the political commissar and let the political commissar do some ideological work on your man." Lu Chuntao was in such a good mood at the moment. She was originally worried that Yun Jiji had just arrived and did not dare to conflict with Zhao Zhenju and the others. Who could have thought that Yun Jiji would not indulge Zhao Zhenju at all? Zhao Zhenju made up a sour story about Yun Jiji. Wasn't it just because Li Jiamin didn't buy her new clothes? It's none of your business. Zhao Zhenju cursed angrily. She wanted to see how long Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji could live with such spending. After a while, Qin Shiyu would naturally find out that he had to find a wife who knew how to be frugal. As for Yun Jiji, she was not a suitable person to live with. He would regret it sooner or later. As soon as Zhao Zhenju left, everyone dispersed. Many people thought that they would have to avoid Zhao Zhenju when adding something to the family in the future. If Zhao Zhenju saw it, they might become prodigal women. Tonight, heat up the fish soup that was not finished at noon and steam the buns to eat. What do you think? Qin Shiyu packed up the things and put them in the place where they should be put. Then he looked at Yun Jiji and asked. Okay. She had no objection. After all, there were still so many buns. Although the weather was cold now, they would not last long. "I'll go to heat up the dishes, and you play with the children." Qin Shiyu went to the kitchen by himself. Yun Jiji looked at the things on the table and found 2 bags of things on one side. She was slightly stunned. It was rapeseed. Is this man really not going to divorce? "Baby, you two play here. It's cold outside. Mom will help heat up the dishes," Yun Jiji said. Okay. Mom, seeing the 2 children agree obediently, Yun Jiji went to the kitchen to help. Qin Shiyu had just started the fire when he saw Yun Jiji coming in. At the same time, he also closed the kitchen door. Qin Shiyu frowned when he saw this. "Have you filed for divorce?" Yun Jiji got straight to the point. Qin Shiyu knew she was going to say this. He paused in adding firewood to the stove. After putting the firewood in his hand, he looked up at Yun Jiji and said directly, "I don't want a divorce." Yun Jiji frowned. He didn't expect him to be so straightforward and didn't hide his thoughts. He thought Yun Jiji was playing hard to get before, but from her attitude towards him, Qin Shiyu could be sure that Yun Jiji really wanted a divorce no matter how stupid he was. She was not kidding. "But I don't want to live with you anymore, Qin Shiyu. If you don't file for divorce, I can still go to political commissar who to file. Let's part ways in peace. It's pointless to drag it out like this." She paused and said, I'll pay you back the money for buying clothes today later. Her serious look made him more certain that she really wanted a divorce. She must have suffered a lot of grievances over the years. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so tough. Even if Qin Shiyu didn't know clearly, he knew that divorce at this time was much more difficult for a woman than for men, and would be considered not a glorious thing. She must have suffered a great injustice. I didn't mean to stay away from home for the past 3 years.
I have been carrying out a secret mission.
I returned to the military district and you came to the army at the same time. I didn't want to go home because I married you. Qin Shiyu still said what he should have explained long ago. The misunderstanding between them was deep. If they didn't make it clear, their marriage would really not go on. He admitted that he didn't have deep feelings for Yunjiji, but if he married her, she would be his responsibility. She even risked her life to give birth to 2 children for him. Even for the sake of the 2 children, he would not divorce. What he wanted was to treat the 3 of them well in the future and make up for his debts over the years. Your absence for 3 years is just one of the reasons, but not all. That time was an accident, so you had no choice but to marry me. I know you are not happy with this marriage, and your parents also chose Yunwanrong. Since both families are not happy with this marriage, there is no need to force it together. We are divorced, and it is your business who you want to marry in the future. You just need to fulfill your responsibilities for Tuanshu and Yuanyuan, and I will take good care of them and raise them into adults. Yunjiji said. No matter what the reason, the original owner is dead. Qin Shiyu is a soldier, and there are many things he cannot help. She can understand, but who can understand the original owner? It is true that he was urgently recalled to the army, but when he went out, did he really not even have time to say to his parents, "Take good care of my wife"? If there was such a sentence, Qin Shiyu's parents would more or less feel that he cared about his wife a little bit. But he didn't. Even if he really didn't have time at that time, he couldn't bother his comrades before leaving to send a message to Yunhe village to let them know that he was going on a mission and his return date was uncertain. He wouldn't let the original owner suffer so much grievance, and wouldn't let the 2 children suffer so much grievance. Yunjiji can respect his profession, but she is not the original owner, and she can't forgive Qin Shiyu on behalf of the original owner. She wants the child, but she doesn't want this man. I'm sorry. Qin Shiyu never thought he was right, and his neglect was the biggest reason. Yunjiji chuckled. You don't have to apologize to me. I don't forgive. Divorce, let me go, and let you go. After that, Yunjiji stopped talking. Qin Shiyu looked up at Yunjiji and saw that her face was indifferent. The fire in the stove was burning very vigorously, the fish soup in the pot was boiling, and the steamed buns were steamed. Yunjiji directly took the bowl to pick up the steamed buns and took them to the main room. When she went back to take the fish soup, Qin Shiyu had already brought out the fish soup. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan came happily, but when they saw Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji, they could clearly feel that the atmosphere between them had become a little different. Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, Mommy will take you to wash your hands and eat. Yunjiji put away the emotions in her heart and looked at the 2 children with soft eyes. Qin Shiyu's eyes kept looking back and forth between them, with his brows furrowed. After Yunjiji came back with the 2 children after washing, she saw Qin Shiyu's furrowed brows. She served the 2 children fish soup, explained a few words, and then lowered her head to eat. I'm going out for a while. Qin Shiyu didn't eat and stood up straight. Dad? Yuan Yuan called out. Yuan Yuan, be good, Dad will be back soon. After that, Qin Shiyu quickly left the yard. Yunjiji's hands only paused slightly and then continued to eat. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked at each other. The 2 little guys clearly felt that the atmosphere between them had become strange. Mom Yuan Yuan tugged at Yunjiji's clothes in fear. It's okay. Dad has something to do in the army, let's eat. Yunjiji soothed him softly for a few words, and seeing that the little guy was still scared, she sighed softly. I think it's necessary to tell the 2 children that I want Qin Shiyu to divorce. After all, the 2 children will know sooner or later. Tuanshuan, Yuan Yuan, Dad and Mom will separate. Is it okay for Tuanshuan and Yuan Yuan to live with Mom in the future? But if you want to see Dad, you can see Dad at any time. Mom won't stop you, but Dad and Mom won't live together anymore. Yun Jiji said softly. Mom is going to divorce Dad? Tuan Chuan asked. He knew what divorce was, that is, Dad would marry another aunt in the future and have a baby with another aunt. Yun Jiji nodded gently. Dad and Mom are going to divorce, for some reasons. But no matter whether it is Dad or Mom, they all love you the most. The two little guys lowered their heads and said nothing. Yun Jiji felt a little heavy. She didn't care what Qin Shiu thought, but she still cared about the feelings of the two children. She was also afraid that the two children would be hurt. If a couple divorces, the children will be the most sad. Yun Jiji knew this very well, but it would be better to end it early than to live a life of compromise. If you two want to follow Dad, that's fine. Yun Jiji said carefully. Yuan suddenly cried out, wow. Woo-woo. Mom. Yuan wants Mom. Dad is bad. Don't want Dad. Woo-woo. Yun Jiji was startled and quickly reached out to hold Yuan in her arms and coaxed her softly. After a long time, Yuan stopped crying, but just huddled in Yun Jiji's arms, sobbing and groaning pitifully. Tuan follows Mom, not Dad. Tuan had some memories. He remembered that his mother was not full and woke up in the middle of the night to eat grass to fill her stomach. He remembered that time he called his mother to wake up, but he couldn't wake her up after calling for a long time. Tuan was scared. He only wanted his mother. Since they were born, their father did not exist. When other children were bullied, they had their fathers to protect them, but they did not. It was always their mother who protected them, and there were times when their mother was beaten for protecting them. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, and aunts all disliked them. Only their mother loved them the most. So, they only wanted their mother. Although, when they were with their father today, they also felt their father's love for them. But they wanted to make their mother happy, and did not want their mother to be sad. Yun Jiji hugged the two children and comforted them softly. There are many things in this world that are difficult to have both, and she hoped that Tuan and Yuan could live and grow up in love. From this day's interaction, she could see that Qin Shiu was a good father, but this did not prevent him from being a good husband. After Yun Jiji coaxed the two children, she put Yuan down, wrung out a towel to wash Yuan's tearful face, and then took the two children to dinner. As for Qin Shiu, she decided to keep it warm in the pot as a token of gratitude for his care for her today. Why are you here at this time of day? Hu Jianjun was a little curious when he saw Qin Shiu coming over at mealtime. Looking at Qin Shiu's face, Hu Jianjun almost guessed it. The young couple was probably talking about divorce again. Qin Shiu sat down directly in front of Hu Jianjun, raised his head and looked at Hu Jianjun. She still wants to divorce me. Thinking of her decisive attitude, Qin Shiu was very depressed at the moment. But he also knew that she had suffered a lot and suffered a lot of grievances over the years. Both the two children and she were so thin, and even over the years, she and the children had been living in the cowshed. A woman with two children. She had to go to work to earn work points and raise two children. He was not a young master who had never touched the house. He grew up in Yunhe village since he was a child. There were many women who went to work with their babies on their backs as soon as they left the confinement period in order to earn an extra work point. The child fell asleep and was thrown directly next to the haystack. Maybe the family could help take a look. Yun Jiji was raising two children by herself, earning work points and taking care of them at the same time. Based on his understanding of his mother, he knew that when Yun Jiji and her two children were driven out, she was probably not given anything more than her tattered clothes. He couldn't even imagine how she had survived the past 2 years. What about you? Hu Jianjun asked. Of course, I don't want to get divorced. Qin Shiu said truthfully. Xiao Qin is here. When Hu Jianjun's wife Zheng Guizhi came in from outside, seeing Qin Shiu at their house at this time, Zheng Guizhi was also stunned. Auntie, Qin Shiu greeted. Zheng Guizhi saw that his face was not right and was a little confused. What's wrong? You are not at home with your wife and children at this time. Why do you look like that? Did you have a fight? Zheng Guizhi is an experienced person after all. Yesterday, Hu Jianjun came back and told her about Qin Shiu and Yun Jiji and asked her to go and do some ideological work on Yun Jiji sometimes. She didn't have time to go today, and then she learned that the couple had taken their children to the city, so Zheng Guizhi hadn't gone yet. Why else? His wife still wants to divorce him, Hu Jianjun said helplessly. He could see that Yun Jiji was a woman with her own opinions, and the grievances she had suffered over the years had crushed her. Think about a woman living in the countryside, with her children kicked out of the house, not having enough to eat or warm clothes, and Qin Shiyu hadn't been home for 3 years. The pressure she was under was enough to imagine. They didn't know what Yun Jiji had experienced, so now the marriage had to be divorced. But she was definitely wronged. If you don't want a divorce, why don't you tell her? I told her. Forget it, the two of us will go with you and give her the assessment form of your wife's health center. Hu Jianjun sighed and glanced at his wife. They both sighed, got up, and walked out together. They went straight to Qin Shiyu's house. After Zhao Zhenju finished her meal, she stood in the yard. She had heard the little girl crying in the house before, and she was shouting that her father was bad, and she didn't want her father. Zhao Zhenju was very curious. Seeing the political commissar coming with his wife and Qin Shiyu, she guessed that Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji must have had a quarrel. Aunt Zheng, what's the matter? Zhao Zhenju asked curiously. Zhenju is back, Zheng Guizhi asked lightly, as a greeting. Zhao Zhenju smiled and said, well, I just came back in the afternoon. Zhao Zhenju had already come out of her yard, came to Zheng Guizhi intimately, put her arm around Zheng Guizhi's arm. Aunt, what are you doing? I just heard Captain Qin's daughter crying. She was crying so sadly, and she was yelling that her father was bad, and she didn't want him anymore. I thought Captain Qin was at home. Zhao Zhenju secretly looked at Qin Shiyu. She had her own intentions when she said that. She wanted to let Qin Shiyu know that Yun Ziji had been instilling some bad words in the children behind his back, making the two children hate Qin Shiyu. As a result, Qin Shiyu didn't mean to be angry at all. Instead, he frowned and looked self-blaming.
No, what's going on?
Yun Jiji instigated the two children to have opinions about him behind Qin Shiyu's back. How come Qin Shiyu is not angry at all? Comrade Zhao, do you have something to do? Qin Shiyu asked in a deep voice when he saw her following them into the house. Zhao Zhenju paused and smiled embarrassedly. Captain Qin, you and your wife must have some conflicts. I can also help persuade my sister-in-law, don't you think? No matter what, she had to follow them in to see what happened between them. If they really didn't get along, she would find a chance to stir up trouble, preferably to make Yun Jiji make a mistake. Then the organization would definitely ask them to divorce. Comrade Zhao, if you're fine, go back. Hu Jianjun frowned and looked at Zhao Zhenju with an unhappy expression. They knew that Zhao Zhenju was not a good-tempered person. Seeing that Hu Jianjun had spoken, Zhao Zhenju didn't dare to follow them in at this moment. She could only laugh dryly and leave. After they entered the house, Zhao Zhenju was still there, peeking inside. Comrade Yun Jiji had just finished washing the dishes, and when she came out and saw Qin Shiyu, political commissar Hu, and a strange woman coming in, her brows wrinkled slightly. Apart from anything else, that woman looked like a leader. Was she here to do ideological work on her? Political commissar Hu, why are you here? And who is this? Yun Jiji restrained her expression and asked curiously. Comrade Yun, I'm Zheng Guizhi, Lao Hu's wife. I heard Lao Hu mention you yesterday. He said he was here to give you the registration form for the health assessment, so I followed him to recognize your face. Zheng Guizhi came to her side with a gentle smile, took Yun Jiji's hand, looked at her thin appearance, and felt distressed. Oh, why are you so thin? You must take good care of yourself. Political commissar Hu, Auntie, please sit down. I'll go get you a glass of water. When Yun Jiji learned that it was to deliver the health center's assessment form, she was slightly stunned, and then her face lit up with joy. Unexpectedly, there was news in the afternoon about the matter that was mentioned in the morning, which made Yun Jiji relieved. She was originally worried that after she and Qin Shiyu divorced, she and her children would have no place to live, but if she could secure a job, at least she and her children would have no problem settling down. No need to be so troublesome, Zheng Guizhi said. Yun Jiji went to bring them 2 bowls of hot water and then sat down on the side. This is the application form for the assessment. Please fill in your name and information. Hu Jianjun handed the form directly to Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji hurriedly took it with both hands, but when she thought that she didn't have a pen, she looked at Hu Jianjun with some distress. Political commissar, can I borrow your pen? Hu Jianjun handed the pen directly to Yun Jiji. She came to the side with the pen, looked at the form, and began to fill in her information. When she saw the marital status above, thinking that she and Qin Xiu had not divorced yet, she still filled in married. After filling in the above information carefully, she handed the form to Hu Jianjun, and then said, "The political commissar came here not only to deliver the form, but also to tell you about the divorce between Qin Xiu and me." Hu Jianjun sighed. That's true. He did not deny it. Political commissar, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Divorce is my decision after repeated consideration. I will not change it. Yun Jiji said truthfully. Hu Jianjun sighed. Her words blocked all the words they wanted to persuade. Seeing her attitude was so decisive, Hu Jianjun did not expect it. He was even more curious about how much grievances Yun Jiji had suffered in the village in the past 3 years. Comrade Yun, can you tell us about what you have done in the village in the past 3 years? Zhang Guizhi was also distressed when she saw the appearance and condition of the 3 of them. The 2 children were skinny, with sallow complexions and hair like weeds. They were severely malnourished. Although there was indeed a shortage of food in those days, it was not enough to make people starve to this extent. They looked like they were relying on a bite of food to hold on. If their lives were not strong enough, they would have died long ago. What does Aunt want to hear? Yun Jiji asked. I know why you 2 got married, so let's talk about what happened after you 2 got married, and he left Yuna village. Zhang Guizhi thought for a while. If their union was not glorious, there was no need for her to bring it up again and again. Does it mean that my parents thought I stole my sister's marriage and cut off my relationship with me? Or does it mean that after I married into their family, I was treated like a cow and a horse with a big belly? Or did I sleep in the woodshed after giving birth to 2 Anchuan Yuan? Eat an extra bite of rice? Be scolded and beaten? Or did it mean that Yuezi drove us 3 children out of the house? If it wasn't for the team leader who felt sorry for us and gave us a cowshed in the village to temporarily shelter us 3 children from the wind and rain, we would not know whether we 3 children would still be able to live like this. Yun Jiji's tone was full of sarcasm. Don't they want to hear and know? Then he would let them know what kind of life they, the mother and the 3 of them, lived. Who understands their suffering? What is their position when they persuaded her not to divorce? Why do they think she should bear all this? Qin Xiu stood aside. When he heard her say all this in a calm tone, he clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into the rough flesh, and he didn't feel any pain. She only used a few words to summarize that year. If she really wanted to elaborate on what happened that year, I'm afraid it would take days and nights to finish. And this was just that year when she was still pregnant. And who can understand the pain and suffering she and her child have endured in the 2 years since they were driven out? Qin Xiu lowered his head. If he were Yun Jiji, he would also want a divorce. Zhang Guizhi and Hu Jianjun were silent. The words he wanted to persuade were swallowed back when they came to his lips. How to persuade? How to persuade? Persuade her to understand that it is not easy for a soldier? Persuade her to respect Qin Xiu's profession? Persuade her to forgive what his parents did. Then who will make up for the grievances and pain she has endured? I will apply for a divorce tomorrow. Qin Xiu lowered his head and finally let go of all his strength. Thank you. Qin Xiu's staggering steps paused, and he fled in a panic. Hu Jianjun and Zhang Guizhi looked at each other. I'll go see him. Perhaps none of them expected that Yun Jiji had to endure so much pain with 2 children. Zhang Guizhi took Yun Jiji's hand. It's really hard for you and the children. Auntie, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Yun Jiji said. Zhang Guizhi shook her head gently and asked, what are your plans after you 2 divorce? Go back to Yuna village? For her, that place probably has nothing except the painful past. And if she can enter the military hospital, it will be a good thing. Yunjiji took a deep breath and said, "Aunt, if I pass the exam and get into the military hospital, can I be assigned a dormitory?" "Yes." Zhang Guizhi nodded, as if she thought of something, but the dormitories in the military hospital have at least 2 rooms. If you bring your child with you, I'm afraid those people will not be happy. No matter how well-behaved the child is, and no matter how noisy he is at night, he is still 2 living people. It is impossible to ignore them and pretend they don't exist. Therefore, Zhang Guizhi was also a little worried that it would be inconvenient for them to move in at that time. There is a village outside the military district, right? Can the houses in the village be rented out? Yunjiji asked.
Too far, she said.
Yunjiji frowned. She couldn't live in the dormitory, and she certainly couldn't live in the family compound. Is there no way? You can discuss this with Qin Shiyu. If it works, you can divorce first without separating. Don't you have 2 rooms? You have to let the child have a place to live first, don't you think? Zhang Guizhi thought about it, and now there is only one way. The corners of Yunjiji's mouth twitched twice. Divorce without separation? Qin Shiyu probably wants to be arrested as a gangster. Yunjiji had no other choice at this time, and it was not good for Zhang Guizhi to help her find a solution here. Zhang Guizhi sighed. "I'll go back first. You and the child take good care of them." She thought she could still persuade her, but after knowing the grievances Yunjiji had suffered, who could persuade her? "Auntie." Seeing that she was about to leave, Yunjiji called out. "What's wrong? Annie, have you not slept well recently? You wake up easily at night, your mouth tastes bitter when you get up early, and you're prone to dry mouth and tongue during the day?" Yunjiji just took a look at Zhang Guizhi's complexion and saw that she seemed to be in a bad mood. As a doctor, she habitually asked out loud. Zhang Guizhi was stunned for a moment and then sat back down. "It's true. Sometimes I feel that I have slept well at night, but I still feel sleepy during the day. I drink a lot of water during the day, but it doesn't quench my thirst." Zhang Guizhi didn't think much about it before. She just thought that she was too tired recently, and her sleep was not good. She thought that if she took good care of herself, she would be fine. As a result, Yunjiji actually saw it at this moment and looked at her expectantly. The news that Yunjiji treated Xiaoman yesterday had spread in the family compound, which showed that she was really capable. Everyone in the family compound knew what Xiaoman's illness was. Lu Chuntao and his wife had found many doctors for Xiaoman, but they had never cured Xiaoman's illness. Yunjiji just gave Xiaoman a few injections, and Xiaoman recovered. "Comrade Yun, am I sick?" Zhang Guizhi looked at Yunjiji with some worry, fearing that she had a serious illness. That would be terrible. Seeing this, Yunjiji said, "Aunt, please stretch out your hand. I'll take your pulse." Zhang Guizhi quickly stretched out her hand and looked at Yunjiji nervously. She prayed in her heart that she was not seriously ill. If someone in the family was sick, it would really crush the family. Zhang Guizhi was really scared. "Aunt, don't worry too much. It's not a big deal. It's just some inflammation of the liver and gallbladder. I'll give you a few days of medicine to drink first, which can improve your condition." Yunjiji saw that her hands were shaking and quickly spoke to comfort her. Zhang Guizhi was relieved when she heard Yunjiji's words. Yunjiji said again, "But Aunt, you should eat less liver, salted fish, and pickled vegetables in the future." "Okay, I'll make a note. I'll ask Lao who to get the medicine tomorrow morning." Sending Zhang Guizhi away, Yunjiji also walked in. The 2 little guys stood there and looked around. "Come here," Yunjiji said. Seeing this, the 2 little guys quickly ran to Yunjiji and hugged her legs. "Mom," they called her in a baby voice, and the voice was so soft that it made people's hearts melt. "Did you scare the baby just now?" Yunjiji was a little worried that she would scare the 2 children. After all, so many things happened, and she was very emotional before. She couldn't help being excited about what happened that year. Just thinking about everything the original owner had endured, Yunjiji felt that it was not worth it for her. The most ridiculous thing was the original owner's parents. The family plotted against the original owner and broke off relations with the original owner. In order to make the original owner feel guilty about them, they really took great pains. Although there was no evidence, Jiji was sure that it was their family who plotted against the original owner. Mom, baby, don't be afraid. Yuan raised her little head and blinked her eyes at Jiji. I'm not afraid. As long as mommy is here, I'm not afraid. Tuanchuan said very seriously. Jiji squatted down and held the two little guys in her arms. The original owner was able to hold on for so long, probably because of these two lovely children. Otherwise, she couldn't have persisted like this. After hugging the two children affectionately for a while, she led them to the kitchen to boil water. After giving the two children a bath, she took out the new clothes that she had secretly thrown into the space washing machine to wash and dry, and changed them for the two children. After seeing that they had new clothes to wear, the two little guys were actually very excited and happy. But now they shook their heads. Mom, the baby has clothes to wear, and if they don't wear daddy's, it will ruin him. Although Tuanchuan didn't speak, his attitude was very obvious. Jiji reached out and rubbed the heads of the two little guys and said softly, Dad just can't take care of the baby and Mom. He has to protect a lot of people. There are many things in this country that need soldiers like Dad to protect, so they don't have time to protect the baby and Mom. But he is not a bad dad. And the baby's clothes can't be worn anymore. The old ones are already torn. Does the baby want to be and not wear clothes? Jiji sighed silently in her heart, thinking that she actually had to speak well of Qin Shiyu in front of the two children. She felt that she was a split person. But she knew that Tuan and Yuan were actually envious of those children who had a good father. If they felt that they had a bad father, they would be very sad. It can be seen from today's interaction that Qin Shiyu's love for the two children is true. For this reason, she would not mislead the children to misunderstand their father because of the problem between her and Qin Shiyu. No, Yuan shook her head immediately. Seeing this, Jiji took the clothes and put them on the two little guys. After putting on new clothes, the little guys were much more energetic. Although they were still skinny, they no longer looked like two little beggars like before. After putting the children on the bed, she took the water out and poured it out. The yard was quiet. She went to the kitchen to make a bowl of milk powder for each of the two children, using half of the spiritual spring water in the space. While the two children were sitting at the table, drinking milk in small sips, Jiji took the hot water into the bathroom on the side. However, she did not take a bath in it, but flashed into the space. After taking a bath, she threw the clothes into the washing machine in the space to wash them, and then she came out. The flow rate in the space was relatively slow. When she came out of the bath, the two children had just finished drinking the milk powder. Mom, it tastes so good. Yuan stretched out her pink little tongue and licked her lips, feeling very happy. It turned out that this was the taste of milk powder. Jiji rubbed her head. Mom, bring some water in. Yuan brother, brush your teeth. Okay, seeing her well-behaved appearance, Jiji felt soft in her heart, so she went to bring some water, asked them to put on their coats, and squat in the yard to brush their teeth. The toothbrush she used was taken out from the space, and she also unexpectedly discovered that the things taken out from the space would automatically transform into the style of this era, such as toothbrushes, wash basins, etc. However, the packaging of some food cannot be changed, so if she really wants to take food out, she can only open it in the space and then take the things out. When the mother and her two children had finished packing, Qin Shiyu still hadn't come back, so Jiji locked the door and took the two children to bed. Are you really going to leave? On the training ground, Qin Shiyu didn't know how many laps he had run. At this time, he collapsed on the ground. His eyes seemed to have lost focus, and he stared at the sky blankly. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. If Hu Jianjun hadn't been afraid that he would train himself to death, he wouldn't have stood here. What reason do I have to keep her from leaving? Qin Shiyu asked back. He sat up and looked at Hu Jianjun. He knew that she must have suffered a lot of grievances in the past 3 years. Let's not talk about her parents. What about his family? Even if he didn't go home in the past 3 years and there was no news on the mission, but the allowance he sent home every month has never stopped. Because he was worried about the situation at home, he asked his good brother to send the allowance back for him every month before he went on a mission. His monthly allowance is 75 yuan, and he sent 60 yuan to his parents and asked them to give half to Yunjiji. I'm afraid that none of my allowance has reached Yunjiji, and what kind of mentality do my parents have? With a 60 yuan allowance, they think that he is unwilling to go home after marrying Yunjiji. Treat his wife and children like that? 60 yuan a month, 3 years is 2,160 yuan, which is a huge sum of money in a rural area, and his wife and children almost starved to death. Of course you should treat her well as much as you can. She gave birth to 2 children for you. 1 child is like going through the gates of once, but she has gone through the gates of twice for you. She has been through so much in the past 3 years, and after the divorce, she will be a woman with a child. Have you ever thought about how she will live in the future? Hu Jianjun asked. They really had no right to persuade Yunjiji not to divorce, but what was Qin Shiyu thinking? If he also agreed to divorce, then their marriage would really be over. Hu Jianjun reached out and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Think about it carefully. What should you do?" Seeing his state, Hu Jianjun knew that it was useless for him to say more, and he still had to think things through himself. Qin Shiyu sat on the ground and said, "Political commissar, have the comrades going to Yunhe village set off?" "They set off early, and I guess there will be news soon." "What do you think?" Hu Jianjun asked. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath. "Political commissar, can you trouble that comrade to look into what happened when I went back to propose marriage 3 years ago? I only drank 2 glasses of wine that day and got drunk. I've been thinking about it these past 2 days, and I always feel that what happened that night is a little strange. You know my alcohol tolerance, it's impossible for it to be that bad." Upon hearing this, Hu Jianjun also sat up straight, looked at Qin Shiyu, and asked, "Do you suspect that the Yun family drugged you that day? Drugging soldiers? The Yun family is crazy. Are you telling the truth?" Hu Jianjun frowned. This is not a joke. He still needs to ask clearly. "I'm not sure, but that day was too strange.
And
I heard Dr. Chen tell a patient in the hospital yesterday that if a man is really drunk, he doesn't have that ability." Qin Shiyu only thought about what happened that night 3 years ago after seeing Yunjiji. Yun Wanrong told him that Yunjiji had always been secretly in love with him. Everyone thought that Yunjiji climbed into his bed shamelessly because she couldn't get the love she wanted. If it was really like what Yun Wanrong said, Yunjiji really loved herself so much, she would not have such an attitude after meeting him this time. She had no love or hate for him, and the only thing she wanted was a divorce. He could not see a trace of love in her eyes. Did Yunjiji really love him so much that she couldn't extricate herself, and loved him so much that she would rather bear the stigma and marry him? After finally getting married, they even had a child, but she wanted to divorce him. At first, he did think that Yunjiji was playing hard to get with him, but today he was completely sure that she really wanted a divorce. Hu Jianjun did not answer him immediately. He stood there and walked back and forth. His face was extremely gloomy. He was obviously thinking about this matter. But why did the Yin family do this? Hu Jianjun couldn't figure it out. "I don't know." Qin Shiyu shook his head. The marriage between the 2 families was originally arranged by Yun Wanrong's parents, who asked the matchmaker to come to their house. His parents then notified him to go back for a blind date after the holiday. He only met Yun Wanrong twice before and after. At that time, he felt that Yun Wanrong had a good personality, was gentle and considerate, and the 2 families were quite suitable, so the marriage was decided. It was not until he was promoted to deputy battalion commander and went home on vacation to confirm the wedding date that the Yun family was obviously very happy that day. He was persuaded to drink 2 glasses of wine, and everything after that was out of control. Hu Jianjun reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "I will arrange this matter. As for your wife, you think about it carefully." Qin Shiyu understood. Seeing that it was getting late, Hu Jianjun advised him to go back earlier. Qin Shiyu wanted to stay for a while, so he didn't go back with him. His mind was in a mess at this moment. Do I really have to apply for a divorce tomorrow? But her attitude. Qin Shiyu found that he had never had such a headache when he was on the front line or doing missions, but in terms of feelings, it was so troublesome. He took a deep breath, blew the cold wind there for a while, and then got up and walked towards the family compound. taking light and heavy steps. When he walked outside the compound, he saw that the compound was quiet and dark. Qin Shiyu saw that the gate of the compound was locked, so he had to climb over the wall to enter the compound. When he walked outside the second bedroom, he could still hear the steady breathing and the sound of Yuan smacking her lips from inside the house. His eyebrows softened unconsciously, and his ears echoed the words Hu Jianjun had said to him. Be good to her. Be good to her desperately. After thinking it through, Qin Shiyu's eyes seemed to be filled with hope again. When Yun Jiji got up, she felt that the weather was a little colder today than yesterday. After taking the washed clothes out of the space, she added a little water to them, making them look like they were washed but not hung out to dry. Seeing that the two children were still asleep, she reached out to tuck the corners of the quilt for them and then got up and came out. When she arrived in the kitchen, she saw Qin Shiyu coming back at some point. You're awake. I've boiled some hot water in the pot. You wash up first. Qin Shiyu raised his head from behind the stove and looked at her with gentle eyebrows. Yun Jiji felt a little puzzled. Why was this man's attitude a little different from yesterday? After Qin Shiyu adjusted the fire in the stove, he saw that she was standing there without moving. He immediately got up and took 2 spoonfuls of water from the pot into the wash basin, brought it to the table on the side, and said, You must be hungry. Breakfast will be ready soon. Then, the man went to work again. Yun Jiji smelled the fragrance wafting from the pot, and her stomach growled twice. She was confused, but she didn't think much about it. She took the basin and went to wash her face and brush her teeth. Qin Shiyu cooked vegetable and egg noodles in the morning. There was still some flour left on the chopping board, which was sure that Qin Shiyu made the noodles himself. Yun Jiji sat at the table, looking at the steaming noodles in front of her. The vegetables were fresh and green, and the fried eggs were golden and brilliant. After the chopsticks were stuffed in her hand, she was still a little confused. But she was really hungry. She raised her eyes to look at Qin Shiyu, and Yun Jiji lowered her head to eat the noodles. The noodles were distinct, smooth, and chewy. The man was strong, and after he kneaded the flour, the chewiness of the noodles was almost maximized. Noodles delicious. How about saltiness? I don't know your taste very well, so I cooked it like this. Qin Shiyu asked, looking a little nervous. Yun Jiji looked at the man in surprise and said truthfully, The noodles are delicious. Qin Shiyu was obviously relieved and lowered his head to eat the noodles in his bowl. Woo-woo. Mom, before the two of them finished their noodles, they heard Yuanyu and crying from the second bedroom. Yun Jiji was about to put down her chopsticks and get up. However, Qin Shiyu's movements were faster than hers. He left the kitchen and his voice came in, You eat, I'll go. Yun Jiji looked at the noodles in front of her. This man was so active in showing himself. Wouldn't he regret it again and not want a divorce? While she was thinking about it, Qin Shiyu had already come in with 2 children in his arms. He put the children next to her and went to get hot water and toothbrushes to wash the 2 children. Tuan and Yuan were sticking to Yun Jiji's side. Obviously, they had not woken up completely. At this moment, they were rubbing Yun Jiji with their heads there. Baby mom is here. Let's wash our faces and brush our teeth first, okay? Yun Jiji coaxed softly. After hearing what Yun Jiji said, the 2 children were obviously relieved. They obediently washed their faces and brushed their teeth, and looked at Yun Jiji from time to time. She watched Qin Shiyu carefully taking care of the 2 children. His hands were still a little stiff, as if he was afraid that he would hurt the children if he was too strong. So Qin Shiyu was particularly gentle every time, as if he was treating some precious treasure. After washing the children, he carried the children to the table and sat down. Baby, wait a minute. Dad will cook noodles for you. It will be ready soon. After saying that, the man turned around and went back to work. The water in the pot was boiling. When the fire was turned up, the water in the pot began to bubble. He put the noodles in the pot and then put a few fresh vegetables in. After the noodles were cooked, he took the noodles out and put them in a bowl and then poured the rich broth on them. When she brought the noodles over, Yun Jiji found that there were no eggs in the bowls of the 2 children, but there were 2 boiled eggs in the bowl in the man's other hand. The noodles are a little hot, can Daddy feed you? There was expectation in Qin Shiu's eyes. When he came back with Hu Jianjun and Zheng Guizhi yesterday, Zhao Zhenju from next door mentioned that Yuan cried after he left yesterday. She also cried and shouted that she didn't want him as a bad father. Qin Shiu felt really bad, but what right did he have to feel bad? After all, he had not taken up the responsibilities that a father should have in these years. They were able to grow up like this because Yun Jiji fed them bite by bite. Yuan was willing to get close to him, which was a blessing for Qin Shiu as a father. Yuan blinked and looked at Qin Shiu with some expectation. Qin Shiu softened his heart when he saw that she didn't refuse. He quickly came over with a spoon and fed Yuan one bite at a time. Tuanchuan didn't mean to fall behind, but the little guy had already started eating by himself. While Yuan was chewing, Qin Shiu had already peeled 2 boiled eggs and put them in the bowls of the 2 children, not forgetting to instruct them. The egg yolk is a little dry, so drink some noodle soup while eating. The meal inexplicably exuded a warm atmosphere. When Qin Shiu collected the bowls to wash them, Yuan looked at Yun Jiji with sparkling eyes. It can be seen that Yuan was also very happy at the moment, and more of it was excitement. Children are forgetful by nature, and they long for a father and the natural bond with Qin Shiu. As long as Qin Shiu treats them well, they would also go to be intimate with Qin Shiu. She was also thankful that Qin Shiu was still a good father, otherwise Yun Jiji could let the 2 children pretend that they didn't have this father. Let's talk. After Qin Shiu washed the dishes, he came to stand in front of her. Yun Jiji frowned slightly and looked at Qin Shiu. Okay. Qin Shiu took a deep breath and sat down in front of her. Tuanchuan and Yuan were playing on the side, and at this time they couldn't help but raise their heads and secretly look at the 2 of them. Qin Shiu looked at her. I don't want to get divorced. Whether it's because of the children or for some other reasons, I have never thought about getting divorced, but since you have decided, I respect your decision. But I have to remind you in advance that our marriage may not be divorced. First of all, we are a military marriage. Neither my husband nor I have made any substantial mistakes. At most, I can write about my personal problems in the divorce application, but the organization will also review and visit, so this marriage may not be divorced. I know that it is my neglect of you in the past 3 years that has caused you and the 2 children to suffer so much. I am sorry for you. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiu in surprise. She didn't expect him to say this to her. And he was right. Military marriages are difficult to divorce. Qin Shiu has been on missions for the past 3 years. It takes 3 years to complete a mission, which shows how difficult this mission is. I am afraid it is also a life and death struggle. Qin Shiu is a hero to the army and the country. He can't take care of the rear because he has the will, but not the strength. But this is not absolute. After all, our situations are different from others. But if we can't get a divorce, I hope you can give me a chance to take good care of you and your 2 children. I will make up for what I owe you all these years. I know I'm not a perfect person, but I will do my best to be good to you and never let you suffer any grievances again. Okay? Qin Shiu took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. Hu Jianjun was right. She owed them all these years. It was his responsibility. Since you want to live a good life, then treat her well and do your best to be good to Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji couldn't help but frown when she heard this. She looked at Qin Shiu and asked the confusion in her heart, isn't the person you like Yunwanrong? Isn't it what you want for me to withdraw and let the 2 of you be together? Qin Shiu was stunned for a moment. Comrade Yunwanrong and I did have a blind date, but we didn't have much contact. Blind marriage is a feature nowadays. When Yunwanrong and I were dating, I did think she was a good match, but that was just a good match. Qin Shiu said. It was just that his parents were pushing him too hard, and he was old enough. The blind date just happened to be a good match, and the other party was willing, so the marriage ended here. Qin Shiu knew that what he said was irresponsible, but it was true, and he couldn't lie to himself about how much he loved Yunwanrong at that time. If it was you I was dating at that time, and if I thought you were suitable, I would marry you too. Qin Shiu added. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Qin Shiu's words were more or less a bit of a scumbag, but this man said it with a serious face. Yunjiji stared at him for a while and finally nodded. If this marriage really couldn't be divorced, could she kill Qin Shiyu? At the same time, she also thought of what Zheng Guizhi said. If they divorce and the child lives with her, she will have to move out of the family compound. Although the health center will allocate dormitories, they are multi-person rooms. When she and the child move in, other people will definitely have opinions. Although there are villages around the military region, they are far away from the military region. She can't take her 2 children to the health center every day, but if they are in the family compound, the 2 children can go to the nursery in the family compound. These are the benefits that military families can enjoy. Then the divorce application. Can we not fight? However, Yunjiji glanced at him coldly. Qin Shiyu was a little discouraged. She still wanted a divorce. Wanting a divorce and not being able to divorce are 2 completely different concepts. Although he was a little depressed after the 2 talked it out, Qin Shiyu's mood was not as solemn as before. When submitting the divorce application, he will express his desire not to divorce, and the organization should understand. After the 2 talked, Yunjiji prepared to hang clothes. As a result, Qin Shiyu rushed to do everything and didn't let her get involved. Yunjiji, who had nothing to do, finally went to the backyard and picked up the herbs she picked yesterday. These were relatively easy to handle. The herbs were covered with dirt. Except for those with high water content, delicate texture, and easy to rot, the rest of the herbs needed to be washed, and then processed and dried. How to do these? Teach me. Qin Shiyu hung the clothes and cleaned the yard, and then came to Yunjiji's side in 3 or 2 steps, ready to help. However, Qin Shiyu didn't know how to deal with herbs, so he looked at Yunjiji at this moment, looking a little well-behaved. Yunjiji looked at the man and saw that he looked eager to learn. This man was really anxious to show himself. However, there were not many herbs and Yunjiji had almost finished cleaning them, so she said, "You go and accompany Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan." She looked back and saw the 2 little guys sitting on a small stool, holding a small stick in their hands, poking and drawing on the ground. I don't know what's fun, but the 2 little guys are having a lot of fun. They have always envied children who have fathers. Qin Shiyu was nearly 190 centimeters tall. When he heard Yunjiji's words, his nose was sore, and he looked at the 2 children with heartache. It is said that it is not easy for soldiers' children to be separated from their fathers. But there are not many soldiers' children like his 2 children, who are not loved by their grandparents and have lived in such an environment since childhood. And his father is more like non-existent. And it was not until he met Yunjiji in the army that he knew that she had given birth to 2 children for him. At that time, he was completely shocked that Yunjiji wanted to divorce him, and he didn't even have time to be happy that he was a father. Seeing the 2 children so thin, Qin Shiyu was even more unhappy. In a place like that in the village, those people might scold them as fatherless. Because no one protects them, they must be bullied. Seeing the man's distressed eyes, Yunjiji raised her eyebrows. Knowing to feel sorry for his children, this man is still savable.
Gigi.
Yunjiji had just put the last herb on the sun when he heard Lu Chuantao's voice coming from the door. "Sister Chuntao." Yunjiji called. "Gigi, we are going to the mountain. Do you want to go with us?" Lu Chuntao asked. "Everyone will stay in the family compound in the future." Lu Chuntao knows that she is not familiar with everyone in the family compound, and she also wants to take this opportunity to take Yunjiji to meet everyone. Okay. Yunjiji was interested when she heard it. It's good to go up the mountain. After going up the mountain, she can also absorb some wood spirits to restore her body.
Go.
Qin Shiyu saw her looking at him and said immediately, "To Anchuan and Yuan, I will take care of you. Be careful when you go up the mountain." Qin Shiyu thought that they would not go to the mountain, and most of these military wives were active outside the mountain, so Qin Shiyu was not very worried. "Baby, mommy will go to the mountain and bring you delicious food." Yunjiji still said something to the 2 children so that they would not panic when they could not see her. The 2 children have never left her side since they were born, and Yunjiji is very clear about her dependence on her. But there were some things she couldn't do in front of the 2 children, and she couldn't go into the mountains with the 2 children. So, She could only go with the military wives, and then find a chance to avoid the crowd, and do something she could do. Mom, baby wants to go, baby. Be good, play with daddy, mom will be back soon. Yun Jiji comforted them for a while, lowered her head, and kissed the two little guys on the cheek. After comforting the two children, Yun Jiji went out with Lu Chuntao and the others. She unexpectedly found that there were quite a few military wives going to the mountains, a group of people. She inexplicably had the illusion that with so many of them going up the mountain, they could make the mountain bald. When Lu Chuntao saw her coming, she immediately came forward and introduced her to everyone with a smile. Everyone, this is Captain Qin's wife, Yun Jiji. She has just come to join the army and will be a member of our family compound in the future. Hello everyone, I am Yun Jiji. Thank you for your guidance in the future. Not everyone here knew Yun Jiji, but when they saw Lu Chuntao introducing her to them so carefully, some people also reacted. Chuntao, is this Xiaoman's savior? Yes. If it weren't for Jiji, I don't know what to do. Lu Chuntao said, holding Yun Jiji's arm, leading her to the crowd, and said, let me tell you, Xiaoman has only been drinking the medicine prescribed by Jiji for 1 day. He said that he felt much better, and his spirits in the past 2 days are much better than before. You also know that Xiaoman has to lie in bed almost all winter when winter comes, but his spirits in the past 2 days are as good as if nothing happened. He just said that he wanted to go up the mountain with me. If I hadn't worried about him and didn't let him come out, he would have run out. Lu Chuntao was smiling. Everyone in the family compound knew how worried Lu Chuntao had been about Xiaoman, especially when winter came. They almost didn't want to see a smile on Lu Chuntao's face, let alone come out to go up the mountain with them at this time. At this time of year, she had a bitter face every day and stayed at home to watch over Xiaoman every day. And today she was able to come out with them, which showed that the medicine prescribed by Yun Jiji was really effective. If Xiaoman was not in good condition, he would not go out. Many people looked at Yun Jiji with different eyes. Previously, they talked about Yun Jiji because she was thin and ugly. But now that they knew that Yun Jiji had such strength, they also had a scale in their hearts. After all, it is also a great blessing to have a good doctor around. If there is any minor illness, such as those that are not convenient to go to men for treatment, then a female doctor is needed. Who knows if it is a blind cat that meets a dead mouse? Xiaoman's illness has been treated by so many doctors, and they all said that it can't be cured. She can cure it with just one look? Chuntao, don't be fooled, or it will hurt your own kid. Zhao Zhenju was also in the group. Seeing that everyone had an inexplicable respect for Yun Jiji, Zhao Zhenju felt that this group of people was really stupid. Yun Jiji looked no more than 30 years old. No matter how powerful her medical skills were, how powerful could she be? Do you really think you are a miracle doctor, better than those experienced military doctors in the hospital? This is the provincial military district. The best military doctors in Zhejiang province are probably in the military district general hospital in Hai City. If you really want to see a doctor, you naturally have to go to the military district general hospital to see those powerful doctors. Yun Jiji can only be regarded as a barefoot doctor at best. She doesn't really think that her medical skills are very strong. Zhao Zhenju, if you get sick in the future, don't ask Jiji to see you. Lu Taochun really thinks Zhao Zhenju is sick. Yun Jiji has just come to the family compound, and she is so jealous just because Qin Shiyu is willing to buy a few sets of ready-made clothes for the 3 of them. It is probably just like what Yun Jiji said, Li Jianmin is reluctant to buy clothes for Zhao Zhenju, so she is so jealous. If I go to her for treatment, I am a pig. Zhao Zhenju snorted coldly. Everyone looked at her like that, and curled their lips. Jiji, don't pay attention to Zhao Zhenju. She's just jealous that your man is willing to spend money on you. After seeing Zhao Zhenju walking away, one of the military wives took 3 or 2 steps to Yun Jiji and the others, and said in a low voice, Tiske, you think she is too naive. Yang Shuqin curled her lips. Zhao Zhenju is not jealous that Captain Qin is willing to spend money on you and your 2 sons. She is just jealous. You may not know that Zhao Zhenju wanted to marry Captain Qin from the beginning. Lu Chuantao's eyes widened instantly. She wants to marry Captain Qin? They didn't know about this, and it was really surprising to hear the news suddenly. isn't it? I once passed by Zhao Zhenju's house and happened to hear Zhao Zhenju and Deputy Battalion Commander Li arguing. At that time, Zhao Zhenju said something like, if Deputy Battalion Commander Li hadn't delayed her, she would have married Battalion Commander Qin a long time ago. I guess she just fell in love with Battalion Commander Qin. So, you are neighbors now, Sister Yun. You have to be careful of her. Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows. Zhao Zhenju looked at Qin Shiyu with a strange look yesterday, but she didn't think much about it. After all, Zhao Zhenju was already married, and she was the wife of Qin Shiyu's comrade in arms. So although Yun Jiji thought she was weird, she didn't really think about it in that way. But who would have thought that Zhao Zhenju had that kind of intention towards Qin Shiyu? She is a military wife herself. Could she want to destroy a military marriage? Lu Chuntao felt incredible when she heard what Yang Shuqin said. If Zhao Zhenju was just jealous of Yun Jiji, then it would be understandable. After all, Li Jianmin was indeed a very frugal person, but if it was because she wanted to compete with Yun Jiji for Qin Shiyu, then Zhao Zhenju was really crazy.
Can I still lie to you?
Just wait and see. She will definitely make trouble again. Wang Shuqin really looked down on Zhao Zhenju. Whenever someone's family bought something, she would say something sour. Zhao Zhenju was obviously also a city person, but most of them, the military wives, came from the countryside. But unlike Zhao Zhenju, when she saw someone buying something, she would dance in front of the owner, like a pickled cucumber, and had to say a few sour words. Zhao Zhenju had already run to the front to talk to others, so Yun Jiji and the others ignore her. They quickly changed the topic and really felt that Zhao Zhenju was really nothing worth saying more about except that she was sick. A group of people walked together and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Now that winter has arrived, there are not many things in the mountains. However, it is the season when chestnuts are ripe. Diji, there are a few wild chestnuts halfway up the mountain. Let's pick some and bring them back. When the time comes, we will fry the chestnuts for the children as snacks. Lu Chuntao took good care of Yun Jiji. After all, she had just arrived and was not familiar with the people in the family compound. Moreover, she was unfamiliar with this place, so she didn't let Yun Jiji move around alone. After everyone arrived at the mountain, they separated in 2s and 3s. Since they were all in the mountains, no one wanted to go back empty-handed. Okay, Sister Chuntao, thank you for always taking care of me. Yun Jiji said gratefully. It's too formal to say these things. If you call me sister, then you are my sister. I am taking advantage of you if you are my sister. Let's go. Lu Taochun smiled happily. Yun Jiji's medical skills are so good. If I really have such a sister, wouldn't it be an advantage? Yun Jiji smiled and responded, and then walked up the mountain with Lu Chuntao. The further into the mountains, the more clearly Yun Jiji could sense the fluctuations of the wood spirits. When no one was paying attention, she quietly began to absorb the wood spirits for her own use. After a while, she could sense that the wood spirits had been absorbed by her, wandering around her body, and even began to slowly repair the hidden diseases of this body. She could even feel the changes in her body. So many chestnuts. Yun Jiji was quite surprised when she saw the chestnuts falling on the ground. Jiji, you are lucky. These chestnut trees produced very few last year. We were looking forward to a big harvest this year, but we didn't expect it to be a big harvest. Lu Chuntao said happily. Their children rely on these chestnuts as snacks. Although chestnuts can also be stewed with chicken, they rely on chickens to lay eggs. How can they bear to kill a chicken for a chestnut? Therefore, after everyone picked up the chestnuts, most of them were fried or boiled to give them to the children as snacks to satisfy their cravings. At most, it would just be some waste firewood, and they lived at the foot of the mountain, so they could just pick up some firewood. Jiji, pick them quickly. Pick the ones that have opened, and you can pick up the ones that haven't opened in a few days, otherwise they will be too heavy to carry back. Lu Chuntao said. There is still a layer of chestnut husks on the outside of the chestnuts, and these are basically mature chestnuts, but it will take another 3 to 5 days for the husks to fall off. When Lu Chuntao came last time, the chestnut husks had not cracked, but today a lot of them have fallen off, so they just need to peel the chestnuts that have opened and take them back. I know. Sister Chuntao. Yun Jiji responded, put down the basket on her back, and saw Lu Chuntao picking up chestnuts together. As Lu Chuntao said, there were many chestnuts that had opened their shells, and they were densely packed at a glance. After a while, she picked up half a basket, and the military wives who had gone to pick wild vegetables and other things separately before followed her when they didn't pick any wild vegetables. The weather was getting colder and colder, and there were not many wild vegetables on the mountain. They only picked some wild onions or shepherd's purse, nothing else. When they thought of picking chestnuts, they saw Yun Jiji, Lu Chuntao, and Yang Shuqin had already picked half a basket. If they had known that they would come here from the beginning, there would not be many shells left. Although they were depressed, they were indeed late. Qin Ying's wife, your family can't eat so much, so give these to me. Zhao Zhenju rolled her eyes and reached out to move Yun Jiji's basket. She loved eating chestnuts the most, and seeing that Yun Jiji had picked so many, Zhao Zhenju didn't want to be polite. Yun Jiji's face was stern, and when she grabbed the basket, she stretched out her hand and pulled the basket to her side, and the basket returned to her side easily. Zhao Zhenju missed, which made her eyes widen instantly. She looked at Yun Jiji unhappily. You've picked up so many. What's wrong with giving me some? If Comrade Zhao has extra money at home, can you share it with everyone? Yun Jiji asked back. Zhao Zhenju glared at Yun Jiji fiercely. That's my family's money. Why should I give it to you? Their family's money didn't come from the wind. Yun Jiji was just dreaming. I picked these chestnuts with great effort. Why should I share them with you? Yun Jiji asked back. Everyone looked at Zhao Zhenju speechlessly, thinking it was natural for them to take advantage of her. Yun Jiji was not the only one who picked up the most chestnuts. There were also Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin, who picked up more than Yun Jiji, and it turned out that Zhao Zhenju was deliberately making trouble for Yun Jiji. Jiji, I've almost finished picking up. Let's go somewhere else. Lu Chuntao had already carried the basket on her back. When she passed by Zhao Zhenju, she deliberately bumped into her with the basket and then hurriedly apologized. Zhao Zhenju, why are you standing here without moving? I don't have eyes on my back, so how could I know you were standing here? Lu Chuntao, you obviously did it on purpose. Zhao Zhenju yelled angrily. Lu Chuntao looked at her with a face full of grievance. Comrade Zhao, I really don't have eyes on my back, but you have eyes on your back, so how could you not see that someone could be bumped into? Lu Chuntao saw that Yun Jiji had also carried the basket on her back, so she took Yun Jiji and left. Yang Shuqin also came over at this time, and when she saw the two of them leaving, she hurried to catch up. You two wait for me. Everyone looked at Zhao Zhenju and quietly stayed away from her. Who knew if Zhao Zhenju would the chestnuts in their baskets in a while? Zhao Zhenju was very angry, but she didn't want all the chestnuts to fall into the hands of these people. When she saw them picking them up, she immediately squatted down to pick them up as well. As for those two, Lu Chuntao and Yun Jiji, she had plenty of opportunities to deal with them.
However,
Zhao Zhenju had just finished thinking and was about to move forward 2 steps when she was suddenly tripped by a vine hidden under the chestnut bushes, and the whole person was hung upside down on the tree.
Ah!
Zhao Zhenju screamed, and she was terrified as she watched herself getting farther and farther away from the ground. The rest of the military wives were also stunned. Everyone was picking chestnuts here, but Zhao Zhenju was so unlucky that she stepped on a trap for catching pheasants and rabbits and was hung directly on the tree.
And
this is too high. When Yun Jiji, who was walking far away, heard the scream, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Jiji, there's a pheasant. Lu Chuntao suddenly reached out to stop the two of them, looking at the 5 pheasants, not far away. They were foraging and did not notice the arrival of Yun Jiji and the others. At this time, Lu Chuntao had put down the basket on her back and was thinking about which direction to pounce from so as not to scare away other pheasants. Yun Jiji was also a little surprised. When she looked at those pheasants, her eyes began to shine. Pheasants. In this era of meat shortage, this is a good thing. Shuqin, you pounce on the one over there. I'll be here. Jiji, you take the one in the middle. We don't expect to catch all 5, but if we can catch 1 or 2, we will share them. Lu Chuntao said to the two of them while moving to one side. Yun Jiji just responded, but if they pounce like this, not only would the pheasants be scared away, but their heads would also hit each other. After looking at it, she saw some stones on the ground on one side and immediately picked up a few. Before they pounced, she threw the stone in her hand and hit one of the pheasants accurately. The pheasant's body went limp and it collapsed there. The noise must have startled the other pheasants, and they were about to fly with their wings flapping. She aimed at the opportunity and threw all the remaining stones in her hand. Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin stood there in amazement, their eyes occasionally falling on the unconscious pheasant and occasionally looking at Yun Jiji. It took a long time for them to react. What happened just now? Did they see it wrong?
Or was she blind?
Yun Jiji only used a few stones to knock out all 5 pheasants. Sister Chuntao, Sister Shuqin, don't be dazed. Tie up the pheasants quickly. Otherwise they will wake up and run away. Yun Jiji said with a smile. The two of them woke up as if from a dream, rushed up in 3 or 2 steps, pulled the vines on the ground, and tied the pheasants' feet together. Jiji, you are so powerful, Yang Shuqin said. Yun Jiji is so powerful. How could she starve herself like this?
Yes.
Jiji, have you practiced it? Lu Chuntao also asked curiously. Yun Jiji was a little embarrassed when she heard it. I haven't practiced it, but I liked skipping stones when I was a child, and I was quite accurate. Jiji, you are so good. How come? Yang Shuqin was curious, but when she asked, she looked at Yun Jiji with an apologetic face. The children were too young in those 2 years, and there was no one to help take care of the children, so we didn't dare to take them into the mountains easily. There are wild boars on our mountain, and it is said that some people have seen tigers. Later, there were a few times, but people reported it to the team leader, and the things had to be handed in. I didn't want to do it later. Yun Jiji sighed and made an excuse casually. Anyway, Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin would never go to Yunhe village to hear these things. When they heard what Yun Jiji said, they couldn't help but sigh. It was so bad in the village. If someone was lucky enough to kill a wild boar, the wild boar meat would be shared by the whole village. It must be very difficult for Yun Jiji to live in the village, otherwise she and her 2 children would not be so thin. I am afraid that someone is deliberately targeting Yun Jiji, otherwise whoever catches a pheasant will have to share it with the whole village. They all know that Qin Shiyu has been on missions for the past 3 years. It is probably because they saw that Qin Shiyu did not return to the village and thought that Qin Shiyu had an accident, so they dare to treat them like that. Those people are really hateful. Fortunately, now that you are in the family compound, our army will share big guys like wild boars. Pheasants, rabbits, etc. Whoever catches them will own them. These 5 are all caught by you. Take them back. Lu Chuntao said immediately. Yang Shuqin had no objection. Yun Jiji laughed. Sister Chuntao and Sister Shuqin, both of you take one back. She directly took the pheasant and stuffed it into them. She still had 3 of her own, and she would ask Qin Shiyu to send one to Hu Jianjun's family. After all, I have the opportunity to participate in the review of the military hospital, whether it can be successful or not. It is Hu Jianjun who is helping me. I have to express my gratitude. Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin are not people who like to take advantage of others. They are naturally tempted when they see the pheasant. This is meat. If this pheasant is secretly sold on the black market, the old hen will cost 1 yuan per catty. Although the pheasant is 1 cent cheaper, this chicken will cost several yuan. In the end, it was Yun Jiji's insistence that the 2 accepted the wild vegetables, thinking in their hearts that they would send Yun Jiji something to eat after returning. As the 3 talked, each of them carried a pheasant and prepared to go down the mountain. Hiss. Yang Shuqin suddenly stretched out her hand to cover her stomach, looking at them with a bitter face. My stomach is a little uncomfortable. I'm going to solve it in the bushes over there. As she said that, Yang Shuqin put down the backpack and the pheasant. Help me take a look. After that, she ran away. Yun Jiji and Lu Chuntao looked at each other. Both of them were quite helpless, but everyone had 3 urgent needs, and everyone could understand. Yun Jiji looked around and saw a green area not far away. Sister Chuntao, there's some herbs there, I'll go dig some. Yun Jiji pointed to a place not far away and said. Don't go too far. If you go up, you will go into the deep mountains, which is not safe. Lu Taochun saw that the direction she pointed was not far away, and she also knew that doctors like them were generally willing to pick herbs when they saw them. Therefore, she did not stop her, and she could see the direction Yun Jiji pointed from this position, so she was not too worried. Okay. After Yun Jiji agreed, she walked in that direction with her backpack on her back. Lu Taochun looked at her. Yun Jiji was really thin, but she was very strong. She carried half a basket of chestnuts and 3 pheasants on her back, but she didn't look tired at all. I guess when she was in the countryside, she had endless work to do, every day. She sighed softly. She had seen many in-laws who tortured their daughters-in-law. They didn't treat them as human beings at all. They ordered them to work hard, and wished that one person could be used as 2 people. Yun Jiji must have lived such a life at home. Yun Jiji did see the herbs, and she also had her own things to do to avoid them. She walked to a place where she was sure that Lu Chuntao couldn't see her, and then she squatted down. When her hand touched the tree, it seemed that a green light was pouring into her palm. It was very little and very weak, but compared to the foot of the mountain, these were already a lot. Yun Jiji thought, if we go to those primitive forests, will there be more wood spirits in them? She just absorbed it for a while, and then stopped. Then she went to dig up the herbs she saw, and put them in the backpack. There were quite a few Gynostemma pendiphyllums in this area. She just dug some and saw Yang Shuqin coming back, so she stopped. I still have to find an opportunity to go into the mountains alone. I can't let go of my hands and feet after going into the mountains with Lu Chuntao and others. I can only find another opportunity. Let's go down the mountain. Yang Shuqin was a little embarrassed, but she had no choice. Okay. The 3 of them walked down the mountain together. When they passed the chestnut forest, they saw Zhao Zhenju still hanging upside down on the mountain. They also saw a few young soldiers rushing over. Jiji, the one with the scar on his face, is Li Jianmin, Zhao Zhenju's man. Yun Jiji heard the words and looked in the direction of the soldiers. As expected, she saw a man with a scar on his face. The scar on the man's face runs through his entire right face, from the right corner of his eye to the corner of his lips. At first glance, it is still a bit scary. How did he get that? Yun Jiji asked curiously. I was injured during a mission. It is said that the wound was as deep as a fingernail at the time. The doctors who saw it were all scared. Lu Chuntao said. Seeing that they were all paying attention to Zhao Zhenju's direction, Yang Shuqin lowered her voice and said, Zhao Zhenju just disliked the scar on Li Fuiying's face and thought he was not worthy of her. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. Li Jianmin must not want to be injured on his face. Although the wound has healed, scars like this will accompany him for the rest of his life. Li Jianmin's face is not good-looking, but he is not ugly either. He looks like an ordinary person. With such a scar, he looks a bit scary. If you want to be honest, Li Jianmin's qualifications are not enough to be promoted to deputy battalion commander. If he hadn't been injured that time, he would still be just a company commander. Yang Shuqin said in a low voice. Li Jianmin was originally an ordinary person. The army promoted him to officer that time to appease Li Jianmin's family. Otherwise, he would have been persuaded to resign long ago if he had not made any achievements after staying in the position of platoon leader for so many years. Yun Jiji nodded in understanding and didn't say much. She could treat the scar on Li Jianmin's face. However, she would not bring it up. Unless they asked her to treat it themselves, she would not do it unnecessarily. Chuntao, you also caught a pheasant. When the 3 of them walked to the chestnut forest, a military wife noticed that the 3 of them were holding pheasants in their hands, which made them greedy. This is meat. Moreover, 1 for each person. It was also good luck. We saw a pit on the mountain, and these 3 pheasants fell into the pit. It was just right for the 3 of us to share. Lu Chuntao said. When they came down from the mountain, they had already said that if people knew that Yun Jiji knocked out several pheasants with her own strength and a few small stones, no one would believe it, so it would be better to change the excuse. And if they didn't say much, these people wouldn't ask more. Although everyone was jealous, they didn't ask for it directly, like Zhao Zhenju. As for the 2 in Yun Jiji's basket, They were covered with a layer of gynostemma pentaphyllum, which blocked their sight. Lu Chuntao walked behind Yunjiji before and saw that the herbs on her basket blocked the pheasants. She also knew that these people in the family compound were more or less greedy, so she didn't say that they caught 5 pheasants. How did she do this? You were just picking chestnuts, but Zhao Zhenju was hung on the tree? Lu Chuntao changed the subject. Several people rushed to tell what happened before, and when they learned that Zhao Zhenju accidentally stepped on the trap set by the villagers on the mountain, they were also speechless. She was really unlucky. They had been picking up things here for a long time before, but none of them stepped on the trap. Instead, Zhao Zhenju stepped on it right away. Who would set the trap so high? Zhao Zhenju was almost up to the sky at this height. Deputy Battalion Commander Li is here. Hurry up and get your wife down. Someone said. Lu Chuntao just looked for a while, then pulled Yunjiji and Yang Shuqin down the mountain together. Zhao Zhenju was like a mad dog, who knows if she would bite them again. And many military wives also went down the mountain in 2s and 3s with their things when Li Jiamin came. It was really Zhao Zhenju's character. After coming down, she would definitely attack and insult everyone indiscriminately. Gigi, we will call you next time we go up the mountain. Yang Shuqin said happily when she returned to the family compound. With this pheasant, she could make a chestnut chicken soup in the evening to nourish the whole family in the winter. If it weren't for Yunjiji, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they could eat chicken today. Okay. Yunjiji agreed. Yang Shuqin was not going in the same direction as the two of them. After saying a word, she carried the pheasant and returned home happily under the envious gazes of many family members. Yunjiji and Lu Chuntao did not separate until they were outside the yard. Mom Yunjiji heard the happy voices of Yuan and Tuanchuan as soon as she arrived at the door of her house. Then she saw a big and 2 small children appear in her sight. Qin Xiu saw the pheasant in her hand, his eyes were full of surprise, and he walked to her side in 3 or 2 steps and took the basket off her back. It's so heavy. Why don't you ask someone to call me to get it? Qin Xiu frowned, looking at her skinny appearance. He really didn't think Yunjiji could carry it. I can carry it,
she said.
Qin Xiu had already come down with the basket, removed the herbs on it, and saw that there were actually 2 pheasants in it. He raised his eyes and looked at Yunjiji in disbelief. You shot them? They fell into the trap. I found 5 of them, 1 for each of Chuntao and Shuqin, and I brought the other 3 back. Yunjiji used the same excuse. Qin Xiu found it incredible, picking up 5 pheasants in one go. How lucky he was. And he just touched them. These pheasants were alive, and they looked like they were dizzy. Mom, great. Yuan and Tuanchuan were all around the backpack. Their eyes widened when they saw the pheasants, looking at them excitedly. Qin Xiu also felt that she was really lucky. These were pheasants, who could pick up 5 in one go up the mountain. However, he didn't think much about it. Yunjiji went into the house and took a bucket, ready to start. Tell me how to do it, I'll do it. Qin Xiu saw this and immediately took it from her. Yunjiji looked at Qin Xiu with a hard word, thinking that this man was a little too self-conscious. But since he wants to do it, let him do it. Get a bucket of water to wash half of the chestnuts, then cut a hole and put all of them in the pot to cook. Yunjiji said. Will it be too much? Qin Xiu looked at the basket. There were at least 10 pounds of chestnuts. Washing half of them would weigh about 5 pounds. But seeing Yunjiji's serious look, Qin Xiu did as he was told. When cutting the hole for the chestnuts, she also sat there to help. Tuanchuan and Yuan were happily playing around and occasionally went to see the pheasants. The pheasants were awake at this time, but they were tied with ropes and could not escape. But the 2 little guys were very excited to see it. Yunjiji thought that it would be nice to raise some chickens and ducks to lay eggs later. The 2 of them were busy together, and soon they washed all the chestnuts, cut the holes, put them in the pot with cold water, and boiled them for 3 to 5 minutes after the water boiled. Then they quickly put them in cold water so that the chestnuts would be easier to peel. After that, they sat in the kitchen to peel the chestnuts. While they were busy, Zhao Zhenju came back crying, saying one unpleasant word after another. Qin Shiyu had also heard that Zhao Zhenju was hung upside down on a tree after stepping on a trap set by the villagers. He heard it when the military wife came back and called Li Jiamin to go up the mountain to save Zhao Zhenju. After peeling a bowl of chestnuts, Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and said, "Take this bowl of chestnuts and the pheasant in the yard and send one to political commissar Hu's house as a thank you gift for his hard work in helping me get into the military district hospital." Qin Shiyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yun Jiji to make such an arrangement, but at the same time he also felt that there was nothing wrong with her doing so. Therefore, according to Yun Jiji's instructions, he took a pheasant and a bowl of peeled chestnuts to Hu Jianjun's home. Zheng Guizhi just came back from work and was also very surprised when she learned that Yun Jiji asked him to deliver it. She held Qin Shiyu and wouldn't let him leave. She searched the house for a long time and finally stuffed all the 15 eggs they bought in the morning to Qin Shiyu, asking him to take them home to mend the bodies of the 2 children and Yun Jiji. Qin Shiyu didn't want it, so she chased after him. He sent it all the way to Yun Jiji's home, put it directly in the yard, and ran away. Qin Shiyu had no choice but to accept it. When entering the house, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also came to help peel the chestnuts. The 2 little guys peeled with great effort in their small hands, but the chestnuts that had been boiled and soaked in cold water were still easy to peel. They also helped peel some, but the children's minds were not settled yet. After sitting for a while, they were attracted by the pheasants in the yard again. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu peeled for nearly an hour and finally peeled all the chestnuts. Qin Shiyu didn't know what she was going to do. Under Yun Jiji's instructions, Qin Shiyu went to kill the chicken again. Yun Jiji borrowed a steamer from Lu Chuntao and put all the chestnuts in the pot. When Qin Shiyu saw it, he thought to himself that he would get some bamboo tomorrow and make a few steamers by himself. It would be bad to keep borrowing from Lu Chuntao. Yun Jiji was busy, leaving some out, and the remaining chestnuts were steamed and put into the clean stone pestle to make chestnut paste, and then added appropriate amount of glutinous rice flour, sugar, and water to stir into fine chestnut paste, brushed a room of oil in the aluminum box, poured the chestnut paste into it, and then steamed it in a pot over high heat. When Yun Jiji was busy in the kitchen, the 2 little guys kept circling around Yun Jiji. When they smelled the fragrance coming out of the pot, the 2 little guys sniffed hard. It was too fragrant. "Mom, it smells so good," Yuan sniffed and looked at Yun Jiji expectantly. Yun Jiji laughed. "Do you want to eat it?" Yeah, I do." The little guy's saliva was flowing down. She wiped her saliva with a smile and said, "You can eat it when it cools down in a while. Can you wait a little longer?" Okay, at this time, Qin Shiyu had already processed and cut the pheasant into pieces. He smelled the rich fragrance in the yard and only found that the fragrance was even stronger when he entered the kitchen. "How to cook chicken? Teach me,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Yun Jiji looked at him. "Let's fry some chestnut chicken." They have been eating light food these 2 days, but they can't keep eating light food like this. They can add a little oil in moderation. She has been using Lingquan water to regulate them these days. Although it can't be seen from the performance, their spleen and stomach are much stronger than before. As long as they don't overeat, they can still eat some. With her watching, she won't worry about the 2 children eating too much. "Okay, I know how to do this. You've been tired for a long time. Go and take a rest,"
Qin Shiyu said.
When he first entered the military camp, he was actually in the kitchen. Later, after slowly showing his strength, Qin Shiyu began to truly step into military life. Okay. Yun Jiji nodded. He was willing to do it, so she didn't want to do it herself. She came out of the kitchen with her 2 children. As soon as she came out, she saw Yang Shuqin at their door, holding a basket in her hand. When she saw Yun Jiji coming out, "Jiji, these are the vegetables I grew at home. I picked some beans and radishes for you. Take them and eat them." Sister Shuqin. Yun Jiji was a little helpless.
"You take them."
"If you don't, I'll take the pheasant back for you," Yang Shuqin said. "Okay, then I'll take it." Yun Jiji was helpless. Yang Shuqin and Lu Chuntao were both good people. She was lucky that the people around her were not all top-notch like Zhao Zhenju. They are not valuable things. "Don't be polite to me. I'll feel bad if you don't take them," Yang Shuqin said happily. At the same time, she also saw Qin Shiyu cooking in the kitchen. Yang Shuqin was also quite surprised. That cold-faced devil actually cooked at home. This was really a new thing. To be honest, they never dared to imagine what Qin Shiyu would be like after marriage, but they didn't expect it to be like this. Sister Shuqin, I made chestnut cake. I'll cut a piece for you to take back to satisfy your child's craving. Yang Shuqin was unwilling to take it when she heard it. She squatted down and dumped the vegetables in the basket on the ground, saying, I have my own. You can eat it yourself. After that, she ran away. She had already taken a pheasant from Yunjiji, so how could she take her chestnut cake? Although she was curious about how to make the chestnut cake, she could ask Yunjiji for advice later. She also picked so many chestnuts today and couldn't finish them so quickly. Yunjiji's mouth twitched, and she had a new understanding of the simplicity of people in this era. These people in the family compound really make people feel warm, at least she felt it, and it also made her feel a little happy. This feeling is actually really good. She took the dishes into the kitchen and said, let's stir-fry some shredded radish. Okay. Qin Shiyu took the radish without saying a word and took it outside to wash it. Yunjiji looked at the man's diligent appearance, opened her mouth, and said nothing in the end. To be honest, this man is really nice. But she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart, and she still had to get a divorce. After the chestnut cakes cooled, she took them out of the mold and cut them into small pieces. After letting the two children wash their hands, she gave each of them a piece. Mom, it's so delicious. Yuan took a bite of the chestnut cake. It was sweet, sticky, and so delicious. Tuanchuan ate very slowly, and even his eyes were red. Yunjiji knew that her son was precocious, so she reached out and rubbed the little guy's head silently, which was considered to be calming his emotions. There were some things that she didn't know how to comfort her children. The only thing she could do was to slowly let them live a good life. Only when they knew that their lives would get better and better, their hearts will also begin to change. What she can do is to accompany them and comfort them appropriately when they are upset. She will also work hard to learn how to be a good mother. Baby, can mommy ask you to help mommy do something? Yunjiji cut out a small plate of chestnut cake, squatted down, and looked at the little guy. Mom, baby can do it. Yuan heard it and immediately patted her chest and said, Mom. Tuanchuan called out. Although nothing more was said, the meaning was already very clear. He can help too. Then baby can help mommy send this bowl of chestnut cake to brother Xiaoman next door? That little brother from Aunt Chuantao's house, do you remember? Yunjiji asked. Mom, baby remember the sick brother. Tuanchuan said. Obviously, they all remembered Xiaoman. Baby go and send it. Yuan finished the chestnut cake in her hand and looked at the chopping board with her big eyes, obviously wanting to eat more. Little greedy cat, there's more at home, and there are still a lot of chestnuts. Mom will make more after you finish eating, Yunjiji said with a smile. Tuanchuan took the bowl from her hand and walked out with Yuan. Yunjiji didn't follow, but just stood at the door and watched. Lu Chuntao was next door to them, not far away. And this is the family compound. It's still very safe. It's just woo-woo wow. Mom, woo-woo-woo. Yunjiji turned around. She heard Yuan crying outside the yard. Without thinking too much, she rushed out immediately, followed by Qin Shiyu with a spatula in his hand. Outside the yard, Zhao Zhenju looked down at the two children who fell to the ground, holding the bowl of chestnut cake in her hand. Why are you crying? If you cry again, I will beat you. Zhao Zhenju had just returned from the health center and was holding a lot of anger. As a result, she saw the two little born by Yunjiji coming out with cakes in their hands. She thought of the grievances she had suffered from Yunjiji and how she had lost face today. Now, I'm afraid that everyone in the family compound knows that she was hung upside down on the tree. In the end, it was the army who came to get her down from the tree. She was hung upside down on one foot, and the posture was even more ugly. Zhao Zhenju has always loved beauty. Because she is a city dweller, she thinks she is the most fashionable and stylish in the compound. Today, she made such a fool of herself, which made her lose face. And all this was Yunjiji's fault. If she was willing to share some of the chestnuts with her, she wouldn't have to pick chestnuts again, and naturally, such a thing wouldn't happen again. Seeing that they were still crying, and crying louder than before, Zhao Zhenju was a little worried that someone would come, so she raised her hand and prepared to hit the child's face again. But before her hand fell on the child's face, a slap fell Zhao Zhenju's face, directly hitting her face to the side. The chestnut cake in her hand was also taken away, and the piece of cake in her hand fell to the ground before she could put it in her mouth.
Ah!
Yun Jiji, you dare to hit me? Zhao Zhenju was so angry that she wanted to pounce on her after she reacted. However, Qin Shiyu directly blocked the mother and son, looking at Zhao Zhenju with a gloomy face. Baby, did you fall anywhere? Yun Jiji anxiously checked the two children. At a glance, she saw that the palms of the two children were scratched by the gravel on the ground, and blood was oozing from the wounds, which made Yun Jiji heartbroken. And they were obviously frightened too. As soon as they saw Yun Jiji, they shrank into her arms, hugged her neck, and sobbed aggrievedly. Captain Qin, look at my face. It's swollen from Yun Jiji. Zhao Zhenju felt even more aggrieved when she looked at Qin Shiyu. She immediately showed her swollen half cheek, reached out and touched it gently, and she gasped in pain. Yun Jiji was so violent. Qin Shiyu must hate such a Yun Jiji. No one wants to marry a woman like a shrew. What's more, Qin Shiyu is such an excellent man. He must not like a woman like Yun Jiji. Comrade Zhao, you push my child in front and snatch my child's snacks in the back. Shouldn't you beat him? Qin Shiyu asked back with a gloomy face. He also saw the injured palms of the two children, and he was distressed. His children are still so thin and not in good health. If he is not careful, Qin Shiyu dare not think about what the consequences will be. While comforting the two children, Yun Jiji had been keeping an eye on them. It was not surprising that Zhao Zhenju would complain first, but she had been a little curious about how Qin Shiyu would react. Qin Shiyu was a soldier, so he must have some disapproval of beating people. And they were all family members of the family compound, so they usually saw each other every day. But she beat Zhao Zhenju regardless of the consequences. Qin Shiyu would feel that it was inappropriate, but the man's words surprised her. Seeing Zhao Zhenju's face twisted with anger, Yun Jiji felt quite happy. Fortunately, this man was not a smooth talker. Otherwise, her child would have suffered this grievance in vain today. What happened? When Li Jianmin went to get the medicine, he didn't see Zhao Zhenju. When he learned that she had returned to the family compound, he hurried back. As a result, he saw Zhao Zhenju covering her face and standing with Qin Shiyu and the others. From their atmosphere, it can be clearly felt that something unpleasant happened between them. However, it is still uncertain what exactly happened. Qin Shiyu's two children are still nestling in Yun Jiji's arms, sobbing. Why did you come just now? Your wife is about to be bullied to death. Look at my face. Zhao Zhenju immediately showed her face and looked at Li Jianmin with a face full of grievance. Although she didn't like Li Jianmin in her heart, she was still his wife after all, and Li Jianmin had to protect her. Captain Qin, this? Li Jianmin was also scared when he saw her swollen cheeks. How much force would it take to beat someone like this? Your wife snatched the food from my children and pushed my two children down. Do you want to see how badly my children's hands are injured? Yun Jiji saw Li Jianmin like this and felt that it was their family's fault. Should he find out what was going on? Now he actually had the nerve to ask Qin Shiyu in a questioning tone. Deputy Battalion Commander Li, right? Look at what happened to my child's hand. Yun Jiji held the hands of the two children and let Li Jianmin see for himself. Li Jianmin felt pain when she saw the scratches on the palms. She turned her head to look at Yun Zhao Zhenju and saw her shrinking her neck. The two have been married for so many years, and Li Jianjun can tell what Qin Shiyu is thinking, but now he is more angry. She also hit me. Look at what happened to my face. Zhao Zhenju was unwilling to accept it. Her face was swollen. Comrade Zhao, didn't you just want to steal the chestnuts that Jiji picked up, but Jiji didn't give them to you? You don't have to cause trouble for other people's children. Lu Chuntao came out when she heard the noise from the house, but she didn't find a chance to speak. Now seeing Zhao Zhenju like this, she thought of what happened on the mountain. Li Jiamin's face darkened. You still want to steal your sister-in-law's chestnuts on the mountain? Li Jiamin always knew that Zhao Zhenju was a little unreasonable, but she was his wife after all. As long as she didn't do anything out of line, he would let her do whatever she wanted. But he didn't expect that Zhao Zhenju would even bully the children now. She is an adult bullying a child. Even if she is right now, she has become unreasonable. What's more, she was wrong in the first place. What's wrong with her picking up dozens of kilograms and sharing some with me? The great man also said that everyone should help each other. Zhao Zhenju didn't think there was anything wrong with her. They didn't pick up any, but they got there first and had picked up almost all the chestnuts. What's wrong with her asking for a share? Li Jiamin pinched his nose. He never expected that she would think there was nothing wrong with that. Li Jiamin looked at Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji apologetically. Captain Qin, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. I'm here to apologize to you.
Here's 10 yuan.
Buy some delicious food for the child's injury. Zhao Zhenju saw that he actually took out a big unity to compensate them. Her eyes widened instantly, and she reached out to the money back. Li Jiamin, are you crazy? 10 yuan for a little scratch. What about my face? It's so swollen. Does Yunjiji have to pay me 100 yuan? Everyone looked at Zhao Zhenju as if they were fools. Li Jiamin obviously wanted to resolve the matter and not let it go on. As a result, Zhao Zhenju clearly wanted to make a big deal out of it. Li Jiamin closed his eyes. Give me the money. No, unless Yunjiji compensates me with 100 yuan. Zhao Zhenju thought she was beaten, so she was right. Sister Chuntao, please help me call the political commissar. Since Comrade Zhao said so, let's beat the political commissar to judge the matter. Yunjiji said to Lu Chuntao on the side. Lu Chuntao responded and ran away. Sister Wang. Li Jiamin shouted anxiously, but Lu Chuntao ran so fast that she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Jiamin turned around and glared at Zhao Zhenju angrily. You must make a big deal out of it, right? I'm not wrong. Zhao Zhenju pouted. Comrade Zhao, since you think you are not wrong, then go to the small dark room and reflect on yourself. Hu Jianjun's voice came from behind. No one expected Hu Jianjun to come so quickly. He stood not far from them with his hands behind his back, his face gloomy. In addition to Lu Chuntao, Yang Shuqin also came with Hu Jianjun. Obviously, Yang Shuqin went to call Hu Jianjun early and informed Hu Jianjun of the matter along the way. When Zhao Zhenju heard that she was going to the small dark room, her face turned pale instantly. Political commissar, I don't accept it. Comrade Zhao Zhenju, I have learned about the course of events. Do you think your behavior is appropriate to bully 2 children? You also snatched the children's food. You really overestimated your ability. Comrade Yunjiji beat you, and you deserve it. Hu Jianjun glared at Li Jiamin with a sullen face. Li Jiamin shrank his neck, and then he heard Hu Jianjun say, as a soldier and as a husband, you failed to manage your wife. Go back and write a 20,000-word self-criticism and hand it to me tomorrow morning. Yes. Li Jiamin knew that this punishment was already considered light. His achievements in the army have always been mediocre, and he was able to become the deputy battalion commander because of the wound on his face. Zhao Zhenju never thought that Li Jiamin would be punished for such a small matter. Political commissar, Hu Yunjiji, also took action. Zhao Zhenju was still unwilling. Zhao Zhenju, how can you still have the nerve to say that if you didn't push to Anchuan and Yuan and didn't take their food, would Gigi be so anxious? You don't deserve it. Lu Chuntao said. That's right. You're so old, but you're fighting with 2 kids for food and pushing them. You should be thankful that you only got some scratches. If you accidentally hit your head, it would be fatal. The 2 kids were so thin and fragile. If an adult like Zhao Zhenju pushed them a little harder, it would be fatal. At this time, they still felt that Hu Jianjun's punishment was too heavy. Li Jiamin, if you can't even manage your own family affairs, the organization will re-examine whether you are really capable of managing a battalion of soldiers. Hu Jianjun said in a deep voice. Sometimes, you really can't be too soft-hearted towards people with mediocre abilities. At the beginning, it was because they saw that Li Jianmin was so seriously injured that the organization had to give him some compensation, so they chose to promote him, but Li Jianmin's ability was really mediocre. Li Jianmin's face turned pale. Seeing that Zhao Zhenju wanted to say something, Li Jianmin quickly reached out and covered Zhao Zhenju's mouth. Political commissar, I'll send her to the small dark room. After that, Li Jianmin snatched the big unity from Zhao Zhenju's hand and stuffed it into Qin Shiyu. I'm sorry, Captain Qin. After that, he pulled Zhao Zhenju away quickly. Zhao Zhenju yelled, but she couldn't say a word because her mouth was covered. She was so angry that she kicked Li Jianmin with her feet. In the end, there was really no other way. Li Jianmin directly carried the person up and left the family compound quickly. Gigi, take the child to treat the injury on your hand. Lu Chuntao also said quickly. This kind of abrasion is the most painful. Sister Chuntao, this is for you. Yun Gigi handed the bowl of chestnut cake to Lu Chuntao. To Anchuan Yuan, are you coming to my house? Lu Chuntao asked. They wanted to give chestnut cake to Brother Xiaoman, but they ran into Zhao Zhenju as soon as they left the yard. Fortunately, the chestnut cake didn't fall. Yun Gigi sighed. Lu Chuntao felt even more distressed and said, You are too polite. Just leave a little for the children to eat. I make a lot of it, and I feel embarrassed to borrow this and that from you every day. Besides, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also want to meet new friends. Lu Chuntao glared at her unhappily. Wait, I happen to have some medicine at home. I'll get it for you. Lu Chuntao went into the house with the bowl and quickly came out with the medicine. This will hurt a lot when applied, but it works very well. After Yun Gigi thanked him, she led the children into the house. Everyone dispersed, but after today's incident, Hu Jianjun also realized that the atmosphere in the family compound was quite bad and it still needed to be rectified. Otherwise, the soldiers are fighting in the front, and these family members are making trouble in the rear. They are definitely not united enough, and some troubles will inevitably arise.
Go and see the two children.
They are probably scared, Hu Jianjun said. Qin Shiyu frowned and asked, Political commissar, can we apply for a different yard? Zhao Zhenju is a vengeful person. Today, just because my wife didn't want to share the chestnuts with her, she did this to hurt my children. I can't guarantee that she won't hold a grudge. Hu Jianjun thought about it with a gloomy face and said, I'll remember this matter. But the matter of changing the yard, unless Li Jianmin and others propose it themselves, otherwise the organization will not change the yard for the family members of the army at will. Qin Shiyu also knew this, so he thought about whether to discuss with Yun Jiji later to change the yard and stay away from Zhao Zhenju. He was also worried that Zhao Zhenju would cause trouble again later. Okay, let's go back and see the children. Qin Shiyu responded and hurried into the house. As soon as he walked into the yard, he smelled the burnt smell from the kitchen. Qin Shiyu hurried to the kitchen and saw that the fried shredded radish in the pot had become so burnt that he couldn't tell what it was. He stretched out his hand and pinched his nose. He was even more disgusted with Zhao Zhenju and Li Jianmin, the couple. Yun Jiji didn't use medicine for the two children. The potion was very irritating. The effect was really good in this era, but it was very painful to apply it on the wound. She didn't want the children to suffer like this. After holding them on the bed, she took out the spiritual spring water from the space with her body as a shield. Although it was not the essence of the spiritual spring, it could still speed up the healing of the wound. The two children were still young, and their temperaments were lively and active. It was inevitable that they would get wounds again. Therefore, making their wounds heal faster is Yun Jiji's top priority now. She used the spiritual spring water to clean the wounds of the two children. Fortunately, they were just some abrasions, not big wounds. She took out a bottle of ointment from the space, carefully applied it on their wounds, and said softly, Baby, don't move now. Wait until the gel dries and your hands won't hurt. Mom, the bad aunt is bad. Yuan felt wronged. Then we will ignore her in the future. But not all aunts are bad. Look at Aunt Lu next door. Isn't she very good to babies? Yun Jiji knew that the two children were scared, so she reached out and hugged them in her arms, comforting them for a while. The food is ready, let's eat first. The two children's hands no longer hurt, and their eyes sparkled when they heard about the meal. When Yun Jiji reached out to hug them, Qin Shiu came over and said, "Let me hug them." In his opinion, Yun Jiji was so thin that it would be very difficult for her to hug two children, so he tried not to let her do it, and he also wanted to have more time to get close to the two children. Hugging is also a way to get close. The lunch was very rich, with chestnut pheasant, stir-fried shredded radish, and egg and vegetable soup. At noon, Qin Shiu cooked a pot of rice, which was relatively soft, so the two children could eat it. Qin Shiu's cooking skills were not bad. The chestnut pheasant was fried very tasty, and the shredded radish was cut very evenly. Qin Shiu obviously used salt to marinate some of the moisture first, and it tasted a little crispy. This meal can be said to be very satisfying. The two children also forgot their previous unhappiness and were completely conquered by the food. "I'll go to the army later." After the meal, Qin Shiu took a deep breath. When he said this, it can be seen that the man was in a heavy mood. He didn't really want to, but he still respected Yun Jiji's decision. Yun Jiji was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. After Qin Shiu cleaned up the kitchen, he said something to them and went out. When he reached the gate of the family compound, he ran into Li Jiamin, who had just returned from outside. Li Jiamin saw Qin Shiu, but didn't dare to look him in the eye, and walked away quickly with his head down. Qin Shiu didn't want to pay attention either, so he walked towards the troops. When he saw the divorce application he submitted, Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched, and he said, "You really want a divorce? Political commissar, is it rejected?" Qin Shiu asked again. Hu Jianjun was stunned at first, then glared at Qin Shiu unhappily. "You are sometimes so cunning. I know how to deal with this matter. Political commissar. I will hand it over to the brigade commander, but just wait to be scolded." Hu Jianjun glared at him. Qin Shiu is going to be promoted again after returning from this mission. If he files for divorce at this time, won't he be scolded? Hu Jianjun also stood up and said, "I'm free now. Come with me to the brigade commander's office." Why wait to be scolded? Isn't it hot now? Thinking of this, Hu Jianjun took his divorce application form, put his hands behind his back, and led Qin Shiu to the brigade commander's office. Qin Shiu's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he always felt that Hu Jianjun had some bad taste. Nonsense. In the brigade commander's office, Gu Wenbin held the divorce application that Hu Jianjun had just handed over in his hand, and he just thought Qin Shiu was crazy. Submitting a divorce application at this critical juncture, what else can he do but be crazy? Take it and go back. Do you know that this is your period of advancement? You have made great contributions this time, and a red-headed document will be issued soon. If you divorce at this juncture, people will think that you have lost your moral character. Do you still want to move up? After that, Gu Wenbin looked at Hu Jianjun and said, "And you are actually fooling around with him. Even if the news has not been made public, you have no idea." Hu Jianjun originally wanted to see Qin Shiu being scolded, and he sat aside to watch the show. After all, Qin Shiu is too capable. There is really no one in their military region who can compare to him. Don't mention how jealous the Huqing military region is that they have Qin Shiu. As a result, he was also criticized. Hu Jianjun reached out and touched his nose. "I've talked to this guy, but this time it's not that I don't want to persuade him. It's mainly because his wife has suffered so much injustice in the countryside. I don't know how to persuade her." After Hu Jianjun stood up and closed the door of the brigade commander's office, he told Gu Wenbin about Yun Jiji's matter. After listening to him, Gu Wenbin's face darkened. "Have the people you sent to investigate arrived at Yunhe village?" Gu Wenbin didn't expect there would be such a thing, but this marriage must not be divorced. Regardless of whether Qin Shiu is in the ascendant or not, there are obviously misunderstandings between the couple. Since one party does not want a divorce, it is not completely hopeless. The letter that came this morning will enter the village today, but some things have been too long, and it is definitely not that easy to find out everything in one day. Hu Jianjun said. Gu Wenbin thought for a while with a gloomy face, and said, "I will ask someone to call your wife to come and talk later. Your application has not been approved by the organization. Can you tell her yourself? Wait 2 or 3 more days." Hu Jianjun asked. Gu Wenbin looked at him in confusion. This application was just submitted, but it was rejected immediately. Won't this make Comrade Yun suspicious? Let's keep it for now and talk to Comrade Yun in 2 days. She won't be able to do anything by then, don't you think? Hu Jianjun smiled like an old fox. Qin Shiyu. That's right. Gu Wenbin glared at Qin Shiyu unhappily. Your wife has suffered such a great injustice. Treat her well in the future. From what you said just now, it's not that simple that you got drunk and walked into the wrong room with her. After all, they are soldiers, so their minds are naturally much more active, and they quickly thought of the key to the matter. Someone has been sent to check. Hu Jianjun said. Gu Wenbin nodded. Take this. Gu Wenbin took out an envelope from the drawer and handed it to Qin Shiyu. It felt quite thick. Shen Feng gave it to me before he went on a mission. He said that this is your allowance for these years. Except for the money sent to your family, the rest is all here. Shen Feng knew when Qin Shiyu would come back. The two of them had different schedules. Shen Feng also thought that Qin Shiyu would have to spend money after he came back, so he gave all the money to Gu Wenbin. When Qin Shiyu asked him to report on his work, Gu Wenbin was not in the office, so he did not give it to Qin Shiyu. He originally wanted to wait until he got off work today to find him, but now it was Qin Shiyu who came. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Qin Shiyu thanked. Coming out of Gu Wenbin's office, Hu Jianjun looked at him and asked, What if your wife knew about your tricks and blamed you? After all, his divorce application looked like he had not filed. I submitted the divorce application, as she said, but I am sure that the organization does not agree. Is there anything wrong with this? Qin Shiyu asked. The corners of Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched. It's our fault? Qin Shiyu looked into the distance with deep eyes, raised his head and glanced at the sky, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hu Jianjun felt that he was pretending to be deep sometimes, and was about to make a sarcastic remark. Then he lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Even if I were allowed to choose again, I would still do this. I don't want to be separated from her, even if we got together for some other reasons. But since I married her, she is my wife and the mother of my children. I didn't take good care of her in the past. In the future, I will treat her well, protect her, and love her. Maybe these are a little late, but I will try my best to fulfill my responsibilities as a husband and never let her suffer any grievances again. Hu Jianjun was stunned for a while, then patted him on the back. Good boy. Political commissar, I'm going back first.
Qin Shiyu said.
Go back quickly and spend more time with your wife and children. It was rare for him to have a few days off to rest. If he was busy, he would not have time to spend time with his wife and children. Yes. Watching Qin Shiyu leave, Hu Jianjun was about to leave, but Gu Wenbin came out and stood behind him. Huh. Hu Jianjun was startled and looked at Gu Wenbin unhappily. Old Gu, scaring people will kill you. Are you so easily scared now? Gu Wenbin asked back. Hu Jianjun. He waited for him, and he would stand behind him quietly next time to see if he was afraid. Is the medical skills of that boy's wife really that good? Gu Wenbin obviously saw the form that Hu Jianjun submitted for Yun Jiji. At that time, he was still curious about whose daughter-in-law this was. If he hadn't just seen the name written on the divorce application form, he wouldn't have known that Qin Shiyu's daughter-in-law was actually Yun Jiji. Yes, I have also checked. The two people who were sent to Yunhe village were old doctors. One was Mr. Zhang Pingcheng, and the other was Mr. Zhuang Wenhui. If Yun Jiji didn't lie and had been living in the cowshed, then it is very likely that her medical skills were learned from these two old gentlemen. Whether it was Zhang Pingcheng or Zhuang Wenhui, they were both masters of traditional Chinese medicine. It's a pity that they were born at the wrong time, and they wouldn't have to spend their lives alone and depressed in the cowshed. There wasn't even anyone to collect their bodies. The team probably just wrapped them in a broken straw mat and dug a hole to bury them. Doesn't she have to take an assessment before entering the clinic? You can notify her later. I will take her to a place tomorrow morning. If she can pass the assessment, she will pass the assessment. Gu Wenbin knows Hu Jianjun's character. If Yun Jiji's medical skills were not really good, he would not send people to the army casually. Moreover, Xiaoman's condition is the same in their military region. Wang Cheng's expression in the past 2 days has indeed been much more relaxed. This also indirectly shows that the medicine prescribed by Yun Jiji is indeed effective after Xiaoman takes it. Qin Shi walked towards the family compound, thinking in his heart that he would go down the mountain to get some bamboo and bring it back. In addition to making a steamer, he could also get some toys for the two children. His children probably haven't had their own toys since they grew up. They must have envied other people's children a lot in the past. He really owed his children too much, and he just wanted to be twice as good to them in the future. Qin Shiyu just walked to the gate of the army and saw the little soldier in the communication room running over in a hurry. Qin Shiyu paused. Something? When the young soldier ran to Qin Shiyu, he was still panting. He took a break before saying, "Qin, there's a call for you." "My call?" Qin Shiyu was slightly stunned. "Yes, it's from Yunhe village. She said her name is Yun Wanrong, and she has something urgent to talk to you about," the young soldier said hurriedly. Qin Shiyu's eyebrows were twisted. Why did Yun Wanrong call at this time? But since the other party called, he had to call back, so he followed the young soldier to the communication room. When Qin Shiyu called back, the phone was quickly picked up. "Brother Shiyu, is that you?" The woman's voice asked gently on the other end of the phone. "Sister-in-law?" Qin Shiyu asked with frowns. He hadn't figured out the drugging incident that year, so he suppressed his confusion and didn't ask directly. And what was Yun Wanrong doing calling now? When Yun Wanrong first heard the name sister-in-law, she was also stunned for a moment, and her face became ugly. The person Qin Shiyu wanted to marry was her. After the two of them met, she felt that they were quite suitable. Moreover, Qin Shiyu was a soldier and was in the army. With the allowance and the funds for the mission in a year, she could earn at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. She could live a good life if she married him. As long as she followed him in the army, she would not have to work with everyone. At that time, Yun Wanrong was still looking forward to their marriage, but she was reborn. In her previous life, Yun Wanrong married Qin Shiyu. On the wedding night, Qin Shiyu was urgently recalled to the army overnight, and he left for 5 years. In these 5 years, Yun Wanrong worked like a cow and a horse in the Qin family and never had a full meal. She finally waited until Qin Shiyu came back and took her to the army, but when she followed him to the army, the couple had no time to be intimate, and Qin Shiyu went on a mission again. And this time, Qin Shiyu never came back. But she became a glorious family member of a martyr. Although she was respected by everyone, she was full of bitterness in her heart when she took the compensation for Qin Shiyu's sacrifice. She was bound by invisible shackles, unable to marry or do anything out of the ordinary. When she was alone guarding the empty house, she saw on TV that the poorest man in the family who was forced by her parents to marry became the richest man in the country, and Yun Jiji became the wife of the richest man, enjoying unlimited glory. She was so unwilling that she couldn't even breathe, and was so angry that she died. When she woke up again, she unexpectedly found that she was reborn, and that day was the day when Qin Shiyu was going to propose marriage. "Sister-in-law?" Qin Shiyu's voice came from the receiver. Yun Wanrong, who was immersed in her own thoughts, suddenly came back to her senses. "Brother Shiyu, I have something that has been entangled for a long time, and I don't know whether I should tell you about my sister." Yun Wanrong bit her lower lip, frowned slightly, and her eyes were full of hesitation and uneasiness. Although Qin Shiyu on the other end of the phone couldn't see it, Yun Wanrong felt that she should have the emotions she should have. "Sister-in-law, your sister is my wife. You should call me brother-in-law." Qin Shiyu was inexplicably displeased with her title. Yun Wanrong was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth, suppressed her reluctance, and called out, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with your sister?" Qin Shiyu always felt that she was a little strange, but said it out loud for a while. Yun Wanrong suppressed her dissatisfaction and asked carefully, "Sister, brother-in-law, did my sister go to the army to find you?" Yun Wanrong couldn't be sure at this time where Yun Jiji had gone. She was not in the village a few days ago. It was not until she came back that she found that Yun Jiji had left Yunhe village with the two little. She asked the village chief and the team leader, but they were unwilling to tell her where Yun Jiji had gone. Because she was not sure, she called Qin Shiyu, but she had never found Qin Shiyu and only found him today. If Yun Jiji took the children to the army to find Qin Shiyu, then they should have arrived. Isn't your sister in Yunhe village? Qin Shiyu asked subconsciously. Yun Wanrong was stunned for a moment, and then she was filled with ecstasy. Yun Jiji didn't go to find Qin Shiyu at all, and when she thought of Yun Jiji's appearance, she felt like she was about to die. Even if she had the letter of introduction in her hand, she didn't have the money to buy a ticket. She might have starved to death in some corner. Yun Wanrong took a deep breath, then gritted her teeth and sighed. Sister. Brother-in-law, my sister may have run away with someone. He heard this. Qin Shiyu's face instantly sank. If Yun Jiji was not in the family compound at this time, he would really believe Yun Wanrong's lies. Comrade Yun Wanrong, she is your sister, Qin Shiyu said in a deep voice. Yun Wanrong was also frightened when she heard the man's stern voice. But thinking that Yun Jiji is still Qin Shiyu's wife, his reaction is also very normal. No man in the world can accept the news that his wife ran away with another man.
Sister.
Brother-in-law. This is really not something I said casually. This matter it has spread all over our village. I thought my sister went to the army to find you, but you just said that my sister is not in the army.
I think you should know about this.
Yun Wanrong said aggrievedly. She was also a little confused in her heart. Obviously, when she told Qin Shiyu 3 years ago that Yun Jiji had actually been secretly in love with him, Qin Shiyu still believed it. Now 3 years have passed, and Qin Shiyu has never returned to the village. It is normal for Yun Jiji to have lost her feelings for him. Why doesn't he believe it?
Brother-in-law, you are in the army.
Can you think of a way to find my sister's whereabouts? I am really worried about her safety. She has 2 children with her. What should I do if something happens? Yun Wanrong started crying as she spoke, and her crying came all over the phone line. Listening to her tone, she seemed to be extremely anxious. However, Qin Shiyu did not believe her words. Yun Jiji came to the army with a letter of introduction. The village chief and the captain of Yunhe village knew that Yun Jiji came to the army to find him. If such gossip was spread in the village, Yun Jiji was a soldier's family member, and the village chief and the captain would not ignore it. Therefore, Yun Wanrong did not tell the truth. Yun Jiji had said before that after she married him, Yun Wanrong's parents completely broke off the relationship with Yun Jiji in order to appease Yun Wanrong. If Yun Wanrong really had feelings for her sister, she would definitely not let her parents drive Yun Jiji out of the house, let alone let the 3 of them suffer so much grievance. Yun Wanrong was favored in the Yun family. If she really wanted to secretly help Yun Jiji, it was impossible that she could not help at all. And it was obvious that they didn't know that Yun Jiji left Yunhe village, let alone where Yun Jiji went. Otherwise they wouldn't run to him and say that Yun Jiji ran away with a man. Qin Shiyu was brainstorming here, and Yun Wanrong was nervously waiting for Qin Shiyu's response on the other end of the phone. She could hear the man's heavy breathing, but he didn't say anything. Brother-in-law, are you still listening? You will send someone to find my sister, right? You will bring her back safely, right? Yun Wanrong saw that he didn't speak all the time, and she couldn't help but feel anxious, so she had to ask Qin Shiyu's thoughts quickly. I know about this matter, and I will deal with it. Qin Shiyu still didn't tell the other party about Yun Jiji's whereabouts. He also wanted to see what Yun Wanrong would do next. If he had only suspected the problem with the wine 3 years ago, now he was basically sure that there was definitely something wrong with the wine. However, he still didn't know why Yun Wanrong did this. Yun Wanrong wanted to say a few more words, but the phone was hung up directly. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Yun Wanrong's face darkened. But thinking about what she was going to do next, Yun Wanrong had to temporarily suppress her thoughts. She couldn't be anxious. If she was anxious, Qin Shiyu would be suspicious. He was a soldier and was more sensitive to everything. Even if she was reborn and lived one more life than others, she couldn't guarantee that she would not reveal any flaws in front of Qin Shiyu. However, she believed that Qin Shiyu should believe her words, and she was not worried at all that Qin Shiyu would return to the village at this time. In his previous life, Qin Shiyu only came back in the 5th year after marriage. With this thought, Yun Wanrong felt relieved. She walked back in a good mood with a basket in her hand. The pain of spending 1 yuan to make a phone call had dissipated a lot. After returning to the village, Yun Wanrong avoided people and came to the back of a dilapidated, thatched house. After looking around and making sure that there was no one, Yun Wanrong quickly slipped into the house. Brother Mingyuan. Yun Wanrong looked at the man who was reading a book in front of her with eyes like warm sunshine. Although the thatched house was indeed very shabby and leaky, Yun Wanrong felt that He Mingyuan was so handsome. Every time she saw He Mingyuan, he was sitting there reading a book. No wonder he could become the richest man in China in his previous life. His success was not achieved overnight, but accumulated bit by bit now. Otherwise, how could he accurately take advantage of the spring breeze of reform and opening up to earn the first pot of gold, and then sit on hundreds of billions of assets? Rong Rong, you're here? He Mingyuan seemed to be immersed in the ocean of books. When he heard Yun Wanrong calling him at this time, he seemed to have just discovered her arrival. Brother Mingyuan, I brought you some food. Although you need to read books, you can't go hungry, don't you think? Yun Wanrong looked at He Mingyuan with a gentle look. She couldn't let the future richest man go hungry because she was going to be the future richest man's wife. Take good care of He Mingyuan at this time, and when they get married, He Mingyuan will definitely love her very much. In the previous life, when Yun Jiji married He Mingyuan, she lived a poor life for several years. When He Mingyuan became rich, he not only did not despise Yun Jiji, his wife, but also doted on her. She still remembers that when she saw Yun Jiji on TV, she was wearing top luxury brands. The bag she was carrying alone was worth millions, and her whole outfit was worth tens of millions. Now, she has snatched He Mingyuan away first, and such days will belong to her in the future. But she is not Yun Jiji. Her parents love her. After she marries He Mingyuan, they will still support her, and she will not have a hard life. Rong Rong, have you eaten? Have you saved your own rations for me recently? You look thinner. He Mingyuan looked at Yun Wanrong with a distressed look on his face and quickly made way for her to sit. Yun Wanrong shook her head gently and said softly, Brother Mingyuan, I'm not hungry, but you have to study and work. You still need to eat more. He Mingyuan looked at Yun Wanrong with emotion, holding Yun Wanrong's hand. Rong Rong, it is Mingyuan's honor to be able to communicate with you. I like Brother Mingyuan too. Yun Wanrong lowered her head shyly. He Mingyuan was inspired, and he held her in his arms, saying softly, Rong Rong, wait for me. I will work hard to marry you this year. Yun Wanrong's face lit up, and she leaned into his arms. Brother Mingyuan, I am willing to wait for you. Wait for you to marry me. When Qin Shi returned to the family compound, he was still dragging a few bamboos. Yun Jiji blinked, looked at Qin Shiyu in confusion, and asked, Why did you drag so many bamboos back? To make some steamers and bamboo baskets for home use. Qin Shiyu explained. Yun Jiji was quite surprised, and the man put the bamboos in the yard, went into the kitchen to drink a glass of water, and then took a hatchet to start chopping bamboos. Where are the children? Qin Shiyu came back and didn't see Tu Anchuan and Yuan and looked at Yun Jiji in confusion. They took a nap. Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu understood that the children were still young, and more sleep was also good for their health. He turned his head to look at Yun Jiji, and saw that she opened her big eyes curiously and stared at the bamboo in his hand. He suddenly thought of the things that Yun Wanrong said on the phone when she called before. Did she know that her sister would say that about her? Have you always had a bad relationship with your parents? Qin Shiyu thought of what she had mentioned before, because after she snatched Yun Wanrong's marriage, the Yun couple broke off their relationship with Yun Jiji. If it's good, can they break off their relationship with me? Yun Jiji asked back. Qin Shiyu was choked. You two are their daughters, why? He couldn't figure it out. They were obviously daughters, whether it was Yun Jiji or Yun Wanrong, they were their biological children. Yun Wanrong was their treasure, but Yun Jiji was not even a blade of grass. Maybe I'm not their biological child. Yun Jiji couldn't figure it out, but now there was only this possibility. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, and the Yun couple's attitude towards her really didn't seem like the attitude they should have towards their own daughter. Qin Shiyu was slightly startled, turned his head to look at Yun Jiji, and asked, Have you ever thought about checking your own life experience? Yun Jiji was a little surprised that this man actually listened to her words. I just said it casually. Did you take it seriously? Maybe. Otherwise, who can figure out the reason? It is said that there have been many cases in the early years where people had to abandon their children in the countryside for some reasons. Qin Shiyu himself is a soldier and has been exposed to many things over the years. Combined with the attitude of the Yun couple towards Yun Jiji, it is really hard not to doubt whether Yun Jiji is their child. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu in some surprise. She suddenly found that Qin Shiyu was really different from what she imagined. She thought this man was more or less old-fashioned, but she didn't expect his thoughts to be so bold. She did say it casually. As for whether she was the daughter of the Yun family, she really didn't have any memory. The original owner's memory didn't have any information about her not being the biological daughter of the Yun couple. So, she couldn't be sure. Maybe you can check it out.
Qin Shiyu said.
Yun Jiji stared at the man for a while and asked, "If I'm not their daughter, why are you so happy?" Qin Shiyu paused and looked at Yun Jiji and said, "If you are not their daughter, at least you won't feel so bad." She was stunned again, and now she also realized what Qin Shiyu meant. As for what the Yun couple had done, the original owner was really sad at the time. When they were about to break off the relationship, the original owner's guilt towards them and Yun Wanrong reached its peak. So over the years, no matter how Yun's mother Zhao Sulian scolded her, she never refuted a word for herself, because the original owner felt that she owed Yun Wanrong, thinking that she had walked into the wrong room and thus robbed Yun Wanrong of her marriage. So, she felt guilty and owed. She wanted to make up for all this, so no matter how they insulted the original owner would not refute a word. But who knows the bitterness and pain of the original owner? Those are her parents and relatives, but they followed outsiders to accuse her of not being right. This would be very painful for anyone. How could Yun Jiji not be in pain in her heart? She could understand what Qin Shiyu meant. The original owner could not understand why her parents treated her like this, but if she was not the child of the Yun family, all this would make sense. I don't care now. Since they don't recognize me, let's just treat each other as strangers. Yun Jiji left a sentence and went to the backyard to deal with the herbs she brought back from the mountain in the morning. Qin Shiyu looked at her back and didn't tell Yun Jiji about what Yun Wanrong had said to him, lest Yun Jiji feel even more uncomfortable after listening to it. There were not many herbs, and it didn't take much time to prepare them. She came to the front yard after she finished and found that Qin Shiyu's movements were very fast. At this moment, he had already cut the bamboo into bamboo strips, and then sat there, and thin bamboo strips were born from his hands. Yun Jiji always felt that the craftsman's hand was particularly powerful. In her previous life, she would also watch Douyin videos in her spare time, and what she preferred was to watch the craftsman, and handmade products were born in their hands one by one. However, they did not make the whole process. Although it was very healing to watch, she always felt that it was not perfect. Now, watching Qin Shiyu pulling out strips of bamboo here, this feeling is not when watching the video. Qin Shiyu was busy there, and when he looked up, he saw Yun Jiji blinking a pair of eyes, staring straight at his hands. Moreover, it was particularly exciting to watch. Qin Shiyu was a little puzzled. What's so good about this? Why does she like it so much? Do you like watching this? Qin Shiyu asked curiously. You continue. Yun Jiji asked with a frown when she saw him stop. Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched, and he felt that Yun Jiji was really cute like this. Although he didn't understand what was so good about pulling bamboo strips, he could see that Yun Jiji really liked it. Originally, Yun Jiji was the only one sitting on the side watching. After Tuanyuanyuan woke up, the mother and son sat there in a row, watching him busy with excitement and expectation. The corners of Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched. He thought they were very cute, and inexplicably a sense of satisfaction arose in his heart. It was as if what he did was recognized by them. This feeling was very special, and at the same time, there was a sense of happiness spreading in his heart. What are you doing as a family? Hu Jianjun saw the scene when he came over. Yun Jiji sat aside with 2 children, and 3 pairs of eyes looked at Qin Shiyu's hands brightly. That's right. It was Qin Shiyu's hands. Qin Shiyu was weaving something. Hu Jianjun took a quick look and saw that he was weaving a steamer. When they saw Qin Shi weaving a steamer, did it look so good? Isn't this just a steamer? Political commissar, why are you here? Qin Shiu was a little confused when he heard the voice. Seeing this, Hu Jianjun said, "You do your thing, I'll look for your wife." Yun Jiji pointed at herself and asked, "The political commissar is looking for me?" "Yes." "About your assessment." Yun Jiji's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up and moved a chair for Hu Jianjun, and then poured him a cup of hot water. Hu Jianjun. Her enthusiasm was conditional. He stood here for a long time until he mentioned that he came to tell her about the assessment. Yun Jiji then hurriedly got up to pour a glass of water. What if he didn't come to talk about this? Was Yun Jiji going to entertain him? Political commissar, what about the assessment? Yun Jiji asked expectantly. Hu Jianjun had just brought the hot water to his mouth, and when he heard this, he silently put the water down and said, "Wait for us at the gate of the family compound at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and the brigade commander will take you to a place." Qin Shiu also stopped what he was doing when he heard this. Political commissar? He was a little puzzled. Isn't the assessment of the Military District Health Center a normal assessment? Why do you have to go out? Could it be that there is something else? Can you eat your wife? The brigade commander certainly has his reasons for doing this. It's just an assessment. Can he eat your wife? Hu Jianjun glared at Qin Shiu unhappily. Political commissar, can we go with them? Tuan Yuan can't leave my wife for too long, Qin Shiu said. Hu Jianjun looked at the two children. When they heard Yun Jiji going out, they huddled beside Yun Jiji and looked uneasy. Follow us. Hu Jianjun looked at the four members of their family and felt helpless. What he wanted to say had already been conveyed, so he did not stay any longer. After seeing Hu Jianjun off, the mother and her two children sat back in their original seats. Dad Yuanyuan blinked and looked at Qin Shiu. Especially when Qin Shiu did not continue, the little guy looked a little dissatisfied. Qin Shiu also reacted and began to weave the steamer again. Qin Shiu weaved 2 steamers in one afternoon, which was actually very fast. After all, everything started from scratch, starting with the cutting of bamboo strips. After the steamer is made, it must be washed with clean water first, then soaked in warm water with detergent for about 20 minutes, boiled and disinfected, and placed in a ventilated place to dry. If conditions permit, a layer of cooking oil can be applied on the outside to preserve it. With Qin Shiu around, Yun Jiji doesn't have to be busy with these things. But she did take over the dinner. Qin Shiu was busy in the yard all day, and she didn't help at all. Instead, she enjoyed watching the craftsmanship for a long time. Some psychological satisfaction that had not been satisfied before was inexplicably satisfied this afternoon. Therefore, she did not let Qin Shiu do the dinner. In addition to the pheasant fried with chestnuts at noon, she steamed smooth egg custard, hot and sour potato shreds, garlic-flavored green vegetables, and steamed a pot of rice. After dinner, when she was washing the two children, Qin Shiu had already washed the dishes. But when she came out after cleaning up the children, she saw Qin Shiu sitting at the table, his hand stretched in front of the oil lamp, staring at his fingertips. "What's wrong with your fingers?" Yun Jiji asked. Qin Shiu looked at her. "Is the child asleep?" "No, he finished washing and playing on the bed," she said. At this time, Yun Jiji had walked to the table and sat down, and saw Qin Shiu holding a needle in his hand and picking his fingers. "Did the bamboo thorn get stuck in?" Yun Jiji asked. He spent a long time in the afternoon, and some of the tiny bamboo thorns were sharper than needles. Qin Shiu used a needle to pick them out, so it was probably stuck in. "Well, just pick it out with a needle," Qin Shiu said. Yun Jiji glanced at him and finally said, "Let me see." As long as the bamboo thorn is not inserted too deep, it is actually very easy to pick it out. But seeing that Qin Shiu has been picking here for a long time, it seems that the bamboo thorn has not been picked out, and instead, he has pricked his fingers in several places. Bamboo is so obedient in this man's hands. Why is it so difficult to pick out a bamboo thorn? Qin Shiu did not hesitate, and directly stretched out his hand in front of Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji pulled his hand. The man's hands were very big, and her hands looked very small when placed on the man's hands. Due to years of training, the man's palms were broad and thick, and his palms were covered with hard and rough calluses. His fingers were thick and strong, and the joints were slightly raised. Each finger seemed to contain 1,000 pounds of strength. Her fingertips fell on the man's fingertips, and she just touched it lightly and soon determined the position where the man's bamboo thorn had pierced. She looked up at the man and said, "It may hurt a little, just bear with it." "It's okay, you come." Yunjiji took a look, picked up the needle in her hand and pressed it lightly, and the bamboo thorn slid out of his flesh. The bamboo thorn was 1 centimeter long. It was pierced a little deep, and when the flesh thorn slid out, it was still bleeding. If the bamboo thorn is left alone, it is hard to guarantee that it will not cause some inflammation. Okay. Yunjiji retracted her hand and put the needle in the needle box. Qin Shi looked at her, and seeing her serious expression, he asked softly, "Aren't you worried about tomorrow's test?" Yunjiji raised her head. "What is there to worry about? Treating patients and saving lives is her specialty. At least she has studied medicine for so many years, and she has never encountered a patient she can't cure." So when she heard Qin Shi say this, Yunjiji was a little puzzled. But think about it, in their opinion, her medical skills are just learned from some barefoot doctors and 2 old doctors who went to the countryside. She has not conducted systematic learning. Probably most people think that she can cure Xiaoman's illness. It's just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. She didn't expect them to believe how great her medical skills are at once, so she didn't think too much about their doubts. Let them doubt their own, as long as she knows how her medical skills are. According to what the political commissar said, I guess he wants to take you to see a patient and let you treat him on the spot. Qin Shi has been in the army for so many years and has dealt with Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin much more than Yunjiji, so she knows them better than Yunjiji knows them. Therefore, he guessed that this was the case. Since it is an assessment, it is probably a bit difficult, but it will not be those difficult and complicated diseases. I think it will be some long-term diseases. Yunjiji said. Qin Shiyu found that her mind was really very calm, as if she really didn't worry too much about these things. Even if it was mentioned at this time, she still looked calm. Qin Shiyu also found that his understanding of her was really shallow. Yun Wanrong did tell her a lot about Yunjiji, but Qin Shiyu didn't have time to think about it at the time, and what happened was really very upset. I have never figured out why he got drunk after drinking 2 glasses of wine, when his alcohol tolerance was obviously very good. And the Yun family couple always told him that he was in a good mood because of the happy event. He had never thought about the drugging. If Yunjiji hadn't been hospitalized that day, and he hadn't accidentally heard the doctor's words, Qin Shi wouldn't have thought of this at all. No matter what the patient's illness is tomorrow, treat it if you can, and it doesn't matter if you can't. Don't put pressure on yourself. Yunjiji raised her eyebrows, looked at Qin Shiyu, and said, "You think a little differently from me."
Huh?
He was slightly startled. We both know how we got married. In my opinion, men cannot accept such calculations. I thought you would definitely be disgusted with me. Yunjiji said the doubts in her heart. Yunjiji is not a person who likes to quarrel, and who doesn't want to solve problems peacefully. Of course, except for the top-notch people like Zhao Zhenju, she doesn't want to waste her words if she can take action. But this is a military area, so she can only restrain herself temporarily. That night, the clouds covered the moon, and I couldn't even see the road clearly. It's normal to go to the wrong room. Yunjiji's mouth twitched. That night, I asked Yun Wanrong, and I pushed the door in when I heard Yun Wanrong answering in the room. Yunjiji said she didn't need to hide for Yun Wanrong, who could even calculate her own sister. The doors of the 2 rooms are connected and side by side, with only a pillar in the middle as a gap, just 1 step away. That night, the original owner was also worried that she had pushed the wrong door, so she called Yun Wanrong until she heard Yun Wanrong say in the house, "Sister, why are you standing at the door and not coming in?" At that time, Yunjiji was sure that she should not have walked into the wrong place, but when she woke up the next day, everything had changed. Did she say anything? Qin Shiyu asked. Yunjiji didn't say anything, just looked at Qin Shiyu steadily. Qin Shiyu was also looking at her. From her eyes, Qin Shiyu could see that Yunjiji was honest, and she didn't lie. But at this time, Qin Shiyu frowned, and his deep eyes were half closed, as if thinking about this matter. She didn't say anything to disturb him, wondering whether she should go back to the house to accompany the two children. Just as Yunjiji was about to get up, Qin Shiyu suddenly reached out and grabbed her. "What are you doing?" She was so scared that she quickly pulled her hand back. With his hands empty, Qin Shiyu's eyebrows slightly frowned. She really disliked his touch. "Yun Wanrong told me at that time that you had been secretly in love with me for a long time, so you climbed into my bed in the middle of the night." Qin Shiyu stared at Yunjiji with his eyes fixed, wanting to see how this woman would react. Yunjiji's eyes widened, and her big and round almond eyes looked even bigger now. "I saw you for the first time that day, and I have been secretly in love with you for a long time?" Yunjiji felt that Yun Wanrong had no basis for what she said. When Qin Shiyu and Yun Wanrong had their first blind date, although they also came to the Yun family, Yunjiji was sent to work early in the morning by Yun's parents that day. In order to prevent her from coming back for lunch that day, they generously stuffed her with 2 coarse flour buns. When she came back from work, Qin Shiyu was gone. "I saw you for the first time that day when you were drunk." After saying that, Yunjiji raised her foot and walked into the house. As for whether Qin Shiyu believed it or not, it was no longer important to her. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji's back as she left, sighed softly, and felt a little depressed for some reason. She really didn't have any feelings for him. Even if they didn't divorce, he could predict that Yunjiji would still not accept him, even if he treated the 3 of them well and made her feel warm. But what happened in the past 3 years was enough to wear away all the passion of a person. Moreover, although his parents didn't do the things they did, it was because of him that she had to endure all the right and wrong. He sighed lightly. It seems that the road to harmony between husband and wife is very long. Inside is the patient you are going to see today. After layers of inspections, inquiries, signatures, and confirmation of information, Yunjiji and his friends finally arrived outside a small courtyard. Yunjiji was a little surprised. The patient she was going to see today was obviously of extraordinary status. "Go in." Gu Wenbin glanced at Yunjiji and said, "Don't be too nervous. The old leader has seen many doctors for his illness, and many doctors are powerless. So, if you can see him, it's a good thing. If you can't see him, don't force it." "Okay." Yunjiji nodded. Gu Wenbin was a little surprised. Yunjiji was very different from the rural people he had in mind. She was very calm in dealing with things. It was reasonable that she would inevitably feel a little timid when she met a brigade commander like him. Although he knew that he was also an ordinary person, in the eyes of ordinary people, Gu Wenbin was an official. She did not show any fear when facing him. It was as if she had seen many people of this status. If he had not been sure that Yunjiji was the wife Qin Shiyu married, Gu Wenbin would really doubt her identity. "Everyone, please come in." They stood at the door for a while, and the person who went in to report also came out. It was a man in his 40s. From his aura, it can be determined that the other party is a soldier. "Please lead the way." After entering the house, the other party led them directly to the 2nd floor. As soon as they walked up the stairs, they smelled a strong smell of medicine, which made people frown. Yunjiji's expression remained unchanged. She turned around and looked at Qin Shiyu. "Tuanchuan and Yuan won't go in. You can take them to wait outside." "Okay." On the way here, Yunjiji had already told the 2 children that she was going to see a patient, so the 2 of them had to follow their father for a while. So at this moment, Yunjiji looked at them gently, and then followed Brigadier General Gu and Hu Jianjun into the room. On the bed in the room, there lay an old man who was nearly 70 years old, with a head full of silver hair. The old man's face was thin and haggard. Years of illness made his old eyes cloudy and dim. The corners of his mouth would occasionally twitch unconsciously, which was the wanton pulling caused by muscle spasms after a. He saw Gu Wenbin and the others, tilted his head to speak, but before he opened his mouth, saliva flowed down the corners of his mouth. The despair in the old man's eyes was even worse. Yunjiji noticed the scene inside the house when she entered the room and saw a bookshelf beside the bed. There were many certificates and rows of neatly placed military medals on the bookshelf. She saw several first-class military medals at a glance. This was an old soldier, an old hero who participated in the war in his early years. He had made so many military achievements and should have enjoyed his old age, but because of he became like this now. No wonder. She saw the despair in the old man's eyes. For him, death is not terrible. What is terrible is that he has to suffer from illness before death, and he can't even leave decently before leaving. This is a great torture for an old hero. Dad, this is Xiaoqin's wife. She knows some medical skills. I'll bring her back to you. Gu Wenbin came to the bedside, picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped the saliva from the corner of his father-in-law's mouth. This is my wife's father. His last name is Zhong. Gu Wenbin explained to them at the same time, and they were all a little surprised that the old leader in front of them actually had such a relationship with Gu Wenbin. Upon hearing this, the old leader Zhong shook his head vigorously, which showed that he had long lost hope for his health. Seeing this, Yunjiji took 2 steps forward. Old leader, I know you feel bad, but I can cure your condition. Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun looked at Yunjiji in surprise. The old leader has I can cure him so that he won't drool like he does now, and he can speak normally.
It's just that he can't get out of bed now.
I have to take his pulse to confirm whether I can let the old leader stand up again. Yunjiji said that she could make the old leader Zhong speak. Previously, they had also found many doctors to treat the old leader Zhong, but the effect was minimal. Some even refused to treat the old leader directly when they saw the old leader Zhong. Some people are always worried that if they treat the old leader Zhong, it would be fine if they can cure the old leader's illness. They are afraid that their own ability is not good, and they will not cure the old leader's illness, or even aggravate the old leader's symptoms, which is to destroy their own reputation. In fact, Chinese medicine is almost suppressed now. Even the old doctors with excellent medical skills dare not easily treat people. They did know an old Chinese doctor before, and his medical skills were quite good, but a few years ago, the old Chinese doctor's hand was injured, and he could no longer hold the silver needle. His superb silver needle technique was almost lost. Comrade Yun, please take the pulse for the old leader first. Hu Jianjun saw that they were all in surprise, and he was the first to react. Yunjiji looked at the old leader on the bed. The old leader, who had been very repulsive before, now had a glimmer of hope in his eyes and nodded slightly. Gu Wenbin was delighted and quickly stepped forward to take the old leader's hand out from under the quilt, and then stepped aside. Yunjiji took a few steps forward, sat down on the stool beside the bed, and then put her hand on the pulse of the old leader. The old man was very old, and his pulse was weak, almost imperceptible. In order to fully detect the condition of the old leader, Yunjiji was not in a hurry, but sent out the wood spirit, and a faint green light was probed in. Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun stood aside, inexplicably not daring to breathe, and even dared not make a sound, for fear of disturbing Yunjiji's pulse. Although the old leader Zhong had suffered his mind was still clear. He stared at Yunjiji. The girl in front of him looked young, but too thin, as if she could be blown away by the wind. At this time, she sat there quietly, with a serious look, which made people feel a little nervous. After an unknown amount of time, Yunjiji withdrew her hand. Comrade Yun, how is it? Gu Wenbin asked anxiously. Since his father-in-law fell ill, his wife has smiled less. In fact, Gu Wenbin brought Yunjiji here today, and he didn't have much hope, but thinking about what Hu Jianjun mentioned, Yunjiji could even cure Xiaoman's disease that she had in her mother's. Last night, Gu Wenbin specially called Wang Qing to ask about Xiaoman's condition. In the past, Wang Cheng's face was always very worried, and it was rare to see a little smile on his face, but yesterday he saw Wang Cheng's relaxed expression. And when talking about Xiaoman's condition, Wang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Cheng's original words were, "Many doctors have said that Xiaoman's illness is hopeless. He has taken so many medicines and drugs, and every winter he is half dead, lying in bed in pain. We, as parents, feel so distressed when we see him, and we wish we could feel the pain for him. Although we cannot guarantee that the medicine Comrade Yun gave will definitely cure Xiaoman, it can at least make him feel less pain. We are all happy if he can feel less pain. Now that Xiaoman has taken the medicine prescribed by Comrade Yun, he says every day that he doesn't feel as much pain in his body as before. He is no longer confined to bed like before, but he still has the strength to get up. Even if he can't go out, he can walk around the house. We are happy to see this. Even if Xiaoman really doesn't have many years left, we hope that he can leave comfortably, rather than leaving in a state of disfigurement due to illness. Initially, when he wanted Yun Jiji to come and see his father-in-law, Gu Wenbin was still a little conflicted and a little unsure whether his idea was right. Until he heard what Wang Qing said, Gu Wenbin seemed to see hope. He always felt that Yun Jiji was the one who could relieve the pain for his father-in-law. Just as Wang Qing said, he would rather leave comfortably than be tortured by illness. They all saw the despair in the eyes of the old Commander Zhong. Think about the man who had carried a gun and fought gangsters on the battlefield before, but now he lies in bed every day, unable to move, and drooling at the slightest movement. Zhong Shan mentioned to him the last time she went back that his father's eyes were full of death. If his hands and feet could still move, I'm afraid the old man would have ended his own life directly. I'll give the old commander acupuncture first to improve his symptoms of crooked eyes and crooked mouth, and then I'll deal with the hidden injuries on his legs for the old commander. Yun Jiji said. At this time, Chief Zhong looked at Yun Jiji in surprise. He had many hidden injuries on his body, all left on the battlefield. Yun Jiji just took his pulse. And found it. Brigade commander, please ask someone to prepare some moxa for me. I need warm needles. Yun Jiji said. Okay, I'll ask someone to prepare it right away. Yun Jiji responded, and then asked the guard who was responsible for taking care of the old leader Zhong to take away the mattress covering the old leader. She looked at the old leader Zhong and said, Old leader, I want to check the wound on your leg for you, and I need to help you take off your outer trousers. After getting the old leader's approval, Yun Jiji and political commissar, who both retreated first, and only entered the house again after the guards had dealt with it. Yun Jiji looked at the old man's deformed legs, with deep and shallow scars crisscrossing on his legs. The most conspicuous one was the purple-red hole above the knee, which was the scar left when the bullet passed through the thigh. Thinking of the life and death test faced by the older generation on the battlefield and the peaceful life now, Yun Jiji couldn't help but redden her eyes. Thinking of the certificates and medals in the cabinet of the old leader Zhong, who would not be envious. However, these are the pain left by their generation and the silent medals of their heroic fight for the victory and glory of the motherland. The bullet in the old leader's wound has not been taken out. Yun Jiji touched the bulge and said to the guard on the side. The guard was shocked and nodded repeatedly yes. The bullet was stuck in the old leader's kneecap. When the operation was performed to take it out, the doctors in the hospital had no way to do it. Later, the bullet remained in the old leader's leg. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiji saw it at a glance. It hurts a lot on rainy days. Yun Jiji asked, looking at the old leader Zhong. The old leader Zhong's eyes also turned red. In recent years, every rainy day, his legs were like being eaten by millions of ants. In order not to worry his children, he gritted his teeth and endured it, and did not tell them how much pain he was in. But Yun Jiji's question made him unable to hold back. Old chief, I can take the bullet out of your leg. Are you willing to do it? Yun Jiji lived in a peaceful and prosperous era, the most prosperous era in China. When she watched those anti-Japanese war dramas at that time, she was also very moved. However, some of the later dramas changed their taste, such as tearing a Gizi with bare hands, the bullet turned, the machine gunner was shot dead with one shot from 800 miles away. And so on. Everything seemed so deliberate, false, and unreasonable. Of course, there were good anti-Japanese war dramas, but none of them shocked her more than the injury on the leg of the old leader Zhong. Comrade Yun, is it really okay? The guard had been with the old leader Zhong for many years. Compared with his children, he knew the old leader better. Especially after the old leader he learned to read his eyes and expressions to interpret the old leader's meaning. Okay, but I still have to prepare some things. I can't have the operation until I'm ready. Let's treat the problem on the old leader's face today, Yun Jiji said. The guard was even more excited than the old leader Zhong. At this time, Gu Wenbin, who had gone to prepare moxa, also came back. When he came in, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was a little different. Yun Jiji took the moxa and went to prepare it. The guard quickly told Gu Wenbin what Yun Jiji had just said. When he learned this, Gu Wenbin looked at Yun Jiji with a different look. Warm needles take time, and Yun Jiji was not idle during this time. After sitting down by the bed, she said, "Old chief, I will massage your legs first, so that you won't always have cramps when you fall asleep at night." Then, she looked at the guard on the side and said, "Uncle, you are strong. Watch from the side. Remember as much as you can, and massage the old chief's legs every day from now on, which can improve the cramps and stiffness of the old chief's legs, so that when the bullet is removed later, the old chief will not be so painful." The guard was very excited and hurried to the side to watch. Okay, I will definitely learn it seriously. Yun Jiji nodded, and while she was massaging the old chief, she explained to the guard some acupuncture points on the legs, which ones should be paid more attention to, and how to control the strength, and explained them to him one by one. This time she did not activate Mu Ling. After all, it was the old chief's guard who would massage him later, and if she didn't have the effect of the massage, it would inevitably disappoint the old man. Yun Jiji initially just wanted to pass the assessment, but after meeting the old leader Zhong and seeing the pain on his body, Yun Jiji was more certain of an idea. She wanted to cure the old leader Zhong, let him be a decent old man, and see the future development of our country. Even if he could not see the prosperity in the future, he could at least see that the country was getting better little by little. They had experienced that era, and now what they wanted was nothing more than a peaceful and prosperous era with rapid changes. During the time when she was massaging the old leader Zhong, Yun Jiji learned that the guard was called Yang Shiji. It was said that his father was a soldier under the old leader Zhong, and later he followed the old leader. After the massage, Yun Jiji began to acupuncture the old leader. When several people watched the silver needles fall on the old man's face, they were also frightened. The needles were thin and long, and they were a little scary just looking at them. Gu Wenbin was a little worried that his father-in-law would feel pain, which showed that although his expression had changed, he looked very comfortable and enjoying it. This surprised Gu Wenbin. Could it be comfortable to have the needles pierced on the face? Time passed by minute. Old Chief Zhong felt a little sleepy, but he was afraid to sleep. He wanted to see the effect. "Old Chief, if you feel sleepy, take a nap. Don't force yourself. It will take another half an hour to remove the needles. I will call you when the needles are removed." Yun Jiji knew that the old man was anxious, but the needles could not be removed so quickly, so she whispered. When old Chief Zhong heard this, his heart was relieved, and he fell asleep while lying down. Yun Jiji did not leave, but sat quietly by the side waiting. Even Hu Jianjun and Brigade Commander Gu did not leave. They were all looking forward to seeing the effect, and they were even more curious about how much Yun Jiji could help old Chief Zhong recover. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yun Jiji began to withdraw the needles until the last needle was withdrawn, and old Chief Zhong also woke up. "Old Chief, how do you feel?" Yun Jiji asked. Old Chief Zhong opened his mouth. Everyone was surprised to find that the old leader Zhong did not drool, as usual, when he opened his mouth. "Old leader, please say something," Yun Jiji said again. Gu Wenbin looked at Yun Jiji suddenly, thinking that this little girl was doing it on purpose. Didn't she know that the old leader could not speak since Just as he was about to speak out to stop her, the old man's voice rang in the ears of several people.
Feel.
Still. Feeling. The old man was a little slurred, but even so, it still shocked everyone.
Dad.
At this time, a female voice sounded. "Shanshan, why are you here?" When Brigade Commander Gu saw his wife, he was also stunned. At this time, Zhongshan had come to the bedside, stretched out her hand and held the old leader Zhong's hand. her voice trembling. "Dad, did you just
Speak?
Zhong Shan's voice was excited. She would come back to see her father and accompany the old man whenever she had time. Today, she had a particularly strong feeling that she must come back to see her father. On the way here, Zhong Shan was extremely scared and terrified. When did she want to see her father so badly? She was afraid that if she was a little slower, her father might. So she ran upstairs almost as soon as she got home. Zhong Shan came in hurriedly only when she heard her father's voice at the door.
Shan.
There was a smile on the face of the old leader Zhong. His crooked eyes and crooked mouth had improved a lot, and he no longer drooled when he opened his mouth. The old leader Zhong himself felt it most clearly. He felt that the muscles on his face were not as stiff as before. "Dad, you can really speak this." Zhong Shan seemed to have just discovered that there were unfamiliar faces in the room that she didn't recognize, and then looked at her husband Gu Wenbin. "Old Gu, what's going on?" Hearing this, Gu Wenbin told her about Yun Jiji's treatment for his father-in-law. "Why didn't you tell me so that I could come with you?" Zhong Shan looked at her husband reproachfully. "I'm not worried that Comrade Yun's medical skills are not good enough, and he is the same as those doctors who came to see our father before." Gu Wenbin didn't want to give his wife hope and let her down again. Zhong Shan glared at him unhappily, but she felt very relieved in her heart. Her husband didn't tell her because he was afraid that she would be sad. Zhong Shan stood up and walked to Yun Jiji, stretched out her hand and held Yun Jiji's hand affectionately. "Comrade Yun, thank you. I never thought that I could still hear my father speak. Thank you. Thank you so much." Zhong Shan said. Her eyes became red again. "Madam. Why call me madam? Call me Aunt Zhong." Zhong Shan interrupted Yun Jiji directly. "Aunt Zhong, the old commander's illness still needs acupuncture several times. From now on, he will have to be treated once every 3 days. About 5 times will be enough, and he will not be as slurred as he is now." Yun Jiji was not polite. In this era, it was not appropriate to call someone madam. If people heard it, they would be accused of petty bourgeois behavior. Moreover, no matter what era, connections were very important. Yun Jiji knew very well that since Zhong Shan spoke first, Yun Jiji naturally followed suit. If she was too shy, it would make people unhappy. That's great. Zhong Shan knew how serious her father's condition was. For example, they had been looking for doctors to see their father before, but there was no effect. After a few doctors came to see him, they prescribed some medicine for his father to take, but it made his condition worse. Originally, Zhong Shan had no hope, but now she could hear her father speak, which was a great improvement, and it was good news for them. "Aunt Zhong, I need paper and pen to write the prescription." Yang Shiji said hurriedly, "I'll get it right away." After Yun Jiji wrote the prescription, she handed it to Zhong Shan. "Aunt Zhong, the old leader will drink my prescription once a day at noon. Don't you need to take it 3 times a day?" Zhong Shan asked hurriedly. After all, the doctors before all wanted the old leader to take medicine as food. Medicine is 3-point poison. Once a day is enough. Yun Jiji said. Zhong Shan looked at Yun Jiji with more and more curiosity. But when she saw that she was so thin, she couldn't help frowning. What happened? How could a healthy person become so thin? Yang Shiji still had some massage questions to ask Yun Jiji, so he led Yun Jiji and Hu Jianjun downstairs first. Gu Wenbin and Zhong Shan obviously had something to say to the old leader Zhong, and it was not convenient for them to be there. Mom Tuan Yuan ran over happily when they saw Yun Jiji. Dad said that Mom was treating Grandpa, so they couldn't go up to disturb her. At first, when they saw this big house, the 2 little families were still full of novelty, but after a while, they couldn't see Yun Jiji for too long, and the 2 little guys still missed her very much. When they saw Yun Jiji coming downstairs, the 2 little guys ran over happily and hugged Yun Jiji's thighs. "Miss Mom?" Seeing this, Yun Jiji's eyebrows softened and bent down to hug the 2 little guys in her arms. It seemed to be just a simple treatment, but 2 hours had passed from Yun Jiji going upstairs to going downstairs. "Well, I miss Mom." Yuan rubbed her with her little head. Qin Xiu saw this, took 2 steps forward, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yun Jiji nodded lightly. Tuan Tuan Yuan, Mom is a little tired. Let Mom sit down and rest for a while. Qin Xiu turned to look at the two children and reached out to take the two little guys from Yun Jiji's arms. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Xiu in surprise. She was indeed tired. After 2 hours of treatment, especially when acupuncture was being performed, she had to concentrate highly. If one needle was inserted incorrectly, it would be fatal, so she couldn't be distracted at all. At the same time, she had to use the wood spirit as an aid, and her physical and mental strength were highly consumed. But because the original owner was in poor health and was thin, no one would notice her even if her face was pale. So when Qin Xiu said this, she was a little surprised. This man's observation ability was much stronger than she thought. When Tuan Tuan Yuan heard that she was a little tired, they immediately looked at Yun Jiji with concern and stayed in Qin Xiu's arms obediently. Go sit down and relax, Qin Xiu said. Yun Jiji nodded slightly. Yang Shiji said hurriedly, Comrade Yun, I'll ask the kitchen to get you something to eat. After a busy day, it was already noon. Zhongshan and Gu Wenbin still had something to say to the old leader. He had lived in this house for many years. Although he was not the master, he could still make the decision on such a small matter. What's more, Yun Jiji was treating the old leader. At this time, after Qin Xiu's reminder, they also saw that Yun Jiji's face was indeed a little pale. Go with him. If you fall down, the old leader will feel uncomfortable. Besides, it's time for lunch soon. Let's eat and go back. Hu Jianjun saw Yun Jiji trying to stop him and immediately spoke out. They came out with Gu Wenbin, and they would definitely go back with him. Now none of them knew how long they would have to talk. They couldn't just sit here and starve. They could bear it, but what about the two children? They couldn't let the children starve with them. This is the military compound, and it is also an important protection base. There are no state-owned restaurants around here. There is a supply and marketing cooperative, but it only provides channels for purchases within the military compound. They don't have the corresponding tickets, so they can't buy anything. Yun Jiji felt the same way, so she didn't stop Yang Shiji. She was fine, but the two children couldn't go hungry. The nanny of the Zhong family cooked noodles for them because they didn't say they would stay for dinner before, and usually only the old leader Zhong, Yang Shiji and her had dinner, and they just bought enough ingredients every day. If they really wanted to cook a sumptuous lunch at this time, it would be impossible. However, the nanny still boiled an egg for each of them, and the noodle soup was also made with bone soup, and the bowl of noodles was very delicious. When Gu Wenbin and Zhongshan went downstairs, the noodles were ready. Zhongshan suddenly looked at Yun Jiji with some apology and said, Look at me, I forgot to tell Aunt Lu to prepare the dishes. This is already very good. Yun Jiji said, Let Xiao Qin bring you to our house for dinner tonight. Zhongshan slapped her thigh and said immediately, It's okay to make do with lunch, but it's definitely not okay with dinner. Yun Jiji treated her father and made her father, who was originally crooked in mouth and squinting in eyes, speak. This is a great favor to Zhongshan. She must be grateful to Yun Jiji no matter what. At the same time, she also felt that she should build a good relationship with Yun Jiji. She figured out what happened upstairs just now. She was going to enter the military hospital. Today was supposed to be an assessment for Yun Jiji. After Gu Wenbin learned about Xiaomen being treated by Yun Jiji, he more or less had a little idea of trying his best, so he brought her to her father. But none of them thought that Yun Jiji's ability was so strong. Her father's recovery was visible to the eye, which was not something an ordinary doctor could do. In the past, she always felt that people had talents, but if they didn't work hard, no matter how strong the talent was, it would be useless. After seeing Yun Jiji's strength today, she felt that people still need to be talented. It is simply amazing to be talented and work hard. She also felt that the decision made by her husband was a guidance from the unknown. Otherwise, they would never believe that a girl in her 20s could have such good medical skills and could treat her father's illness. Aunt Zhong, you don't have to be so polite. I am a doctor, and it is my duty to treat people. Yun Jiji said. Zhongshan is old enough and still has a good eye for people. Seeing that Yun Jiji is not arrogant or impatient, she likes Yun Jiji even more. Xiao Qin, you have to treat your wife well. You're a lucky boy. You have met such a good wife. Qin Shiyu heard this and immediately responded, Aunt Zhong, I will love her well. Zhongshan nodded with satisfaction. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu in surprise. They were about to get divorced, and this man said this too naturally. However, the few people who knew the inside story just looked at Yunjiji silently and said nothing more. Eat noodles, eat noodles. We have to rush back to the military area after eating. Hu Jianjun interrupted them. Yunjiji felt that these people were a little strange, but did not say much. The news that she and Qin Shiyu were going to divorce had not spread, so it was normal that they didn't know. With Qin Shiyu around, Yunjiji didn't need to do anything about feeding Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan. Qin Shiyu had already rushed to do it. Yunjiji finished her noodles by herself, and then took over the task of feeding the children from Qin Shiyu so that he could eat with peace of mind. Comrade Yun, pack up in the next 2 days and go through the formalities, then you can officially join the military district hospital, Gu Wenbin said on the way back to the army. Yunjiji's face lit up when she heard this. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Your medical skills are so good. It's a great blessing for our army. Gu Wenbin really felt this way. Even symptoms like Yunjiji can treat it. Gu Wenbin began to wonder how terrible Yunjiji's strength was. She was like a treasure. The deeper you dig, the more amazing it is. If Qin Shiyu was really stupid enough to divorce her, Gu Wenbin wanted his son to marry Yunjiji.
Just be his stepfather.
Having such a powerful daughter-in-law is something that everyone would envy. Qin Shiyu didn't know that Gu Wenbin had thought so much. If he knew, he would probably rush to Gu Wenbin's office and tear up the divorce application when he returned to the army, even if he would bear the punishment, and would never let him have any chance. I will do my best to save more people, Yunjiji promised immediately. When hearing Yunjiji's words, Gu Wenbin felt that her ideological awakening was really fast. If there could be more strong people like Yunjiji. Gu Wenbin suppressed his thoughts that were flying around.
Strong people are not easy to find.
They are not cabbages on the street that can be grabbed in large quantities. When the people in the family compound saw Yunjiji and others getting off Gu Wenbin's car, they were also quite surprised. They couldn't help but be curious about where Yunjiji went with the brigade commander so early in the morning, and they just saw that Hu Jianjun and Zhongshan were in the car. Qin Ying's wife. Where are you going? Why are you with the brigade commander? Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Yunjiji had just arrived for a few days and seldom spoke to them in the compound. Only Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin were a little closer. She would not leave their yard even if there was nothing to do, because they were not very familiar with Yunjiji, so it was not easy for them to go directly to her house to visit. But seeing Yunjiji getting off the car of the brigade commander was very curious. What are you asking about? Are you all idle and have nothing to do? Zhongshan also got off the car and followed them back to the family compound. When they heard them asking about it, they spoke up to defend her. Everyone was a little embarrassed, but they did not dare to refute Zhongshan. This is the wife of the brigade commander. Although she is usually easy to talk to and gets along well with everyone, her status is there. Take your wife back quickly and have a good rest. Zhongshan looked at Yunjiji with soft eyes. After just 2 hours of simple time with her, Zhongshan already liked Yunjiji very much. Aunt Zhong, then we will go back first. Qin Shiyu nodded. Remember to come for dinner in the evening. Come and play early. Okay. Seeing Yunjiji and Zhongshan so close, several people were even more curious. Yunjiji just came. These family members in the family compound all wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Zhongshan. After all, if they had a good relationship with the brigade commander's wife, the brigade commander would think of their men first when their men were promoted in the future. But they also knew that Zhongshan hated this the most, but now she was special to Yunjiji. This made many people envious and jealous. Sometimes people just want to marry a good one. Qin Shiyu was the leader's darling in the army, and his wife could be looked up to by the leaders. This was not all for Qin Shiyu's face. Some people couldn't help but curl their lips and more or less looked down on Yunjiji. Jiji, you are back. Lu Chuntao was watering the vegetables in the yard. When she saw them coming back, she smiled and greeted them. She knew that Yunjiji and the others had gone out in the morning, but she didn't know what they were going to do.
Sister Chuntao.
Yunjiji called out. Jiji, wait a minute. Lu Chuntao seemed to have thought of something, and quickly called Yunjiji, then ran into the house, and when she came out, she had a bag in her hand. Take this back and eat it,
Lu Chuntao said.
Yunjiji looked at Lu Chuntao helplessly. Sister Chuntao, you always give us things. How can this work? Lu Chuntao stuffed the things into her hands. It's just a pickled cabbage. It's not a good thing. I've eaten a lot of things you brought me, and I gave you pickled cabbage, but actually I also wanted to ask you how you make your chestnut cake. Xiaoman ate a piece yesterday and liked the sticky taste, so I wanted to ask you how to make it. Yunjiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said this just because she hoped that she would accept the pickled cabbage without any psychological burden. But when she saw the pickled cabbage, Yunjiji also thought about what to bring when she went to Gu Wenbin's house for dinner in the evening. Okay, I'll come after I coax the two little ones to sleep. No hurry, you still have 2 pieces from yesterday. Let's talk about it after you're done, Lu Chuntao said with a smile. Yunjiji responded, and after saying something to her, she took the children into the yard. Qin Shiyu followed behind them. Yunjiji suddenly thought of something, looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, do you know where I can get fish? For example, black carp or grass carp will do. You take Tuanchuan and Yuan to rest, I'll go get it,
Qin Shiyu said.
Yunjiji nodded slightly, took Tuanchuan and Yuan to wash their faces, and then took them back to the house to rest. After Qin Shiyu put down the things, he went out with a bucket. After Yunjiji coaxed the 2 children to sleep, she entered the space first. She still consumed some energy in today's treatment. Although it was not as serious as the last time she treated Xiaoman, she still felt dizzy. After drinking some spiritual spring water to regulate her body in the space, she left the space when she was not as dizzy as before. Seeing the 2 children sleeping soundly, she lowered her head and gently kissed the children's eyebrows, and then walked out of the door quietly. Jiji, I'm going to your place. I saw Qining went out. Don't come over. Lu Chuntao happened to see Yunjiji in the yard. Seeing her preparing to go out, she said immediately. Tuanchuan and Yuan were still too young. They couldn't sleep in the house without adults watching. Okay, Yunjiji responded, and after telling Lu Chuntao the ingredients to be used, she waited for Lu Chuntao to come. Yang Shuqin also came at the same time. She smiled and said, Jiji, I want to learn too. Then, let's do it together. Yunjiji smiled. They also knew that the chestnuts had to be peeled before making chestnut cakes, so they had already peeled the chestnuts at home and beat the steamed chestnuts into chestnut paste. Jiji, when I first arrived, I heard a lot of people in the compound talking about you and your wife getting off Brigade Commander Gu's car. Did anything happen? When I saw those people before, I had some guesses. What they said was a bit unpleasant. Some people even guessed that Qin Shiyu could reach this position not because of his military merits, but because of his unspeakable relationship with Brigade Commander Gu, so that he could reach this position so smoothly in his career. Yang Shuqin also knew that these people were jealous of Qin Shiyu's ability, and he could also get the favor of the brigade commander. Isn't it jealous? I went to participate in the assessment of doctors in the Military District Health Center. It happened that Brigade Commander Gu was there, so he brought us back on the way. Yunjiji explained, and did not mention that she went to see Zhongshan's father. She didn't know whether these people in the family compound knew Zhongshan's background. If they didn't know, once these things came out of her mouth, although it would not bring bad things to Zhongshan and others, it would greatly reduce her impression of them. Yunjiji was not stupid and naturally knew the interests involved. Jiji, you want to work in the military hospital? What's the result of the assessment? Yang Shuqin looked at Yunjiji in surprise when she heard it. Apart from other things, Yunjiji's ability, they felt that if Yunjiji could work in the military hospital, it would be a great benefit to the public. Although her main service targets are the soldiers in the army, if people in the family compound are sick, Yunjiji has a medical certificate, and they can also go to the military hospital to see Yunjiji. This is definitely a great thing for them. Who doesn't want to have a good doctor? Still waiting for the notice. There should be no problem. She didn't reveal too much, so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. Lu Chuntao is not a chatterbox, but Yang Shuqin is different. She is very popular in the family compound. There is almost no gossip, big or small, that Yang Shuqin doesn't know. She won't talk about other people's things, but it doesn't mean she won't tell others. Then you will definitely have no problem. I absolutely believe in your ability. Lu Chuntao smiled, thinking about her son's situation. She felt that Yun Jiji could definitely do it. Whether it works or not, let's give it a try,
she said.
The two did not ask any more questions, and the three of them focused on making chestnut cakes. I didn't expect chestnut cakes to be so simple. In previous years, we also went to the mountains to pick chestnuts, but every time we cooked or fried them, we really didn't want to use sugar or glutinous rice flour. It's time to change the taste for the children.
Yang Shuqin smiled.
Although it was simple, they also knew that too much sugar would be too sweet, and too little would have no taste. Too much glutinous rice would taste like glutinous rice flour, and too little would taste like chestnuts. Things that seemed simple were not so easy to make. I'll send it back to steam first, Yang Shuqin said happily after she finished. Lu Chuntao also stood up to say goodbye. Although Xiaoman was in much better health now, she didn't dare to leave for too long. After Lu Chuntao left, she quickly caught up with Yang Shuqin, pulled her and whispered a few words to her, and then let her leave. After Yun Jiji sent them away, she was about to close the gate when Qin Shiyu came back with a bucket. Do you think it's enough? Qin Shiyu pointed at the fish in the bucket. Yun Jiji glanced into the bucket. The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably and asked, "Did you disturb the nest of blackfish?" Although the bucket was not big, it was full of fish, and it was impossible to count how many there were. "What are you going to do with these fish?" "I'll go kill the fish," Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji suddenly wanted fish, thinking that it must be useful for something. "Aren't we going to have dinner at Brigade Commander Gu's house tonight? It's not good to go empty-handed. They probably won't accept anything if you bring something, and it's easy for people to have ideas. Didn't Sister Chuntao bring pickled cabbage? I thought about boiling some boiled fish and bringing it over." "There's nothing to say about this," Yun Jiji said. "Now when you go to someone's house for dinner, some people will choose to bring a dish. There is nothing inappropriate about this, and it won't make people think that they are dislike the host's food and bring dishes to the door. How many do you want? I'll kill the fish, and you tell me what to do with it." Qin Shiyu didn't know what she was going to do with the fish. From what she said, she was going to cook pickled fish, which he really didn't know how to do. You know how to slice the fish, that is, slice the fish into thin slices. If not, just kill it, and I'll do it, Yun Jiji said. Yes, just leave it to me. Apart from us, are there any other people tonight? Yun Jiji asked. I guess there will be political commissar, Hu, and his wife. Including us, there may be 10 people. Then kill 2. Okay. After the man responded, he reached out and took out 2 black fish from the bucket. Even if he took out 2, it didn't feel like there were fewer fish in the bucket. She stared at the bucket and finally counted them clearly. Qin Shiyu caught a total of 7 blackfish, each of which looked to weigh 2 or 3 pounds. She looked at Qin Shiyu in surprise. The sticky liquid on the body of the blackfish was slippery to hold, but the blackfish seemed particularly obedient in Qin Shiyu's hands. I really don't know how this man did it. Yun Jiji looked at the sky and finally took a look in the space. She found that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so she went into the kitchen to prepare the side dishes. The pickled cabbage given by Lu Chuntao smelled sour. This kind of sour pickled cabbage is best for cooking pickled fish. Wash the pickled cabbage, cut it, and put it in a bowl for later use. She also took pickled radish, vermicelli, and other side dishes from the space. When Qin Shiyu came in, he saw the things on the stove. He was confused about when there were so many things in the house, but thinking that Yun Jiji had a good relationship with Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin and they always sent each other some food, he guessed that these things, in addition to what he bought, were probably sent by them. How do we make this fish meat? Qin Shiyu had just finished speaking when they heard the voice of Tuan Yuanyu and coming from the house. You go and look after the children. I'll cook the fish. The fish meat needs to be marinated. I'll ask you to light the fire later, Yun Jiji said. She wanted to do something, but it was inconvenient for her to operate with Qin Shiyu in the kitchen. Qin Shiyu didn't doubt it. After drying his hands, he went to see the 2 children. Yun Jiji quickly smuggled some things out of the space, put them back after using them. Tomorrow she has to go to the supply and marketing cooperative alone, and when she comes back she will smuggle some things out of the space so that they can be placed in the kitchen openly. Otherwise, if she keeps doing things like this, she will be discovered sooner or later. While thinking this in her heart, she had already poured huadia wine and salt into the fish bones to wash them several times, added salt, chicken essence, white pepper powder, and other seasonings to the fish fillets to make gelatin, and then added an egg white and cornstarch to knead them into starch. After the preliminary work was done, Qin Shiyu was called in to light the fire. He heated the pan, added oil, and added minced garlic and pepper. Then, he squeezed out the water from the sauerkraut and put it into the pan to stir-fry until the water came out. Then, he added boiling water, soaked pepper water, and fried fish heads and bones. After the water boiled, he added sour radish and vermicelli. Finally, he added seasonings and boiled them. After removing the fish bones and side dishes, only the soup was left and the fish fillets were cooked. In the kitchen, there was a rich aroma. Qin Shiyu, who was sitting behind the stove and lighting the fire, also looked up at the pot frequently. How could it smell so good? How good is Yun Jiji's cooking skill? If Qin Shiyu hadn't seen her cook with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. He originally thought that Yun Jiji's medical skills were very good, but now it seems that Yun Jiji is also very good at cooking. Qin Shiyu looked up at the little woman in front of him and saw a faint smile on her face. It can be seen that she was in a very good mood at this time. Is it because she made delicious food that she is in such a good mood? Thank you. Qin Shiyu was not polite. Just smelling the overbearing fragrance, Qin Shiyu could not help swallowing several times. Although he is from the south, no one knows that his taste is actually heavy. He likes spicy food, especially the hot pot in Sichuan and Shu, which is his favorite. This was when he went there for a mission. After the mission was over, the leaders of the Sichuan and Shu military region arranged a celebration banquet. It was the first time he had a hot pot with spicy food. At first, when everyone saw the red pot, they were more or less scared, but after really tasting the delicious taste, they found that the hot pot was so delicious, and several people ate it uncontrollably. Although Qin Shiyu was on a mission these years, he was overseas. He had eaten foreign bread, cheese, and other things for 3 years, and he was really exhausted. Looking at the bowl of fish meat now, he was also a little surprised. Yun Jiji served him, except for 2 pieces of fish bones. The rest was actually all fish meat. There were also 2 pieces of pickled radish and vermicelli at the bottom. Qin Shiyu looked at the fish meat in the bowl, subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and felt that his saliva was about to flow down. He picked up a piece of fish meat with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The sour and spicy taste spread in his mouth instantly. The fresh and tender fish meat was even more smooth. The delicate touch almost did not need to be chewed, and it had already turned into overflowing deliciousness in his mouth. Qin Shiyu then took a second bite of the radish. The radish was sour and crisp. At this time, he didn't mention how much he hoped that he could have a bowl of rice in front of him, which completely aroused his appetite. How does it taste? Yun Jiji saw that the man was eating happily, so she knew that the pickled fish was not bad. Delicious. It's so delicious. Qin Shiyu hurriedly expressed his opinion. Seeing his eager expression, Yun Jiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked so anxious at this moment, as if he was worried that if he spoke too slowly, Yun Jiji would the fish meat back. After you finish eating, we will go to Brigade Commander Gu's place. It's almost time for dinner. It's not appropriate to go too late. Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu finished the fish meat in the bowl in a few bites, and even drank up all the fish soup. He subconsciously glanced into the pot, looking like he was still not satisfied. After Yun Jiji packed up for the 2 children, she and Qin Shiyu took the children out. They met some people on the way, but they were not familiar with each other. They greeted each other politely and went home. Jiji is here. Zhong Shan greeted Yun Jiji with a smile when she saw her coming. Yun Jiji called out Auntie Zhong. Auntie Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also called out obediently. This made Zhong Shan very happy. She immediately gave the candies to the children. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked at Yun Jiji. Just accept what Auntie gave you. What do you want to say? Yun Jiji said softly. Thank you, Auntie. The two children thanked her obediently. This made Zhong Shan very happy. She also had a son and a daughter, but her son was in another military region, and her daughter followed her husband to other places after getting married. She might not have time to come back all year round. Zhong Shan had to go to work on weekdays, but in her spare time, she would also feel very lonely at home alone. And she especially liked children, especially well-behaved and polite children. She had already learned about Yun Jiji from Gu Wenbin, and she felt even more distressed. But seeing that Yun Jiji could teach the two children to be so polite and righteous under such difficult conditions, it can be seen that she is also a good person. Annie Zhong, we don't have much to bring. This is the pickled fish cooked by Jiji herself. Add a dish.
Qin Shiyu said.
Zhong Shan glared at Yun Jiji unhappily, but when she smelled the aroma of the pickled fish, you can tell it must be delicious just by smelling it. Very delicious.
Qin Shiyu said.
The corners of Zhong Shan's mouth twitched, but seeing his attitude, Zhong Shan was also satisfied. She also knew the grievances that Yun Jiji had suffered, and it was precisely because of this that she now looked at Qin Shiyu a little displeased. Even if Yun Jiji really entered the wrong room and got on the wrong bed at that time, Qin Shiyu was a soldier. Did he really not find anything? Combined with what Qin Shiyu's family did, Zhong Shan felt that if Qin Shiyu was a fool, she would let Gu Wenbin submit his divorce application. He couldn't get promoted, and that was his own fault. Why should he sacrifice Yun Jiji's happiness and let her endure those grievances? But after seeing Qin Shiyu's attitude, Zhong Shan was a little satisfied. At least he was not unreasonable, otherwise he really didn't deserve Yun Jiji. Just talking about Yun Jiji's medical skills, with such superb medical skills, why can't she marry her if she wants to? If others don't marry, she will let her son marry her. Anyway, her son is almost the same age and has not married yet. If he can marry Yun Jiji, it will be a blessing for that boy. Why are you standing at the door?
Guomin.
Gu Wenbin came out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand. Yun Jiji was a little surprised to see the scene. Obviously, she didn't expect that Gu Wenbin would cook for the Gu family. Gu Wenbin didn't seem to have any other thoughts about this, nor was he embarrassed to be seen by them. Instead, he was very happy. Old Gu cooks in our family. My cooking skills are not very good, and I am not used to the food in the army cafeteria, so whenever he is in the military area, he cooks. Zhong Shan said, glancing at Qin Shiyu from time to time. The meaning is self-evident, and it can be seen that she is pointing at Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji was actually quite surprised. This was the first time she and Zhong Shan met today. Although it was not a qualitative leap for Zhong Lao to speak, it was not a qualitative leap. But Zhong Shan obviously liked and trusted her very much, and she was very much willing to be her backer.
But
Yun Jiji didn't know that Zhong Shan had lived for more than 40 years after all, and she had seen those powerful doctors before. If it weren't for the malicious suppression of traditional Chinese medicine in recent years, her doctor would have hidden it if he could, so as not to be reported, and then it would really cut off the 1,000-year heritage of their country. Zhong Lao had also seen so many Western doctors, but there was no effect at all. And today, Zhong Lao could speak, unlike before, with crooked eyes and a crooked mouth, and drooling as soon as he opened his mouth. What a great improvement! From this, it is enough to see how terrible Yun Jiji's strength is. You two came early. When Hu Jianjun came in with his wife Zheng Guizhi, he saw that they had already arrived and raised his eyebrows and asked. They also brought a dish, but when they saw the pot of pickled fish on the table, Jianjun was a little surprised and asked, Lao Gu, when did your cooking skills become so good? Zhong Shan laughed. Where did he get such good cooking skills? This is what Jiji made. Then sit down, there's no one else here. Zhong Shan said with a smile, and her mouth was about to water when she saw them. Gu Wenbin obviously also took into consideration the two children. In addition to the dishes they brought, Gu Wenbin also steamed a portion of minced meat and steamed eggs and stir-fried side dishes, all of which were edible for children. To Anchuan, Yuan, if you want to eat, tell Auntie, and Auntie will pick it for you. Zhongshan sat next to Yuan Yuan. Although the men in the army were not allowed to drink, they would take care of the two children when the men sat together and talked.
Huh.
At this moment, Hu Jianjun suddenly exhaled heavily. When several people looked over, he gave Yun Jiji a thumbs up and said, "Comrade Yun, this is your cooking skill." Hu Jianjun didn't expect that a fish could be cooked so deliciously. There's a sea behind their army, and they ate fish a lot, but the way the army canteen cooked fish was relatively simple, which was frying and boiling. Sometimes the fishy smell could not be removed, and the taste was also very light. Now, when eating fish, the taste is overbearing, sour, and spicy. The fish is tender and soft, the radish is sour and crispy, and the vermicelli inside is very well soaked. The taste is simply amazing. Yun Jiji actually knows that her pickled fish is delicious, but it is definitely not that delicious. But in this era, there is a shortage of food and clothing, and ingredients and seasonings are extremely scarce. Moreover, every family has a fixed amount of food and drink, such as food coupons, meat coupons, salt coupons, etc., which are limited and can only be used sparingly. How can you not use heavy oil and heavy flavors when cooking? After all, once it is used up, it is really gone. At first glance, who would not be confused after eating the pickled fish made by Yun Jiji? Yes, it's delicious. The tastes of several gentlemen are all heavy, and they saw that their chopsticks were almost stretched into the pickled fish, as if they were afraid that they would not eat enough. Yun Jiji raised her head and noticed that Gu Wenbin pushed a bowl in front of Zhongshan, and the bowl was full of fish meat. Zhongshan seemed to be accustomed to this, and smiled gently at her husband. When Yun Jiji came to her senses, she found that a bowl of fish meat had been placed in front of her. She looked up at Qin Shiyu and saw that he was talking to Hu Jianjun. It seemed that what happened just now was not done by him, and even if he did it, it was so insignificant. Zhongshan and Zheng Guizhi looked at each other, and they both saw the relief in each other's eyes. As long as Qin Shiyu knew how to treat his wife well, he would be able to use it immediately, and there would be hope. In the matter between Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji, Zhongshan and Zheng Guizhi tacitly stood on the side of Yun Jiji and the two children. Qin Shiyu was on a mission and could not take care of the family affairs. However, the harm suffered by Yun Jiji was caused by Qin Shiyu. It feels so good. After the meal, several people leaned there and touched their stomachs with their hands. It was so comfortable. This meal was so satisfying. The pickled fish was almost eaten up, with only a little pickled cabbage left at the bottom. If they hadn't really been unable to eat anymore, they would have probably eaten up all the pickled cabbage. Looking at the bottom of the fish soup in the bowl, one could imagine that they really couldn't eat anymore. "Wife, take them to the house to sit and talk. Leave this to us," said Gu Wenbin. Okay. Zhongshan didn't refuse. After leaving the task of cleaning the table to them, she led Yun Jiji and Zheng Guizhi directly into the house. "Jiji, is Qin Shi working at home?" Zhongshan asked. Yun Jiji nodded. "Yes, he cleaned up all the fish for me today." "That's how it should be," said Zheng Guizhi. Yun Jiji was quite surprised. To be honest, she was not familiar with them. On the contrary, Qin Shiyu had been with them for many years. Their relationship with Qin Shiyu must be much better than that between her and Qin Shiyu. However, from the way she got along with them, they seemed to be more on her side. But then again, Xiao Qin is a good person. Why are his parents like that? When Shun Feng came to our house for dinner, he actually mentioned Xiao Qin to me. After he went on a mission, he sent 60 yuan home every month, and there were also banknotes and the like. He didn't need food coupons every month when he was on a mission. He meant to let your mother-in-law give you 30, and the remaining 30 to the family. His mother didn't give you a penny? Zhongshan asked. If they had given them, would the three of them be so hungry? Zheng Guizhi said. Yun Jiji also shook her head. I don't know all this. How can there be such a person? He doesn't know whether his son is alive or dead, and his wife and children are at home. Instead of expecting them to take better care of him, he even embezzled the money that should belong to him. It's really abominable, Zheng Guizhi scolded. They all knew what kind of character Qin Shiyu had, but they couldn't understand why Qin Shiyu had such parents. It would be fine if he didn't treat his daughter-in-law well, but he could even watch his own grandchildren starve to death. His conscience has really been eaten by a dog. Zhongshan and Zhengguizhi didn't deliberately lower their voices, and the people who were cleaning up the dishes outside could hear it clearly. Qin Shi's face also sank, and he blamed himself more. He was inconsiderate. You are too thin. You need to take good care of yourself. You can't be without eggs every day. Xiao Qin is a capable kid. Let him get some fish and pheasants and stew them into soup for you to nourish your body, Zhongshan said. Seeing her so thin, they felt really distressed. A good person, but now she is so thin that she is unrecognizable, and so are the two poor children. No one knows what kind of life she lives in the countryside. It is said that they still live in a cowshed. A woman with 2 children, how much can she earn even if she tries her best to earn work points? Besides, her parents can break off the relationship with her because of that incident, and they may even blame her for that incident, so as to make her feel guilty and willing to give for that family. Yes, I always felt indebted before, but now I have figured out a lot of things. Nothing is more important than myself and my children, Yun Jiji said softly, explaining implicitly that she was capable, but she let herself and her children starve like that in these 3 years. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine is suppressed. She doesn't have a medical license and can't see patients in the countryside. And after something like that happened, Yun Jiji's reputation in the countryside is unknown. Who would be willing to see Yun Jiji? It's good that you think so. Zhongshan nodded. She and Zhengguizhi thought the same thing. She probably felt that she owed her sister and was exploited by her parents. She must have suffered a lot of grievances. Even if she was really wrong, she was punished. Do you think your aunt and the others were wrong? The 3 men were washing dishes in the kitchen. They could hear clearly what was said in the living room. The soundproofing of the room was not good, and the 3 men were all military men, so their hearing was much better than that of ordinary people. That's right,
Qin Shiyu said.
Do you know why we didn't help you persuade your wife? Gu Wenbin asked again. How to persuade her? She has suffered a great injustice. If it weren't for marrying me, she wouldn't have to suffer such a pain. Maybe she was not favored at her parents' home, but at least she could have a full meal. The more Qin Shiyu understood what she had endured in the past 3 years, the more he felt that he owed her too much. She was a woman with limited ability. And in a place like the countryside, she had to take care of 2 children and work to support the mother and 3. She had tried her best to keep herself and her children alive. What right did he have to blame her and accuse her of being wrong? Although he didn't understand why Yun Wanrong and the Yun couple drugged them and why they did such a thing. But she did not get any benefit from this marriage, and even suffered a lot of pain.
You are still saved.
If you stand on your parents' side, I will go back and submit the divorce application now, Gu Wenbin said unhappily, but he said this in a low voice. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the main hall. They were playing with Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan there. The 2 children were having fun, with smiles on their little faces, which made people happy just by looking at them. If they gain some more meat and are healthier, that would be even better. I will treat them well and will not let them suffer any grievances. I will do my best,
Qin Shiyu said.
Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun looked at each other, and they could not hide their admiration in their eyes. He is indeed the boy they have chosen, and he is responsible. They sat and chatted for a long time, and when it got dark, they left Gu Wenbin's house. Dad, hold me, Yuanyuan blinked her black round eyes and looked at Qin Shiyu expectantly. Qin Shiyu bent down and picked up the little guy without saying a word, and then looked at Tuanshuan. Tuanshuan shrank behind Yun Jiji, holding Yun Ziji's hand, and the refusal was obvious. Dad, take a plane, baby, take a plane. Yuanyuan boldly put forward her request. Okay, Dad will take Yuanyuan on a plane. Qin Shiyu readily agreed, and then looked at Yun Jiji. Give me the bowl. This was the big bowl for the pickled fish. After Qin Shiyu handed the bowl to her, he stretched out his hand and gently lifted it, and Yuanyuan sat on the man's shoulder. Flower Yuanyuan stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Qin Shiyu laughed and ran out with the little girl. He was obviously a calm man, But at this time he ran with the child in a snake's step, making the child laugh and excited. Yun Jiji looked sideways at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, don't you want to play? Accompany mommy, Tuanchuan said. She reached out and rubbed the little guy's head and whispered, Tuanchuan, he is daddy. Baby can find him to play with like a sister. Daddy is not good, mommy is sad. Although Tuanchuan is still young, he has seen his mother secretly wiping tears when he woke up in the middle of the night several times. Mommy must be very sad. Daddy doesn't come home, and everyone in the village is saying that Daddy doesn't want mommy anymore. Grandpa and Grandma both scold mommy for being a jinx. Grandpa and Grandma both ask mommy for things. Auntie is also a bad auntie. She secretly lets people bully mommy. Tuanchuan saw it a few times. He is a child, but he can understand. Yun Jiji bent down, stretched out her hands and hugged the little guy in her arms and said softly, Baby, what happened in the past is over. Dad may have done something wrong, but he didn't let them do that. Dad is a soldier, and he has to fight bad guys. Dad didn't go home for 3 years, not because he didn't want to go home, but because Dad has been fighting bad guys, so he can't go home to see the baby and mother, do you understand? She didn't want her child to carry hatred, and after understanding the truth, she knew that the man was really helpless. Her emotion was that she felt sorry for the original owner. And he really has nothing to say about the 2 children. At least from the days of getting along, Qin Shiyu is a good father. Qin Shiyu took Yuan for a run and came back to hear the conversation between the mother and the daughter. He could feel that Yuan was close to him. And he could also feel that Tuanchuan was unwilling to get close to him. Although the children are small, it does not mean that they are really completely ignorant. It is obvious that they are all very clear about all the grievances of Yun Jiji. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and said, Let's go home first. The sky outside was completely dark, and after dark, the temperature was getting lower and lower. If there is anything to say, you can go home and talk about it. There is no need to the cold wind outside. Yeah. Yun Jiji nodded and walked back with Tuanchuan. When the 2 were at the door, they met Li Jianmin again. When he saw the 2, he lowered his head hurriedly, for fear of colliding with their eyes. Zhao Zhenju was still locked in the small dark room and had not been released. Li Jianmin was also resentful of what they did to Zhao Zhenju. In this regard, Yun Jiji's expression was calm. If someone didn't want to pay attention, she was in no mood to put her hot face on him. Yun Jiji took the bowl to the kitchen and put it away. When she came out, she saw Qin Shiyu and Tuanchuan, one big and one small, sitting face to face. Their expressions were very serious, and it looked like a formal conversation between 2 adults. At this time, Yun Jiji also saw that Tuanchuan was actually very similar to Qin Shiyu, just a smaller version of him, and even their tempers were probably similar. Yun Jiji stretched out her hand and waved at Yuan and took the little guy to the kitchen. As for how the 2 of them communicated, that was a matter between them. In the past 2 days of getting along, Qin Shiyu was not a reckless person. Some things he said there, but Qin Shiyu didn't let him talk to the children by himself. After chatting, the relationship between the father and son might have changed a little. Yun Jiji boiled hot water in the kitchen and prepared to wash the 2 children. In this era, there were not many entertainment activities after nightfall, and basically everyone went to bed as soon as it got dark. After the child fell asleep, she could also go into the space and do some of her own things. She has always had a habit of flipping through medical books every day, and in her space there are medical books passed down from generation to generation, and there are even many medical records of difficult and complicated diseases. She knows that her medical skills are not bad, but there is no end to learning, and she still has to work hard to improve herself. In this era, Chinese medicine is being suppressed. If she is not strong enough, then she will not be able to go too far in the future. Whether it is for her, for the child, or for the inheritance of Chinese medicine, she must work harder. When she washed Yuan's face, wiped her little, and changed her clean underwear, Qin Shiyu led Tuan in. Looking at the appearance of the father and son, Yun Jiji can be sure that the father and son have just started chatting, and their relationship has been eased to a certain extent. Tuan, come and wash your face, and Yun Jiji did not ask, but called the child over. Tuan Tuan shook his head. Dad will wash it. Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows and was very curious about what the father and son had just said. Tuan Tuan was actually willing to let Qin Shi wash him. You take Yuan Yuan to rest. Tuan Tuan will sleep with me at night.
Qin Shi said.
Yun Jiji was a little surprised, and her eyes fell on Tuan Tuan's face. Seeing that the little guy did not reject or refuse, Yun Jiji nodded. Okay. When she walked to the door, she seemed to think of something and said, remember to make milk powder for him and take him to brush his teeth after drinking. Okay. Qin Shi wrote it down seriously. Yun Jiji looked at the father and son, then made milk powder and took Yuan Yuan out of the kitchen first. Yuan Yuan was still a little uncomfortable sleeping separately from his brother for the first night. Mom, I miss my brother. Yun Jiji laughed, stretched out her hand to rub the little guy's head, and asked softly, Mom will accompany the baby. Baby likes Mom. Mom hugged the little guy, immediately reached out and hugged Yun Jiji. Drink the milk first, okay? It will get cold soon. Mom, drink okay. Mom, drink too. Yun Jiji also had a bowl in front of her, but she took it out from the space, and the milk powder for the two children was secretly replaced by the milk powder in the space. The nutritional value of milk powder in this era is very high, more nutritious than in later generations, but the milk powder in the space is the essence of the essence. In addition to being more delicious, it is also more nutritious. And she tailored it for the bodies of the two children, which is more suitable for the two children to recuperate. Because they are all milk powder, Qin Shi can't tell anything. And the milk powder she drinks is also based on the original owner's physical condition, which can repair the damage in her body faster. The mother and daughter each held a bowl of milk, gurgling and drinking, with a circle of milk rings on their mouths. When they looked up at each other, they all smiled happily. When Qin Shi passed by the door, he happened to see this scene, and his eyes became softer. It turns out that it feels so good to have a wife and a son. Although he and Yun Jiji had no feelings for each other, they got together because of a misunderstanding. Before, the two of them had never gotten along, so he had some misunderstandings about her. Now that they have gotten along, Qin Shi also realized that he had listened to Yun Wanrong's instigation. But fortunately, he still had the ability to think and did not blindly listen to Yun Wanrong's words, thus deepening the misunderstanding between the two. It made them reach the point where it could not be reversed. What's wrong? Yun Jiji looked up and saw the man standing at the door and asked in confusion. It's a little cold at night. Do you have enough quilts in your room? If not, I'll go to the army and get another one first. Qin Shi said hurriedly. Yun Jiji shook her head slightly. No need to bother. Just cover yourself with a cotton coat if it's not enough. Don't force yourself if you're cold. Yeah. Tuan Tuan ran in and hugged Yun Jiji, saying, Mom, Tuan Tuan misses you. Yun Jiji laughed, lowered her head and gently kissed the little guy's forehead and whispered, Mom will miss the baby too. Have you had your milk? Drank it, brushed it. Yun Jiji smiled and responded, saying softly, yeah. Go to bed with Dad. After that, she looked at Qin Shi again and said, Tuan Tuan will get up twice at night. You should pay attention to him at night. Okay. After Qin Shi responded, he led Tuan Tuan to his room. After Yun Jiji coaxed Yuan Yuan to put the little guy to sleep, she entered the space. However, when Yun Jiji entered the space today, she clearly felt that there were changes in the space. This surprised her. I had heard from my ancestors earlier that the space passed down by their Yun family could be upgraded. But Yun Jiji had never seen the upgrade of the space in her previous life until her death. Instead, after becoming the Yun Jiji of this era, her space was obviously restricted. She could use the items in the original space mall at will, but she had to add more at any time, otherwise they would be gone after she used them up. But after she was reborn as Yun Jiji in the 1970s, the items in her space were restricted. For example, the porridge shop in the space mall now only has white porridge, while millet porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, etc. are now in a gray situation. Despite this, the white porridge at her space is now unlimited, and she doesn't have to add supplies to the space. In this era, even if she wants to add more, she doesn't have enough tickets. Although not all ingredients can be used at will at this time, she can use them unlimitedly. Once the space has the opportunity to upgrade, the items that can be used will also be added. In this case, she prefers the latter's unlimited use function. Her spiritual consciousness turned in the space for a while, and soon discovered the changes in the space. There is an extra medicine shop in her space. This discovery made her ecstatic. She walked around the medicine shop and soon found that there were some common medicines in the medicine shop. Outside the medicine shop was a gray area, which looked gray at first glance, but if Yunjiji guessed correctly, this was a medicinal field. If the space can grow herbs, she can imagine that the rare medicinal materials she needs in the future can be planted directly in the space. After the excitement, she began to review why her space was upgraded. She thought about what she had done in the past few days, and then it was to cure diseases and save people. Thinking that their family was originally a family of medical inheritance, the method of upgrading the space was to upgrade by curing diseases for people, which instantly became reasonable. After thinking through all this, Yunjiji's mood instantly improved a lot. After dinner, she was a little busy, so she stayed in the space to practice for a while and even ran around the space for a few laps until she was too tired to run, and then went to the downstream of the spiritual spring and took a comfortable bath. Feeling the spiritual spring water turn black, Yunjiji also knew that some of the impurities in the body had been cleared. At night, only she and Yuan slept together, so she might as well bring Yuan into the space and let her soak in the spiritual spring water to remove the impurities in the child's body. Thinking of this, she left the space, reached out and touched Yuan's body a few times, and after making sure that the little girl would not wake up, she took the child into the space. The child was fine. There were not many impurities in the body, but after taking a bath, Yunjiji also obviously felt that the child's skin color was whiter. But if you don't look closely, you can't see it. She didn't want to expose too much at once and change too much. There must be a process. As for Tuanchuan, it seems that she can pick a nap time tomorrow and secretly take Tuanchuan into the space to soak. After washing with the spiritual spring water, she obviously felt that her body was lighter and more comfortable, and she was also much more comfortable when she lay on the bed. That night, Yunjiji slept very peacefully, and even Yuan slept very sweetly at night. When Qin Shiu saw her come in and saw Yunjiji's complexion, he was slightly stunned and said, "You look much better today." Yunjiji was slightly stunned and said, "Maybe it's because I've eaten enough these days, so the nutrition has been improved." Qin Shiu thought so too. "The pheasant you made that day was okay. I'll make you some pheasant soup today. Do you want salty or sweet?" he asked. Yunjiji said, "Salty, I don't like sweet chicken soup." "Okay." Qin Shiu replied. "I want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some personal items later." Yunjiji said. "Okay. Do you want me to lead the way for you?" Qin Shiu asked. He thought that Yunjiji was unfamiliar with the place. How could she go alone? "No need. Tuanchuan and Yuan are still asleep. If you go out with me, the children will be scared when they wake up and don't see anyone," Yunjiji said, and then said, "There must be people on the road. I can ask them when the time comes." "Okay." Yunjiji put on the basket and prepared to go out. Qin Shiu saw this. "Wait a minute." The man hurriedly got up and went into the house. When he came out, he had an envelope in his hand. He put the envelope in Yunjiji's hand and said, "My monthly allowance is 75, and I have remitted 60 every month to my family. Here is 540 yuan, you take it first." Yunjiji looked at the man in front of her with some surprise. It is really rare to find a man who knows how to hand in his salary. "You gave me some last time," she said. On the first day she came, Qin Shiu gave her some money, and Yunjiji had no chance to spend it these days. She counted it. Qin Shiu gave her 50 last time, and there were also meat tickets and sugar tickets. "You are my wife, and I will manage the money in the family from now on. You can buy whatever you need." After the man stuffed the money into her, he went back to the stove to make a fire. Yunjiji looked at the envelope in her hand, and then looked at the man behind the stove. For a moment, she felt mixed emotions. This man, there is really nothing wrong with him. He is very patient with his wife and children. He should have some opinions about their marriage, but his attitude towards her and the children is considerate and natural. Perhaps there is some sense of guilt in it, but the man's behavior makes people admit that he is doing well enough. Then I will keep it for you first. Yunjiji put the money away and put it directly into the space. After saying something to Qin Shiyu, she went out and walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative. After asking an old lady on the road, Yunjiji confirmed the location of the supply and marketing cooperative. In this era, you have to hurry up to buy meat, and the meat in each supply and marketing cooperative is limited. If you come late, the good meat will be picked up by others, and in the end, everyone will pick and choose the remaining ones. When Yunjiji went there were many people queuing up to buy meat. There were many people from the family compound. Yunjiji just lined up behind the crowd for a while. When she was sure that no one was paying attention to her, she quietly left the crowd, walked around the supply and marketing society, bought a few things symbolically, and then left the supply and marketing society. Finally, she walked to a deserted place, took some pork, brown sugar, soap and other food and daily necessities from the space, and also took some seasonings, and then walked towards the family compound with a bamboo basket. When Yunjiji was about to reach the family compound, she heard the child's joyful voice. She looked at the door of the family compound and saw Qin Shiyu leading 2 children waiting for her there. When she saw her, Qin Shiyu had already led the children to her, took the bamboo basket from her hand, and said, "Let's go back." Okay. The 2 children held her hand and jumped back. Yuan's face looked better today. Her face was a little pale before, but it was whiter today. If she takes more time to adjust, she will definitely be a healthy baby. As for Tianchuan, wait until noon for a nap. Gigi, you went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy vegetables so early? Lu Chuntao was a little surprised to see this. Yes. Sister Chuntao, go buy some fat meat to make oil. Gigi said. In this era, most families use lard. Although there is also soybean oil, you need a ticket to buy soybean oil, and Gigi doesn't like the smell of soybean oil. Did you buy it? Pork is too scarce, and you can't get it at ordinary times. Lu Chuntao was a little helpless. She would have to go earlier next time. I bought it. That's good. Lu Chuntao smiled. If they don't have it at home, then her family can give her a small bowl first. But seeing that Yunjiji had already grabbed it, Lu Chuntao didn't say anything more. Gigi, Zhao Zhenju is back. You should be careful. I saw her come back with a dark face, and I think she will cause trouble. Lu Chuntao said in a low voice. Yunjiji was slightly stunned. Is she out? Yes. Be careful. Lu Chuntao was a little worried. Yunjiji nodded. Thank you, Sister Chuntao. I'll remember that. You're welcome. Let's go back. Hey. Yunjiji responded and walked into the yard with the 2 children. As soon as she pushed open the gate, the door of the next door also opened, and then she saw Zhao Zhenju coming out of the house with a dark face. Zhao Zhenju saw Yunjiji at a glance, and her face instantly turned dark, and the surging hatred in her eyes really wanted to eat Yunjiji alive. Comrade Zhao is out. What does the small dark room look like? Yunjiji let the 2 children enter the room, and then looked at Zhao Zhenju with a smile. When she heard the 3 words small dark room, Zhao Zhenju's face instantly sank, and a flash of fear flashed to her eyes. When she thought of the 2 nights she was locked up in the small dark room, Zhao Zhenju felt that she had a psychological shadow. No one could imagine how terrible it was. There would even be little soldiers outside reciting the quotations of great men, and one had to recite them over and over again, which was simply a 2-way torture of the body and soul. But Yunjiji mentioned it again at this time, which was obviously to rub salt into her wounds, and also to warn herself not to mess with her. Zhao Zhenju glared at Yunjiji fiercely, and had to turn back to the house angrily. She never wanted to go to a ghost place like the small dark room again. As for Yunjiji, she had plenty of opportunities to deal with her. As long as she wanted to live in the family compound, she just had to wait for the opportunity. Sooner or later, she would deal with Yunjiji. Mom, it's time for dinner. Tuan Tuan ran out of the house, holding Yunjiji's hand and walking inside. Okay. Yunjiji was hungry now because she hadn't eaten breakfast yet. When she entered the house, she saw that Qin Shiyu had already served breakfast. Qin Shiyu made fish fillet porridge, boiled eggs, fried potato shreds, pickled radish, and white flour buns in the morning, which was quite rich. I bought the steamed buns at the army canteen, but they're not as delicious as yours,
Qin Shiyu said.
He wanted to knead the dough, but he also realized that his dough was not as delicious as Yunjiji's. Instead of making it in the end, and it not tasting so good, it is better to go to the canteen to buy some first, and make it when you want to eat it. Then let's make some steamed buns later. I bought some brown sugar, and steamed a pot of brown sugar buns today, Yunjiji said. She actually likes pasta very much, especially the steamed buns that have just been steamed out of the pot. She loves the taste very much. Okay. Qin Shiyu did not refuse. Yunjiji's cooking skills are good, no matter what she makes. It is delicious. Eat more. Try this fish fillet porridge. I learned it from a master when I was on a mission before. Qin Shiyu served her a bowl of fish fillet porridge and pushed it in front of her.
Thank you.
Yunjiji thanked. Qin Shiyu did not say much. Seeing her put the porridge in her mouth, he looked at her expectantly.
Hey.
I just had breakfast. The three of them were eating when they heard Hu Jianjun's voice. Seeing that the gate was open, he walked in. As a result, he saw a family of 4 eating breakfast, and the scene looked quite warm. At this moment, he felt that Qin Shiyu's little thoughts were good. In this way, they should not get divorced. As long as the young couple does not get divorced, their lives will always be good in the future, and he believes that any misunderstandings will be resolved sooner or later. This is good. Political commissar, have you eaten? Do you want to eat together? Qin Shiyu asked. Hu Jianjun waved his hand. No. I'm sending the employment form to your wife. You fill it out first. I'll hand it in today, and I can get your medical license the day after tomorrow. You can start work in 4 or 5 days at most. Hu Jianjun also went to the army early in the morning, took the form back, and hurriedly delivered it to Yunjiji when he had time. Yunjiji responded quickly, and when she took the employment form, Hu Jianjun also gave her a pen. Yunjiji hurriedly filled out the entry form and handed it to Hu Jianjun. He stared at the words on the entry form for a long time and smiled. Your handwriting is also very good. You must have practiced a lot. I practiced with branches on the ground before, she said. Very good. Hu Jianjun didn't mean anything else. He just admired Yunjiji's good handwriting. At the same time, he admired Yunjiji even more. She was able to improve herself under such conditions. What a tenacious woman. Hu Jianjun admired her from the bottom of his heart. It was really a blessing for Qin Shiyu to marry such a woman. If he didn't know how to cherish Yunjiji, then he would be really stupid. Political commissar, do you think there is any problem with filling it out like this? Yunjiji asked. Hu Jianjun read it carefully, then shook his head gently and said, no problem. When he got a positive answer, Yunjiji also breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Jianjun had to go back to the army. After taking Yunjiji's entry form, he left. After Yunjiji and the others had breakfast, she went to the backyard. The sun had been good in recent days, and the herbs were a little dry. She turned the herbs over, and when she saw a few yams on the side, she had other ideas. Yams are good things, and they can be made into a lot of delicious food. Moreover, yams have high nutritional value. Making some delicious food can also help children to eat and recuperate. After turning the herbs over, Yunjiji immediately started to get busy. Peel the yams, wash them, cut them into sections, and then steam them. After the yams are steamed, press them into a paste, add appropriate amount of glutinous rice flour and white sugar to knead them into a ball, shape them, and steam them again. After they are out of the pot, drizzle a little osmanthus honey on them, and they taste great. Mom. Good. Both children ate a small piece of yam cake and looked at Yunjiji happily. What Mom makes is really delicious. Yunjiji smiled and rubbed their little heads. After Yuanyuan finished eating, she looked at the yam cake on the plate eagerly. Baby, don't eat it anymore. There is glutinous rice flour in it, which is not easy to digest, so you can only eat 1 piece now, and you can eat another piece later. There are too few ingredients on hand now. If there are some other things, such as blueberry jam, she can make blueberry yam for the 2 children to eat, but blueberries are not available here, and they cannot be bought in the supply and marketing cooperative. It is estimated that blueberries can only be bought in the capital. However, she can think of other ways, such as going up the mountain, bringing back a basket of fresh blueberries, and making some blueberry jam by herself. Thinking of this, Yunjiji had an idea in her mind. Dad Yuan pointed to Qin Shiyu outside. After breakfast, Qin Shiyu went out. He just came back with a heavy bundle of firewood, which shows that he went to chop firewood. Qin Shiyu had said before that he had a few days off recently, so he wanted to bring back some firewood. Otherwise, when he started working, he would not have time to go up the mountain to chop firewood, and then all the burden would fall on Yunjiji. Qin Shiyu thought that when he had free time these days, he would bring back more firewood. Anyway, this stuff would not go bad, and it would be okay if the firewood shed at the back was full. Yunjiji heard this, picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in the bowl, and then handed it to Yuan. Yuan happily took it, and then stumbled out of the kitchen. Dad, this good Yuan walked in front of Qin Shiyu, blinking a pair of eyes, looking at Qin Shiyu expectantly. Qin Shiyu looked at the little girl's expression and felt a little funny. Yuan, do you want to eat more? After a few days of getting along, Qin Shiyu already understood the child's personality. She was a real little foodie, and every time she ate, she had to eat herself full. Qin Shiyu knew that the child was afraid of being hungry. If Yunjiji hadn't been controlling the child's food intake, she would have eaten too much every time. Yuan was quite honest, blinking her eyes and looking at Qin Shiyu expectantly. Dad must be willing to give her something to eat. She is so cute. Yuan looked at the yam cake in the bowl, stretched out her pink little tongue and licked it, looking forward to it. It tastes so good, baby wants to eat it.
No.
Qin Shiyu shook his head gently. Didn't Mom say that you can't eat several pieces at a time? If Yunjiji was willing to give the child more food, she would have given it to her long ago. And she wouldn't look at herself so expectantly at this time. Since Yunjiji said that she couldn't eat more, even if Qin Shiyu really felt sorry for the child, he knew that he couldn't let the child do what he wanted in some things. On the one hand, the child's spleen and stomach have not yet fully developed, and on the other hand, the child's physique is too weak. Therefore, Qin Shiyu didn't dare to let the child do what he wanted. Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin have taught him a lot in the past 2 days. After he carefully summarized, he came to a conclusion. Listen to your wife. No matter what happens, just listen to your wife. When Yunjiji heard Qin Shiyu's words in the kitchen, she was satisfied. It seems that this man will not spoil his children. She also had the intention of testing, and she knew that Yuan had not eaten enough. So when she mentioned that she wanted to give it to Qin Shiyu, Yunjiji also guessed that this little girl wanted to take the opportunity to act coquettishly with Qin Shiyu to see if Qin Shiyu would give her his piece of yam cake. When she got the affirmative, Yunjiji didn't pay any more attention. Qin Shiyu was not in a hurry to eat the yam cake in the bowl, but explained to Yuan softly why he didn't give it to her. When she knew why, the little girl understood what they meant, and she was no longer entangled as before, but was extremely well behaved. Qin Shiyu reached out and rubbed her head gently. Our Yuan is so good. Dad. Yuan pointed to the yam cake in the bowl. Thank you, Yuan. Qin Shiyu picked up the yam cake and put it in his mouth. Yuan felt it was magical. Dad's mouth was so big that he ate the yam cake in one bite. The yam cake that Yuan brought to Dad is so delicious. Thank you, my baby. Watching the interaction between the father and daughter, Yunjiji raised her eyebrows. Although Qin Shiyu is handsome, he is a tough guy. It is surprising to hear him coaxing his daughter like this. Qining. As he was speaking, a voice came from the door.
It was Li Jie.
Li Jie, is there something wrong?
Qin Shiyu asked.
When Li Jie heard Qin Shiyu's question, his body stiffened a little. Qining was still as serious as he was in the army. He suddenly became curious. Would Qin Ying's 2 children be afraid of Qin Shiyu like this? Qining, I'm here to see my sister-in-law. The brigade commander wants to talk to my sister-in-law. Li Jie said. Qin Shiyu knew what was going on. He thought he was going to talk to Yunjiji about their divorce. Okay. Yunjiji heard the voice in the kitchen and followed out. As if she thought of something, she said to him, Comrade Lee, wait for me a moment. After that, Yunjiji turned and went into the kitchen again. When she came out again, she had an aluminum box in her hand. She handed the aluminum box to Li Jie and said, "This is the yam cake I made myself. Comrade Li, take it and try it." Li Jie was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. "Sister-in-law, I can't take this. Please take it back and save it for the children." Yunjiji stuffed the aluminum box into his arms and said, "I haven't thanked you properly for coming to clean the yard for us that day. This is all homemade, and the yam is dug from the mountain, free of charge." Li Jie was a little embarrassed. "Keep it, this is a gift from your sister-in-law." Qin Shiyu also spoke at this time. After hearing this, Li Jie nodded and said softly, then,
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"You re-welcome. Please lead the way for me." "Okay." Then, Yunjiji looked at the two children. "Baby, follow Daddy obediently. Mom will go out for a while, and we'll be back soon." Mom will be back soon, really?" Yunjiji reached out and hugged the two little guys. After comforting them, she followed Li Jie and left. Qin Shiyu stared at Yunjiji's back for a long time, feeling more or less depressed. What's more, he didn't know what Yunjiji's decision would be. Gu Wenbin didn't call him to go with him, which showed that he wanted to talk to Yunjiji alone, but Qin Shiyu didn't know how they would talk and what Yunjiji's reaction would be. And would Yunjiji refuse to communicate, or would she hope to submit the divorce application directly? Qin Shiyu felt uneasy and very worried. The two children seemed to sense Qin Shiyu's emotions. They stood aside and blinked their eyes at him, not quite understanding why. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and said, "Baby, can you go to the backyard with Dad? Dad bought some rapeseed, and we turned the soil in the backyard and then planted the vegetables, okay?" "Okay." Qin Shiyu quickly calmed down his emotions. He didn't want the children to worry about him. At this time, he smiled at the two children and led them to the backyard to turn the soil. "Brigade Commander, you're looking for me." When she arrived at the leadership office of the military region, Yunjiji reached out and knocked on the door. After entering, she saw Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun sitting there, obviously waiting for her to come. "Sit down first," Hu Jianjun said, and then raised his head and glanced at Li Jie. Li Jie understood and retreated, and at the same time reached out to close the door of the office. Yunjiji didn't say anything, but looked at the two people. The two looked at each other, and Gu Wenbin spoke first. "Comrade Yun, we didn't submit your divorce application with Qin Shiyu." Yunjiji could guess it, but she was surprised that they would confess to her. Gu Wenbin had already pushed the divorce application form in front of her. Yunjiji picked it up and took a look. There were 4 big words written on it. "Not approved. We all know that you and your 2 children have been wronged, and all this is because of Qin Shiyu, but after all, he has not committed any principled problems, so we still hope that you two can get along for a while and give Qin Shiyu another chance. Do you think it's okay? We won't hide it from you. Qin Shiyu doesn't want a divorce. He should have told you this." Yunjiji nodded and said, "He did. In addition, there is another reason why we don't want you two to divorce now." Gu Wenbin looked at Hu Jianjun. Hu Jianjun then took out an envelope with a steel stamp on it, which was the special military seal of the army. Qin Shiyu made great contributions in the mission 3 years ago. He will be promoted when he comes back this time. If he gets divorced during this critical period, the organization will consider his personal style, which will affect his promotion. Not only this time, but also his future military career. "Did Qin Shiyu tell you that he was injured in this mission?" Hu Jianjun asked again. Yunjiji shook her head, "No. In fact, this mission was completed half a year ago, but Qin Shiyu was seriously injured in this mission. He stayed in the Beijing Military Region General Hospital for half a year before he fully recovered."
"So?"
Hu Jianjun took a deep breath, looked at Yunjiji and said, "So, this promotion is very important to him." Yunjiji was also a little surprised when she heard what the two said. Qin Shiyu looked very good, and you couldn't tell that he had been injured for half a year, but whether he still had any hidden injuries, he didn't check his pulse. Yunjiji couldn't be sure. "So, we also hope that you will think carefully about the divorce," Gu Wenbin also said. After the two of them finished talking, they didn't say anything more, and they also wanted to see what Yunjiji would do. Since they have said everything they should say, then Jiji will make the decision. They also know that putting the promotion issue out in the open has some thoughts. Jiji looks kind-hearted and should not let Xiu not be promoted. But it doesn't mean that she can tolerate the grievances between herself and the child. Jiji frowned, thought seriously for a long time, and said, "So, if I want a divorce, will it affect his promotion?" They nodded in unison. "We both have some selfish motives. Xiu is the top soldier in the general military region. We naturally hope that he can rise step by step. We also want to know your mind. We propose these things because we know that we are calculating you and are afraid that you will divorce. At the same time, we also think that something should be told to you so that you may be soft-hearted and not divorce Xiu for the time being." Gu Wenbin did not hide it. After all, Jiji is smart. Even if the two of them don't say it clearly, Jiji can think of these things. In this case, it is better to make it clear from the beginning. Give the final decision to Jiji. Jiji frowned. Although she was a little unhappy, they had already made it so clear. They just put everything on the table. As for whether Jiji would agree, it all depends on her wishes. Jiji took a deep breath, stared at the two of them, and picked up the divorce application form to read it. In the reason for the divorce, Xiu wrote all his faults. Originally, it was also his fault. There was nothing to say about this. "I can hold off on getting a divorce for now. Since it will affect Xiu's promotion, she can temporarily not divorce. In fact, Xiu's future is not important to her, but she has to consider the two children. If Tuanshuanyuan has a father with bad morals, it will affect the two children. There is no wall that is impermeable in this world, and 3 people make a tiger, and the public mouth melts gold. A good thing will slowly change because of the spread of more people. Jiji lives in the future world. Although there are not so many gossipers around, entertainment events on the internet, even if they are fake, can be spread as true by netizens. Although the folk customs of this era are simple, there are very few entertainment activities. Everyone usually has nothing to do. When they are free, some words will naturally be said more. Jiji knows this in her heart. For the sake of the children, she can continue to maintain a husband and wife relationship with Xiu. As for the future, let's talk about it later. When Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin heard her words, they both looked happy. Originally, they thought they would have to spend more time talking to Jiji. However, they didn't expect that after they made everything clear, Jiji was also very easy to talk to. At this time, both of them were very happy, and they felt that Jiji was really a good comrade. "Okay, then I'll tear up this divorce application form first." After saying that, Hu Jianjun quickly took back the divorce application form, and before Jiji could react, he stretched out his hand and directly tore the divorce application form into pieces, the kind that could never be put together. Jiji's mouth twitched and asked, "Brigade Commander, Political Commissar, when can I go to work at the military hospital?" "Probably next Monday. Your medical license has been submitted, and tomorrow is Saturday, and you can only get it on Monday. Don't worry, as long as the medical license arrives, I will send it to you immediately." Hu Jianjun said immediately. The speed of speech was also amazing, as if he wanted to use this to appease Jiji's emotions, so that she would not feel the slightest resentment about not being able to divorce. "Thank you, Political Commissar." Jiji thanked him. Then, looking at the two of them, she asked, "Anything else?" Nothing.
Hu Jianjun was indeed fine.
"Comrade Yun, is it the acupuncture treatment for my father-in-law the day after tomorrow?" Gu Wenbin asked immediately. This matter was very important. "Noon the day after tomorrow will be fine," Jiji said. Gu Wenbin hurriedly thanked him when he heard it. The day after tomorrow was the 3rd day. He actually wanted to go and see it, but Gu Wenbin had something to do in the army the day after tomorrow, so he would definitely not be able to get away. However, Zhongshan would definitely go with him this time. After Jiji's first acupuncture treatment, the effect on her father-in-law was too good. Zhongshan also called home and learned a lot of news from Yang Shiji, especially that after taking the medicine prescribed by Jiji, his father-in-law's complexion also improved a little bit. Although it was only a little bit, they could still see the change in the old leader's complexion when they saw the pale face of the old leader these days. Even ate one more bite of rice than usual. In fact, the younger generation is never greedy. All they want is to hope that their elders are healthy and enjoy their old age. There is nothing better than eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. Okay, I'll ask your Aunt Zhong to find you when the time comes, Gu Wenbin said. Yun Jiji nodded. They didn't have anything else to talk to Yun Jiji about, so they called Li Jie and sent Yun Jiji back to the family compound. Sister-in-law, the yam cake you made is so delicious, Li Jie said. He regretted it so much. He shouldn't have opened it in front of those greedy ghosts before, let alone a whole piece. In the end, he only ate half a piece, and he snatched it back from them. It's good as long as you get used to it. Yun Jiji smiled. In this world, there should be no one who doesn't like to hear others praise the delicious food they make. Yun Jiji doesn't have many hobbies. One is medical skills, and the other is studying various delicacies. She used to be immersed in medical books, and it was actually very boring after a whole day. And the master didn't want her to do nothing but read books. Later, she fell in love with delicious food, but some of the food was not to her taste, so she started to learn to cook by herself, and slowly, she mastered the skills. It's really delicious, better than the cakes I ate before, Li Jie said immediately. He didn't exaggerate at all. He had eaten the kind of egg cake sold outside before. It was delicious, but he didn't like to eat too sweet things. The egg cake was a little too sweet for him. Li Jie is from Tai City. There are many glutinous things in his hometown, such as embedded cakes, black rice glutinous rice cakes, rice paste cakes, orange cakes, etc. Therefore, he likes things made with glutinous rice very much. Sister-in-law, we're at the family compound. I'll take you here. I have to go back to the army, so I'll go back first. Li Jie sent people to the door of the family compound. He said immediately. Comrade Li, thank you. Li Jie waved his hand, turned around, and ran away. Yun Jiji stared at Li Jie's legs for a while, frowned slightly, and didn't know what she was thinking about. She followed him into the family compound. Today, some family members in the compound took the initiative to greet Yun Jiji, and she responded one by one. She was not familiar with them, so she just smiled politely. Because she was still thinking about other things, she didn't stay for long. After everyone waited for Yun Jiji to leave, one of the military wives said, "This Chinying wife is not very sociable. Maybe we are not familiar with each other." Someone said, "We were not familiar with each other at the beginning, but we became familiar with each other while chatting, didn't we?" These military families in the family compound came from all over the world. The farthest military wife came from Heilongjiang province. They also became familiar with each other while sitting and talking. And Yun Jiji was really not sociable. She had been in the family compound for several days, and she rarely talked to them, and she would not come out to talk to them. "Who do you think you are?" The brigade commander's wife is Yun Jiji's aunt. "Are you qualified to make friends with her?" Zhao Zhenju happened to pass by and laughed at them when she heard their conversation. When they saw Zhao Zhenju, they all retreated silently. Thinking of what Zhao Zhenju had done before, this person had just been locked up in the small dark room, and he ran out to cause trouble so soon, which showed that he had not learned his lesson. Naturally, everyone was not willing to get close to Zhao Zhenju. If they were implicated by Zhao Zhenju, they would be locked up in the small dark room.
Zhao Zhenju, don't talk nonsense.
We have heard that Comrade Yun went to see Director Zhong's father. Director Zhong invited Comrade Yun to dinner to express his gratitude to Comrade Yun.
Don't talk nonsense.
An old lady saw Zhao Zhenju talking nonsense and said immediately. This matter was deliberately revealed by Zheng Guizhi at the request of Zhong Shan. This is a family compound, and Zhong Shan is the director of the women's committee. Gu Wenbin is the brigade commander. The identities of the couple are relatively sensitive, and she asked Yun Jiji to call her Aunt Zhong, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble and misunderstanding to everyone. Zhong Shan and Zheng Guizhi discussed it privately, and they felt that they should reveal the fact that Yun Jiji treated Zhong Shan's father. In this way, Zhong Shan's closeness to Yun Jiji would be justified. And these people in the compound usually have nothing to do, and after seeing Zhong Shan's attitude towards Yun Jiji, they were curious and asked about it privately. Unintentionally, Zhang Guizhi revealed this matter to some people. Is Comrade Yun's medical skills really so powerful?
Someone said.
We don't actually know how powerful it is, but when I went to Chuntao's house this morning, I saw Xiaoman, and his complexion was much better than before. Several people immediately gathered around and asked about Xiaoman's situation. Xiaoman grew up under their care, and they all lived in the same compound. Usually they were like good friends. Lu Chuntao was kind and could talk to everyone. Everyone liked Lu Chuntao, and naturally they felt more distressed for Xiaoman. Now, knowing that Xiaoman looked very good, several people began to care about Xiaoman's situation. As for Zhao Zhenju, she was squeezed into a corner, and no one paid any attention to her. This made Zhao Zhenju very angry. She was obviously a city dweller. Shouldn't these country bumpkins be more willing to curry favor with her? Yun Jiji had only been here for a few days. How could these people be more enthusiastic towards Yun Jiji than towards themselves? Zhao Zhenju obviously did not find the problem with herself. If she could realize her own problem, she would not be annoying. To Anchuan Yuan? When Yun Jiji entered the yard, she did not see the two children in the front yard. She was a little confused. Did Qin Shu take them out? Mom, however, just as Yun Jiji's voice fell, two little guys ran over from the backyard, with dirt on their hands. The two little guys were completely two dirty cats at this time. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she asked helplessly, "What are you two doing?" "Mom, Dad is planting vegetables," Yuan said with her hands dancing. Yun Jiji was a little surprised, and then took the hands of the two little guys and walked to the backyard. When they arrived at the backyard, they saw Qin Shi waving in his hand, digging the ground again, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and dripped into the soil at his feet. "You're back." Qin Shi raised his head and looked over, and did not ask her more about the situation, but looked at her with a gentle smile. Yun Jiji was dazzled by his overly gentle smile. "Yeah," Yun Jiji responded. Qin Shi saw this and looked at Yun Jiji. "I'm sorry." Qin Shi didn't elaborate, but the two of them understood what the other meant. Why did Qin Shi apologize? It was because of the divorce. From the conversation between Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin, Yun Jiji could clearly feel that Qin Shiyu had expressed to them that he didn't want a divorce. She actually knew that as long as Qin Shiyu agreed to divorce, they could still get divorced. But at this time, there was still the matter of promotion. It wasn't just that Qin Shiyu didn't want a divorce, but that Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun would not agree to their divorce. After a few days here, she also understood that Qin Shiyu was equivalent to a trump card for them. No leader would be willing to let something bad happen and affect the trump card in their hands. Although this matter was a bit of moral kidnapping for her, it could ruin people's future, like killing parents. If Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji didn't have children, she wouldn't consider the future of the two children, but because they had these two children, she had to consider the future of the children. There is also a big difference between a regiment commander father and a battalion commander father. With Qin Shiyu's ability, he might be able to go further. "It's only temporary," Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu couldn't hide his disappointment, but soon he was full of hope again. As long as the two of them didn't divorce, he still had a chance. As long as he treated her well, took good care of the three of them, and let her feel his sincerity, he believed that the two of them could live a stable life. Yun Jiji looked at the man inexplicably. He was suddenly disappointed and suddenly happy, and she didn't know what he was thinking. But she didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, she looked at the two children and said, "I'm going up the mountain. You take care of Tuanchuan and Yuan today."
"Go up the mountain?"
Qin Shiyu heard it and said hurriedly, "I'll go with you." Although the back mountain is not too dangerous, Qin Shiyu is really worried about her going alone. "I won't go into the mountain. I'll just pick some medicine outside the mountain. I have to boil some ointment for the leg injury of the old leader Zhong, and I have to go up the mountain to find some medicine," Yun Jiji said. "Is it hard to find?" Qin Shiyu was still worried. She went up the mountain alone, which was really worrying. "It's not hard to find. You can get some food for the two children at noon. I won't be back so early." After that, Yunjiji said a few more words to the two children and then picked up the backpack and sickle to go out. Be careful, Qin Shiyu said hurriedly. Yeah. Qin Shiyu looked at her back as she left, still worried. But she also said that as long as it was outside the mountain, there would be many people in the family compound who would go up the mountain to collect firewood and wild vegetables, so he might not have to worry too much. Moreover, it was really inconvenient to go up the mountain with two children, and the vegetable garden in the backyard had not been cleaned up yet. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and had to suppress his worries. After Yunjiji carried the backpack on her back, she went straight out of the family compound and headed towards the back mountain.
Not going into the deep mountains?
That's impossible. She was going into the deep mountains today. Although there were some common medicines outside the mountain, there were too many people going up and down outside the mountain, and many herbs were trampled and damaged by them without knowing it. The herbs she was collecting today included philodendron, turmeric, angelica dihurica, erythema, etc. She had never seen any of these outside the mountain, so she had to go deeper into the mountain. At the same time, Yunjiji also wanted to see if the wood spirits in the mountain were more active than those outside. When she treated the of Chief Zhong yesterday, she still used the wood-related ability, otherwise he would not have recovered so quickly. Now, there was only a little wood spirit left in her body, so she could only walk deep into the mountains to see if she could recover a little. Because she had a direction, she did not stay outside for long, and walked quickly into the mountain. The body that had been nourished by the spiritual spring water really recovered very well. At least now, her body was much lighter than before, and if she was tired, she could also take out the spiritual spring water from the space to restore her physical strength, so she naturally did not have to worry about anything else. Sure enough, when she entered the mountain, she clearly felt that the fluctuations of the wood spirits were stronger than before. Yunjiji took a deep breath and began to mobilize the remaining wood spirits in her body to respond to it. Those wood spirits seemed to be inspired and rushed to her. Yunjiji's face was delighted, and she immediately sat down cross-legged. It seemed that all the pores on her body were open, and the dark green wood spirits were rushing into her body. After an unknown period of time, she finally opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of relief. The wood spirits here are much richer than those outside. Although the remaining wood spirits of each plant are not too many, the wood spirits combined by so many plants are very considerable. After she became Yunjiji of this era, it was the first time she felt so many wood spirits, which made her feel extremely excited. After she got up, she came to a sweet gum tree and reached out to touch the branches. A vine wrapped around the tree danced vividly and wrapped around her hand and rubbed it intimately. She touched it with her fingertips and felt its joy. Old liquid ambar, where are there a lot of herbs nearby? Yunjiji asked. This was one of her wood-related abilities, communicating with plants. The vine swayed a few times and then pointed to a place not far away. Yunjiji curled her lips slightly. Thank you. She took out some spiritual spring water from the space and poured it at the roots of the liquid ambar tree. After feeling the joy of the liquid ambar tree, Yunjiji raised her feet and walked into the mountain. With the guidance of the liquid ambar tree, it was not difficult for her to pick herbs. Walking all the way into the mountains, she could encounter some wild game from time to time. Yunjiji would naturally not let go of the prey at her fingertips, and soon she shot 2 pheasants and a nest of hares. There was still 1 pheasant that was shot last time in a cage, so she simply left a hare outside and threw the remaining pheasants and hares into the space to raise them. Chickens lay eggs and eggs lay chickens. Maybe pheasant eggs can be free in the future. She also successfully picked a variety of medicinal herbs such as philodendron, turmeric, angelica, and erythema. After wandering around in the mountains for a long time, Yunjiji took out a basket of blueberries from the space and prepared to go back and make a pot of blueberry jam. After being busy in the mountains for most of the day, the sun was already setting, and Yunjiji was ready to pack up and go down the mountain. But as soon as she turned around, she heard some unusual movements. Without thinking too much, Yunjiji looked around. When she saw a big tree, she didn't think much and went up the tree and hid in the tree canopy. Hurry up! Yunjiji looked in the direction of the sound and saw a cave not far away. At this time, someone was coming out of the cave, and they were carrying boxes in their hands. From the antiquity of the box, Yunjiji had some guesses, and these people were wearing dark clothes and pants that were easy to move. On the ground on one side, Yunjiji also saw Woyang shovels, crowbars, ropes, and other things. Her face sank. These were all grave robbers. Boss, Iruzi was bitten by something inside, and the blood can't be stopped. Suddenly, a man climbed out of the cave carrying a man on his back. There were 2 tooth marks on the man's exposed skin, and the surrounding skin was black. There were obviously 2 small tooth marks, but the blood was like a faucet that could not be stopped. When watching the scene, Yunjiji's face darkened. There were a lot of things in this tomb. They lived in a dark and humid place, and there were many uncertain factors. Therefore, the things underneath were very poisonous. Even if the bleeding was stopped, once the poison entered the human body, even the Daluo immortal could not save it. Yunjiji never sympathized with such people, and the things they took out of the tomb were usually smuggled overseas if they wanted to sell them. These were all treasures of their China, and how could they flow into the hands of outsiders? Since she had come across them, there was no reason to ignore them. After entering the space, she searched among the medicines she had collected today, and indeed found a few medicinal herbs that could be used to make drugs, and then quickly worked on it and made it directly into drugs. In order to maximize its efficacy, she also added some spiritual spring water. When she came out of the space, there were already more than a dozen large boxes next to the cave. This is obviously a big tomb. If these cultural relics are lost overseas, there is almost no possibility of getting them back. In this case, we must intercept them before they are shipped out. Have they all come out? Asked the middle-aged man in the lead. Boss, they're all out. I didn't expect that this small broken tomb would have so many things. Da, who opened one of the boxes, his eyes glowing green. This is really a fortune. They thought it was just the tomb of a small wealthy businessman, until they went in and found that it was a big tomb. Pack up and get ready to go down the mountain, said the middle-aged man. After they finished speaking, they were ready to move the boxes and get down the mountain, but they just took a step, and before they could lift the boxes, they were all tripped by the vines and fell backwards. Before they could react, they only felt a faint fragrance floating over, and before they had time to think about it, they fell into a coma. Yunjiji waited quietly on the tree for a while, until she was sure that all these people were in a coma, then she grabbed the vines and fell to the ground. After she went forward to check on the situation of several people, she fed some spiritual spring water to the vines, and they automatically entangled the unconscious tomb robbers and slapped them tightly, making sure that even if they woke up, they could not break free. She did not leave immediately. After putting all the boxes back into the cave, she found some dry grass to cover them to ensure that they would not be discovered, and then she quickly went down the mountain. This is a military merit. Since she and Qin Shiyu are not planning to divorce for the time being, the fat water will naturally stay in the fields of outsiders. Because there was no more herbs to collect this time, Yunjiji went down the mountain much faster, and coupled with her deliberately speeding up her pace, the time she took to go down the mountain was shortened by more than half. Mom Yuan was the first to see Yunjiji, and immediately called out happily. Qin Shiyu was cleaning the house, and when he heard the sound, he hurried out. However, before he could say a word, he was pulled into the house by Yunjiji. What's wrong? Qin Shiyu asked worriedly. After entering the house, Yunjiji lowered her voice and whispered, I met grave robbers in the mountains. They dug a grave and moved out everything inside. I gave them some drugs. Qin Shiyu's face changed. When he was sure that Yunjiji was not injured, he immediately said, I will go back to the military camp. You stay at home and don't go anywhere. After that, Qin Shiyu ran out without even changing into his military uniform. Tuan and Yuan blinked their big eyes at Yunjiji, not knowing why. Mom, Dad. Yuan pointed at Qin Shiyu, who ran away like a gust of wind with curiosity, and her eyes widened. Dad ran so fast. Dad has something to do in the army. At this time, Yunjiji also came out of the house, put down the basket on his back, and poured the herbs on the ground. Mom, what is this? Tuan Tuan pointed at the blueberries on the side and asked curiously, "This is blueberry. Mom picked it on the mountain today. Mom washed it for you to eat." Yun Jiji took 2 bowls, filled each with a small bowl, washed them and gave each child a portion. "Mom, it's sweet," Yuanyu and couldn't wait to pick it up and put one in her mouth, then looked at Yun Jiji with sparkling eyes. "Go sit there with your brother and eat slowly. Mom will sort out these herbs." Yun Jiji said. Okay, the little guy had something to eat and was very well behaved. He took the blueberries and went to the side. The blueberries taken out of the space are basically sweet. Even if they are sour, they are all acceptable and moderately sour. The 2 little guys sat aside obediently, holding a bowl in their hands, staring at Yun Jiji. Not long after, Qin Shiyu, who had left, came back. "Wife, you have to go with us and lead the way for us." When Qin Shiyu ran back, he saw Yun Jiji sorting out the herbs and immediately spoke out. "Children." Yun Jiji looked at the 2 children. She couldn't take them out. At this time, Lu Chuntao happened to be in the yard. Although she didn't know what happened, she knew from Qin Shiyu's expression that they must be very anxious. She immediately said, "Jiji, if you are relieved, let Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan come home to play with Xiaoman for a while." Yun Jiji looked at Lu Chuntao gratefully and said, "Sister Chuntao, thank you for your help." Yun Jiji quickly filled a bowl of blueberries and took the 2 children to Lu Chuantao's house. "Baby, Mom and Dad are going to catch the bad guys. You can play with Brother Xiaoman for a while. Take these blueberries to Brother Xiaoman to eat together. Mom will pick you up when she comes back, okay?" Okay, the little guy immediately agreed obediently when he heard that he was going to catch the bad guys. "Don't worry," Lu Chuntao said. At this time, Qin Shiyu had already closed the gate of the courtyard and came to Yun Jiji in 3 or 2 steps and said softly, "Let's go." Yun Jiji nodded. The group quickly left the family compound. Although Lu Chuntao was curious about what happened, she was also a military wife and knew that some things were not suitable to ask too much. After Yun Jiji led them up the mountain. With Yun Jiji leading the way, they soon arrived at the location of the tomb. But Qin Shiyu's face darkened. He said he would not go into the mountains, but he still went into the mountains. And he came alone. If she was found by these grave robbers at that time, did she ever consider that her life would be gone? This woman, how can she be so bold? Looking at those grave robbers who were staggering, when they were about to arrive, Yun Jiji had already sent a message through the plants, and those trees automatically loosened the vines that tied these people. Otherwise, when Qin Shiyu and his men arrived, they would directly cut the vines with knives. What are they doing? Brigade Commander Gu came with them. When he saw those grave robbers who fell to the ground, one by one, he was quite surprised. Qin Shiyu said that Yun Jiji gave them some drugs to make them unconscious for a short time. It took at least an hour to go back and forth, and these grave robbers were still not awake. Their troops actually have some drugs that can make people unconscious for a short time, but they can only last for half an hour at most. Moreover, sometimes they caught prisoners and woke up halfway before they brought them back. "Comrade Yun, how long will it take for them to wake up?" Gu Wenbin asked curiously. "About 3 hours. I didn't give them much time," Yun Jiji said. Gu Wenbin swallowed his saliva. 3 hours was long enough, okay? You guys, take them down the mountain and lock them up first. Interrogate them after they wake up. The rest of you, transport these cultural relics down the mountain first. Shao Qin, you should take your leave in advance and take a team of people to guard around here to see if they have any contacts. Gu Wenbin said immediately. Then, Gu Wenbin looked at Yun Jiji and said, "Comrade Yun, good job. I will record your merit, and I will apply for a reward from the organization later. This is a tomb robbing gang. If this batch of cultural relics falls into the hands of outsiders, they will never be taken back. These are all treasures of their country." After Gu Wenbin made the arrangements, he began to deal with the follow-up matters. Because of Yun Jiji's drug, they didn't even need to spend any time, let alone put in any effort, and they just wiped them out in one fell swoop. They didn't even have time to move the cultural relics out. This was simply a feat that they picked up for free without any effort. At this time, Gu Wenbin looked at Yun Jiji as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Brigade commander, one of them was injured. He was bitten by the bugs in the tomb. I gave him a simple treatment before, but the bugs in the tomb usually carry corpse poison. That person probably won't survive. Yunjiji said. If she could save him, she would have to see how much the other party could confess at that time. Sure enough, Gu Wenbin frowned and asked someone to check it out. He saw a blue-black tooth mark on the ankle of one of them, and the edges were black, which looked a little creepy.
Can you treat it? Gu Wenbin asked.
Yes. Yunjiji nodded. Don't want to treat it? Gu Wenbin asked again. It depends on his attitude. Gu Wenbin reacted instantly, pointed at Yunjiji, raised the corner of his lips, and was in a very good mood. Okay. I understand. Yunjiji took another look and said, Brigade Commander, if I'm fine, I'll go down the mountain first. My 2 children don't feel safe, and they can't leave me for too long. Okay. Gu Wenbin nodded. Qin Shiyu was still dealing with it on the side, and seemed to think of something, and immediately said, Brigade Commander, I'll take her down the mountain. No need. I can do it myself, and they also have to move things down the mountain. I'll go with them. Yunjiji said, and then raised her foot and followed the group down the mountain. Qin Shiyu still had things to deal with, so he could only stop temporarily.
Why?
Are you so reluctant? Gu Wenbin glared at him unhappily. He had just stayed with his wife for a few days, and he was so reluctant to leave. She promised not to go into the mountains before.
Qin Shiyu said.
Gu Wenbin was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and said with a smile, Stinky boy, does your wife look like she's in trouble? Your wife is not simple. Facing these local thieves, she can think of using drugs to knock them out. She is sending military merit to you. You should cherish it. This is simply military merit falling from the sky. Yunjiji herself is not a soldier in the army. If she wants to report her discovery, she can only go through Qin Shiyu. They are husband and wife, and if she gives this military merit to Qin Shiyu, it is equivalent to Yunjiji getting it herself. Gu Wenbin can imagine that Yunjiji will join the military district health room in the future, and then she will be a military doctor. Military doctors have to go on missions. With Yunjiji's strength, she will probably have military merit in the future. Gu Wenbin began to envy Qin Shiyu at this moment. If he could marry a capable wife like Yunjiji, then even if someone drugged her, it would not be impossible to marry her in her place. Of course, this is just a thought. Qin Shiyu looked at Yunjiji's back as she left, and his curiosity about her grew. What kind of woman is she? When facing so many grave robbers, she was not afraid at all, and was even able to make drugs with a clear mind. After knocking out these grave robbers, she quickly went down the mountain to find them to deal with it. He had many doubts in his heart, but thinking that in a place like Yunhe village, with such parents-in-law and sister, maybe she had to hide her abilities. No matter how strong her ability is, when someone deliberately stares at her, she has to hide her ability. It was also learned before that she used to go to the mountains to find food for her children, but she would be discovered and robbed every time. It is estimated that the lives of the 3 of them, mother and son, have always been closely watched. Moreover, if she performs too well, she may even be persecuted. Think about the grievances that Yunjiji has suffered. He couldn't help sighing. Except for the last time when the 2 talked about divorce, she mentioned what happened in the past 2 years. But in fact she never said much, let alone took these things to heart. Qin Shiyu didn't think about it anymore, but turned around and got busy. Now was not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now was the matter at hand. Gu Wenbin glanced at Qin Shiyu and said, Your wife just left, and you miss her so soon? Qin Shiyu ignored Gu Wenbin, always feeling that he did it on purpose. Seeing him like this, Gu Wenbin doubted whether he could make Yunjiji change her mind completely. After all, Yunjiji said that not getting a divorce was only temporary. If Qin Shiyu didn't perform well, or couldn't become a qualified father or husband, he would sooner or later become Yunjiji's ex-husband. Gu Wenbin was gloating at this time. Qin Shiyu was too self-disciplined, and they couldn't find any fault with him. They might see Qin Shiyu's smile a lot in the future. It suddenly made people feel that the family compound would be more lively in the future. After Yunjiji went down the mountain, she went directly back to the family compound and went directly to Lu Chuntao. Gigi, you're back. Lu Chuntao was dealing with mustard roots in the yard. When she saw Yun Gigi coming back, she immediately spoke out. Yun Gigi smiled and said, Sister Chuntao, thank you for your help. Lu Chuntao glared at her unhappily and said, What are you talking about? Xiaoman is in such a bad condition that some children in the compound don't want to play with him. Now that Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan are here, he is so happy. Don't be so distant with us. If you have anything to do, leave Tuanshuan and Yuanyuan with me. I am at home all day and can help you take care of them. Lu Chuntao learned from Wang Cheng that Yun Jiji should go to the military hospital. Although she can take her children to work, sometimes there will inevitably be other things. Lu Chuntao had already thought about it. They are all from the same compound and just need to help each other. Sister Chuntao, thank you first. Yun Jiji said gratefully. In the yard, she heard the voice coming from the house. It was Xiaoman's. Wang Cheng bought some comic books for Xiaoman. He is reading stories to his younger brother and sister now. Lu Chuntao said with a smile. After taking the medicine, Xiaoman looked better day by day. After dinner last night, he played in the yard for a while. He was not like before, and his body could not stand staying outside for a while. If it were not for Yun Jiji, her son's body would definitely not be able to recover as well as it is now, so she was very grateful to Yun Jiji. Then let them play first. What are you going to do, Sister Chuntao? Yun Jiji asked. Prepare to make some pickles. Lu Chuntao said. This mustard is grown by themselves. In addition to the land in the backyard, each household in the family compound actually has a piece of land. Gigi, I saw Captain Qin planting vegetables in the backyard this morning. Have you picked your own land? Yun Jiji was slightly stunned. Besides the backyard, do you have other land? Of course, but our land is not as big as the military families living in the building. They don't have a backyard, so their land is bigger than ours. We only have one piece, but we can grow a lot of vegetables. It's enough for us to eat. Lu Chuntao said. Then wait for Qin Shiyu to come back. She said. In this era, food is scarce, and it is rare to have one more vegetable, so a piece of land to grow vegetables cannot be missed. And some things, Yun Jiji must have a source. I just saw you, and Captain Qin left in a hurry. Did something happen? Lu Chuntao asked in a low voice. Sister Chuntao, I can't say. Yun Jiji looked at Lu Chuntao with some embarrassment. Lu Chuntao shut up immediately. She realized that she was talking too much. She quickly changed the subject. Gigi, this mustard fried rice is delicious. You can take one back later. Sister Chuntao, I always eat your food. Lu Chuntao really has nothing to say about her, and she is willing to put anything delicious into her mouth. Yun Jiji felt embarrassed. How could she eat her food every day? Their family is not easy. Why are you being so polite to me? You call me sister, then I am your real sister. Lu Chuntao said and then smiled. If I could have a sister as amazing as you, I would still be taking advantage. Besides, the blueberries you brought today, I have seen that thing in Beijing before. A small portion costs 1 yuan, and there are not many. I tried it once. It was too sour. What you took today, if you sell it, you can sell it for 10 yuan. To be honest, I still took advantage of you. How much is a mustard green worth? Who doesn't grow mustard greens in our family compound? No one wants it if you sell it. Just take it home and eat it with peace of mind. If you don't take it, I won't dare to take your things in the future. Lu Chuntao said a lot of things with her lips opening and closing. She never felt that Yun Jiji took advantage of her, especially since she had treated Xiaoman, which made Lu Chuntao feel even more. Being able to call Yun Jiji sister is a blessing from the previous life. Otherwise, she would not be able to be a neighbor of Yun Jiji. Okay, I'll take it. Yun Jiji was no longer shy. After all, the two families were going to have a long-term relationship, so some things couldn't be too fussy. Yun Jiji sat with Lu Chuntao for a long time, learning how to remove the mustard roots, and then dealt with the rotten leaves of the mustard, and then boiled the mustard and squeezed out the water before pickling. Yun Jiji knew how to cook, but she couldn't make pickles. With Yun Jiji's help, Lu Chuntao made the pickles quickly and soaked all the pickles in the jar at 4:30. Jiji, Thank you for this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have finished these dishes before dark. Both of them were good at work and they were very efficient, so they were naturally faster when they were busy. If you feel embarrassed, Sister Chuntao, please treat me to pickled cabbage. The pickled cabbage you gave me before is very delicious, and it is very tasty to boil fish. Yun Jiji smiled. The pickled cabbage Lu Chuntao gave last time was indeed delicious. Okay, I'll pickle it for you when it's ready. Neither of them was polite. Seeing that it was getting late, Yun Jiji took the two children home first. Qin Shiyu had called off his leave early, and they were not sure whether those local masters had other groups. They were all investigating in the mountains at the moment, and they probably wouldn't come back so early. But Yun Jiji still prepared his share for dinner. Qin Shiyu was not at home, so Yun Jiji didn't need to avoid him deliberately. When Lu Chuntao mentioned mustard rice before, she was really greedy. Naturally, she washed and chopped the mustard and took out a piece of fat and lean meat from the space and chopped it into mincemeat. After the rice was cooked, she began to fry the minced meat to release the oil. The meat in the space was really fat, so Yun Jiji also scooped out the excess lard and put it in the bowl, and then put in the rice. The two little guys sat aside, watching Yun Jiji busy and still talking about the content of the comic book that Xiaoman told them in the afternoon. Yun Jiji listened for a long time and only knew that what Xiaoman read to them in the afternoon should be chicken feather letter. The two little guys were struggling over whether the other party used chicken feathers or duck feathers to send the letter. Yun Jiji was overjoyed to hear the childish talk. She liked children very much. In her previous life, she was actually very upset because she couldn't get pregnant. But now she is glad that she didn't have children in her previous life. Otherwise, she might be very worried about her children when she came to this strange world, and she might even try every means to go back. Even some of their habits were almost the same as the original owner. She was a little confused in her heart, but she couldn't be completely sure now. Yun Jiji took a deep breath, suppressed the guesses in her heart, and looked at Tuanchuan and Yuan. Baby, wash your hands and eat. Okay, seeing the little guys running to wash their hands, Yun Jiji just thought it was very cute. However, the weather was a bit cold, and the water was so cold that it froze their hands. She added a little hot water to the basin and let the two little guys wash. However, after washing their hands, Yuan and Tianchuan looked outside from time to time. Mom, where is Dad? Yuan asked curiously. Dad has something to do in the army, and he may be back later. Mom left food for Dad. Yun Jiji said. They still have to interrogate those local thieves, and it is estimated that they will not be finished so quickly. Dad, I'm hungry. Yuan's little face was full of worry. There is a canteen in the army. Dad can eat a little in the canteen first. Don't worry, baby. Yun Jiji patiently explained to her. When she learned that Qin Shiyu would not be hungry, the worry on the little guy's face was relieved. Yun Jiji reached out and rubbed her head. The bond of family affection is sometimes really magical. Look at these two little guys. How long has Qin Shiyu been with them? The two little guys now have a place for Qin Shiyu in their hearts. This is the first time they didn't come back for dinner, and they also started to miss Qin Shiyu. She served a bowl and put it on the table. Because she fried minced meat and mustard rice in the evening, Yun Jiji didn't prepare many dishes. In the end, she only cooked a bowl of clear seaweed egg drop soup to suppress the greasiness in the rice. The two little guys each held a bowl of rice, buried their heads, and ate happily. How could they miss Qin Shiyu, who didn't come back? Obviously, they were completely conquered by the delicious food. The corners of her lips were slightly raised. While eating, she didn't forget to remind them to eat slowly. The two children were also very well behaved and obedient. As long as Yun Jiji said something, the two children would listen. The mustard greens were fresh, and the pork in the space was even more delicious than the pork outside. This bowl of rice could be said to be quite delicious. Both children ate a small bowl, but they also ate a little more than usual. However, Yun Jiji wanted to eat glutinous rice, but glutinous rice was not easy to digest, so they had to wait for a while until their bodies recovered. After dinner, Yun Jiji took her two children for a walk in the courtyard. It was also a way to take the children to get familiar with the family members in the courtyard. Qingying's wife. Jiji just walked under the locust tree, and a sister-in-law called her.
Hey.
Jiji responded. The sister-in-law stepped forward and said, Qiniying's wife, I am Deputy Battalion Chief Shin's wife. My name is Xia Kaifeng. Hello, sister-in-law. Is there anything I can do for you? Jiji asked in confusion. After all, they had no intersection and had never said anything before. Now it was curious. What was she doing when she suddenly called her? Xia Kaifeng heard the words and looked around. When she was sure that no one was paying attention to the two of them, Xia Kaifeng said a little embarrassedly, Qiniying's wife, I actually want to trouble you to take a look at me. Jiji was slightly stunned. Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell? Xia Kaifeng nodded a little embarrassedly. Seeing this, Jiji had a vague guess in her heart, so she smiled and said, Sister-in-law, come to my yard and sit for a while. Xia Kaifeng didn't expect Jiji to be so insightful. Seeing that she was embarrassed to say it, she knew that she was embarrassed to announce her illness in front of everyone. Okay. Xia Kaifeng agreed immediately. Jiji led Xia Kaifeng directly back to the yard. Jiji pulled a chair for her and smiled. Sister-in-law, please sit down. Qiniying's wife, I. Sister-in-law, my name is Jiji. You can just call me by my name. Jiji interrupted with a smile. Although many military wives in the compound called each other like this, Jiji didn't like this title very much. Everyone has a name. If you think it's not good to call by name directly, then everyone can just call a comrade. Sister-in-law, stretch out your hand first. Let me see it. Jiji saw that she was embarrassed, so she spoke first. Xia Kaifeng responded immediately after hearing this, and then stretched out her hand, looking at Jiji anxiously. Sister-in-law has some inflammation. I'll prescribe some medicine. You can boil it and use it for cleaning. Jiji said. Xia Kaifeng felt it was amazing. Jiji could tell her condition by taking her pulse. But after hearing her say this, Xia Kaifeng was speechless at this time. It's really too strong. Seeing this, Jiji immediately said, Sister-in-law, don't be lazy after. You still have to pay attention to your own hygiene. Otherwise, it is easy to get inflammation. This medicine will stop itching after you wash for a week. Xia Kaifeng felt that her face was burning, but she thought that she and Jiji were married and became mothers, so there was nothing to worry about. And everyone is a woman who doesn't have some problems in that area. Sister-in-law, not only you should pay attention to hygiene, but your man should also pay attention. Our women are originally different from their men. Generally, we women have more inflammation. If we do not intervene and cure in time, it may aggravate and cause more serious diseases later. This is not a joke. According to statistics in later generations, the number of people who die from gynecological diseases in the world is as high as 9 million per year, which is equivalent to 20 women dying from gynecological diseases every minute. Therefore, they should be more careful and not be too careless. After she explained a few more words to Xia Kaifeng left with thousands of thanks. She was not an uneducated person, so she naturally understood what Jiji meant by her previous words. She was thinking in her heart that when the man came back at night, she must talk to him about this, and she must pay more attention to that aspect of hygiene in the future. It's okay for the men to have fun, but they also have to take care of the safety of women like them. After seeing Xia Kaifeng, the sky outside was completely dark, and Jiji was not going to take the child out. She let the child play in the yard and went to boil water to wash the child's face and little. Now that the weather is cold, there is no need to take a bath every day, but daily hygiene still needs to be done. Mom Jiji was boiling water when she heard a shout from the yard. She was confused and quickly dropped the fire tongs in her hand. When she came out, she saw Yuan and Tuanchuan standing by the door, looking outside the yard. Following her line of sight, Jiji looked over. She saw a bamboo basket hanging on the door of the yard. She took 2 or 3 steps forward and saw 10 eggs and about half a pound of brown sugar in the bamboo basket. Jiji was also slightly stunned, quite surprised. What is this? Was it sent by the aunt who came to see my mother before? Jiji asked. Yeah. The 2 little guys nodded at the same time. Yunjiji looked at the brown sugar and eggs in the bamboo basket, but she didn't refuse. It takes energy for her to treat people. She can't do business at this time, and she can't charge for consultation fees. But she can collect some food. Since the other party brought it, Yunjiji didn't refuse. It can also avoid those freeloaders who really treat her as free labor. Yunjiji carried the bamboo basket into the house, planning to return it to Xia Kaifeng tomorrow. Babies, come in and wash your faces and butts. After the two children responded obediently, they followed Yunjiji into the kitchen. Until the mother and the three children had finished cleaning up, Qin Shiyu still hadn't come back. If he wasn't interrogating those grave robbers, he was still squatting on the mountain to see if they had any accomplices. She didn't care much about this, but found a fairy tale book from the space and began to read the story to the two little guys. Mom will read you the story of Niwa patching the sky today, okay? Yunjiji stuffed the two little guys into the quilt, one on the left and one on the right beside her. Mom, is there a hole in the sky? Yuan asked curiously. She tilted her head to look out, but the door was closed at this time, and it was dark outside the window, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her. Yuan couldn't see the sky outside at all, and immediately sat back with a dejected look on her face, looking a little depressed. Yunjiji laughed. That was a long, long time ago, when there was no Tuan Yuan and no mother. Is there a father? She asked again. No, sister. Mo looked at Yuan in a depressed manner. She just wanted to listen to the story now. Her sister had too many questions. Brother, the little girl immediately acted like a spoiled child towards Tuan when she heard it. Tuan had no way to deal with her. Mom, I want to listen. Yuan nestled in her arms, smelling the milky fragrance of her mother, blinking her eyes and saying expectantly. Yunjiji responded and then said a long, long time ago, in ancient times. Niwa felt compassion and was determined to repair. Her voice was soft and gentle, and she told the two children the story word by word. She even added some small expressions or changed the tone of voice when there was a dialogue so that the children could listen to the story in an immersive way. Seeing the two little guys listening with fascination, she was in a good mood. It was nearly half an hour before she finished telling the two children the story. The two children were a little sleepy. She picked up Tuan and put him inside. After taking off the children's shirts, she patted them gently and sang a good-night song to coax them to sleep. Seeing the two children sleeping quietly and obediently beside her, a soft color appeared on her face. It's great. She is also a mother now. At this time, Xia Kaifeng took her husband Shen Hongjun to walk on the road in the mountains. After prescribing the medicine, Xia Kaifeng really didn't want to wait at all. Thinking about how she was so itchy at night that she couldn't sleep during this period, it really made her uncomfortable. Now Yunjiji prescribed medicine for her, and Xiaoman recovered so well, she absolutely believed in Yunjiji's strength. So, no matter what, she had to buy the medicine and come back to wash it well, otherwise she would have to suffer for another night tomorrow. It's late at night. Can I come to get the medicine tomorrow? Shen Hongjun couldn't help complaining. Although they were in the south, the sun was shining brightly during the day, but once the sun went down, it was freezing cold. Once it got dark, no one liked to go out. If he were at home now, he would have washed his feet and soaked them in bed. You are not the one who is uncomfortable, right? If I am uncomfortable, then I am not uncomfortable? Xia Kaifeng said unhappily. Shen Hongjun was a little embarrassed. From now on, you should wash your brother for me every day, and don't get on my bed if you don't wash it. Xia Kaifeng scolded unhappily. I'm not itchy. Why should I wash it? Shen Hongjun thought that he should take a bath more often. Besides, when they were training, as long as they sweated, they had to take a bath every day. In his opinion, this was just a waste of effort. Xia Kaifeng was so angry that she pinched him a few times, and then she patiently explained to him everything that Yunjiji had said to her. Shen Hongjun was not someone who would not listen to advice. After listening to his wife's words, he nodded repeatedly. Xia Kaifeng glanced at him and said nothing more, but she had already made up her mind to watch him wash in the future. Fortunately, the place where the medicine was picked up was not far from them. After the two of them finished picking up the medicine, they returned to the family compound. Xia Kaifeng cooked the medicine soup overnight, washed herself thoroughly, and stayed in it for a full 20 minutes. After making sure that she was really clean this time, she came out of the small room. "It's late. Come to bed quickly," Shun Hongjun said. Xia Kaifeng responded and went to bed. She tossed and turned in bed for a long time and suddenly said, "Hongjun, I really don't feel that itchy anymore. This is just the first time. Is it a panacea you took?" Shun Hongjun asked unhappily. "How can I not feel it myself? It's not so itchy, if it's not so itchy." Xia Kaifeng didn't bother to pay attention to him. Seeing his unbelieving look, she didn't want to say anything more and went straight to sleep. Shun Hongjun was confused when he saw his wife fall asleep. Is the medicine prescribed by Yun Jiji really that good? Qin Xiu didn't come back until the next morning. Yun Jiji had just finished making breakfast in the kitchen when she saw the man entering the courtyard with a tired face. "Are you okay?" Yun Jiji looked at him and couldn't help but feel a little worried. The man looked half dead at this moment. What happened last night? What could torture a person like this? "It's okay. Are the children awake?" Qin Xiu shook his head and asked in confusion when he didn't see the two children in the yard. "They haven't gotten up yet in the morning."
"Well,
"You worked hard to cook in the morning."
I'm going to sleep for a while," Qin Xiu said.
He was too tired that night, and he was very sleepy now. "Eat something before going to bed?" Yun Jiji asked. He waved his hand and floated into the room. He didn't even have time to close the door and fell asleep. Yun Jiji was speechless when she saw the man snoring. What on earth had happened? How could he torture someone like this? Without thinking too much, she closed the door for Qin Xiu. She went back to the room and saw that the two little guys had woken up, so she quickly took the clothes and put them on. "Mom." Dad's voice, Yuan's voice, still had the soft breath of just waking up, and at this time, she blinked her big eyes at Yun Jiji, obviously hearing Qin Xiu's voice just now. "Dad is back, but Dad didn't sleep all night last night, so he went to make up for his sleep now," Yun Jiji explained. There were some things Yuan didn't understand very well, but when she heard that Qin Xiu didn't sleep, she understood. Dad is sleepy. After Yun Jiji put clothes and pants on the little guy, she slid down the edge of the bed and then ran to Qin Xiu's room, pushed the door open lightly, and looked inside. Then she happily retreated. Seeing this scene, Yun Jiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does this mean that as long as she sees Qin Xiu at home, she will feel at ease? "Dad is sleeping. Don't disturb him," the little girl muttered to herself and ran to find Yun Jiji to wash up. After cleaning up the two children, she took them to have breakfast. For breakfast, they had preserved egg and lean meat porridge, scallion egg pancakes, boiled eggs, and a small bowl of blueberries. Very good. Yuan squinted her eyes happily while eating, showing that she was very satisfied. "Little foodie." Yun Jiji looked at the little girl lovingly. He then. Yun Jiji looked at Tuanchuan again and asked, "Tuanchuan, is it delicious?" "Very good," Tuanchuan said obediently. Yun Jiji was quite helpless. Her son really spoke too little. Even if he communicated with her, he spoke very little, which was completely different from what he should be like at this age. It is unreasonable to say that he has a calm personality. It seems. The two children played in the yard. Yun Jiji also discovered that Qin Xiu had made a toy for them at some point. It was a bamboo dragonfly. Take a piece of bamboo board and drill a hole in the center, then cut the two sides of the bamboo board into bevels, match it with a small bamboo stick, and rub the bamboo stick with both hands to make it fly. Although it was a very simple bamboo dragonfly, the two little guys had a lot of fun playing with it. The small bamboo stick was polished very smooth by Qin Xiu, and the children didn't have to worry about scratching their palms when they held it in their hands. Yun Jiji also checked to make sure that there would be no bamboo thorns that would hurt the children's hands before letting them play. The two children have limited strength. Although the bamboo dragonfly doesn't fly fast, they have a lot of fun playing. After cleaning up the kitchen, she took the children to the backyard to prepare to clean up the herbs she brought back yesterday. When she came back yesterday, she put those herbs in the space, and now they are still fresh and tender. "Jiji, what are you doing?" Lu Chuntao was washing clothes in the backyard. Seeing Yun Jiji busy there, she couldn't help but be curious. Yunjiji heard this and smiled. Sister Chuntao, these are the herbs I picked up from the mountain. I cleaned them up and prepared them. Lu Chuntao understood. Can so many herbs be prepared in the same way? Lu Chuntao asked with some curiosity. She saw that many of the herbs looked different, but she could recognize some of them. She also knew a lot of the names of the medicines Xiaoman had taken over the years. When she couldn't buy herbs before, Lu Chuntao would go to the mountains with the barefoot doctors in the village to collect herbs. Then she would ask the barefoot doctors to help her prepare them. Later, she also learned some of them, but the medicine Xiaoman took were different from these. It's different. Some herbs can be dried directly. There are repairs, water treatment, fire treatment, water and fire treatment, etc. Yunjiji said. For some herbs to maximize their efficacy, the process can be said to be numerous and troublesome. In later generations, some drug dealers coveted convenience and even omitted many steps, and the efficacy of the herbs was greatly weakened. Yunjiji always likes to prepare her own herbs so that she can reach a point that she is satisfied with. Oh my God, this is too troublesome. Only you have such patience. Lu Chuntao said, and at the same time she admired Yunjiji even more. How powerful a brain must be to remember so many steps, and the preparation method of each herb must be remembered. Lu Chuntao once heard an old doctor say that there are more than 10,000 kinds of Chinese medicinal materials in China alone. The preparation of more than 10,000 kinds of medicinal materials, just thinking about it. My head is buzzing. Sure enough, people with ability have good brains. Sister Chuntao, please forgive me. I will write some of them directly in the notebook. How can I remember them completely? Yunjiji said with a smile. They have a special medical book on ancient preparation, which is placed in her space, and she often takes it out to read it to deepen her memory. Then you are also amazing. My sister is the best. Yunjiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Chuntao washed the last piece of clothes and hung it on the bamboo pole, and then thought of something. Jiji, did Deputy Battalion Commander Shin's wife, Xie Kaifeng, ask you to prescribe medicine last night? Lu Chuntao happened to run into Xie Kaifeng when she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat in the morning. In the past, when she saw Xie Kaifeng, she always looked listless and in a very bad mood. When people talked to her, Xie Kaifeng always looked indifferent. On the contrary, today, Xie Kaifeng was full of energy, and it was obvious that she had had a good rest. She and Xie Kaifeng happened to be on the same road, so she asked curiously. Only then did she know that she had asked Yunjiji to prescribe medicine last night, and even praised Yunjiji. After she used the medicine last night, she really didn't feel itchy anymore. She had a rare good sleep, and she had never felt so sweet before. When she woke up this morning, she felt that her complexion was really good. Xie Kaifeng didn't have to think too much. She knew that the medicine prescribed by Yunjiji for her was effective, and she even wanted to go back to the family hospital and promote Yunjiji. However, she was stopped by Lu Chuntao. Yeah. When she was taking Tuanchuan and Yuan for a walk last night, she asked me to prescribe medicine for her. Yunjiji said. Lu Chuntao understood. As if she had thought of something, she looked around and whispered, Jiji. She said she wanted to promote you. I stopped her. Yunjiji was slightly stunned. Sister Chuntao, thank you. Yunjiji does not have a medical qualification certificate yet, and she has to wait until Monday to get it. It is actually against the rules for her to treat patients at this time. The previous examination of Xiaoman can be said to be an emergency. Treating the old leader Zhong can be said to be an assessment of her by the organization. What about Xie Kaifeng? If the matter gets out of hand, even if she is treating patients privately, if someone takes advantage of her, the matter will not be so simple. But Jiji, when will you get your medical qualification certificate? Lu Chuntao felt it was a pity that Yunjiji's medical skills were so good, but because she didn't have such a certificate, she couldn't treat patients. The military families in their family compound, big and small, old and young, all have minor illnesses and pains, especially the women who have given birth, who have more or less some physical problems. Who doesn't want to meet a good doctor who can solve their physical problems for them? No matter how hard the medicine is to drink and bitter, it is not as important as the body. It should be soon, Yunjiji said. Although Hu Jianjun said that he could get it on Monday, now that there is such a cultural relic case, it is estimated that they are still busy, so it is not clear whether the medical qualification certificate can be successfully handed over to her on Monday. The two stopped talking about it and changed the subject directly. However, neither of them noticed that someone was secretly listening to their conversation under the bamboo fence in the yard. Dad, when Yun Ziji had prepared all the herbs, she heard Yuan's cheerful cry, and then rushed out like a small cannonball and was directly lifted up by Qin Shiyu and held in his arms. Seeing that he had only slept for less than 2 hours, Yun Ziji was also quite surprised. "There is rice in the pot. Go and eat it yourself," she said casually, and then took out the remaining yam, preparing to make blueberry yam for lunch, and then go out to see if there are any dishes. If Qin Shiyu was not at home, she could still take some delicious food out directly from the space, but Qin Shiyu was there, so she couldn't. "Okay. Thank you, wife." Qin Shiyu slept for a while, and his spirit was much better at this time. Seeing that Yun Jiji had left breakfast for him, Qin Shiyu's smile deepened. Yun Jiji frowned when she heard this. "Don't call me wife, I have a name." She was really not used to this name. Qin Shiyu blinked innocently. "You are my wife. Of course I have to call you wife." Seeing his rogue look, Yun Jiji was so angry that she laughed. "Don't forget, I'm only temporary. If it weren't for the 2 children, I wouldn't agree." Qin Shiyu was choked and touched his nose a little embarrassedly. He couldn't be impatient. Their current relationship only looked harmonious on the surface, but in fact he knew very well that Yun Jiji didn't accept him at all. Her attitude towards him didn't seem cold, but it was definitely not warm. It was just on the surface that it looked quite harmonious. Yun Jiji should be very disappointed with her husband. The pain and grievances she suffered were brought to her by him, and he knew it in his heart. He couldn't hide his loss and self-blame, but then he looked full of fighting spirit. Yun Jiji was puzzled and felt that this man looked a little crazy and his mood changed really fast. But she was too lazy to care and continued to deal with her herbs. Qin Shiyu was very depressed, but he didn't have time to stay at home today. After washing up quickly, he went into the kitchen to eat. When he saw a bowl of rice on the side, Qin Shiyu was stunned. "Yuan." Qin Shiyu called. Yuan, who heard her father calling, immediately left her brother and ran into the kitchen. "Dad," Yuan called out in a baby voice. Yun Jiji felt helpless when she heard this. This little girl really likes her dad. Qin Shiyu picked up Yuan and asked in a low voice, "Baby, can you tell Dad about that meal?" "Mom left it for Dad to eat," Yuan said obediently. When he got the correct answer, Qin Shiyu's smile almost reached his ears. This was left by his wife. She must have been worried that he came back late last night and had nothing to eat in the army, so she left food for him. Qin Shiyu's mood at this time was sweeter than eating honey. He thought that he would love his wife more in the future and let his wife feel that she was soaking in a honey pot. However, if Yun Jiji really knew this, she was afraid that she would be bored to death. If she knew that Qin Shiyu was attacking himself, she would definitely pour a basin of cold water on him and let Qin Shiyu understand that he thought too much. There was also a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, a boiled egg, and a small portion of Snow White, I don't know what it was, with jam on it, which looked pretty good. "Dad, this is so good," Yuan said with a smile, pointing at the blueberry yam. Seeing her greedy look, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Want to eat?" Qin Shiyu asked. The little guy nodded obediently, stretching his head to stare at the blueberry yam. "Eat it, but don't eat too much,"
Qin Shiyu said.
He recently learned about the spleen and stomach of the 3 of them, mother and son, and how to regulate them. He also went to the hospital to ask the gastroenterologist, who told him to take good care of them. In addition to supplementing nutrition, they should eat small meals frequently, so that their spleen and stomach can become stronger little by little and slowly be able to withstand the digestive peristalsis of the stomach. Moreover, it is not suitable to make a big supplement at this time, but to make a small and slow supplement. Yuan licked her saliva, then stared at it for a while and said, "Dad, I've eaten it." Qin Shiyu felt warm in his heart and reached out to rub her little head. "Dad can give Yuan a bite. You see, Dad still has so much." When she heard her father's words, Yuan's eyes lit up. Then, just one bite, okay? Just one bite. Looking at his daughter's cute little appearance, Qin Shiyu felt very rare, but she was also well-behaved. She really only ate one bite, and then sat there obediently to accompany Qin Shiyu to eat. Qin Shiyu not only ate all the porridge in the pot, but also ate the bowl of rice and vegetables cleanly, leaving no leftovers for his wife and children.
Wow.
Dad is so awesome, so capable. Yuan watched Qin Shiyu eat. Her eyes widened, and she clapped her hands to praise him. Qin Shiyu didn't know whether the child was praising him or making fun of him. But seeing the little girl happy, Qin Shiyu was also happy. In the past, he would eat alone, but now he has a wife, a daughter, and a son by his side, and the family of 4 is reunited. At that time, he felt the satisfaction of going home every day and seeing his wife and children waiting for him at home. In the past, he always saw his comrades rushing to the family compound when it was time to get off work. At that time, he didn't quite understand it because his wife and children were at home and wouldn't run away. But when his wife and children really came, Qin Shiyu realized that he was actually the same. He didn't come back last night. When he was watching in the mountains, the time was actually long and boring. He was thinking about his children and wife in his mind. She has also lived alone with her children for the past 3 years. Maybe she is really not afraid. But how can she really not be afraid? It's just forced out of helplessness. He couldn't help but wonder if they could sleep well at home. Would they be afraid at night?
Or
would they miss him? All kinds of thoughts occupied his mind. But he knew that he felt too good about himself. In fact, Yunjiji didn't need him at all. Baby, Daddy has to go back to the army to work. I'll come back at noon to play with you, okay? Qin Shiyu said softly. It was also depressing to cancel the leave early. I just hope that after the case of the tomb robbers is settled, I can continue to take leave and spend more time with Yunjiji and the 2 children. Okay, Daddy will go to work obediently. Baby will miss you. The little girl made a flower shape with her hands, placed it on her chin, blinked a big pair of eyes, and looked at Qin Shiyu cutely. Qin Shiyu felt that his heart was too soft, reached out to pick up the child, and gave her a big kiss on the face. Dad will miss the baby and brother too. Qin Shiyu also hugged Tuan and kissed the little guy on the face, but in return he got his son's disgusted eyes. 2 men, what kind of kiss? Qin Shiyu didn't know what his son was thinking, but he was helpless when he saw his son's look. Wife, I'm going to work. After Qin Shiyu finished talking to the child, he said to Yunjiji in the backyard. Seeing that the man insisted on calling her his wife, she felt awkward again. She poked her head out and glared at the man fiercely, and said angrily, Got it. I'll come back for dinner. Qin Shiyu looked at her like a little lion with its hair standing on end, which made him want to reach out and rub her head, but he thought that if he really did that, Yunjiji would probably be even angrier, and then she would really ignore him completely. It was not easy to get her to agree not to divorce, but that was only temporary. I'm going to work. I've filled the water tank with water, and I still have the firewood I chopped yesterday. If there's any heavy work, wait for me to come back and do it, Qin Shiyu said, and then he put on his military uniform and went out. Looking at the man's upright figure, the military uniform was like a weave of perseverance and glory, wrapping the man's strong body in it, and every wrinkle seemed to hide discipline and responsibility. To be honest, she admired the soldiers of this era. They defended their country, sacrificed their small families for everyone, and made great efforts for the peace and prosperity of this country. If they hadn't been carrying the burden forward in the front, the people in the rear wouldn't have been able to live in peace. Gigi, are you still looking? Your man has gone far away. Yunjiji came back to her senses when she heard Lu Chuntao's teasing voice. She looked at Lu Chuntao with some embarrassment and said, Sister Chuntao, it's nothing. Sister is an experienced person. I understand everything. I understand everything. Lu Chuntao smiled evilly. Yunjiji's face was full of question marks. What on earth does she understand? She understands everything? Yunjiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was purely admiring Qin Shiyu's military uniform, but she didn't have any romantic thoughts at all. However, Lu Chuntao still looked at her with a smile, thinking that Yun Jiji was thin-skinned, and didn't say anything more. Yun Jiji also looked helpless. Forget it, the more I explain, the less clear it is. It's better not to explain. Sister Chuntao, I'm going to play with Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan. After that, Yun Jiji ran away. Lu Chuntao shook her head with a smile. She was not stupid. She could see that the relationship between the young couple was more, or less problematic. After all, it was really heartbreaking to see Yun Jiji so thin now. As Qin Shiyu's husband, she knew that he had been on missions outside for the past 3 years. From Wang Cheng's mouth, she learned that he was seriously injured in this mission and took more than half a year to recover. They all knew that it was not easy for Qin Shiyu, but who could understand Yun Jiji's difficulties? Looking at the 3 of them, mother and son, who were so thin, I don't know how Qin Shiyu's family would torture them when they were in their hometown to make them like this. But Lu Chuntao still hoped that the couple could be fine, and Yun Jiji should pester him for the rest of his life and make him compensate her. Lu Chuntao had also heard Wang Chung mention Qin Shiyu's ability. With his ability, as long as nothing happened during the mission, he would definitely go further than Brigade Commander Gu. What she has in hand is power and profit. No matter what the reason is, she doesn't want Yun Jiji to be cheap to other women. Of course, Lu Chuntao would never say such words in front of Yun Jiji. Although they get along well and call each other sisters, she is an outsider after all. Don't advise others to be good without experiencing others' suffering. She still understands this truth. How could she run to Yun Jiji and talk about it without a sense of boundaries, which would make Yun Jiji feel annoyed, and their sisters would be done? Lu Chuntao really likes Yun Jiji, who is generous and generous. What's more, she has such a good medical skill. If her relationship with Yun Jiji is not close enough, she also wants to get close to her. Go, go, Lu Chuntao said with a smile. Yun Jiji went to the front yard to play with Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan. The 2 little guys were very happy to have their mother accompany them. After playing with the bamboo dragonfly for a while, they were tired and pestered Yun Jiji to tell them stories. Yun Jiji followed their lead and told them the story of the great doctor Hua Tuo. The 2 little guys were fascinated by the story, and their faces were full of excitement. When Yun Jiji looked up, she saw several children outside her yard, listening attentively to her story. It can be seen that Yun Jiji's story was really good. Look at the children who were fascinated by it. Now that Yun Jiji had finished, they still looked over with interest. It seemed that they really wanted to hear her tell more. Children, I'm going to make lunch, Yun Jiji said. When the children heard it, they felt a little disappointed. The brave ones asked, Aunt, when will you tell stories to your younger brothers and sisters? Can we come and listen? The child looked a little clever, blinking his eyes at Yun Jiji, looking forward to it. Whose child are you? Yun Jiji asked. Since they're going to live in the family compound, it is natural to let their children know more about these children in the compound. When they are more familiar with the children, they will dare to go out and play with these older brothers and sisters. It can also let them practice their courage. The 2 children seem to be very brave at home, but outside they are still too quiet and even a little timid to play with these children. They actually yearn for it. But when they were in Yunhe village, few children in the village were willing to play with them, and some children even bullied Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Later, the 2 children did not dare to play with the children in the village. They were afraid of being bullied. Aunt, my name is Shinjin, my father is Shun Hongjun, and my mother is Xie Kaifeng. Shunjin responded obediently. Yun Jiji was a little surprised. She didn't expect that he was Xie Caifeng's son. She stared at the child and found that he was indeed somewhat similar to Xie Caifeng's eyebrows and eyes, but he should be more like his father. If you don't look closely, you can't tell that she looks like Xie Kaifeng at all. Aunt, this is my sister, Shun Tiantian, 3 years old this year. Shinjin pulled Shun Tiantian, who was standing beside him, over again. The little girl stood beside her brother shyly. After being pulled in, she hid behind Shinjin again and looked at Yun Jiji secretly. There were also some children who had already run away with their friends when they found Yun Jiji looking at them. It was Shinjin who was brave enough to hold his sister back, otherwise Shin Tian would have run away. Yun Jiji stood up, stretched out her hand to open the gate, and said with a smile, "Come in." "Thank you, Aunt," Shinjin said happily, and then looked at Tuanchuan and Yuan. "Hello, brother and sister. My name is Shinjin, you can call me Brother Shin." Yun Jiji still liked this generous child a little, so she smiled and said, "Xiaojin, can Aunt call you that?" "Aunt, yes." Shunjin responded obediently. Yun Jiji smiled and said, "This is Tuanchuan and his sister Yuan. They are both my babies. They just came to join the army and are not familiar with everyone. Can Xiaojin take the two brothers and sisters to play together?" Tuanchuan and Yuan also blinked their big eyes and looked at the brothers and sisters in front of them curiously. The brother was much taller than them. They could only see his face by looking up. His neck was a little tired, but Tuanchuan thought in his heart that if he ate more, would he be as tall as his brother? "Hello, brother and sister." "Hello, brother and sister." Although the little guy was a little shy, he talked to them. Yun Jiji was very satisfied. As long as the two children were willing to take this first step, it would be a great improvement. Yesterday, Xiaoman was also telling stories to the two children. Although they were fascinated by it, they had little interaction with Xiaoman. "Xiaojin, Auntie is going to prepare lunch. Can you help Auntie look after your younger brother and sister? Auntie will make delicious food for you, okay?" Yun Jiji wanted to leave by herself and let them be alone. "Auntie, go and do your work. I'll look after my younger brother and sister." Shunjin patted his chest and promised. Yun Jiji looked at him gratefully, thanked him solemnly, then closed the gate and went into the kitchen. In fact, she could also see the situation outside the yard from the kitchen, so she was relieved to let the four children play in the yard. Since there are two children, Yun Jiji wants to prepare some dishes that the children like at noon. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, pumpkin baked with salted egg yolk, 3 fresh vegetable rolls, corn shrimp pancakes, and black fish fillets with yam, red dates. As for the origin of these things, if you ask, they are bought. They are either from the supply and marketing cooperative or exchanged with fellow villagers in the village. Believe it or not, who cares? Since there is a space, why should she suffer herself? Anyway, Qin Shi was not at home, so as long as she didn't come up with something shocking, nothing would come out of nowhere. When the four children smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen, they drooled like crazy in the yard. "Sister Yuan, your mother is so amazing. The food she cooks is so delicious." Shinjin's saliva was almost flowing. It was so fragrant. At this time, the four little guys were leaning against the door and looking into the kitchen. Four pairs of eyes were sparkling. Their movements were very coordinated, and they even swallowed their saliva together. When Yun Jiji saw this, she was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Wash your hands and eat," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Shinjin pulled Shin Tian and hesitated for a moment, then said, "Aunt, I'm taking my sister home. Mom will be worried soon." Mom said that everyone's family is not easy, and they eat less and drink less so they don't take advantage of others. Although the food Aunt Yun cooked was delicious and made him feel extremely hungry and his mouth was watering, he couldn't shamelessly stay at someone else's house to eat with his sister. Such behavior is wrong. Aunt Yun invited them to have dinner because it happened to be time for dinner, and they happened to be at Aunt Yun's house. Aunt Yun was very polite and a good person, but they can't push their luck. Yun Jiji was stunned and said with a smile, "Didn't Annie tell you that if you help me take care of my brothers and sisters, I will cook delicious food for you? I have cooked several of the children's favorite dishes. Are you really not staying to eat?" Yun Jiji said as she brought the dishes over and handed them to the two little guys. The sweet and sour pork smells delicious. The salted egg yolk pumpkin bars look delicious too. And I also like brother Tuanchuan and sister Yuan, so I am willing to play with my brothers and sisters, and I also have a lot of fun, Shunjin said seriously. Yun Jiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This child was too sensible. He obviously wanted to eat very much, but he wasn't greedy enough to stay and eat with Yun Jiji and the others. It can be seen that Xie Kaifeng taught her son very well. She knows that some naughty children will even rush into other people's homes to food. But Annie has already prepared food for you and your sister. If you don't eat it, the food will go bad. Yoonjiji looked at Shinjin with some embarrassment. Aunt, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. The weather's cold now, and the food won't go bad if I eat it for 2 days. Shinjin said seriously. Yoonjiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled the 2 children over to sit at the table. No, if you don't eat here, I won't tell you stories next time. Yoonjiji looked so shameless. It's all a bit depressing and speechless. At this time, Yoonjiji had already placed the chopsticks and rice in front of them and said, Baby is the little master. You have to take care of your brother and sister. Mom, baby, can the little guy responded obediently. Yoonjiji then went into the kitchen and served herself some food. Shinjin was embarrassed to eat, but Shin Tian was still young, and Yuan was like a little host. She picked up a piece of meat for her and said, Sister, Mommy cooks well. Sister, the little guy's chopsticks were all, it was almost delivered to Shin Tian's mouth. Shin Tian blinked and opened her mouth subconsciously. Then her eyes sparkled. Brother, it's delicious. Tuan also imitated Yuan and put it directly into Shinjin's mouth. After all, they're children. Before, they could still think that everyone has nothing to eat, but now that the delicious food is in front of their mouths, they're almost dizzy with the fragrance. Yoonjiji never thought that these 2 little guys would treat guests like this, but she did succeed in getting the 2 children to eat. Yoonjiji sat down beside them with the rice served, adding more food to the children from time to time. Aunt, the food you cook is so delicious. Shinjin said, feeling that he was so happy. It's really delicious. How can it be so delicious? Yoonjiji laughed. If it tastes good, eat more. Shinjin felt a little embarrassed. Chunjin, Tian. Not long after, they heard Siet Saifeng's voice. Sister-in-law, the child is with me. Yoonjiji responded. She didn't know where Siet Saifeng's home was. If she wanted to go to Siet Saifeng's home and tell her, Shinjin had to lead the way. Judging from the way this kid just refused, if he were to lead the way to their house, Shinjin would probably not come. Therefore, Yoonjiji originally planned to wait until the 2 children finished eating and send them back before telling Siet Kaifeng. Unexpectedly, Siet Kaifeng came first. Siet Kaifeng recognized Yoonjiji's voice, so she quickened her pace and came over. Seeing that the 2 children were actually eating at Yoonjiji's place, she looked at Yoonjiji with an embarrassed look on her face.
Comrade Yoon, I'm sorry.
These 2 kids. Sister-in-law, I invited them to dinner. They played with Tuanchuan and Yuan for a long time. I saw it was time for dinner, so I invited them to dinner. Don't blame me. Without your consent, just let the child eat at my house. Yoonjiji said hurriedly. Play with the 2 children, they are playing by themselves. You are just too polite. Siet Kaifeng didn't think it was bad. When she saw the 2 children's mouths full of oil, she knew that the food made by Yoonjiji must be not bad. Sister-in-law, would you like to eat here too? Yoonjiji asked. I'm not. My husband Shun is waiting for me at home. Since they're already eating here, I'll go back first. Siet Kaifeng was too embarrassed to stay any longer, and she liked Yoonjiji even more in her heart. Quite a few. There are 5 dishes on the table. It's obvious that they were carefully prepared. There are fish, meat, and vegetables, and each one looks very delicious. In addition, Yoonjiji had just prescribed medicine for her yesterday. Not only did she sleep well last night, but she also felt very relaxed throughout the day. She no longer had to scramble after walking a few steps like before. Sometimes when she was outside, I couldn't help but reach out to scratch it, but when I realized it, I felt embarrassed. Later, she was afraid to go out, for fear that people would see her uncivilized behavior. She was afraid that Yoonjiji would force her to eat again, so she didn't say much to Yoonjiji and ran out. But on the way back, he started to think about going home to see if there was anything to eat and then bringing some to Yoonjiji. We all live in the same compound, so it's hard to ask someone to stay for dinner just to look after a child. This kind of thing is not acceptable, and every family has its share of problems. If your husband is out on a mission or there is something going on at home and he cannot leave, You'll have to trouble the family members in the compound to help look after the children. You help me, and I help you. In other words, Yun Jiji was too polite. When she hurried back home, Shun Hongjun saw that she came back alone and asked, "Where's the child?" "She is having dinner at Qin Ying's house. I looked after the child for Comrade Yun in the morning, and Comrade Yun left them alone. It's time to have dinner at home,"
Xie Kaifeng said.
"That won't work. We are just playing together as friends. You are too polite." Shun Hongjun was a little surprised when he heard it. Old Shun, after dinner, go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. I'll send them to Comrade Yun. We can't let the two children eat and drink for free at someone else's place. Comrade Yun also treats my illness, which is a huge favor. We are grateful for the kindness, so we can't take advantage of others. Okay, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to have a look when the time comes. When Qin Shi returned home, he saw two more little guests in the yard. Dad Yuan shouted happily when she saw him. Qin Shi responded and asked, "Where's Mom?" "Mom is in the kitchen." "Okay." Qin Shi went straight into the kitchen and saw Yun Jiji washing the pot there. He took 2 or 3 steps forward and said, "Wife, I'm back. There's rice in the pot, help yourself,"
she said.
Qin Shi did not move until Yun Jiji looked over. Then he stuffed a handful of banknotes into her hands and said, "Wife, this month's allowance." Yun Jiji was stunned and looked at the money in her hand. The money that was stuffed into my pocket, all, seemed quite thick.
Well,
75 yuan salary, in addition to some meat coupons and food coupons. You can see what the family needs and buy it. Yun Jiji looked at the man in surprise and asked, "Isn't it every month? Are you sending it to your parents?" Qin Shiu's face darkened, and he said, "From now on, all my allowance will be given to you. I won't send any more money for my hometown. And the money I sent back to you every month before, when I'm done with my leave, I'll go back and ask them for it back." Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiu in surprise and asked, "Aren't you afraid that your mother would scold you for being unfilial? She used to send money every month, but now it's suddenly stopped, and she gave all the allowances to her." Qin Shiu took a deep breath. "What if I send more money back? Even if they don't want to give you 30, they shouldn't abuse you and the child like that. How much can you and your child eat with 60 yuan? But they don't even want to give you a bite of food and even drive you out of the house. They can do such a thing. Why should I respect them?" He has thought a lot these days, and he can't figure out what his parents are thinking. Why do they treat Yun Jiji and Tuan Chuanyuan like that? They are his parents, the grandparents of the two children. How cruel are they to watch their daughter-in-law and grandchildren become skinny and starving to death? Last time, Yun Jiji asked Qin Shiu, "Is he not his parents' biological child?" Afterwards, Qin Shiu also thought about this matter seriously, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yun Jiji's words were reasonable. If he was their biological child, why didn't they have any good face towards him since he was a child? He never had what his eldest brother and second brother had. He still remembers that his parents secretly took his eldest brother, second brother, and youngest sister to eat in the kitchen behind his back, but sent him to work in the fields. If he hadn't left his tools behind and turned back, he wouldn't have discovered that they were eating behind his back. In addition, no matter whether the eldest brother, second brother, or youngest sister made a mistake, it seemed to be the fault of himself, the third child. There was even a time when Qin's father smashed his head with a stone and almost bled. They didn't even plan to take him to the barefoot doctor for a look. Instead, they sat aside and talked and laughed. They didn't care about his life or death. There are many such things. After Yun Jiji mentioned it like that, what other reasons are there besides that he is not their son? He could not think of anything else, and he would check this matter himself. "And this," Qin Shiu said, and then he took out a thick envelope from his arms and put it in Yun Jiji's hand. Yun Jiji was a little puzzled and looked at Qin Shiu in confusion. "What is this?" "This is the bonus for my last mission, which was just issued today," Qin Shiu said, and then worried that Yun Jiji would misunderstand something. He said, "I should wait until the New Year's Day commendation meeting to get promoted." Although the red-headed document had been issued, several leaders discussed it and decided that many comrades had made contributions in this mission, so they wanted to commend them uniformly. Since it was only 10 days away from New Year's Day, they thought of postponing it for a few days and announcing it together on New Year's Day. Yunjiji glanced at him and asked, "How much money is in it? Have you seen it?" The political commissar said it was 3,000 and there were some tickets. "I haven't seen what kind of tickets they are."
"Just keep them,"
Qin Shiyu said, and he served a bowl of rice and walked out of the kitchen. Yunjiji held his allowance in her left hand and his bonus in her right hand, and her mood became a little complicated for a moment. This man did something that most men couldn't do. "Don't you save some money?" Yunjiji asked again. "I don't have a place to spend money. When I really need it, I'll ask you for it,"
Qin Shiyu said.
He eats at home every day, wears military uniforms, doesn't smoke or drink, and has no bad habits, so naturally he doesn't spend much money. If he really has any interpersonal interactions, he can just ask Yunjiji to get it. I'm afraid he was also hurt by Qin's parents. Didn't Hu Jianjun send someone to Yunhe village to check? I don't know if there's a letter. Yunjiji simply cleaned up the kitchen and came out. "What time do you go to work in the afternoon?" Yunjiji asked. 1:30.
Qin Shiyu said.
"What time is it now?" Yunjiji didn't have a watch. She glanced at the sky and estimated that it was about 12 o'clock. It seems that she has to buy a watch, otherwise she won't know what time it is. It's 12:15. I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back at 1:30. Yunjiji said. With him at home, she doesn't have to take care of the two children. "Where are you going?" Qin Shiyu seemed to have thought of something and said, "Don't go up the mountain these days, it's not safe." "I'm not going up the mountain, I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things,"
she said.
"Okay." Seeing that Qin Shiyu didn't even ask her what she was going to buy, Yunjiji was a little surprised. This man was really easy to talk to sometimes. After giving him all her salary, she let him spend it. But not all men are like this. She remembered that when she was browsing Douyin before, she saw a boyfriend opening a 1,000 yuan family payment for his girlfriend. The girl spent dozens of yuan and was questioned by her boyfriend for spending money lavishly. In her previous life, she was not married, but she had a fiancé. However, after he learned that she was infertile, his attitude towards her became cold. Yunjiji knew that he was thinking about her money and power. He had made many excuses to borrow money from her, such as her mother's cancer and her father's car accident. If Yunjiji was not stupid, in her previous life, all her money was cheated away by a scumbag. In her previous life, apart from spending her father's money and her master's money, she really didn't spend a penny from other men. Now she has a husband who hands over his salary. This feeling is a bit subtle. Yunjiji didn't think about it anymore. After saying something to the children, she went out. She was going to buy 2 pots to boil ointments. In addition to using them on the legs of the old Commander Zhong, the efficacy of her ointments was much better than the ointments of this era. Since she was going to work in the military district health center, she had to have something in her hands. She had already inquired about it. The military district would purchase some ointments from the military hospital. When soldiers are training, they are bound to bump into things, sprain and fall, and they need to use ointments every time. She saw the ointment at home, which was brought back by Qin Shiyu. After she smelled it at that time, she knew that the efficacy was very ordinary, so she came up with the idea of making some ointments and supplying them to the troops for trial. If it works well, they will naturally send someone to buy from her. This is naturally her source of income. Since she is not getting divorced now, she is not in the mood to argue too much with Qin Shiyu about this matter. She will make money and start a career. When the country opens up in a few years, she will open a pharmaceutical factory to do business and make a lot of money. She knows that after the opening up, she can make a fortune even by selling bean sprouts. At that time, it will be a time to pick up gold everywhere. She doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. After leaving the family compound, she went directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. She had seen that there was an industrial role in Qin Shiyu's funds, so she wanted to buy a big iron pot and take it back to boil ointment. In addition to these, she also needs to buy some medical white tape, but She doesn't know if the supply and marketing cooperative has it. She does have space, but her medical white tape is modern, and the quality is much better than this era. Taking it out easily will arouse everyone's suspicion. Yunjiji doesn't want to do anything that is not good for her. However, you can also consider using medical gauze and wrapping the ointment in the middle, which has the same effect. Thinking of this, she had an idea in her mind. She walked directly towards the supply and marketing cooperative, but just as she left the family compound, a figure rushed out and blocked Yunjiji's way. When she saw who it was, Yunjiji crossed her arms and looked at Zhao Zhenju with a smile. Yunjiji, I know your secret. If you want me to keep your secret, go and divorce Captain Qin. Yunjiji crossed her arms over her chest, looking at Zhao Zhenju with a fake smile. Zhao Zhenju looked unhappy at her expression. Comrade Zhao, does your man know that you are thinking about my man in your heart? Yunjiji asked. Zhao Zhenju's face changed instantly, and her voice became sharp, and she yelled at Yunjiji, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yunjiji chuckled. Deputy Battalion Commander Li is so miserable. He married a fickle woman. The night before yesterday, I saw you peeping at my man taking a bath under my fence. Who wouldn't make up a story out of nothing? She had been looking at Li Jianmin, who was walking not far away, and just curled her lips and looked at Zhao Zhenju. She was really looking forward to how Li Jianmin would deal with Zhao Zhenju. As long as Zhao Zhenju didn't run to her and act like Yunjiji would ignore her. This kind of person is always looking for trouble. Comrade Zhao, since you want to marry my man, why do you marry Deputy Battalion Commander Li? To be honest, I'm really curious. Yunjiji looked at Zhao Zhenju expectantly, wanting to hear what she would say. Captain Qin is such a good man. You are not worthy of him at all. You are old and ugly. Why should you marry Captain Qin? Zhao Zhenju's face was ferocious, and the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she was. Why was Yunjiji so lucky to marry Qin Shiyu? When the army and the hospital were holding a social gathering, Zhao Zhenju's cousin happened to be a nurse in the hospital. Because she accidentally sprained her foot, but the social gathering could not be missing someone, her cousin applied to her superiors and she replaced her cousin to attend the social gathering. That night, she saw Qin Shiyu at first sight, but he was indifferent and looked like a stranger who didn't want to get close to him. Many nurses came forward to invite Qin Shiyu to dance, but he refused. Zhao Zhenju thought she was the most beautiful in the whole family, and she thought that if she invited Qin Shiyu, he would definitely agree. But before Zhao Zhenju came forward, he left in a hurry. Zhao Zhenju didn't even have the chance to dance with him. Later, she was in no mood, and she didn't see clearly who came up to invite her to dance, but she agreed. That person was Li Jianmin. After seeing a man like Qin Shiyu, Zhao Zhenju certainly didn't like Li Jianmin, but knowing that they were in the same camp, Zhao Zhenju originally used Li Jianmin to let her meet Qin Shiyu, but she never thought that she could meet Qin Shiyu. When she had dinner with Li Jianmin, she drank some wine and mistook Li Jianmin for Qin Shiyu and slept with Li Jianmin directly. Zhao Zhenju was so angry at the time. After the incident became a big deal, she had no choice but to marry Li Jianmin. In Zhao Zhenju's view, all this was Li Jianmin's fault. She was drunk. Was he drunk too? Li Jianmin was secretly in love with her, so he coaxed her. Naturally, the relationship between the couple was very tense after marriage. However, her parents liked Li Jianmin very much and thought he was very pragmatic and suitable for them. Previously, she had thought about living a good life with Li Jianmin, but Yunjiji came. When she saw that Yunjiji was ugly and old, how could Zhao Zhenju be willing? Then who is suitable, you? Yunjiji looked directly at Zhao Zhenju. Of course. No one is more suitable for Captain Qin than me, Zhao Zhenju said, and even reached out to touch her hair, as if she was so charming. However, Zhao Zhenju had just finished this action, and she inexplicably felt a chill on her back. When she turned around, she saw Li Jianmin looking at her gloomily. Zhao Zhenju was frightened, stiffening her neck and asking loudly, "Why are you walking without making any sound?" "I was scared to death." Yunjiji looked at Li Jianmin with a half-smile and said, "Deputy Battalion Commander Li, it seems that your wife's heart is not with you." Yun Jiji, you are talking nonsense. I heard everything. Li Jianmin's face was gloomy. Yun Jiji curled her lips and smiled. You two chat, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Yun Jiji turned around and left without a pause. As for how Li Jianmin and Zhao Zhenju made a fuss, what did it have to do with her? It was not that she ran to Zhao Zhenju to cause trouble. If Zhao Zhenju was quieter, Yun Jiji would not want to bother with people like her. Without the annoying people, she turned around and went to the supply and sales department. She was lucky enough to buy a big iron pot, but the iron pot was too heavy and she couldn't lift it at all. Finally, she had to ask the comrades from the supply and marketing cooperative to help her get it back to the family compound. She gave them 2 cents in return. After putting the iron pot at the sentry post, she went to find Qin Shiyu to get it. When Qin Shiyu saw that she bought such a big iron pot, he also frowned and said, "Why didn't you tell me that you were going to buy an iron pot? How did you bring it back when it was so heavy?" Yun Jiji saw his expression and thought that this man was going to blame her for buying such a big iron pot. When she heard Qin Shiyu's words, she realized that he thought the iron pot was too heavy. "I didn't take it myself. Ask the comrades from the supply and marketing cooperative to bring it to me," she said truthfully. Qin Shiyu was relieved to know that she didn't do it herself. He was really worried that she would not bring the iron pot back, but hurt her arms and legs. "Next time you want to buy something heavy like this, tell me and I'll get it," Qin Shiyu said as he walked in front of her carrying the iron pot. "Yes." She nodded in agreement. When we got home, Xinjin was still playing with Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan. The little guy was now completely familiar with Xinjin. Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji were not at home at the moment, and the 2 little guys were having a lot of fun. Mom seeing Yun Jiji coming back, the little guy called out happily. Then lowered his head and continued to play with Xinjin. Yun Jiji felt a little lost for some reason. Now that she had a friend, her mother was not as enthusiastic as usual when she came back. However, this was only a momentary thing. Seeing the 2 children having fun with their friends, Yun Jiji was really happy. "Where do you want to put this pot?" Qin Shiyu asked. "If there is an open space in the backyard, I want to build an earthen stove there so that it will be convenient for me to boil ointment," Yun Jiji said. After Qin Shiyu put down the iron pot, he went to the backyard to take a look and said, "I'll come back from work in the afternoon. Do it yourself." Okay. Someone was willing to help, and she didn't want to waste her energy. And Yun Jiji really didn't know how to build this kind of earthen stove. Although she inherited the memories of the original owner, they were not complete. For example, she had completely forgotten some things when she gave birth to 2 children. These days, she even began to have some illusions, thinking that she was the original owner, and the original owner was her. But she felt that how could a person's soul be divided into 2 eras, but those of them who studied medicine more or less believed in some metaphysics, and didn't she become Yun Jiji of this era? Because she couldn't figure it out, Yun Jiji stopped thinking about it. There was no need to create unnecessary anxiety for herself. If she was really the same person as the original owner, she believed that as time went by, she would be more certain. Okay. Divorce. I want to see if Qin Shiyu will divorce and marry you after you divorce me. Sitting at home, the pot comes from the sky. This is probably what it means. After Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu put the pot away, they prepared to go to the front yard to find the child. Qin Shiyu was about to go to work, but as soon as they walked to the front yard, they heard angry shouts from the next yard. Qin Shiyu's face turned black in an instant, and he yelled directly at Li Jianmin, "You 2 are quarreling, don't talk about others. Your wife is your treasure, I don't care if you talk nonsense again, don't blame me for reporting this matter directly to the organization." Li Jianmin was also very angry, and he said whatever he thought of without thinking, but was countered by Qin Shiyu. Li Jianmin was originally very angry, but now he was very scared. He was also angry for a while, and he didn't expect that he would confront the main person directly. Looking at Qin Shiyu's expression, his face turned pale, and he stammered, "Qin. Captain Qin." Li Jianmin knew in his heart who Qin Shiyu was. He was the one that the leaders of their military region held in their mouths for fear of melting, and held in their hands for fear of dropping. They simply treated him like a big treasure. And the quarrel between him and Zhao Zhenju actually involved Qin Shiyu. Once the organization knew about this, he would inevitably be criticized. In addition, he had just written a 20,000-word self-criticism because of Zhao Zhenju's matter a few days ago. If such a thing happened at this time, Li Jianmin could imagine that he might be punished severely this time. Li Jianmin, no matter how you quarrel with your wife, it has nothing to do with our family. But please don't have anything to do with me. Qin Shiyu's face was livid. Once this kind of thing spread, it would be a problem of style. His reputation is very important. Originally, his wife didn't like him very much. If she misunderstood and thought that there was something between him and Zhao Zhenju, then he would be really finished. No matter what, he couldn't let such a thing happen. Captain Qin, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was just impatient and said something without restraint. Li Jianmin's face was also very ugly. He had already apologized, so why did Qin Shiyu keep nagging him? If he wasn't so ostentatious, would Zhao Zhenju still be obsessed with him? She had already married him and had been fantasizing about marrying Qin Shiyu all day long. What she said today really made Li Jianmin angry, so he couldn't help but come back and quarrel with her. As a result, Zhao Zhenju quarreled and made a fuss about getting married, and he couldn't help but cursed her. But he forgot that it was lunchtime. Qin Shiyu's wife and children had just arrived, and he would definitely go home to accompany his wife and children after work. Can you say nonsense when you are impatient? Qin Shiyu asked back. He was not blind, and he could see from Li Jianmin's eyes that Li Jianmin was not convinced at all. Since he was not convinced, then they should talk it out, otherwise he would really think she was an easy bully. Zhao Zhenju also came out of the house at this time. Her eyes were red. She cried so hard that she looked at Qin Shiyu with grievance. Captain Qin, I really can't live with Li Jianmin anymore. Zhao Zhenju's words were like a bucket of oil poured directly on her, instantly arousing Qin Shiyu's raging anger. I don't care if you can't live with me, he roared. Then, as if he thought of something, he said, Xiao Jin, help your uncle to call the political commissar and tell the political commissar that your Uncle Qin's innocence is about to be lost. Yun Jiji stood aside with her arms folded on her chest watching the show and almost laughed when she heard Qin Shiyu's words. Is this man so funny? Qin Shiyu heard Yun Jiji's voice and looked at Yun Jiji with a wronged face. He looked so pitiful. Wife, I was bullied. Yun Jiji was choked by a mouthful of saliva and started coughing violently. Qin Shiyu's eyes were even more resentful, but he still came behind her silently and gently helped her calm down. I didn't mean it. I just couldn't help it. After she calmed down a little, she said helplessly. It's really not her fault. How could she have thought that a tough guy like Qin Shiyu would act like a spoiled child here with her tough guy? Absolutely. Zhao Zhenju's eyes widened, looking at Qin Shiyu in disbelief. How could he do this to her? Shun Jin was very smart to begin with. Just now, when she saw the situation at this moment, she heard what Qin Shiyu said, and she didn't need anyone to coax her. The little guy ran out in a flash. Li Jianmin wanted to stop it, but it was too late. His face was even paler. He looked at Zhao Zhenju angrily. Are you satisfied now? He had apologized to Qin Shiyu and felt that the things between them could be exposed like this. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhenju suddenly ran out and said this to Qin Shiyu. It was even more impossible for Qin Shiyu to act as if nothing had happened. What did I do? Li Jianmin, what kind of man are you? You said you would introduce me to Captain Qin. I was supposed to marry Captain Qin. If you hadn't done that to me, I would have been Captain Qin's wife. Zhao Zhenju was a little bit unwilling to give in. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was Li Jianmin who was scheming. To scheme against a country girl, if he wanted to marry a city girl like her, he had to use some tricks. Otherwise, with their family being so poor, where would the city girls be willing to marry someone like Li Jianmin? Li Jianjun, Comrade Zhao, don't involve me in your affairs. To be honest, I don't know you well. Qin Shiyu was so annoyed that he felt like he was being stared at by a wolf. It was even more disgusting than fighting wits and courage with the enemy. Seeing that the couple quarreled again, Qin Shiyu silently stepped aside. As long as they didn't mention him, Qin Shiyu would not interrupt. If they dared to mention Qin Shiyu would scold them to death. Yun Jiji leaned to one side, crossed her arms and looked at the few people, watching the excitement very happily. At this moment, many family members of the family compound have been attracted. Their daily lives are boring, and everyone likes to watch the excitement. They also like to watch the excitement, so now they all squeezed over. What are you doing? You are all gathered here. You are all idle, right? Hu Jianjun saw so many people gathered when he came, and his heart skipped a beat. Qin Shiyu's innocence must be gone. But when he squeezed in and saw that everyone was looking at Li Jianmin and their yard, Hu Jianjun's face became even uglier. Li Jianmin, Zhao Zhenju, it's you two again. You two are not happy that you didn't make the family compound a mess, right? Hu Jianjun was very angry. It had just been a while since Li Jianmin and Zhao Zhenju finished their quarrel. Being locked up in a small dark room and writing self-criticisms really didn't teach this couple a lesson. Political commissar, you have to give me an explanation for this matter. They can't just keep harassing me because I'm pretty. Li Jianmin said that if they divorced, Zhao Zhenju could marry me. Zhao Zhenju also said that he was supposed to marry me. What is going on? Before she married Li Jianmin, I didn't even know who she was. Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched, and he looked at Qin Shiyu sideways. He stared at Qin Shiyu's face. It must be said that Qin Shiyu's face is really good-looking. I don't know how many ladies and young wives have been fascinated by him, but they haven't seen Qin Shiyu's face and haven't looked at it for a few more times. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Zhenju was married to Li Jianmin, but she was still thinking about someone else's husband. Is this true? Hu Jianjun questioned. His face was livid. I really didn't expect Li Jianmin to talk nonsense like this. Is this something a normal person can say? Political commissar, I was just angry for a while, so I spoke without restraint. I really didn't mean it. Li Jianmin regretted it now. To put it simply, this matter was a quarrel between him and his wife, but to put it more seriously, it was slander. If Qin Shiyu could pretend that nothing happened, then this matter would be a trivial matter. But Qin Shiyu refused to pretend that nothing happened, and even made a scene in front of Hu Jianjun. Li Jianmin was so angry at this moment. He really couldn't understand why Qin Shiyu was so petty. I heard people in the army say before, don't offend Gu Wenbin, don't offend Qin Shiyu. He is a lunatic. If you dare to make him unhappy, he will definitely peel off a layer of your skin. Even if it's not a layer of skin, he can still make you peel off a layer during training. Li Jianmin and Qin Shiyu are not in the same battalion. After all, the battalion where Qin Shiyu is located is the elite of their provincial military region. He is not capable enough, so he naturally can't get in. But Qin Shiyu's battalion has a small team of more than 30 people. Any one of them can be easily beaten to a pulp. Qin Shiyu is the most terrifying. You can slander me by speaking without restraint? You don't even know your wife. People who don't know me think that I, Qin Shiyu, am so blind that I don't like my own wife and like other people's wives. Qin Shiyu was not polite at all. Zhao Zhenju was unhappy when she heard this and asked, why is Yun Jiji old and ugly? It was obviously she who knew Qin Shiyu first. Why should Yun Jiji get the upper hand? She met Qin Shiyu 3 years ago and fell in love with him at first sight. Although she hadn't seen him in the past 3 years, who knows how excited she was when she saw him in the city that day. My wife is the best in the world. You are old and ugly. My wife is just a little thinner. When I raise her back, she will be tens of millions times more beautiful than you. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched when she heard this. Qin Shiyu is too shameless. Although these words make people feel good. She didn't even need to say anything. Qin Shiyu could make Zhao Zhenju pale. Her impression of Qin Shiyu was actually quite old-fashioned, thinking that men like him must be arrogant and would never say a second word if things could be solved with one word. Who would have thought? When they quarreled, they were no less than those ants. Lu Chuntao had secretly squeezed to Yun Jiji's side without knowing when, touched her with her hand, winked at her, and then whispered a few words in her ear in a low voice. Yun Jiji glared at her unhappily, but Lu Chuntao was in an unusually good mood and was extremely happy. Zhao Zhenju wanted to say more, but was stopped by Hu Jianjun. He glanced at Li Jiamin coldly and said, "You two should move out of this courtyard from today and live in the building over there. There is an empty room on the 4th floor. You two should live there."
Why?
Zhao Zhenju was unhappy when she heard it. How comfortable it is to live in the courtyard, and she can also see Qin Shiyu here. Zhao Zhenju felt that she was just not working hard enough. If she worked harder, Qin Shiyu would be moved to her sooner or later. And you, Li Jiamin, will enter an observation period starting today. If you do not meet the standards in all aspects during the observation period, the organization will reevaluate whether you are qualified for the position of Deputy Battalion Commander. Hu Jianjun had a gloomy face. Li Jiamin was seriously injured, and the mission was successfully completed. The organization was soft-hearted and promoted him. However, Li Jiamin is not worthy of the position. Li Jiamin's face turned pale when he looked at Hu Jianjun. "Political commissar, I have also made contributions."
Don't
you know what's going on?" Hu Jianjun questioned. Li Jiamin hung his head and stopped talking. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju was also a little dumbfounded and inexplicably calmed down. "Political commissar, why?" Li Jiamin was so badly injured at the beginning. Look at the injuries on his face. "Shut up." Li Jiamin turned his head and shouted at Zhao Zhenju, staring at her angrily. Just thought she was really hateful. Did she think the current situation was not chaotic enough? He took a deep breath, as if he had made a big decision. "Political commissar, I won't move, I'll apply. Apply for retirement and transfer." Li Jiamin was still a man who cared about his reputation. Today's incident had turned out like this. He knew that even if he continued to stay, he would become a joke in the family compound in the future. In this case, he might as well retire directly. He knew that he could only go so far, and there would be no further in the future. Instead of being persuaded to retire by the army, it would be better to apply for transfer on his own initiative, and perhaps he could get more compensation. But if he waited for the army to persuade him to retire, it would be different. "Li Jiamin, are you crazy?" Zhao Zhenju turned pale when she heard this, and stared at Li Jiamin angrily. If he changed, what else would he do? Now if she said it out, at least she would still be the deputy battalion commander's wife. But if he was not, then what would she be? "Don't you want a divorce?" "I agree. Set you free." Li Jiamin looked at him and then said to Hu Jianjun, "Political commissar, I will apply now. You have to make it clear. If you do this, don't say that we forced you to retire. We won't do such a bad thing." Qin Shiyu said this coldly, and glanced at him calmly and coldly. "This is my personal decision. It has nothing to do with others." Li Jiamin also felt tired. The wife he married thought about other men every day and compared him with Qin Shiyu every time they quarreled. He is also a man and has self-esteem. He also admitted that he had some complaints about Qin Shiyu. For a man, why does he have to be so good-looking? But in the final analysis, he also knew that their union was a mistake. In this case, it is better to separate directly and live well. Zhao Zhenju didn't expect him to be so decisive. After seeing him enter the house, she also rushed in. No matter what, she had to ask Li Jiamin why he did this. He had agreed to help her at the beginning, but now it was like this. "Li Jiamin, explain it to me clearly." Seeing Zhao Zhenju chasing Li Jiamin inside, Hu Jianjun stretched out his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. "All right, let's all go. What's so good to see? Today's matter ends here. Stop talking too much." It was originally a quarrel between the couple. Don't spread it if you don't believe it. If you don't believe it, don't say it. There was nothing exciting to watch at this moment, and the group of people left in 2s and 3s. Who would have thought that they could see such a wonderful scene? However, no one expected that Zhao Zhenju would be so shameless. She was married but still thinking about other people's men. Just because Qin Shiyu was good-looking? Think about their own men, who were not bad-looking either. If one day they were targeted by a woman like Zhao Zhenju, some of the men in their families who were not bad-looking suddenly felt a sense of crisis and became more disgusted with Zhao Zhenju. They just hoped that the organization would quickly approve Li Jiamin's application for discharge from the army and take Zhao Zhenju away from their military region so that their men might be safe. Most people didn't think much about this matter. They still had some idea of what kind of person Qin Shi was. If he had those philandering thoughts, when some aunts and sisters-in-law introduced him to potential partners, Qin Shiyu could have just played with them and broke up with them if they were not suitable. But Qin Shiyu was extremely indifferent to this matter, and they had seen it in their eyes these days. Since Yun Jiji came, Qin Shiyu was at home almost every day, chopping wood, fetching water, and cooking, and he never avoided anyone. Therefore, not many people thought that Qin Shiyu would have something with Zhao Zhenju. Of course, not everyone is like this. There are still some people, especially those who wanted to introduce their sisters and relatives to Qin Shiyu, who couldn't help but say a few words. But in the end, they were all pushed back. One by one, they treated the words of the political commissar as farts and turned around to make up things about Qin Shiyu. Everyone knows that Qin Shiyu is the big baby of their army. Li Jiamin was wrong about this matter today, but it can also be seen that the army still favors Qin Shiyu. After all, his strength does not allow others to be unfavorable. It also makes some people more convinced that if they can make friends with Qin Shiyu's family in the future, they must not go to trouble them. When the matter came to an end, Qin Shiyu turned around and looked at Yun Jiji. He sighed helplessly and said hurriedly, "Wife, I really have nothing to do with their family. I am not familiar with them." Seeing this, Lu Chuntao smiled and said, "I can testify that Li Jianjun and Zhao Zhenju got married about 2.5 years ago. When they moved into the family compound, your man was not in the army. He only moved in after you came to the family compound." "Sister Chuntao, I know." Yun Jiji naturally knew this. It was just Zhao Zhenju's self-conquest and self-coveting that she was more suitable for Qin Shiyu. But from the first day in the city, Yun Jiji could also see Qin Shiyu's attitude. He had no interest in Zhao Zhenju. She was not so unclear.
To be honest,
even if Qin Shiyu really had something with Zhao Zhenju, she would not feel anything. "Wife, I have to go to work first. I'll build a clay stove when I get off work." After all this noise, it was now 1:20. Qin Shiyu went to work at 1:30. It would take some time to walk from the family compound, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Seeing that Yun Jiji was not angry, Qin Shiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but was more disappointed. She really didn't mind this matter at all, and even had an attitude of watching the show. She even laughed there, and Qin Shiyu was even more depressed. What could he do? He deserved it.
"Well, go."
Yun Jiji nodded. "Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan, Daddy is going to work,"
Qin Shiyu said.
The little guy was having fun, raised his head, waved his dirty little hands, "Goodbye, Daddy Qin Shiyu." He looked at Yun Jiji again, turned around and ran out quickly in depression. It can be seen that he was really anxious. "Jiji, what's wrong with Zhao Zhenju today?" Lu Chuntao asked in confusion. "It's been quiet for a few days." Yun Jiji looked around and made sure there was no one else. Then she leaned close to Lu Chuantao's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Chuantao's face turned pale, and she looked at Yun Jiji worriedly. "Jiji, this. It's okay. I can handle it." Seeing Yun Jiji's confident look, Lu Chuntao nodded gently. "If you want my help, just say that Zhao Zhenju has offended many people today. She has to bear the consequences." Can she really agree to let Li Jiamin apply for demobilization? Yun Jiji said. The couple just quarreled again, saying that no one could live like this. Zhao Zhenju's temper is really unbearable. When a couple quarrels, they compare their husbands with other men. This is obviously to their man's self-esteem. If this is a dark mentality, there may be more trouble. Today they just had a quarrel, who knows if it gets worse, and they might even resort to knife fighting. I think Li Jiamin has made up his mind. Even if Zhao Zhenju disagrees, there's probably nothing he can do. Lu Chuntao said. Yun Jiji thought so too. The old saying is right, Marry a virtuous and wealthy woman, and she will bring good luck to the family for 3 generations. If you marry someone like Zhao Zhenju, she will make the family restless every day, and no one will be able to live in peace. Never mind them. I saw you bought a big iron pot. What are you going to do? They all saw Qin Shiyu carrying an iron pot back. It's used to boil ointment. I'm afraid the smell of the medicine will be a bit strong in the future. I don't know if it will disturb everyone. Yun Jiji was a little worried. Some medicines have a strong smell. Although she has her own courtyard, the smell of the medicine will still waft out.
How could it be?
Many families in our compound can make their own medicine. Not to mention that my Xiaoman has been taking medicine before. Many families in our compound can make medicine at home. Lu Chuntao lowered her voice and continued, just look at the family of Captain Qian in front. His mother cooks some kind of folk remedy for giving birth to a child for her daughter-in-law every day. It is smelly and unpleasant. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. Drinking medicine can indeed regulate some hormones in the body, but this is not 100%. It still depends on the husband's chromosomes to determine the gender of the child. Prescriptions for changing the fetus are basically deceptive. Then Captain Qian's wife is pregnant? Yun Jiji asked. Lu Chuntao nodded. There are 3 daughters above. This is the 4th child. Captain Qian's mother wants a grandson. Didn't she rush over from the countryside when she learned that her daughter-in-law was pregnant? She brought a large bag of folk remedies for giving birth to grandchildren. She changed one every day and boiled it for Qian's wife. She is really not afraid of killing people. Medicine is 3-point poison. Everyone knows this truth. She likes to drink it. After giving birth to 3 girls, Qian Tuan's wife went crazy. Captain Qian tried to stop her and had a big fight with his mother because of this matter. In the end, his wife blamed him for it. Lu Chuntao said, and shook her head. That Wang Sueji is also stupid. I saw old lady Li cooking medicine once. Do you know what kind of water she used? Yun Jiji shook her head. How could she guess the brain circuit of such a person? Boys. Find those boys in the yard to urinate. I saw Wang Sueji drinking the medicine that day, and she vomited directly in front of me. Yun Jiji almost vomited after hearing this. Boys can indeed be used as medicine. From a modern perspective, its medicinal value lacks sufficient scientific basis. Although it is recorded in ancient medical classics, it is only recorded that it has the effect of clearing heat and reducing fire. If it is used to clear heat and reduce fire, wouldn't Isatis root work? Wouldn't Prunella vulgaris work? Why would we need to drink boys? According to her guess, the old lady Li probably thought that boys was for boys, so she could add a boy's luck to the baby in her daughter-in-law's belly? It's outrageous. She is this. Yun Jiji had nothing to say and could only give a thumbs up. She knew that the concept of favoring boys over girls was very strong in this era, and even after decades, such a concept would still exist. This is something that no one can change, but like Wang Sueji, who is willing to listen to her mother-in-law and drink some medicine to change the fetus, no one can stop it. Qin Ying's wife. Can we come in? As the two were talking, they heard an old voice coming from outside the yard. Yun Jiji was slightly startled and looked up with Lu Chuntao. When they saw the people at the door, Lu Chuntao whispered, "This is old lady Li and Wang Sueji." Yun Jiji raised her eyebrows. It was really a joke. However, she was also a little curious. What were these mother-in-law and daughter-in-law doing here? But there was no reason to refuse people at the door. Yun Jiji got up to open the gate and asked in confusion, "Auntie, sister-in-law, who are you?" Yun Jiji already knew their identities, but since it was the first time they met, she couldn't let them know that she and Lu Chuntao had just been talking about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law behind their backs. "Jiji, this is the mother and daughter-in-law of Captain Qian, and this is Auntie Li and sister-in-law Wang Sueji." Lu Chuntao stood up at the right time and introduced the two to her. "Hello, Auntie, sister-in-law." Yun Jiji smiled and greeted. At the same time, she was also looking at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in front of her. Old Lady Li was broad and fat, with a greasy face. At first glance, she knew that she would not treat her master badly, and she was full of oil and water. On the other hand, Wang Xueji was already pregnant, but she was as thin as a bamboo pole, with a pale face, sunken cheeks, and prominent cheekbones. She looked very snobbish and difficult to get along with, and it was obvious that she did not get enough nutrition on a daily basis. "Auntie, sister-in-law, come in and sit down." Yun Jiji invited the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law into the house, brought a bench for them to sit down, and poured them a cup of warm water. "Auntie, your sister-in-law, why are you here? Is there something?" Lu Chuntao was also confused about what the two people were doing here. They both had a feeling that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law came here just to find out the gender of the baby in Wang Xueji's belly. "Qining's daughter-in-law, we want to trouble you to take my daughter-in-law's pulse. Yes, can you check whether my daughter-in-law's baby is a boy or a girl?" Old Mrs. Li looked at Yun Jiji with a smile and did not say anything else. She directly told the purpose of her visit. Yun Jiji and Lu Chuntao looked at each other. "Annie, I can't treat people now, and my medical skills can only see whether the fetus is stable but not the gender of the child." Yun Jiji refused. She didn't think this could be a good thing. No matter whether Wang Xueji's baby was a boy or a girl, if she dared to say it was a daughter, old Mrs. Li would definitely be unhappy. There was no need to cause unnecessary trouble to herself. From the conversation with Lu Chuntao, it can be seen that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are not easy to mess with. How can it be impossible to see? The barefoot doctor in our village can see it. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li looked at Yun Jiji with disappointment. Such a young girl. How could she have any ability?
It was just luck that saved Xiaoman.
"Auntie, Jiji is still young and has seen many patients. It is normal that she can't treat them." Lu Chuntao also said quickly. "Qining's wife, please help me take a look. Just tell the truth." Wang Xueji also went to the hospital to check the B ultrasound and so on, but the doctor didn't say anything. Wang Xueji now wants someone to take a look at her, preferably if they can say that she is pregnant with a son. Wang Xueji will feel relieved. Yun Jiji looked at Wang Xueji apologetically and said, "Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to see you, but I don't have a medical qualification certificate, and it is illegal to treat people. If I diagnose you and find out whether you are good or bad, it will be a sin." They still knew what a medical qualification certificate was, and their faces changed when they heard this.
"What?
You dare to treat patients without a medical license? Isn't this harming people?" Old Lady Li was unhappy when she heard this. "Auntie Li, Jiji didn't say she wanted to treat patients. You guys came to her door yourself." When Lu Chuntao heard this, of course, she was unhappy. She came to her door to find someone, but ended up blaming Yun Jiji for it. Isn't this too much?
Who would do that?
Is this human nature? Mom, let's go. Since she can't treat it, let's find someone else. Wang Xueji said, not wanting to waste time with Yun Jiji. Okay. Old Lady Li was also unhappy. She glared at the two of them, took Wang Xueji and left. The two looked at each other and saw speechlessness in each other's eyes. From beginning to end, Yun Jiji didn't say she wanted to see patients, but now it became Yun Jiji's fault. Yun Jiji was not a good person either. She pouted her lips and said to Lu Chuntao in a low voice, "She deserves to drink, boys." Lu Chuntao almost burst out laughing. She just thought that Yun Jiji was actually quite cute and would not bear any grievance. However, Wang Xueji really deserved it. They would not go to Wang Xueji and persuade her that having a son or a daughter was the same. After all, they both had sons. Wang Xueji would only think that they were not comforting her, but showing off that they had a son. Don't underestimate the narrow-mindedness of such people. Their minds are not much bigger than the eye of a needle. After sending the two people from Captain Qian's family away, Lu Chuntao did not do anything else. Xiaoman was about to wake up from her nap, so she went back. However, when she saw Tuanchuan and Yuan having fun in the yard, Lu Chuntao could not help but sigh. That's great. I really hope that Xiaoman can be like Tuanchuan and Yuan in the future, and can come out to play anytime and anywhere. Yes, take the medicine well, recuperate for a period of time, and Xiaoman will be fine. When Lu Chuntao heard Yun Jiji's words, she seemed to be injected with chicken blood and nodded immediately yes. Xiaoman will be fine. Go back quickly. I'll take Tuanchuan and Yuan to sleep for a while. Lu Chuntao responded and went back. Xinjin and the others had just gone back with Xie Kaifeng for a nap. The little ones were still playing in the small house that Xinjin had built for them with mud in the morning, and even made a few little people in the house. Seeing the two children playing like clay figures, Yunjiji was quite helpless. She could only wash them first, throw the dirty clothes into the space washing machine to wash, and then take them to take a nap, preparing to throw them into dry after washing. Anyway, no one can see it, and the clothes will be clean when they are taken out. But she had just laid down when she heard the noise from next door again, which made her a little unhappy. After locking the door, she took the two children directly into the space to rest. Before going to bed, she turned on the space alarm. If someone came in, she would feel it, so she would not worry about being discovered. As for the noise next door, it has nothing to do with her. At this time, Old Lady Li, who had walked a distance away from Yunjiji's house, suddenly stopped. Mom, what's wrong? Wang Xueji was originally supporting Old Lady Li as she walked, but suddenly there was a pause, and Wang Xueji almost stopped. Did Yunjiji deliberately not show it to you? Wang Xueji was stunned. Mom, she is so young, her medical skills must not be very good. Let's go find another doctor. But Mrs. Li was a little unwilling. She couldn't charge Yunjiji for the consultation fee because they were all from the same compound. Moreover, Yunjiji could treat Xiaoman and prescribe medicine, so why couldn't she take her daughter-in-law's pulse? She could do it before, but she couldn't do it when it was their turn? Mrs. Li instantly felt that Yunjiji looked down on her. But she didn't dare to offend Yunjiji. Yunjiji had such a good relationship with Zhongshan and Zhenggueji. If she went to her and made trouble, it would cause unnecessary trouble for her son. Mrs. Li still attached great importance to her son's work. But she could do something else. Okay, find someone else to see. After saying that, Mrs. Li glared at Wang Xueji and scolded, If your belly was better, would it be necessary for me to spend so much money to get you medicine and take you around? Wang Xueji lowered her head and did not dare to answer Mrs. Li's words. She knew that she did not give birth to a son for the old Qian family, so she could not raise her face. How could she dare to talk back to her mother-in-law? Then she would not have a good life in the future. Mrs. Li was in a bad mood, and she stretched out her hand and pinched her arm several times before she felt relieved. Wang Xueji's eyes were red, but she dared not speak, so she could only bear it honestly. Some people who passed by saw it, shook their heads, and left silently. They had stood up to speak for Wang Xueji before. It would be fine if she did not appreciate it, and even blamed them for meddling in other people's business. Naturally, they did not want to cause trouble. She was happy to do so, so she had to bear it herself. What is this? Yunjiji was awakened by the noise outside. She had actually woken up a long time ago, but there was nothing to do, so she stayed in the house, especially now that the sun had set and it was getting cold outside. Seeing that the two children were still asleep, she simply stayed in the house, flipping through the medical records until she heard the noise outside, and then she came out. Qin Shiyu came back, with several people around him. When they saw Yunjiji, they shouted loudly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Yunjiji's eardrums were shaken, worthy of being a soldier. "Hello, everyone." Yunjiji smiled and greeted them. After they finished speaking, they carried their things directly to the backyard. What is this? Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu, a little confused. I said I wanted to build a stove and called 2 boys to help move stones, and they all came, Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji's mouth twitched, and she reached into her pocket, actually taking out 10 yuan from the space and handing it to Qin Shiyu. Why are you giving me money? Qin Shiyu was puzzled. Go buy some vegetables. You can't ask them to work for nothing. It's almost time for dinner. Let them finish the work and go back hungry? Yunjiji glanced at the man speechlessly. Oh. Qin Shiyu understood. Thank you, wife. Qin Shiyu said, and went out with the basket. He walked fast and bought some vegetables in a short while. But there was nothing in the supply and marketing cooperative at this time, and Qin Shiyu was helpless. Yunjiji took a look and said, cook noodles. Okay. Qin Shiyu nodded. Yunjiji responded, and went into the kitchen. Qin Shiyu couldn't help at the moment. After all, he was still building a stove in the back, and he, as the owner of the house, couldn't help it. Wife, thank you for your hard work, Qin Shiyu said, and then hurried out of the kitchen to help in the backyard. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and she didn't say anything more. After all, it was done for her, and Yun Jiji didn't refute the man's words. There are so many people, all big and small. They must have a good appetite. Yun Jiji first kneaded the dough with flour. Qin Shiyu came in to help knead it, and she went to prepare the noodles. She took out a piece of fat and lean pork from the space and started to chop the meat. She had eaten the meal in the military district cafeteria once. In addition to the large amount, the taste was actually very ordinary. She looked at the ingredients and prepared to make a mixed sauce. It happened that all the ingredients were available. Chop the meat into coarse stuffing, stir-fry it in the pan, and then add cooking wine, bean paste, soybean paste, sweet noodle sauce, and other seasonings in turn, stirring constantly. Cook until the dark color of the sweet noodle sauce is dispersed, the fat is oily, and the fat in the pot becomes slightly clear, and finally season it and serve. As the overbearing fragrance wafted out, the young boys in the backyard all widened their eyes. Captain, what is my sister-in-law cooking? It smells so good. My mouth is watering. Can the brothers in our kitchen come and learn how to cook for my sister-in-law? It smelled so good that it made them hungry. Your sister-in-law asked you to stay at home for dinner tonight, and she's cooking it now, Qin Shiyu said. He was also very curious about what his wife was cooking. How could it smell so good? It could make people dizzy. Thank you, sister-in-law. When they heard it, they immediately shouted towards the kitchen. Yun Jiji was also startled when she heard the noise in the kitchen. After she recovered, she shouted, "You re-welcome." However, Qin Shiyu slapped the boys on the head. "You'll scare my wife and children." Sure enough, as soon as Qin Shiyu finished speaking, he heard Yuanyu and crying loudly. Qin Shiyu glared at them unhappily, and they were also stunned. They didn't see the child when they came, and thought the child went out to play. As a result, taking a nap in the house? I'll go. Qin Shiyu washed his hands and walked out quickly. Seeing Yun Jiji also coming out of the kitchen, he hurriedly said. Yun Jiji responded and said, "Their clothes are dirty. You can get them from the closet." Okay. Qin Shiyu went into the house. Yuan felt very aggrieved when she saw her father. She was woken up by fear. She had a good time today. The little guy was tired and slept very sweetly in the afternoon. Qin Shiyu coaxed them for a long time, dressed the children, and then carried them out of bed. Mom is cooking noodles in the kitchen. Do you want to go find her? Qin Shiyu asked. There was a clay stove in the backyard, and it was not safe for the two children to walk around. It would be better to stay in the kitchen with Yun Jiji. Looking for Mom. Tuan and Yuan had just woken up, and they still wanted to stay with their mother at this moment, so they said it without thinking too much. Okay. Qin Shiyu also meant this, and carried the two children to the kitchen to find Yun Jiji. Seeing their mother, they were no longer as scared as before, and Yun Jiji poured them each a cup of warm water and asked them to sit aside and drink it. After comforting them for a few words, she continued to get busy. There were quite a lot of people, and a big pot of noodles was cooked. Everyone had a big bowl. She also fried some egg flowers and green vegetables, and then poured a large spoonful of sauerkraut on them, making the noodles large and sufficient. Tuan, can you help Mommy call Daddy and the uncles in the backyard to come for dinner? Yun Jiji looked at Tuan. The child was too quiet, and Yun Jiji hoped that he could be more cheerful. Then she had to start by talking more to the child. Okay, the little guy responded obediently, put down the small cup in his hand, and got up to go to the backyard. Yun Jiji had been paying attention secretly, and saw Tuan walk to Qin Shiyu's side, stretched out his hand to pull Qin Shiyu's pants. Fortunately, the little guy was not very strong otherwise. Yun Jiji still remembered a video she had seen in her previous life, in which a child pulled down his father's pants in public. Qin Shiyu also felt someone pulling his pants. When he lowered his head and saw Tuan, he was slightly stunned. Tuan, what's wrong? Eat noodles, Mommy is calling. Qin Shiyu was slightly stunned, and then he reacted, Okay, Thank you to Anchuan for calling Dad to eat. After that, Qin Shiyu glanced at them and said, wash your hands and eat first, and then we'll do it. Several people were already very greedy, so they immediately washed their hands and ran to the kitchen, but when they arrived at the kitchen door, they did not rush into the kitchen like crazy, for fear of scaring people again. Qin Shiyu had already entered the kitchen, and then served the noodles to them. They did not find a place to sit, but squatted in the yard with their bowls, and couldn't wait to eat noodles. When the first mouthful of noodles was put into their mouths, they couldn't even speak, and they wanted to bury their faces in the bowl. When they smelled the fragrance before, they knew it was delicious. But when they really ate it in their mouths, they just felt that their life was complete. Qin Shiyu looked at their useless looks and was speechless. Eat slowly, there's more in the pot after you finish eating. Hearing Qin Shiyu's words, several people laughed. Thank you, battalion commander. Thank you, sister-in-law. They had heard about Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji before and knew that this sister-in-law was very thin. In fact, when they saw her today, they also felt that Yunjiji was really too thin and she looked. It seemed that she was not worthy of Qin Shiyu, but after tasting Yunjiji's cooking skills, they suddenly felt that Qin Shiyu was not worthy of Yunjiji. How could such a good sister-in-law be taken away by Qin Shiyu, such a cold-faced devil? Qin Shiyu had no idea what these boys were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely give them a good beating. Let them know why the flowers are so red. Several people added some noodles at the back. The noodles were chewy, and the salsa was delicious. He was so full that he looked at Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji with an apologetic look in his eyes. He didn't dare to stay for a moment longer and hurried to build a stove. They not only built a stove but also built a shed on it. Even when it rained, they were not afraid of rain, wind, and sun. Yunjiji was also quite surprised when she saw the finished product. She suddenly understood why he called so many people to help. If he did it alone, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to build a clay stove and a shed. After all, he still had to go to work and certainly couldn't stay at home all day. If she was in a hurry to use it, he could only hurry up. This man was very thoughtful. Sister-in-law, we'll leave first. After they were done, they even cleaned up the backyard and cleared out the extra materials without letting Yunjiji do anything. Thank you, everyone. Yunjiji thanked. Hey, sister-in-law, you're so polite. Thank you for your hospitality. The noodles are so delicious. I'm glad you like it. It was getting dark at this time, and they didn't stay any longer and turned around and left quickly. Qin Shiyu locked the gate and turned back to the house. He saw her cleaning the kitchen. He walked over in 2 or 3 steps and said, Go and take a rest, I'll take care of these. Then you clean up, I'll go wash the children. Yunjiji said. Qin Shiyu responded and rolled up his sleeves to clean the stove. After Yunjiji finished washing Yuanyuan, she looked at Tuanchuan but saw the little guy took a step back. Tuanchuan is a little boy. Daddy will wash. Yunjiji reached out and tapped his nose lightly, but Daddy hasn't cleaned up yet. Dad will wash, Tuanchuan insisted. Yunjiji responded and chose to respect the little guy's wishes. She stood up and prepared to take over the work in Qin Shiyu's hands, but Qin Shiyu disagreed and said, You just take a rest. I'll wash, Tuanchuan, and then clean up. You have to see the old leader Zhong tomorrow, so you should be more energetic at night. Yunjiji did not refuse. She really had to go to see the old leader Zhong early tomorrow morning, and Tuanchuan wanted Qin Shiyu to help wash and sleep with Qin Shiyu. After she kissed the little guy, she took Yuanyuan back to the house first. However, Qin Shiyu saw that when she kissed the child, she stretched out her hand to her chin, and then he knew that he was thinking too much. If he really dared to do that, Yunjiji could punch him directly, and the temporary separation would become an immediate separation. Qin Shiyu sighed lightly. The road to chasing his wife is a long and arduous journey. After coaxing Yuanyuan to sleep, she went into the space to practice for a while, and then came out to rest. It takes too much energy to see a doctor, and Yunjiji doesn't want to be exhausted again tomorrow. Qin Shiyu coaxed the child to sleep before taking a bath. But halfway through the bath, it suddenly started to rain. He thought of the herbs that Yunjiji had dried in the backyard, and he didn't care whether he was wearing clothes or not, and just put on a pair of shorts and ran out. Yunjiji also heard the sound of rain. When she got up and put on a coat, she saw Qin Shiyu running into the house with the herbs in his arms. "Why did you come out? It's cold outside. Go in first. I've collected all the herbs," Qin Shiyu said hurriedly. After the rain, it was even colder. When Yunjiji saw the man with his upper body, she was actually very surprised, and at the same time she was very grateful to this man. "Thank you. If the herbs are exposed to the rain, they may become moldy, rotten, and lose their medicinal ingredients. Although they collected them in time to prevent the first two from happening, the third is the most fatal." This is what Yunjiji carried back from the mountain, but it is all her hard work. The weather in the evening didn't look like it was going to rain at all, and the weather was so good. Who would have thought that the weather would change so suddenly? Yunjiji glanced at Qin Shiyu. The man was only wearing shorts, which were already wet with rain. The rain slid down his upper body. His firm skin exuded a healthy and masculine luster. Every muscle was like a carefully carved work of art, tight and powerful. She knew that soldiers must have excellent figures due to years of training, but she didn't expect Qin Shiyu to have such a good figure. It was perfect. Her eyes could not help but slide down. The wet shorts were close to her skin, and the man's tight outline was extremely obvious. Her mind unconsciously flashed back to that absurd night. The man made her very painful at first, but then, "Hurry up and wipe your body. I'll make you a bowl of soup." Yunjiji realized what she was thinking and suddenly came back to her senses, her little face flushed. At this time, she was thankful that the family compound of this era had no electricity, so no man should see her blushing cheeks. But she forgot that the man in front of her was a soldier who had been training for many years and had excellent night vision. How could he not see her blushing face? Seeing her fleeing, the corners of the man's lips curled up. Perhaps using a beauty trick was also a good idea. Yunjiji cut some and put it in the pot to boil water. Because the weather was cold now, she would leave some flames in the stove and put water in the pot, so that when she got up the next morning, she would have hot water to use, or she would not be afraid of drinking cold water if she was thirsty in the middle of the night. So, as long as she moved the stove a little, the fire would burn. The soup had to be boiled for a while so that it would be more rich, but because the soup was very spicy, she also added some brown sugar to it. At this time, Qin Shiyu had already dressed and came out. Although he intended to use the beauty trap, the weather was too cold. If he really caught a cold, Yunjiji would have to take care of him. The man naturally did not dare to catch a cold easily, not to mention that there were 2 children at home. No matter who was infected, it would not be a good thing. "Drink the soup yourself. I'm going to sleep." Yunjiji had already poured the soup out of the pot. Seeing the man coming over by himself, she immediately put the bowl on the edge of the stove, and she didn't mean to stay any longer. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu stretched out his hand to block the little woman's way. Yunjiji didn't notice for a moment and bumped directly into the man's arms. "What are you doing?" Yunjiji's face darkened instantly. Qin Shiyu didn't expect her reaction to be so big, and he felt more or less frustrated. "No, it's too dark. Hold the oil lamp." Yunjiji looked at the man with some suspicion, and as if she thought of something, she asked, "You don't need it?" "I can see it," Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji suddenly remembered the scene where she stared at his lower body before, so this man saw it. Yunjiji was a little annoyed and reached out to take the oil smoke from him, and regardless of the man's expression, she went back to the house in a rage. Qin Shiyu was stunned for a moment and laughed softly. Little women are so cute. If Yunjiji hadn't been afraid of scaring the child, she might have slammed the door, but in order not to wake the child, she still suppressed the impulse. She lay on the bed for a while, although a little depressed, but soon figured it out. He is a big man. Can he lose a piece of meat if he looks at it? She didn't open it to see. Thinking of this, she was instantly fine. After lying down for a while, she fell asleep peacefully, especially sweetly. "But hold me tight." In the dream, the man's dull voice sounded in her ears. She was pressed under the man. The surrounding environment was a little strange, but also a little familiar. Is this the Yun family? It was the place where they had that absurd night. The man was leaning over her, doing something indescribable. She was more like a drowning fish. She could only hug the man tightly, as if she could still feel the taste of happiness. The man's heavy breathing echoed in her ears. Seductive, with a bewitching magic. The voice that came out of her mouth was even more charming, shouting and calling. Some words made her heart beat faster, until a sound exploded in her ear, which woke Yun Jiji from her dream. Looking at the dark roof, Yun Jiji's mind was still a little confused. When her consciousness came back little by little, she realized what kind of dream she had just had. The man's whispers and the words she said. She began to realize that some things seemed different from what she thought. After sweating a little and feeling sticky, Yun Jiji looked at Yuan, who was sleeping soundly, and then entered the space and sat in the bathtub to take a bath. However, after taking a bath, she lost her sleep. She simply went to read the medical book. She looked at the medical book and saw an envelope on the top of the bookshelf. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned. Where did it come from? She was sure that when she found this place before, she did not see the existence of this envelope. When she had this little house and saw these medical books, she was so happy that she wanted to read through all of them, so she read almost every one of them. But now when she saw this envelope, Yun Jiji was sure that she hadn't seen it before. She took out the envelope, which was an old envelope, and then sat down to one side. I don't know why. When she saw this envelope, Yun Jiji felt her heartbeat began to accelerate, as if this envelope would tell her the things that had confused her recently. For example, why did she feel more and more that she and the original owner were the same person? Why, recently she began to have more memories of the original owner, not just memories but those empathetic feelings, just like those things were what she experienced, and there was no original owner and her. She knew that the things in this envelope must tell her all the truth. For some reason, she was actually a little afraid to read the contents of the letter. She was a doctor, and people who studied Chinese medicine would believe in some metaphysics, because metaphysics existed in their time. So, she knew that some things were real. Yun Jiji took a deep breath, picked up the envelope on the table, and opened it directly. However, there was no letter or anything like that inside, but a jade pendant. She thought that she had traveled to this era and the heirloom jade had been left with her on her dead body in her previous life, but she didn't expect it to appear here, which surprised Yun Jiji. The moist texture of the jade pendant made her feel extremely intimate, and she hung the jade pendant around her neck. At the same time, Yun Jiji clearly felt a little different. More and more things emerged in her mind, as well as how she separated from the original owner. One went to the modern era, and the other stayed in this era.
Soul-splitting technique?
One person is divided into two. One is the main body with 2 souls and 5 spirits, and the one with 1 soul and 2 spirits is the clone. The clone is Yun Jiji in the 1970s. And now the main body has returned, so what happened to the clone is what happened to her, but in the past 22 years, she has twice as many memories as a normal person, and now she is open-minded, so she has returned together. Although it was unbelievable, Yun Jiji was sure of one thing. She was sure that she was not the daughter of Chen Manxiang, but the daughter of Yun Wanrong's uncle Yun Ting. Her parents disappeared when she was 1 year old, and their whereabouts are still unknown. She was also handed over by her grandparents to Chen Manxiang and her husband, that is, her second uncle Yun Hongmin. No wonder Yun Hongmin and Chen Manxiang disliked her so much. They had just been married for a short time, but she had to raise a child for her eldest brother.
Of course they didn't want to.
But when she figured it out, Yun Jiji still hated them. Because when Yun Ting and his wife disappeared, they left 5,000 yuan, and all the money was handed over to Yun Hongmin by her grandparents, just to let them treat her niece well. As a result, they took the money, but they abused her. At first, she was protected by her grandparents, but after they died one after another, Yun Jiji became a poor little thing. When her parents left, they sent her main body to the modern world. Although she didn't know how they did it, Yun Jiji still felt it was magical. Now that she has returned, she is the original owner, so some things Sooner or later, she will go back to Yunha village to make it clear and take back everything that originally belonged to her.
Ah.
At the same time in Yunha village, a scream suddenly sounded in Yun Wanrong's house. When Chen Manxiang heard the noise in the house, she ran in quickly in fear. As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw Yun Wanrong rummaging around in the house like a headless fly. Seeing her crazy appearance, Chen Manxiang was very scared. Rong, what's wrong with you? Chen Manxiang quickly took the oil lamp and reached out to pull Yun Wanrong. However, Yun Wanrong shook her hand, and she didn't know where she got the strength from, and directly shook Chen Manxiang off, causing Chen Manxiang to step back several steps, and the oil lamp in her hand almost flew out.
Jade.
My jade, my jade. Yun Wanrong searched and turned the house into a mess. She was not satisfied, so she ran out barefoot again and ran to the room where Yun Jiji used to live. Now it has become a storage room. She threw out almost everything in it. Still didn't find what she wanted. Cowsheet. Yes, there is still a cowsheet. She ran to the cowsheet again. This reaction scared Chen Manxiang and Yun Hongmin, but they dared not say anything for fear that their daughter's crazy appearance would be seen by the villagers, and it would be difficult to arrange marriage. The couple could only follow quietly. However, after Yun Wanrong searched the cowsheet, she still didn't find anything, which made her sit on the ground sadly. No, how could there be nothing? She murmured to herself. Seeing this, Chen Manxiang was about to go forward to check on her daughter, but suddenly, Yun Wanrong reached out and grabbed Chen Manxiang. Mom, I want to get married. I want to marry Brother Mingyuan. You go and help me arrange marriage. I want to be the wife of the richest man. If I marry Brother Mingyuan, I can be the wife of the richest man. Yun Jiji came out of the house before dawn. There were many things she hadn't digested yet. She couldn't sleep in bed later, so she just stayed in the space to practice and read medical books. Every time at this time, she can calm down. Whenever she was emotionally confused and her mind was in chaos, she would choose to do what she liked, including reading medical books. In this way, she can calm down. She knows that the more chaotic her mind is, the more she thinks about things, the more confused she will become. After reading the medical books, she calmed down and felt that everything was not so unacceptable. Whether it is the present world or the self in the 1970s, there are some shortcomings. Modern things can't give birth to a child for a lifetime. In fact, she is worried that she will have concerns in modern times, so she can't get pregnant. Now that she has figured out that they are the same person, Yun Jiji has a sense of belonging to this time and space. She used to feel that she was a painless mother, but now she knows that Tuanshuan and Yuan are her children, and she gave birth to them after 10 months of pregnancy. She only hated that she woke up too late. If it was earlier, but she had to live until death. She didn't believe in fate, but this was her fate. Why did you get up so early? Qin Shiyu came out when he heard the noise. She was already in the kitchen, scooping flour into a basin and kneading the dough. Qin Shiyu didn't stay for long. He washed his hands and came over to take over the work of kneading the dough from her. Yun Jiji had something on her mind, so she stepped aside. She went out of the yard, took a piece of meat from the wooden box, and came back in. Qin Shiyu looked at her strangely, wondering what she was thinking about. But thinking that she was going to see the old leader Zhong today, Qin Shiyu didn't dare to ask more, fearing that she was thinking about treatment. If he interrupted her train of thought at that time, it would be bad. Therefore, when kneading the dough, he also carefully paid attention to Yun Jiji's reaction, so as not to let her think about things and cut her hand. But fortunately, although she was thinking about things, her hands were still neat. Qin Shiyu was very strong, and he finished kneading the dough in just 10 minutes. He came over and took over the work in her hands, and she went to wash the vegetables again, which made people feel like she was a wandering soul. But this state lasted until she started to make dumplings. What are you thinking about? Are you so obsessed with it? Qin Shiyu asked curiously. In fact, she was thinking too much, as if there was no one around her. It's about treating the old leader Zhong. Yun Jiji said. Is it difficult? Qin Shiyu was a little worried. He didn't really have a rough idea of her medical skills. Now, he only knew that Yunjiji's medical skills were good, but he had no idea how good they were. After all, the status of the old leader Zhong was there, and there was no ambiguity about his treatment. Qin Shiyu couldn't help but worry about her. It's not difficult. Acupuncture and medication will be enough, but his leg injury is relatively troublesome. I still have some medicine on hand. When can I go up the mountain? Yunjiji asked. Next time you go up the mountain, I'll go with you. How dare you go into the deep mountains? Qin Shiyu couldn't help but sweating when he thought of this. If she accidentally ran into them, what would she do with so many of them against her alone? With her thin arms and legs, how could she be a match for those people? Tomb robbers like this who can resell cultural relics are all extremely vicious. They don't care whether she is a woman or not. As long as there is a risk of exposing them, they will not let go even if she is just a babbling child. At this moment, he didn't know how lucky he was, lucky that Yunjiji was okay. I know what I'm doing. And some of the herbs I want to collect are in the mountains, and I can protect myself. Yunjiji said. She didn't want to take Qin Shiyu with her. If he went, how could she do something small? Moreover, sometimes she could smuggle some things back from the mountains. Whenever this man followed her, she knew how many things she couldn't do. Are you going back to the army today? Yunjiji didn't want to talk to him about picking herbs anymore, so she changed the subject. You don't have to go back in the morning, but you have to go in the afternoon. Qin Shiyu said truthfully. Then go and deal with the hare in the cage. Qin Shiyu was slightly stunned. He was too busy these 2 days and didn't pay attention to what was added to the chicken coop at home. After hearing what Yunjiji said, he took 3 or 2 steps and saw that there was not only a pheasant in the chicken coop, but also a hare. It was still alive. Qin Shiyu opened his mouth and didn't know how to describe his mood for a while. His wife was more capable than he thought. She was obviously subject to too many restrictions in Yunhe village before otherwise. Qin Shiyu shook his head. He couldn't think like this just because Yunjiji was strong. Obviously, she didn't have to be so tired, waiting for the 30 yuan he sent back. The mother and son could at least have enough food and clothing, but he had such a pair of parents who hurt his wife and children like that. I'll peel off the rabbit skin and make you rabbit leather shoes.
Qin Shiyu said.
Winter is too cold, and rabbit leather shoes are much warmer than cloth shoes. Yunjiji raised her eyebrows. Can you make this?
No.
Qin Shiyu didn't force himself to say that he could, and then he said, Wang Yan can handle rabbit skin. I'll go find him to teach me. To make shoes for his wife, of course he has to do it himself, and he can learn things that he doesn't know. Yunjiji glanced at him. I don't need it if you want to. Make it for the 2 children. She really wanted it, and there were things in the space. When the time comes, she will find a way to make it into the style of this era, and she can even get snow boots. There's no need for him to make it. The relationship between the 2 is not close enough to send shoes. Qin Shiyu didn't say anything. If she didn't want it, it was hers, and whether he did it or not was his wish. Seeing that the man didn't say anything more and went to deal with the wild rabbit, she continued to make dumplings. The folds of the meat buns were neat and perfect, as if they were copied one by one, which was amazing. The meat buns needed to be fermented, so she went to light the stove first, boiled a pot of hot water to ferment the bread, and continued to wrap the rest. It was cold now, so she could wrap more. However, the South did not have a natural refrigerator like the North, so Yunjiji still wrapped them and prepared to steam them and eat them for 2 days at most. In addition, she wrapped a few more and prepared to bring some to Zhongshan and her husband later. From the chat with Zhongshan that day, Yunjiji also knew that Zhongshan and Gu Wenbin were the only couple in Haishur military region, and their children. The daughter married a soldier and followed her husband to serve in another military region, and the son was also a soldier and also in another military region. The whole family could not get together all year round. She could see that they went to dinner that day. It was lively, and Zhongshan was very happy. Yunjiji also wanted to maintain this relationship. It is said that it is easier to get things done if you have someone above you. No matter which era it is the same principle. When Qin Shiyu came back from processing the hare, he saw the meat buns neatly placed on the drawer. He looked at the meat buns, which were all the same size and had uniform folds, with some surprise. He then looked at Yunjiji and praised her without hesitation. Wife, how come you are so skillful? Isn't this hand so clever? Look at these buns. They are obviously just a dough, but in her hands they are very obedient, completely following Yunjiji's instructions. The buns in the pot are ready. You go to light the fire. Okay. Qin Shiyu went to light the fire without saying anything, looking at her from time to time. Yunjiji made 4 steamers of meat buns today, but because there were not enough steamers at home, she could only steam 2 pots separately. I'll make a few more steamers when I have time,
Qin Shiyu said.
Yunjiji nodded without thinking too much. It would be good to make a few more, and she would also need to use steamers to deal with some herbs later, and the steamer used to extract herbs must not be mixed with steaming noodles. Seeing that she did not refuse, Qin Shiyu was also happy. Thinking in his mind whether to make some tricks with the steamer, it would be okay to make her happy. But a steamer is a steamer. It seems that there is really no trick to make. The aroma of the meat buns soon wafted out. Just smelling the rich aroma made me salivate. It was so fragrant, and the aroma also wafted really far. Everyone was so hungry early in the morning, and suddenly smelling this overbearing smell really pulled many people out of bed. Some people even cursed, "Who are you trying to kill with this early morning?" I was hungry after a night's sleep, and there was such a fragrant smell, which really made people not live. Some children got up and clamored to eat meat buns. Those with good family conditions could also go to the supply and marketing cooperative early to buy meat, chop it up, and make meat buns for the children, but those with poor family conditions could only scold the children in the end. Yunjiji and the others naturally didn't know about this. While steaming the buns, she also prepared some vegetable egg soup, stir-fried bean sprouts, pickled cucumbers, bananas, and the necessary boiled eggs. In their Chinese medicine, breakfast must be eaten well, lunch must be full, and dinner can be eaten less. Of course, breakfast must be eaten well, and the nutritional combination must be balanced. Qin Shiyu also found that Yunjiji's breakfast was extra rich every day. He didn't understand. She must have a reason for doing so. He just had to follow her. Anyway, his stomach had really enjoyed it recently. Her cooking skills were excellent. Every dish was delicious. If she wasn't a doctor, she would be a chef in those state-owned restaurants. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were awakened by the smell of food in the kitchen. When they finished washing up, the second pot of meat buns was also steamed. After washing up, they came to eat. The 2 little guys were so happy to see that they had delicious food after waking up. Their faces were full of satisfaction. Yunjiji was also happy to see them. "Baby, Mommy has to go to see Grandpa Zhong this morning, so you and Daddy will wait for Mommy to come back at home in the morning, okay?" Since Qin Shiyu didn't need to go back to the army in the morning, Yunjiji didn't plan to take the 2 children to the home of the old Commander Zhong. After all, it was to see a doctor, and it was not appropriate to bring the family with them. Okay, Mom will be home early. After they got familiar with Qin Shiyu, they were willing to follow their father. Moreover, their father would also take them out to play, and they gradually liked their father more and more. "Really, don't we need to accompany you?" Qin Shiyu asked. After all, that was the home of the old leader Zhong, and Qin Shiyu also had his own concerns. "No, Aunt Zhong will take me there. Today, I just want to get an acupuncture injection and take the pulse to see the recovery of the old leader Zhong. It was not that troublesome. It was estimated that I would be back in 2 or 3 hours. Okay." Qin Shiyu heard that and said no more. Although he was worried, he would not interfere too much in her affairs, and he didn't want her to dislike him because of this. Moreover, he knew Zhong Shan's character and would send her back safely. The father and son sent Yunjiji out together. When Zhong Shan saw it, she was quite surprised, but she understood it when she thought of their relationship. "Aunt Zhong," Yunjiji called. "The 3 of them are worried." Zhong Shan joked. "The children are attached to me," Yunjiji said softly. Zhong Shan also understood. The 2 children were brought up by Yunjiji since they were young. They were definitely the ones who were most attached to Yunjiji, so she could understand. Qin Shiyu looked at Zhong Shan and said, "Aunt Zhong, I'll trouble you with my wife." "Don't worry." Zhong Shan left. Yunjiji glanced at him, handed the cloth bag in her hand to Zhong Shan, and said, "Aunt Zhong, these are the buns I made this morning. I brought some for you to try." Zhong Shan was stunned at first, and when she took the cloth bag and smelled the fragrance of the buns inside, "I was wondering this morning whose family made these meat buns, and how could they be so fragrant? I guessed at the time that it might be you, and it really was you." At least before Yunjiji came, she had never smelled such a fragrant meat bun. In addition, she had eaten the pickled fish made by Yunjiji 2 days ago, and she also felt that only Yunjiji had such a good skill. "Next time I will go to you to learn how to make meat fillings. The aroma is really tempting." Zhong Shan smelled the aroma. If she hadn't eaten a little too much for breakfast, she would have been tempted by now. "Aunt Zhong, I'm just willing to put in more ingredients." Yunjiji was a little embarrassed, but Zhong Shan thought she was just being modest. If she was willing to put in more ingredients, it would depend on what ingredients she put in. If she only put salty ingredients, would it be fragrant? It would be so salty that it would kill people. Therefore, Yunjiji could make the meat fillings so fragrant and tempting, there must be a ratio. Then there must be a ratio of these ingredients. "Yes, if Aunt Zhong wants to learn, I will teach you," Yunjiji said with a smile. Hearing Yunjiji's words, Zhong Shan was also happy. She felt that Yunjiji was a real person. "Shao Qin, you take the children back. We're leaving first. We promise to send your wife back intact." After Zhong Shan said that, she got in the car with Yunjiji. "Look at his eyes. He can't bear to leave you." Zhong Shan joked with Yunjiji after getting in the car. She could see that Qin Shi really wanted to live a good life with Yunjiji, but if he wanted to completely impress Yunjiji, it would still take some time. Otherwise, Yunjiji would not easily forgive him for what his parents did. If it were me, I would not forgive him either. "Aunt Zhong, how has the old leader reacted in recent days?" Yunjiji didn't want to continue the topic with Qin Shiyu, so she changed the subject. Zhong Shan was also an understanding person, so she didn't continue. "After my dad took the medicine you prescribed, Brother Yang has been massaging him recently, and he has indeed gotten much better." Zhong Shan went to see him yesterday. Her father spoke even more fluently these days than after the acupuncture that day. Zhong Shan was really happy from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her father's condition getting better and better, her father's mood was also getting better and better. "Gigi, my dad is so lucky to have met you. He has been listless and dying since he had A. Sometimes I always worry that one day I will suddenly receive a call saying that he." Thinking of this, Zhong Shan's eyes became red and she couldn't stop crying. Thinking about her father's reactions at that time, she felt bad as a daughter and hoped that her father would not think so much. But after he felt that he had lost all his dignity. The old man who was so high-spirited before turned into a sick old man who could only lie in bed every day, unable to speak, and drooling. He felt bad. "Aunt Zhong, don't be sad. The old leader's condition is not serious. He just didn't have the right symptoms before. As long as he takes good care of himself and has regular checkups, he will fully recover." Zhong Shan believed in Yunjiji, especially after she had examined her father. Her father really recovered, and the effect was better than she had imagined. How could Zhong Shan not be happy? Therefore, she completely believed Yunjiji's words. She held Yunjiji's hand and said a lot of words, with gratitude and assurance, and more of it was to let her rest assured to treat. If something really happened later, they would accept it calmly. Zhong Shan was so old after all, and when she saw Qin Shi's expression before, she also understood some things. When the two arrived at Zhong's house, it was Yang Shiji who opened the door. When he saw Yunjiji, Yang Shiji was obviously very excited. "Dr. Yun, you are here. The leader is waiting for you," Yang Shiji said immediately, looking at Yunjiji with a smile. Yunjiji heard this and smiled. "Uncle Yang, you can just call me by my name." "That won't work." Yang Shiji shook his head immediately and quickly poured her a glass of warm water. Yunjiji was also a little thirsty, so she took the drink and said, "Take me to see the old leader's condition." She came here today to see the old leader Zhong, and Qin Shiyu had to go back to the army in the afternoon, so she had to go back early to accompany her children. Dr. Yun, this way, please. Yun Jiji. Seeing that Yang Shiji was unwilling to change his words, Yun Jiji stopping him and said, "Let's see the old leader first. This is more important." After examining the old leader Zhong, Yun Jiji nodded with satisfaction and said, "Old leader, you have recovered very well. If you continue the treatment later, you will be able to speak more smoothly soon." The old leader Zhong looked at Yun Jiji with some pity. This is also
Good.
Although he spoke intermittently, his lips were obviously much clearer this time than the first time. Zhong Shan's eyes turned red, and she was more happy. Her father could really speak, and he could speak so clearly, which really surprised her. "Old chief, I'll give you acupuncture first. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Yang Shiji had prepared moxa for her at the beginning, so when she came up, the first thing she did was to warm up the needle. At this time, the needle was already warmed up, just right for acupuncture for old Chief Zhong. Okay. Old Chief Zhong was actually a little afraid of acupuncture. He had met some old doctors who had given him acupuncture before, but the old doctors were not good enough, and it hurt him so much that he almost died. But when Yun Jiji gave him acupuncture, he didn't dare to relax at all. But he unexpectedly found that Yun Jiji gave him acupuncture. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he felt very comfortable. Yun Jiji didn't say anything more and started to give acupuncture to old Chief Zhong. Zhong Shan didn't see it last time, so this time she stood aside and accompanied him quietly. She also knew that her father was afraid of acupuncture. At first, she wanted to hold the old man's hand, but was glared at by her father, so she had to step aside. Seeing Yun Jiji inserting the needles and her father's expression actually showing some enjoyment, Zhong Shan knew that acupuncture would definitely not hurt and would be quite comfortable. She inexplicably wanted to try it. A set of acupuncture takes 15 minutes, but the needles can only be removed after an hour. Yun Jiji was originally going to give the old man a massage, but Yang Shiji didn't let her. He could also see that Yun Jiji's acupuncture was actually very laborious. If she gave the old man a massage again, his body would not be able to bear it. Now, he can control the intensity of the massage very well, and he's been doing it for the past few days, so he asked Yun Jiji to watch from the side and guide him. If there are any problems, he can make improvements. This saved Yun Jiji a lot of effort, and Yang Shiji did a good job controlling the intensity and other aspects very well. After the needle was removed, she removed the unnecessary herbs from the original prescription, added a few more herbs, and handed it to Yang Shiji, saying, "This time, take 7 days' worth of medicine. I'll come back next Sunday to give the old leader a third injection." The overall physical fitness of the old leader Zhong was still quite good. After all, he had fought on the front line before. Apart from the hidden injuries left behind, he was stronger than most old men. Moreover, Yang Shiji and his men took good care of the old man, and his recovery was also good. You can let the old leader talk more at ordinary times so that he can recover better. Yun Jiji added. "Dr. Yun, I've written it down." Yang Shiji wrote it down carefully. Yun Jiji explained some precautions and the usual taboos, and then came down from the building. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhong Shan asked her if she wanted to eat before returning to the army. "Aunt Zhong, Qin Xiu has to go back to the army in the afternoon. There's no one to look after the child, so he won't stay for dinner." Zhong Shan thought so too, and left some meat buns in the kitchen, asking Auntie to steam them for the old leader Zhong to taste. She knew that her father loved pasta, and his favorite was meat buns. The meat buns made by Yun Jiji smelled delicious. She and Gu Wenbin and his wife couldn't eat much, but Yun Jiji was generous and gave a lot, so she kept half of it. "My father has a refrigerator, so it won't go bad easily if you put it in the refrigerator." After talking to her father for a while, Zhong Shan took Yun Jiji back to the military compound, but when the two walked back, Zhong Shan suddenly frowned. When did Zhao Zhenju become so close to old lady Li? Yun Jiji heard the words and looked in the direction Zhong Shan pointed, and saw Zhao Zhenju and old lady Li standing under a tree on the side, holding hands and talking about something. Yun Jiji only took a look and told her about the fact that old lady Li had asked her to check the gender of Wang Xueji. Fortunately, you didn't show it to her. This old lady is a difficult person. If anyone dares to say that Wang Xueji is pregnant with a girl, she will fight with them, Zhongshan said. After all, she's Gu Wenbin's wife and the director of women's affairs. She usually pays attention to the situation of these people in the army. She has a certain understanding of the news of each family. I think so too. Yun Jiji nodded. Zhongshan sent Yun Jiji home and went home by herself. Many people in the family compound naturally saw it. Seeing that Zhongshan and Yun Jiji were so close, they were all envious. Comrade Yun, where did you and the brigade commander's wife go? Someone asked curiously. We just happened to meet outside the family compound and came back together. Yun Jiji said. Mom, someone wanted to ask more, but the two children who heard Yun Jiji's voice in the yard ran out directly. Then they rushed to Yun Jiji and reached out to hug Yun Jiji's thigh. Yun Jiji smiled slightly, feeling warm in her heart, and whispered, Mom is back. I miss Mom Yuanyu, and rubbed her thigh with her little face. Very happy. Seeing this, Yun Jiji smiled and said, How much do you miss Mom? I miss you so much. Yun Jiji squatted down, kissed the two children, and whispered, Mom misses you too, let's go home. After that, Yun Jiji looked at the aunt on the side and smiled. Annie, I'll take the children home first. The aunt didn't ask any more questions, and when she saw Yun Jiji leading the children into the house, Qin Shiyu came out from the side, took the basket from her hand, and asked with concern, Are you tired? The aunt was also a little surprised. Why did it seem that Captain Qin was trying to please his wife? Not bad. Yun Jiji responded, and then hugged the two little guys to go to the side to be intimate. I've already prepared the meal. Do you want to eat first? Qin Shiyu asked again. Yun Jiji nodded gently, okay. The aunt looked at it for a while and felt even more curious. It's really a family with a family's life. Qin Shiyu is such an excellent man, but he actually has to please his wife. Does Yun Jiji have such charm? Lunch is also rich, with braised rabbit meat, stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and steamed sea bass. They all look delicious. Yun Jiji glanced at the man and knew that he had been in the kitchen class, so he naturally had good cooking skills. Recently, her and her children's spleen and stomach have been adjusted accordingly, and there is no problem eating these things now, so she didn't say anything when she saw the dishes prepared by Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu had already served the dishes, but didn't let Yun Jiji touch them at all. Yun Jiji glanced at the man, a little surprised. She was talking to the two children while eating, and seeing the two children eating happily, Yun Jiji was also happy. The meat cooked by Dad is so good. Yuan opened her big eyes and praised generously. Very good too, Anchuan also added. The father and his two sons looked at Yun Jiji instantly. Yun Jiji was slightly stunned, raised her head and looked at them. Yeah, delicious. The smile on Qin Shiyu's face became thicker. She saw it. Yun Jiji. Are her words so important? Where did this fish come from? Yun Jiji directly changed the subject and pointed to the sea bass on the table. I took Tuanchuan and Yuanyuan out for a walk this morning, and I happened to see fishermen carrying fish into the city, so I took one back from them. Qin Shiyu said truthfully. This place is close to the sea, and there will be some fishermen who go out to sea to fish. The fish they catch are basically sent to the supply and marketing cooperatives for sale, or to state-owned restaurants, and some are secretly sent to the black market for sale. The military district will also exchange some dried goods with fellow villagers in some surrounding villages, such as mountain products such as dried bamboo shoots and dried mushrooms. Today, the old man didn't want to sell it to Qin Shiyu. It's not possible to trade privately now, not to mention that Qin Shiyu is in a military uniform, plus that imposing manner. The old man must have thought about it, so he dared to sell the fish to Qin Shiyu. It was because the old man was carrying a bucket and almost fell down the. It was Qin Shiyu who was quick to help the old man, so he didn't fall. Yuan was very excited when he saw the fish, and the old man wanted to give it to him, but Qin Shiyu didn't want it. Soldiers can't take a needle and thread from the people. The old man forced it, and then Qin Shiyu stuffed the money to the old man, carried the fish, and hugged the two children and walked away quickly. Dad, help Grandpa, Grandpa wants to give fish to Dad, Yuan said happily. We have paid. We can't take a penny from the people, and it's just a small favor. Qin Shiyu said quickly.
Oh.
She didn't mean that, so he didn't need to be so sensitive. Qin Shiyu got up and took a plate, picked up the fish meat, and started to remove the fish bones. The sea bass itself didn't have many fish bones, so it was easy to handle. Then, he put some of the fish meat into the bowls of the two children and pushed the rest of the plate in front of Yunjiji. He said, "Eat more fish meat." Yunjiji glanced at the man. "Thank you." She likes to eat fish, but she doesn't like fish with many bones, such as grass carp and cushion carp, but now someone has directly removed the fish bones for her, so she has nothing to be pretentious about. When they were almost done eating, Qin Shiyu said, "There's a letter from Yunhe village." Yunjiji raised her eyebrows. Huh? She was a little confused, and she also knew that Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun had sent people to Yunhe village to investigate her situation in the past 3 years, probably to verify the authenticity of her words. Yunjiji didn't care. Let them investigate if they wanted to. Over the years, Yun Wanrong has ruined her reputation in the village. This kind of thing is originally a matter of personal opinion. If they don't even have the ability to think at all, they should face up to their own abilities and whether they are suitable to continue working in their current positions. Will you go to the army with me in the afternoon? Qin Shiyu asked. Yunjiji looked up at him, a little surprised. Okay. Yunjiji didn't refuse. Since Qin Shiyu had spoken, she must be able to go and listen. After the meal, Qin Shiyu took the initiative to clean up the dishes. You go and rest for a while. I'll call you when I go out later. Okay. Yunjiji didn't refuse. She was indeed a little tired. She didn't spend half a day with her children in the morning, and now she wanted to spend time with them. And, to be honest, she didn't like washing dishes. Although she loved cooking, she didn't like cleaning up the mess after the battlefield. In modern times, there are dishwashers, and there are ants at home. Even if she makes a mess in the kitchen, there will be someone to help her clean up the battlefield. Now that Qin Shiyu is willing to wash, she certainly won't refuse. The two children were accompanied by their mother and had a lot of fun. Because they hadn't seen their mother for a long time, they were actually very attached to Yunjiji at this moment. Their eyes were always on Yunjiji, and they didn't want to move away at all. Even when they were playing on the side, the two little guys would look up at Yunjiji from time to time, and when they saw her guarding them there, they continued to play. After Qin Shiyu washed the dishes, he took the 3 of them to the army together and went straight to the political commissar's office. Hu Jianjun did not go home for lunch because of something. He was still waiting in the army office. When he saw the family coming, Hu Jianjun understood. "Sit down," Hu Jianjun said. He had figured out what was going on. Yunjiji's eyes were also stained with a trace of heartache. She was about the same age as his children. Thinking of the grievances and hardships she had suffered over the years, it was not easy for her to persist in raising 2 children. The children were thin, but at least the 3 of them were still alive. This was her best effort. When Qin Shiyu saw Hu Jianjun's expression, his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that this matter was more difficult for him to accept than he had imagined. "Li Jie, go call Lin, however." Li Jie responded and ran to call Lin Hao. Lin Hao was the person Hu Jianjun sent this time. He was obviously waiting too. He entered the political commissar's office after a while. Hu Jianjun took a look and said, "Li Jie, go guard outside and don't let anyone in." Yes. After Li Jie left, they were the only ones left in the room. Hu Jianjun brought some food to Tuanshuan and Yuan and asked the brother and sister to eat candy on the side. "Qining, here are all the information I found." Lin Hao pushed a pile of information in front of Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu almost didn't hesitate and picked up the brown paper bag and opened it immediately. "This is all about what happened to my sister-in-law in the village in the past 3 years, but no one in the village will say a good word about my sister-in-law, and..." Lin Hao glanced at Qin Shiyu. "Everyone in Yunhe village said that my sister-in-law ran away with a wild man with a child. If Yunjiji hadn't been standing in front of them, he would have believed the lies of those people in Yunhe village. However, when I asked someone to visit secretly, there were 2 old ladies who told me the truth." Lin Hao said that in the past 3 years, When Yunjiji first came to the Qin family, all the dirty and tiring work in the Qin family was done by her. Later, when Yunjiji was working in the field, she fainted from heatstroke and was sent to the brigade medical room for examination by the team leader. Only then did they find that Yunjiji was already 3 months pregnant. But even if she was a twin, the Qin family still required her to earn full work points. The old woman said that it was a miracle that Yunjiji's baby was able to be saved smoothly. Later, when Yunjiji gave birth, no one in the Qin family cared. It was the second aunt of the Qin family who couldn't bear it and came to deliver Yunjiji. If Qin's mother was not worried that if she drove Yunjiji out of the house during her confinement, it would damage their family's reputation and affect her youngest daughter's marriage, Yunjiji would be driven out of the house by Qin's mother when she gave birth. Although she was in the Qin family for confinement, she actually took care of the child. Even the clothes for the whole family, cooking, and other chores were all done by Yunjiji alone. Qin Shi looked at the information recorded in the documents with a dark face. Your second aunt originally wanted to take the 3 of them back, but your father summoned the elders of the family and warned your second aunt that if she dared to help, she would be asked to go back to her parents' home, so your second aunt did not dare to help. Lin Hao continued. I really don't know what hatred these people have, so that they can be so cruel to Yunjiji and her son. She also gave birth to their children in the old Qin family. It was also because the team leader saw that the 3 of them were pitiful, so he let them live in the cowshed in the village. Although she worked every day, every time when the food was distributed, there would be gangsters to rob her food. Before, she could go up the mountain to get some food, but it seemed that there were eyes watching her, and they would rob her. Lin Hao continued. In the end, even the old man in the cowshed where they originally lived couldn't stand it and would secretly bring some food to the mother and son. Qining, I have asked people to investigate these things privately. The people who went to rob the food were arranged by a woman named Yun Wanrong. In addition, Qin Ying's mother was also involved. Their purpose should be to make the 3 of them, mother and son. Lin Hao didn't say anything else, but everyone understood what he meant. They just wanted to starve Yunjiji and the 2 children to death. They were really cruel. In addition, the news that my sister-in-law ran away with a wild man was also leaked maliciously by Yun Wanrong. Lin Hao investigated very thoroughly, but he didn't know what their purpose was, but it was indeed these people who did it.
And
Lin Hao took a deep breath.
What?
Qin Shi's face was gloomy. Yunjiji had said these things, but when he heard more details again, Qin Shi's face turned pale, his hands clenched into fists, and the veins on the back of his hands suddenly appeared. They were cruel enough. He had remitted a lot of money over the years. It was not an exaggeration to say that he supported their whole family. But he never expected that they would be so cruel and treat his wife, sons and daughters so viciously. It would have been fine if they had not enjoyed a penny of the money he remitted, but they wanted their lives. Qin Shi's fist slammed heavily on the desk and appeared on the desktop instantly. Hu Jianjun watched helplessly, looking at Qin Shi with a look of helplessness, but more of it was anger. His desk. But now he could understand that after knowing these things, anyone would be angry. Think about the pain and grievances that Yunjiji and her 2 children had endured. When Yunjiji came to the army, she could still come to Hu Jianjun calmly instead of using a loudspeaker to make the matter known to everyone. They all felt that Yunjiji was too kind. In addition, I received a letter from Yunhe village this morning. Yun Wanrong is getting married. She is going to marry a man named He Mingyuan from your village. Last night, Yun Wanrong suddenly went crazy and ran to the cowshed that my sister-in-law had built before. I don't know what she wanted to find. The person I arranged said that when Yun Wanrong didn't find it, she asked her mother comrade Qin Manxiang to go to the He family to propose marriage. She said that if she married He Mingyuan, she would become the wife of the richest man. When Lin Hao received this call in the morning and told him these things, his first reaction was that Yun Wanrong was probably crazy. What kind of richest woman can become the wife of the richest man by marrying a person? Obviously, she was insane. Lin Hao told everything he knew and stepped aside. Qin Shi's face was full of pain. How can they?
How dare they? Why?
Why did they treat his wife and children like this? Wasn't the money he sent back enough? Comrade Lin, what about the drugging? Qin Shi looked at Lin Hao and asked. Yes. He didn't say much, but the answer he gave made Qin Shi even more angry. Sure enough, all this was planned by them from the beginning. He was stupid, so he believed what they said about walking into the wrong room. It was Yun Jiji who had a crush on him and did that on purpose. He closed his eyes, looked at Yun Jiji with bloodshot eyes, opened his mouth, but found that he didn't know what to say. He was sorry for her. If he was not so angry at that time and asked her to explain, would it be, Jiji, I'm sorry. He opened his mouth and thought for a long time and finally only said this. What should he say? What can he say? What is the purpose of their doing this? Hu Jianjun couldn't figure it out. No matter whether it was the Qin family or the Yun family, they were all their children. I'm not Yun Hongmin's daughter, Yun Jiji said. Several people looked at Yun Jiji, and even Qin Shi looked over a little unbelievable, but felt that they could understand. Comrade Yun, who are you? Yun Hongmin is my second uncle. I just remembered some things from my childhood recently. At first, I followed my grandparents. Later, my grandparents died one after another, and I was sent to my second uncle's house. As for my parents, I don't know where they went, or if they have already. Yun Jiji said. She also had to pave the way for the things that happened later. With the title of Yun Hongmin's daughter, she was too restricted in doing things. If I remember correctly, my grandparents gave Yun Hongmin a sum of money, maybe several thousand yuan, to raise me. Grandpa said that it was left by my father. Yun Jiji said. If she said this now, they would definitely believe it. There are vicious parents in this world, but that is an exception. However, it is common for vicious second uncles to seize the eldest brother's money and abuse nieces. The faces of several people were gloomy. If they took the money from Yun Jiji's parents, but treated Yun Jiji like this family was really hateful. Comrade Yun, do you remember why Yun Wanrong wanted you to marry in her place? Hu Jianjun was confused. However, Yun Jiji shook her head. Why didn't Yun Wanrong want to marry? And from the news brought by Lin Hao earlier, she also tasted something. Yun Wanrong must have been reborn, otherwise why would she want to marry He Mingyuan, a notoriously poor family in Yunhe village. The He family is the poorest family in the Yun family, and He Mingyuan is a man who is ambitious. He Mingyuan and his mother depend on each other for life, but only his mother goes to work. As for He Mingyuan, he always puts on airs and always looks down on others. Yun Jiji shook her head and said, she and He Mingyuan are probably in true love. Hu Jianjun nodded. He's back and is making a report. Ask someone to call him and ask him to come over when he's done, said Gu Wenbin. Hu Jianjun glanced at Li Jie, and Li Jie ran away immediately. Not long after, Li Jie came over with a dark-skinned man who was still exhausted from having just completed a mission. Brigade Commander, Political Commissar. This person was Shen Feng. After he saluted the two of them, he looked towards the training ground. Is Qin Shi crazy? He's not crazy. He's just angry. Hu Jianjun sighed. The Qin family almost killed his wife and children. How could Qin Shi not be angry? How not to be annoyed? At this moment, he might hate himself even more, hating himself for not bringing Yun Jiji with him. Even if he had to go on an urgent mission at that time, and he couldn't take care of Yun Jiji after she came, the military region still had leaders, and there are so many kind sisters-in-law who will take care of him. However, given their situation at the time, who could have imagined that they would end up with a family like that? What happened? Shen Feng was confused. When he returned to the army, he went directly to his superiors to report the situation of the mission, but he still heard that Qin Shi's wife and children had arrived. Is that possible? What did his wife do? His family's affairs, just. Hu Jianjun briefly explained the matter. After understanding what happened, Shen Feng's face did not look good, and he was more incredulous. He also knew that Qin Shi's parents were not good to him, otherwise he would not have come to join the army. Shen Feng and Qin Shi joined the army in the same year. At that time, Qin Shi was as thin as a chick. It was only after he stayed in the army that he gradually built up his body. But he didn't expect that even if Qin Shiyu was no longer liked by his parents, he never stopped sending money home every month after he joined the army. They don't have to pay for food and lodging in the army, and sometimes they can get bonuses when they go on missions. From the initial allowance of 10 yuan to the current allowance of 75 yuan, Qin Shiyu will remit a large part of it back home, as well as those coupons. I have sent a lot of money home. Once, when Qin Shiyu came home to visit his relatives, he could see that Qin Shiyu was very happy. He said that his parents paid more attention to him, and that a new house was built at home, and he had his own room. The money for the house was saved up bit by bit after Qin Shiyu sent his allowance back home. He is a hero of the family. Isn't it only right that we reserve a room for him? But he was as happy as a fool, just unwilling to burst the illusion of being loved by his parents. He had obviously paid so much, and just wanted his parents and brothers to take care of his wife and children when he was on a mission, but they couldn't do it. Not only did it almost kill someone, but it even spread false news in the village that my sister-in-law ran away with a strange man. It's so abominable and hateful. Why don't they just die? Shen Feng cursed angrily. No wonder Qin Shiyu felt uncomfortable. He was probably blaming himself right now. Obviously, Qin Shiyu didn't do these things, but in his opinion, they were caused by him. Stop him. No one can bear it if he keeps running like this. Hu Jianjun said. Shen Feng responded and went to the training ground to intercept Qin Shiyu. This time it didn't take much effort. After all, he had been running for so long. No matter how amazing Qin Shiyu's physical fitness was, that man's physical fitness also had its limits. Chen Feng, I'm the one who deserves to die, right? Chen Feng looked at his good brother with heartache, reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Lao Qin, this is not your fault. Could you have expected these things to happen? Think about how they treat you every time you go back home. If you want to eat dragon meat, they will probably find some way to get it for you. That's because they are greedy for the allowance you send back every month. How can we know what kind of person he is in private? Qin Shiyu laughed at himself. I thought they could see my efforts, would be happy for my success, and would treat my wife and children well. But Gigi was a mistake from the beginning when she married me. Perhaps Yun Wanrong knew from the beginning what kind of people his parents were, and that's why she deliberately set up a plot for him and Yun Gigi. You and your sister-in-law are not wrong. This is a calamity in your life. You and your sister-in-law should both consider them as your family members and live your life well in the future. As for family members like that, it's better not to have them. If Shen Feng hadn't been wearing this even in military uniform, he wanted to rush to Yunhe village and kill that family for Qin Shiyu. I know you are blaming yourself and think that all this is your fault. I still say that you can never predict what will happen in the future. Since you can't predict it, just live every day well. What you need to do now is it's not about blaming yourself, but taking good care of your sister-in-law and children to make up for the loss of these years. Shen Feng patted his shoulder and said. Hu Jianjun told him that Yun Jiji came to the army to divorce Qin Shiyu on the first day. Although he had not met Yun Jiji yet, he felt that his sister-in-law was a courageous person. What Qin Shiyu needs to do is to take good care of and love his wife, protect them, and take good care of them. What's the point of him blaming himself here? Can self-blame change everything that has happened in the past 3 years?
Cannot.
What she has to do now is to take good care of her wife and children and heal the damage they have suffered in the past 3 years. I understand. Qin Shiyu stood up straight upon hearing this and looked at Shen Feng gratefully. Shen Feng, thank you. We brothers don't talk about this. Let's go back. Qin Shiyu responded, then turned and ran. Seeing this, Shen Feng also shook his head. This good brother of his has always had a hard time. He used to feel that he was not favored at home, and he would always look for reasons in himself, thinking that he was not doing well enough, so his parents did not like him. Even when he was on a mission, Qin Shiyu also works very hard, otherwise how could he be in this position at such a young age? This is what he paid for with his life. The Qin family can have the life they have today because of his life. Otherwise, how could he be in so much pain? Political commissar, did Lao Qin say how to deal with those things in his family? Shen Feng looked at Hu Jianjun and asked. They have their own ideas. What their parents have done is enough for them to go in and eat peanuts, but they should want to go back and solve it themselves. We also respect their decisions. Some things must be settled by themselves when they return. Hu Jianjun sighed. Shunfeng nodded in understanding. It's time to put an end to it. Qin Shiyu ran all the way back to the family compound, but before he got home, he saw a group of people gathered on the small playground. Gigi is here, make way. Qin Shiyu stopped when he heard the sound. He was tall and could see what was going on inside even if he stood outside the crowd. Gigi, you see the blood on this child's leg won't stop. Did this damage the blood vessels? Yun Gigi was originally telling stories to children at home, but someone came and pulled Yun Gigi out, saying that a child was playing in the small playground and accidentally scratched his calf with a raised iron sheet, and the blood was flowing. Yun Gigi followed with a silver needle. Quickly get out of the way. Comrade Yun is here. At this time, many people were gathered around, and when they heard that Yun Gigi was coming, some people quickly made way. Yun Gigi also saw the child. The child's red-stained pants had been torn off and thrown aside. There was a long wound on his calf, which looked to be the length of an adult's finger. The blood was gushing out like a river that broke the dam and meandered down his leg. The child's mother was holding him, her face pale, tears bursting out uncontrollably, while shouting the child's name. She tried to cover the child's wound with her hands, panicked, and didn't know what to do. Tainyo, don't scare me. What should I do? What should I do? Kai Chahua was so scared that she was at a loss. How much money would it cost to treat such a big wound? She didn't dare to think about it. Let me see. Yun Gigi had already squatted down in front of Tainyo. The child's wound was very deep, and there was rust on the iron sheet, which had injured the veins. The conditions here were limited, and all they could do was stop the bleeding for the child first, and then go to the hospital for treatment. I'll stop the bleeding for the child first, but we still have to send him to the hospital quickly. The child's wound is so big that it needs to be sutured. After checking, Yun Gigi looked at Kai Chahua and said. At this time, Kai Chahua was also staring at Yun Gigi. Everyone saw Yun Gigi take out a silver needle from her bag and began to needle the child's leg. This wound is so big, can it be stopped by a needle? Someone couldn't help but ask, curiously. With such a big wound, the skin and flesh were turned outward, and it was scary just to look at it. Let's send him to the health center first. If we delay time, it will be a life-threatening matter. Someone else said. No matter how powerful Yun Gigi's medical skills were, it was impossible to stop the bleeding with just a few silver needles. Stopped. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that Tinia's leg was no longer bleeding. The bleeding had really stopped. Yun Gigi checked the child's condition again and said, he has lost too much blood. He needs to replenish his iron in the future. Send him to the military hospital now. The health center can't treat his wound. The health center can handle some minor illnesses and injuries, but his wound is 10 centimeters long and the skin and flesh are turned outward. It is not so easy to treat. He still needs to go to the hospital. Comrade Yun, can't you treat it? Kai Chahua saw that the bleeding had stopped and she calmed down. She looked at Yun Gigi and asked, if they go to the hospital, they don't know how much it will cost. And with such a serious case, the hospital may have to hospitalize them. Sister-in-law, I can't treat the child. There are no tools and medicines here, let alone conditions. If it causes bacterial infection, it will be too late to go to the hospital. Yun Gigi explained. Kai Chahua, why are you still being so stupid at this time? If Tainyo's leg injury is not treated properly, what will happen if he can't be called a wife in the future? Many people know Kai Chahua's character and know what to say to be most effective for Kai Chahua, so they said it directly. Yun Gigi had already taken back the silver needle at this time and said, the bleeding has stopped, and it can last for 2 hours. Comrade Yun, can you go with us? If it bleeds again. Didn't Gigi say that it can last for 2 hours? Hurry up and take the child with you. The injury on the child's leg has been sutured in 2 hours. If you delay any longer, Tainyo will really not be called a wife in the future. Seeing her like this, Yang Shuqin guessed that Kai Chahua wanted to take Yun Gigi to the hospital. When the hospital asked for payment, Kai Chahua said that she was too anxious to come out and didn't bring enough money, so she asked Yunjiji to advance the money for her first. In this case, everyone will help to advance the money, but the money will not be recovered in the end. Sister-in-law, it's not very convenient for me. My child is still young and needs someone to stay with me. Yunjiji saw everyone's reaction and almost guessed it. Although it was not clear what the main reason was, Kai Chahua must be difficult to deal with. There are so many people in the compound, I'll go with you. Before Kai Chahua finished her words, Qin Shiyu's voice had already sounded, and then he walked to Yunjiji's side and looked at Kai Chahua. At this time, Kai Chahua was a little dumbfounded. Who? Qin Shiyu went with her? Kai Chahua really didn't dare. Anyone could go with her, but not Qin Shiyu. She must have been crazy to dare to let Qin Shiyu go to the hospital with her.
No.
I think I can still do it. Kai Chahua's voice was a little stuttering. She quickly held the child and walked out without stopping. Fortunately, someone saw Tainyo injured before and ran to call for help. There was a bullock cart in their family compound. It might take half an hour to walk to the military hospital, but riding a bullock cart would be much faster. Kai Chahua didn't even dare to turn her head, fearing that Qin Shiyu would say that he wanted to follow. I'll do it. Qin Shiyu picked up the silver needle, wiped the blood off with a handkerchief, and then put it back into the silver needle bag. Yunjiji didn't stop him and let him do it. Since they were not getting divorced, she wouldn't argue with him in front of outsiders, and she would still keep the dignity she deserved for a man. However, they all felt that they had a completely new understanding of Yunjiji's medical skills. Tainyo was frightened to death by the blood flowing at that time. As a result, Yunjiji just used a few silver needles to stop the bleeding easily, which really opened their eyes. After Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu finished cleaning up, they were ready to go back, but as soon as she stood up, Yunjiji saw Wang Tsueji standing not far away, who was looking at her with resentment. Yunjiji was not afraid of her and stared back at Wang Tsueji. Sister Wang, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Tsueji never thought that Yunjiji would stare at her and question her. She was just startled and didn't have time to react and retract her resentful eyes. Everyone looked over. Before Wang Tsueji could retract the resentment in her eyes, everyone saw it. Sister Wang, I really can't tell the gender of the child, but if anyone gets hurt, you can still find me. Yunjiji pointed out directly. Wang Tsueji and Old Lady Li asked her to check the gender, and few people in the compound probably knew about it. I'm afraid that they couldn't understand why Wang Tsueji resented Yunjiji when she stared at them like that before. When she pointed it out directly, everyone naturally understood what was going on. Everyone looked at Wang Tsueji with different eyes, and they were also a little speechless. They all knew that Wang Tsueji put all her hopes on the child in her belly, and she hoped that the child would be a boy. Do you hate Yunjiji now just because she can't tell the gender? Qian Tuan's wife. They say everyone has their own expertise. Comrade Yun can't do it, but there's nothing we can do. Didn't your mother-in-law ask someone to take a look? Why don't you have confidence? Wang Tsueji didn't want to say more to them. Besides, Mrs. Li said that she should talk less to those wives who gave birth to girls. When their luck with girls gets to her, they will away her luck with boys. And Wang Tsueji's sister-in-law, who just said that she only had one girl. Wang Tsueji glared at them, then held her belly and walked away carefully. She didn't want to stay with them any longer. Gui Fin, don't you know that she doesn't talk to those of us who gave birth to girls? She's afraid that we'll away her luck with boys. Yunjiji had seen this before. They must be crazy. In order to have a son, they dared to take all kinds of medicine and listen to all kinds of words. If Wang Tsueji's baby was a boy, it would be fine. If it was a girl, Wang Tsueji would hate everyone in their compound. It can only be said that Captain Qian had such a wife and mother. Unlucky. Let's go back. Tuanshuan and Yuan are at home. Okay. The couple walked back together. No one was in a hurry to speak, but it can be seen that both of them were in a depressed mood. Especially after knowing those things, they were not in a good mood at the moment. Wife, after I finish the things at hand, I will take a leave, and we will go back to the village to deal with these things.
Qin Shiyu said.
Yunjiji glanced at him sideways. Do you know when Yin Wanrong and Heming Yuan's wedding is scheduled? Qin Shiyu was a little confused and didn't understand why she suddenly asked this. I'll go find out. Qin Shiyu really didn't know. Okay. Although Qin Shiyu was curious, Yun Jiji wanted to know, so he didn't stop her. She might have her own ideas. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and asked, what do you think? I'm still checking my background, and if I'm really their child after I go back this time, I also want to divide the family with them and take back the money they sent back over the years. Those are for you and the children, and those that belong to us should be taken back. Qin Shiyu said truthfully. Since they took his efforts for granted, they should give up. In the past, he naively thought that as long as he sent more and more money and his position became higher and higher, his parents would see his excellence and recognize his ability as a son. Perhaps they would be able to show him more care. But now that I think about it, they have always taken it for granted. Even if they said some good things to him, they just wanted to get more money from him. Now think about it. How ridiculous. What if they don't give it to me? Yun Jiji asked. It can be seen that this man was also heartbroken by his parents, otherwise Qin Shiyu would not have such an expression at this moment. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath. Even if they don't give it to me, there are ways to make them give it to me. Yun Jiji didn't ask in detail. She agreed with this. Since it is money for her and the children, of course it can't be given away to those ungrateful people in the Qin family. After reading the information she found, she really sympathized with Qin Shiyu. The Qin family can become the best family in their Yunjia village. I'm afraid it's because of Qin Shiyu's efforts over the years that they can live so well. What's the result? The ungrateful person who raised a whole family is extremely vicious. If it weren't for all the things he had experienced, Qin Shiyu would have continued to send money and bills to his family as before, and every month would not be less. When the couple returned home, they saw Lu Chuntao standing in the yard, watching over the two children for her. Sister Chuntao, thank you for your trouble, Yun Jiji said gratefully. Lu Chuntao glared at her unhappily. It was just a matter of convenience. I heard that their Tiniu was seriously injured. Will he be okay? Tiniu is only 6 years old this year, the same age as Xiaoman. Lu Chuntao certainly didn't want the child to be in trouble. No matter whose child it was, they didn't want the other party to be in trouble. It's okay. The bleeding has stopped, and he was sent to the military hospital for bandaging, Yun Jiji said. Lu Chuntao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She originally wanted to go and see, but Xiaomon's medicine was boiling in the pot in the kitchen and she couldn't leave it alone for too long, so Lu Chuntao didn't go. Moreover, today's event was a big deal. If she didn't go, people in the compound would talk about it. So she simply boiled the medicine while watching the children for Yun Jiji. Tu Anchuan and Yuan Yuan are now familiar with Lu Chuntao, and their relationship with her has become much closer. After Yun Jiji said a few words to her, she followed Qin Shiyu back home. The two children were very happy to see them back, but seeing the two little guys playing and getting themselves dirty again, Yun Jiji felt helpless. These 2 days, Tu Anchuan and Yuan Yuan have fallen in love with playing with mud. They especially like to use mud to make little people, and they look very realistic. When Yun Jiji saw it, she felt quite helpless. But she didn't want to disturb the children.
It seemed that
she had to take some time to go to the city, and then smuggle some kinetic sand for the children to play with, and then make a small wooden table, put the kinetic sand inside the wooden table, and let them play. Kinetic sand feels soft, has no odor, and does not stick to the hands. The most important thing is that it can be repeatedly shaped, so there is no child who doesn't love it. What do you want to eat in the evening? Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji and asked. There were still some dishes left from lunch, and there were also some steamed meat buns from the morning. Go and boil some water first, wash the two little ones, and eat the meat buns we made this morning in the evening. Although the weather is cold, it's not good to keep them for a long time, Yun Jiji said. The lunch dishes were okay, and they would be eaten after heating them up in the evening. She didn't like to eat overnight meals very much. Okay, Qin Shiyu responded, and went into the kitchen to work. Yun Jiji looked at the two children helplessly, but she would not blame them. This was the time for them to explore. Tu Anchuan and Yuan Yuan had been suffering since they were born. Now that life is a little better, she doesn't want to be too strict with the children, not allowing them to do this or that. This is the time for children to release their nature. They should be allowed to do whatever they want, not to be strict with them in everything, but to let them just play. If they are really dirty from playing, they can just wash it. She is a person with a space, and there are washing machines and dryers in her space. Without anyone knowing, she just throws it into the space, washes it clean, and dries it clean. Everyone has their own things to do every day, and they won't stare at him every day to see who has washed their clothes. And she would occasionally hang them outside to dry, just not always without them. It's winter now, and clothes are not easy to dry. Who knows when she washed them and when she didn't? Chin Shiyu boiled hot water, put it in a bucket, and brought it into the house, saying, "You wash Yuan first. I'll finish it later, and then come to clean up to Anchuan." Okay. Yun Jiji agreed, and took Yuan to take a bath first. Chin Shiyu had adjusted the water temperature to the right level, poured the water into the basin, and let Yuan sit in it. She wouldn't feel cold even if she moved a little faster. If it gets colder later, burning coal on the side will also keep warm. If possible, she also wants to take the child directly into the space to take a bath. The temperature inside is the most suitable, but Yun Jiji doesn't know whether the current space can be restricted. If it can, except for her, anyone she brings into the space will not be able to reveal the existence of the space in front of others because of the restriction. Mom Yuan saw Yun Jiji was thinking about something, so she reached out and tugged at her sleeve. "What's wrong?" Yun Jiji was slightly stunned and looked at Yuan with some curiosity. Yuan blinked and asked, "Will Mom divorce Dad?" Although Yuan is young, she knows what divorce means. Xiaohu in the village said that Tian's parents are divorced. If parents divorce, it means that mother doesn't want them anymore. Although Yuan and Tuanchuan are young, they still know it when they went to the political commissar's office at noon. They know that parents are talking about grandparents and grandparents. They are all bad guys, so will they get divorced? Children have simple ideas because some people in Yunhe village have divorced their parents, and then the mother left. In their opinion, if parents divorce, it means that mother doesn't want them anymore? Yun Jiji was slightly stunned, a little surprised that Yuan would ask this. Once again, it was confirmed that although they are young, children actually understand everything. Does mommy not want baby and brother anymore? Tian's parents are divorced, and his mother doesn't want Taidan anymore. Yuan said. Her eyes were red, and she looked very aggrieved. Yun Jiji sighed softly, took a towel, and gently wiped Yuan's face and said softly, "Baby, mommy wants to correct you. Daddy and mommy's divorce doesn't mean mommy doesn't want the baby. They just don't feel happy living together, so they separated, but they still love their children." However, Yuan shook her head. Tian's mother will never come back. Yun Jiji was stunned for a moment. This era is indeed like this. Some people will remarry after divorce. After remarrying, the man's family will be afraid that she will use the family's money to support her children, so they will not go to see their children again. Yun Jiji also realized that it was not appropriate to explain this to the child with modern thinking. Baby, daddy, and mommy will not divorce. Those things were done by grandparents and grandmother. Mommy will not abandon you and your brother. You must know that mommy loves you and your brother very much and will not leave you. Yun Jiji took the child out of the water, wiped the water off her body, and then hugged the child in her arms. Coaxing softly, Yuan looked up at Yun Jiji and asked, "Mom, is it true?" Yun Jiji smiled and nodded. "Yes, of course it's true. If you don't believe it, you and your brother can go ask Dad." "Baby, believe Mom." Yuan's little face also raised a smile, stretched out her hands to hug Yun Jiji, and rubbed her little face in her arms. Yun Jiji stretched out her hands to rub the little girl's head, and quickly helped her put on her clothes. Because Chin Shi was at home, Yun Jiji didn't throw the clothes into the space to wash. "Baby, you can't play in the mud after washing xiang. Yun Jiji said. "Mom, baby wants to eat." Yuan played for a long time and was a little hungry. "Okay, after brother washes, we will eat." Yun Jiji went to the kitchen and changed with Chin Shiu. "The dishes can be eaten after heating," Chin Shiu said. Yun Jiji nodded. Chin Shiu took to Anchuan to take a bath. The little girl was covered with mud. Qin Shiyu directly took the clothes and took Tuanchuan to the bathhouse. This was Tuanchuan's first time to take a bath in a bathhouse, and he felt that everything was new and interesting. Qin Shiyu had been running for so long before, and his body was all sweaty. When he washed Tuanchuan, he also washed, but he knew that they were waiting for them to go back home for dinner, so Qin Shiyu did not wash clothes in the bathhouse and planned to wash clothes after dinner. "Dad, will you divorce Mom?" At the same time, Tuanchuan also asked the same question as Yuan. Obviously, the brother and sister had agreed before. "Dad won't divorce Mom." Qin Shiyu was stunned for a moment, then squatted down, looked at Tuanchuan with a firm look, and said, "Tuanchuan, it was Dad's fault for the past 3 years. He didn't take good care of Mom. He couldn't stay by your side when you were born. You suffered so much. It's Dad's fault, but Dad will take good care of you and Mom in the future and won't let you and Mom suffer any grievances. Can you trust Dad?" After spending so many days with the children, Qin Shiyu could also see that his 2 children were actually very sensible and very dependent on Yunjiji. Although Tuanchuan was only 2 years old, this little guy was more sensible than children of the same age. Maybe they had endured a lot when they were in the village, or maybe someone deliberately said something to the 2 children, so the children suddenly asked this question. "Really?" Tuanchuan asked uncertainly. "Really?" Qin Shiyu's eyes became more determined. Tuanchuan's little face finally had a smile. He had eaten well and had enough food this week, so his face had obviously grown some flesh, and it didn't look as dry as before. But Qin Shiyu knew that this was not enough, and he had to get more delicious food for the child to make up for it. Qin Shiyu reached out and picked up Tuanchuan and let him ride on his neck. It was the first time for Tuanchuan to ride on his father's neck, and his eyes were full of joy. Although he didn't cheer like Yuan, Qin Shiyu could feel that the child was happy when he saw Tuanchuan's little feet shaking gently. TSK, some people don't know what they are proud of every day. Doesn't Captain Qin want her? Zhao Zhenju stood by the wall and looked at Yunjiji, and she immediately said proudly. She thought Qin Shiyu really liked Yunjiji. Zhao Zhenju was sad for a long time because of what Qin Shiyu said to her before. She couldn't figure out why Qin Shiyu liked an ugly woman like Yunjiji, but when Li Jiamin came back today, he brought her good news. Qin Shiyu wants to divorce Yunjiji. Zhao Zhenju didn't want to divorce Li Jiamin before. After all, what Qin Shiyu said that day was really hurtful. She was also afraid that after the divorce, she would not be able to remarry. But when she thought that Yunjiji was also going to be divorced, Zhao Zhenju was revived. Just now, she and Li Jiamin submitted a divorce application together. Now she is waiting for Qin Shiyu to divorce Yunjiji, and she can be with Qin Shiyu. "You divorced Comrade Li Jiamin?" Yunjiji's expression did not change, just looking at Zhao Zhenju indifferently. "Divorced? You should divorce Captain Qin quickly anyway. Captain Qin doesn't like you. Captain Qin is not blind. He would like an old and ugly freak like you instead of a beautiful woman like me." Zhao Zhenju felt that Qin Shiyu didn't say it before because he was sitting in that position, so he couldn't admit his feelings for her. However, Qin Shiyu wanted to divorce Yunjiji, which shows that Qin Shiyu also has her in his heart. This made Zhao Zhenju very happy. Congratulations to Comrade Zhao for getting what he wanted. Zhao Zhenju was a little confused for a moment, not understanding what Yunjiji meant. "You are sensible. After I marry Captain Qin, I don't mind being nicer to those 2 babies you gave birth to." Zhao Zhenju felt that Yunjiji should have known her own situation, so she congratulated her on her upcoming marriage to Qin Shiyu and immediately expressed her attitude. "Puchi." Yunjiji couldn't help laughing out loud and raised her eyebrows at Qin Shiyu, who came back with Tuanchuan. Sure enough, when the man heard what Zhao Zhenju said, his face darkened to the extreme and his good mood disappeared. He warned with a cold face, "Comrade Zhao, if you ruin my reputation again, I don't mind reporting you to the police for being a hooligan to soldiers." Zhao Zhenju turned pale when she heard Qin Shiyu's voice. She turned around and saw Qin Shiyu coming back. Tuan was still riding on his shoulders. He was holding the child in one hand and carrying dirty clothes in the other. This man was really good-looking no matter what, which made her heart beat faster. Captain Qin, Li Jiamin and I have divorced. I'm waiting for you, and… Comrade Zhao, please respect yourself. Qin Shiyu put down the clothes in his hand as soon as he entered the yard with a cold face. He looked at Zhao Zhenju with a sullen face and said coldly, Comrade Zhao, I don't care where you heard that we are going to divorce, so you come here to talk nonsense, but I tell you clearly that we will not divorce. Zhao Zhenju is narcissistic and a little stupid, but only a little. At this time, when she heard Qin Shiyu's words and looked at him and Yun Ziji standing together, she could see from his expression that the relationship between the two seemed very good.
But
Li Jianmin clearly said that you two are going to divorce. Zhao Zhenju couldn't figure it out. Aren't they going to divorce? Li Jianmin said that he heard people in the army talking about it when he submitted his transfer application. But why do they look like they're getting divorced? Comrade Zhao, Comrade Li Jianmin is not saying this just to get a divorce from you. Yun Ziji crossed her arms. Their families were neighbors, so she could hear some of their quarrels. Zhao Zhenju was clamoring for a divorce, but she didn't want it anymore. Li Jianmin was probably fed up with Zhao Zhenju. After all, which man could accept that his wife was thinking about someone else? Li Jianmin is not a cuckold. Can he really hold back this kind of anger? Or… Li Jianmin might have heard some rumors when he was in the army, but she felt that Li Jianmin only heard a rough idea and didn't hear everything. Zhao Zhenju also reacted at this time and rushed into the house. Soon, they could hear the quarrel between the two of them. Yun Ziji curled her lips and glanced at Qin Shiyu. Some people are really charming. Qin Shiyu turned his head to look at the woman with her arms around her chest. She stood there with an upright posture. From the side, the straight lines of her nose were smooth and delicate. Her slightly curled eyelashes were like two small fans, trembling slightly with her occasional blinks. Although the woman was still thin, her complexion was slightly better than when she had just met him in the reception room a few days ago, and her cheeks were not as sunken as before. He just stared at her, and the more he looked, the faster his heart beat. Boom, 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 he seemed to be able to hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Let's eat. The food will get cold soon. Yun Ziji did not notice the man's expression, but glanced at the man and turned to walk towards the kitchen. The man's eyes followed her involuntarily, and it was as if there was a germinating seed in his heart, growing at an extremely fast speed. When Zhao Zhenju came out after quarreling with Li Jianmin, she saw this scene. Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Ziji's back with a strong fascination. How could it be? Yun Ziji was so ugly. She was much older than Qin Shiyu. How could this be? Li Jianmin you. Zhao Zhenju turned around and cursed angrily, and once again took out her anger on Li Jianmin. Qin Shiyu just looked back and was going to ask when Li Jianmin and the others would leave. They quarreled so much every day, and there was no peace. It was really disgusting. And Qin Shiyu really couldn't figure out when he gave Zhao Zhenju some wrong signals. Let her mistakenly think that he had some thoughts about her? Qin Shiyu couldn't help but shudder, as if he was being stared at by some evil person. This feeling was extremely chilling. Qin Shiyu, it's time for dinner. Yun Ziji called out when she saw the man didn't come in. Wife, I'm here. Hearing this peacock-like voice, Yun Ziji felt confused. What was wrong with this man? She just called him to eat and didn't do anything else. But it can be seen that the man is very happy. It's not clear why he is so happy. She didn't care and took meat buns to the two children and served them a bowl of soup. When Qin Shiyu came in, he took over the work from her and asked her to sit down and eat. Yun Ziji glanced at the man, a little confused. You look in a good mood? What are you happy about?
Well,
my wife called me to eat. Of course I'm happy. Yun Ziji. Yun Ziji. It's just a meal, not that serious. But in Qin Shiyu's view, it is worth his happiness. This man's mood is really inexplicable. Baby, eat some meat. Qin Shiyu picked up a piece of rabbit meat, removed the bones, and put it in the child's bowl. Thank you, Daddy Yun thanked in a baby voice. You're welcome. Qin Shiyu picked up rabbit meat for Tuanchuan as well, and the little guy thanked him in a soft and sticky voice. Qin Shiyu also picked up some for Yun Ziji. She wanted to refuse, But thinking of what Yuan Yu and asked her before, the two children were obviously a little sensitive. Seeing Qin Shi picking up food for her, the two children followed and looked over, as if they were waiting for Yun Jiji to eat. "Thank you." She thanked him out loud, and then ate the rabbit meat in front of the two children. Then, Yun Jiji received 3 happy, smiling faces. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched, and the two children were happy. What was Qin Shiyu so happy about? During the next meal, Qin Shiyu kept adding food to Yun Jiji. Seeing her eat, Qin Shiyu was very happy. Every time Yun Jiji wanted to say something, she saw the two children staring at her. Yun Jiji didn't want to make the children unhappy, so she continued to eat silently. Although she was a little depressed, someone helped to remove the bones and shave the thorns, so this meal was really relaxing. Moreover, Qin Shiyu also took care of the two children. She just had to eat. After the meal, Qin Shiyu cleaned up the dishes and said, "There is still hot water in the pot. You wash up first." Okay. Yun Jiji didn't refuse. With him at home, there was someone to watch the children, so Yun Jiji didn't care and let Qin Shiyu take care of the two children.
Wait.
Seeing Yun Jiji was about to leave, Qin Shiyu seemed to think of something and shouted immediately. When she was still a little confused, the man had washed his hands and went into the kitchen, helped her carry the hot water into the bathroom, and said, "Put the water aside after washing. I'll pour it later." Yun Jiji. She can really take care of herself. Take some time to dig a channel in the bathroom so that you can pour the water directly from there after washing, and you don't have to carry it around. Then add a pool at the back to accumulate water, which can be used to flush the toilet or water the ground. Okay, go wash quickly. The water will get cold soon. Yun Jiji responded, and then took the clothes and went into the bathroom. The man called the two children and turned to clean up the table. The two children ran after Qin Shiyu's like little tails. They looked very happy. Maybe they knew that their parents would not divorce, and their mother would not abandon them like Tian's mother, so they made the little guys so happy. Wanrong, the He family is so poor. What do you want? Chun Manxiang was almost angry. Over the years, she had picked many good young men for Yun Wanrong. For example, the son of the team leader, the son of the director of the Dovetail Club, and the town's postman. None of them was better than He Mingyuan. As a result, Yun Wanrong had to marry He Mingyuan. Chun Manxiang thought that He Mingyuan was not a good person. He didn't go to work all day just holding that broken book and talking about knowing melons. Chun Manxiang didn't understand what it meant. Obviously, his family was so poor, but he pretended to be a noble son. Chun Manxiang was annoyed when she saw it. Of course, she didn't want to agree. She also thought that Yun Wanrong could help the family more after she got married. But she didn't. After picking and choosing, she chose He Mingyuan, or He Mingyuan, who no girl in their village was willing to marry. How could Chun Manxiang not be angry? She was thinking that she and He Mingyuan had not yet married, and she would be able to convince Yun Wanrong if she persuaded him more. At that time, the relative can just come to the door and withdraw. With the situation of the He family, how dare they come to her to make trouble? It's really because they are given face that they dare to make trouble. Mom, you don't understand at all. Brother Mingyuan will have a bright future. Yun Wanrong said immediately. In her previous life, He Mingyuan became the richest man. She didn't dare to think about how much money he had. In short, no matter what, she will marry He Mingyuan in this life. Only by marrying He Mingyuan can she live a life of superiority. You know what will happen in the future now. Chun Manxiang glared at her unhappily, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Mom, I said before that the Qin family is not a good family. Look at what happened to Yun Jiji after she married there. So you still have to believe in your daughter. Chun Manxiang also thought of the Qin family's attitude towards Yun Jiji. At the beginning, she fell in love with Qin Shiyu because Qin Shiyu was an officer and had an allowance and tickets every month. At least she didn't have to worry about food and drink. Therefore, Chun Manxiang specifically told her precious daughter. At first, Yun Wanrong was very happy, but suddenly one day Yun Wanrong said that she didn't want to marry Qin Shiyu, and the Qin family was not a good person. Chun Manxiang certainly disagreed, because he was an officer. He received several dozen allowances every month. As a result, she didn't expect that Yun Wanrong agreed on the surface, but when Qin Shiyu came to the door, she secretly made some small moves and gave this good marriage to Yun Jiji, but things happened and Chen Manxiang couldn't do anything else, so she could only let Yun Jiji marry to the Qin family. Later, Yun Jiji really had a bad life in the Qin family and was even driven out of the Qin family and thrown into the Kaoshi to fend for herself. Chen Manxiang believed what Yun Wanrong said, but could He Mingyuan really have a promising character? I still don't believe that He Mingyuan is like that. Chen Manxiang has lived for such a long time, and she still has the ability to judge people. In short, she doesn't think highly of He Mingyuan. Mom, you can't disagree. Anyway, I will definitely marry Brother Mingyuan. If you object after I marry Brother Mingyuan, don't even think about me controlling you. After Yun Wanrong said this, she was so angry that she walked out. Chen Manxiang felt so angry that her heart ached. Why are you worrying? Our daughter is the sweetheart chosen by God. Think about what Wanrong said before. Did they all come true? He Mingyuan will definitely have a promising future, otherwise Wanrong wouldn't insist so much. Yun Hongmin sat aside smoking a pipe and raised his eyelids to look at Chen Manxiang. Yun Wanrong had told him before that there was a ginseng root in a certain place on the mountain. Yun Hongmin still didn't believe it at that time, but Yun Wanrong repeatedly assured him, so Yun Hongmin followed her to see, and he really dug up a 50-year-old ginseng. He secretly sent it to the black market to sell, and it sold for 200 yuan. He gave Yun Wanrong 50 yuan, and the remaining 150 yuan was in his hands. Neither the father nor the daughter told Chen Manxiang about this. Therefore, Chen Manxiang naturally didn't know how much money she made from selling ginseng at that time. Later, Yun Wanrong took him to hunt some pheasants and rabbits, or dug up something. Now Yun Hongmin has nearly 1,000 private money. Therefore, he believed his daughter's words 100%. He Mingyuan was a late bloomer, and it was only a matter of time before he became the richest man. But what about He Mingyuan? Okay, I've told you that my daughter can get married, do you understand? Wanrong not only wants to get married, but also wants to get married in a grand manner. You should prepare more dowry for Wanrong. Chen Manxiang was furious, but Yun Hongmin was the head of the family, and she had to listen to Yun Hongmin, which made Chen Manxiang even more angry. But she also knew that she couldn't change what they, father and daughter, had decided. Comrade Yun, we are from the Ministry of Health. My surname is Su. We have received a report that you treat patients without a medical license, which has constituted illegal medical practice. Please come with us for investigation. Yun Jiji finished washing up and was attracted by the knock on the door. Qin Shiyu made breakfast and put it in the pot to heat it up, and then went to work. At this time, only Yun Jiji and the 2 children were at home. The comrades from the Ministry of Health came to the family compound, which had attracted a lot of people's attention. Everyone was curious and followed in groups to watch the fun. Unexpectedly, they came to find Yun Jiji. When everyone heard about illegal medical practice, their faces changed. Comrade Su, are you mistaken? Jiji has not seen anyone privately except for going up the mountain to collect some herbs. Lu Chuntao said quickly. Who is so cruel to report Yun Jiji? At this time, Lu Chuantao's mind had flashed a few names, but she had no evidence. It was the person she guessed who did it. But if she knew who did it, she would tear her face to pieces. Lu Chuntao, you are covering up for someone. Everyone in the compound knows that Yun Jiji treated your son. Zhao Zhenju shouted immediately, and then said to several comrades from the Ministry of Health and Health, Comrade, I can testify that Yun Jiji did treat someone. Yun Jiji looked at the comrades from the Commission for Discipline Inspection calmly and said, Comrade, I did see Xiaoman. Look, she admitted it, didn't she? Zhao Zhenju shouted excitedly. Yun Jiji, this idiot, actually dared to admit it at this time. At this time, Zhao Zhenju was waiting for the people from the Ministry of Health and Health to quickly arrest Yun Jiji, and it would be best if she was locked up and fed peanuts. Yun Jiji glanced at Zhao Zhenju coldly and then said, Comrade, I don't have a medical qualification certificate, but I have passed the entry assessment of the Military District Health Center, and I have filled in and submitted the entry forms. If you don't believe it, you can go directly to the military district to find political commissar, who to verify it. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard it. Gigi, you will be a military doctor in the future? Yang Shuqin said quickly. Yun Gigi nodded, yes. Zhao Zhenju's face was very ugly. How is it possible? I'm afraid you are lying. Just want to escape Comrade Su's investigation. Yun Gigi turned her head to look at Zhao Zhenju and said, Comrade Zhao Zhenju, I know you like my man, and you hope that I will divorce my man and let my man marry you. But you can't talk nonsense like this. Do you think Qin Shiyu will be punished by the army if I go to eat peanuts because of this matter? Comrade, Zhao Zhenju's words can't be believed. She just can't bear to see Gigi do well.